Chapter 1. The Year of Great Calamity and the Bandits. In the spring of the third year of the Great Qian dynasty, a great calamity struck. In Liuzhou and Yizhou, famine prevailed. The land yielded no grain. The populace starved, resulting in countless deaths. The bark of trees was exhausted, and in desperation, parents resorted to exchanging their children for sustenance. On the clean and level official road, a troop of soldiers clad in black armor approached, their expressions solemn and commanding, with faces etched by the dust of the winds. Their steeds moved languidly, occasionally snorting in annoyance at the pervasive scent in the air. The rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground amplified the already somber atmosphere. The black-armored soldiers steadied themselves on their saddles, gently stroking the manes of their restless horses with the backs of their hands, while their other hands rested upon their long swords, vigilant and ever watchful of their surroundings. In a year fraught with calamity, the banditry surged, and even the capital region could not escape the norm, prompting an increased patrol of black-armored cavalry. Flanking the official road were boundless fields, where tenant farmers paused in their labors, silently observing the passage of the black-armored riders. In a year of great calamity, banditry flourishes. Where are the bandits? They are merely victims of the disaster. Even if the court dispatches ample relief grain, the officials will siphon off a portion, leaving little for the common folk. Faced with such despair, it may be better to turn to banditry. A tall, slender youth, handsome in appearance, gazed at the passing soldiers, lost in thought. Unlike the surrounding farmers, who displayed a numbed demeanor, his eyes sparkled with life, reminiscent of a scion from a noble family. Lin Qing lowered his head and raised his hand to inspect it. Calluses, previously unimaginable, had formed, thick and pronounced. An old farmer leaned in, a grin revealing his few remaining yellowed teeth. "Young man, which household do you serve? Are you betrothed? I have a granddaughter, over 14, quite beautiful. Would you be interested? For merely 3 or 2 taels of silver, I would gladly marry her off to you." Lin Qing tilted his head in surprise, recalling that just yesterday, the old man had demanded 5 taels. "Are you mute, lad?" The old farmer, noticing Lin Qing's prolonged silence, appeared somewhat vexed, wondering if his demands were too high. Lin Qing cast a faint glance his way. "I am not a tenant farmer. I am a servant of the Marquis of Wuhan." "Servant?" The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, a hint of disdain crossing his features as he exclaimed, "What a waste of such good looks." He then quickly distanced himself, moving to peddle his offer to a sturdier man nearby. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qing felt no disturbance within. He silently observed the world around him. Officials scorned their subordinates, who in turn looked down upon merchants. Merchants held disdain for the common folk, who in their turn looked down upon tenant farmers. Tenant farmers despised servants, and servants, whom could they look down upon? Even beggars on the streets wandered freely, yet servants were bound. Though he had donned the guise of a servant for 3 years, the thought of it still stirred a sense of resentment within Lin Qing. His grip on the hoe tightened, revealing strained veins beneath pale skin, devoid of color. Within his weary frame, it seemed a fire blazed. Yearning for release, a voice resonated within his heart. "You are the heir of the Pingyuan Marquis, not a mere servant." In these tumultuous times, with recent defeats on the battlefield and calamities afflicting the land, there will surely be opportunities for redemption. Seek the chance to enlist, pursue a military life. The vicissitudes of life serve as a crucible for the spirit, while the warmth and chill of human sentiment test one's endurance. Cunning words disrupt virtue, and a small lack of patience can thwart grand strategies. After a prolonged moment, Lin Qing gradually opened his eyes, the turmoil in their depths settling into tranquility once more. 3 years prior, his father had met with defeat at Shihu City, resulting in the demise of 200,000 troops of the Pingyuan army. The court was enraged, and the once mighty Pingyuan Marquisate teetered on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, the Marquisate could not evade its fate. Under the relentless attacks of adversaries in the court, their titles were stripped and their lineage obliterated. The Pingyuan Marquis failed to defend his territory. The entire clan shall be executed. Do not collect the bodies, let wild dogs devour them as offerings to the spirits. Heads rolled, blood flowed like a torrent, and the populace clamored for justice. These harrowing scenes paraded before Lin Qing's eyes. 1,740 souls, and he alone, relying on his father's former subordinates, had managed to survive by adopting a new identity. Yet, what purpose does survival serve? As a servant, destined to remain a servant through generations, his life, illness, and death are all subject to the whims of his masters. Lin Qing cast his gaze downward at the vast fields, which, despite being turned over countless times, remained as unyielding as ever. His feet ached as they pressed upon the soil. He glanced at the straw sandals on his feet and the cloth shoes worn by the tenant farmers. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. It was no wonder the old farmer refused to sell his granddaughter to him. Shaking his head, Lin Qing gripped the hoe firmly, plunging it into the earth with vigor, turning over clumps of soil, transforming tasks once deemed impossible into a newfound skill. As the hoe rose and fell, the earth loosened, stones were cleared away, and neat furrows began to stretch across the fields. The sun hung high in the sky, sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling onto the soil and darkening his skin. He no longer possessed the striking elegance of his youth. Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings. The estate's servants and guards stood watch around the fields, leaving no chance for escape. He refrained from making any rash attempts and instead patiently awaited the right moment. If 3 years were insufficient, then 5. If 5 were inadequate, then 10. After all, he was already considered dead in the eyes of the great Qian, with ample time to squander. Crack! His hoe struck something solid. With a determined pull, he discovered it to be a stone. Setting the hoe aside, he picked up a pickaxe and crouched down, gently chiseling away at the stone while gradually regaining his strength. This was how the tenant farmers and servants found their respite. As he struck the stone, his gaze wandered, and his left hand lightly grasped the jade pendant hanging around his neck, pondering that the best way to escape his current plight was to first become a warrior, then seek an opportunity to flee and enlist. Only in this manner could he uncover the truth of the events that transpired years ago. During times of great conflict, when the border skirmishes intensified, the capital would draft soldiers and recruit new troops. And even servants could become soldiers, fighting for their freedom. Yet this hope felt somewhat elusive to him. The reason for his current predicament was closely tied to the owner of these fields, Duke Guanghan. Contemplating this individual, Lin Qing could not help but clench his fists, an uncontrollable animosity gleaming in his eyes. The Pingyuan Marquisate, a venerable stronghold of the Qian dynasty for 3 centuries, possessed profound heritage. When calamity befell his family, they expended their hard-won resources, ultimately securing his survival by a thread. The family entrusted him to the loyal old retainer of his father, the Duke of Guanghan. Little did he realize that his narrow escape was merely the inception of a harrowing nightmare. The Duke of Guanghan, after all, was but a hypocritical figure, cloaked in a facade of virtue. Chapter 2. Food is heaven for the people basking under the scorching sun. Lin Qing's thoughts wandered. 3 years ago, upon entering the residence of the Duke of Guanghan, he believed he had finally escaped the clutches of despair, hoping for a chance to survive. As time passed, he received meticulous care and grew increasingly trusting of the Duke. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had merely escaped from the dragon's lair into the tiger's den. As the heir of a noble house, his lack of experience left him oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. After the Duke cleverly devised schemes to deceive him of the treasures and martial arts needed for a resurgence, his true nature was revealed. "What are you all standing around for? Move faster." A hoarse, grating voice interrupted Lin Qing's reverie. It was Lu Pa, the steward of the outer courtyard. Her appearance was exceedingly unattractive and her figure quite rotund, resembling a century-old stump. As she walked, her entire body wobbled comically. Having served in the Duke's residence for decades, her peculiar ways were likely a product of her lengthy experience, and no handsome servant could escape her grasp. She toyed with them at will. Upon her arrival, Lin Qing quickly rose, setting aside his pickaxe to grasp a hoe and resumed tilling the soil. Recently, after rejecting Lu Pa's inappropriate advances, he had incurred her wrath. "Lin Qing, work faster. The steward will deliberately target you," came a voice from the side. Turning his head, Lin Qing saw Lu Qi, another servant who had also fallen under Lu Po's scrutiny. Lu Qi was rather handsome, and the glaring sunlight left no mark upon him, rendering him quite fair. As Lin Qing continued to till the earth, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. You should also be cautious and avoid drawing Lu Po's attention." "Rest assured," Lu Qi replied with a grin, and the two shifted their positions to avoid being conspicuous. In the distance, Lupa stood with her eyes narrowed, observing everything with a hint of disdain on her dark, pockmarked face. In the Duke of Wuhan's residence, all servants were expected to obey without exception. She slowly shuffled her ample form through the fields, her stature appearing even smaller, barely taller than the hoe she wielded. Lin Qing diligently worked the land while circulating his rudimentary internal cultivation technique, yearning to attain the realm of a martial artist. Since ancient times, the affluent pursued literature while the martial sought strength. The energy expended in martial practice was immense, and martial artists required substantial sustenance, a burden beyond the means of ordinary households. Now, as a mere servant, how could he rapidly advance? He could only grind away bit by bit. Regretting his earlier neglect of martial training, lost in thought, the earth suddenly darkened as a shadow loomed over him. Due to his short stature, the shadow only enveloped half of Lin Qing's body, leaving his handsome face exposed. Upon witnessing this, Lu Po's eyes narrowed further. Her ugliness and harsh voice made her unable to bear the sight of others' beauty or the sound of pleasant voices. Lupa scrutinized the tall, handsome servant before her, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she spoke in a voice most unpleasing. So, have you made your decision? Should you choose to serve me, you shall be relieved from such arduous labor. I will assign you to tend to the flowers and plants within the estate. Despite Lu Po's effort to soften her tone, to Lin Qing's ears, it resonated like a discordant chime, utterly jarring. Thank you for your consideration, but sustenance is paramount, and I find great satisfaction in tilling the land, he replied, his voice melodious and rich, akin to a gentle spring breeze that caresses the heart, evoking comfort and joy. Lu Po's already dark complexion deepened with ire. She let out a huff, instinctively reaching for the whip at her waist, only to recall the pressing demands of the lady of the house and let her hand fall instead. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Once this busy period is over, I shall see how you fare, she spat before departing towards Lu Qi's location. Soon after, it seemed she faced yet another refusal. Her voice, now hoarse and grating, drew the attention of several tenants nearby. What are you staring at? What is it that you find so amusing? The tenants, however, paid her no heed. After all, it was not Lu Po who collected the rents, and they had no reason to fear her. Thus, they continued to observe with amused expressions, some even letting out mocking laughter. Lin Qing found the scene quite entertaining, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he resumed his labor. Patience, he reminded himself, for I possess but a single opportunity. The ancient texts proclaim, on the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting, a single decisive strike surpasses a multitude of provocations. He had but one chance to escape the Duke of Wuhan's estate. Should he miss it, there would be no path to freedom. As the sun gradually descended, its dying rays cast a golden hue across the horizon. The mountains, lakes, fields, and villages were draped in a shimmering, golden light, rendering the scene extraordinarily beautiful and serene. After a long day's toil, Lin Qing returned to the Duke of Wuhan's estate, weary in body. His dwelling was a storeroom tucked away in a corner of the estate, half cluttered with the household's odds and ends, and half his living space. Yet, Lin Qing found it quite agreeable. For one, it was tranquil, and for another, he was spared from the bizarre sounds emitted by the other servants at night. Having been a servant for quite some time, he had endured sleepless nights plagued by snores, grinding teeth, and incoherent mutterings. He carelessly tossed aside his garments, revealing a stark contrast of skin tones, one pale, the other dark. Lin Qing could not help but chuckle bitterly at the sight. Approaching the water vat, he casually scooped a basin of water and poured it over himself from head to toe. The refreshing coolness of the water caused him to hold his breath, his heartbeat gradually slowing. As the water coursed over his body, he felt an exquisite relaxation penetrate to his very bones, alleviating even the aches from the scars crisscrossing his back. Raising his hand to grasp the jade pendant that hung at his chest, a wistful look filled his eyes. It was the only relic left to him by his mother. Soon, having completely washed away the grime from his body, Lin Qing began to practice his punches within the confines of his room, executing the most widely practiced martial art of the Qin dynasty. It is said that some exceptionally gifted individuals can become martial artists through their innate abilities. Lin Qing has been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Although he had not trained before, he had absorbed some knowledge through observation. This particular style of martial arts could not possibly transform someone into a true martial artist. It merely served to strengthen the body. Yet, with no other options available to him, he had no choice but to place his hopes in this martial technique and the rudimentary methods he harbored in his heart. As an hour swiftly elapsed, Lin Qing found himself drenched in sweat and beset by waves of hunger. His evening meal consisted of 2 flatbreads and a bowl of thin porridge, devoid of any grease, which could hardly sustain him through his exertion. Patting his stomach, Lin Qing let out a quiet sigh. After cleansing his body, he retired to bed, hoping that sleep would alleviate the discomfort brought on by his hunger. Chapter 3. The Extraordinary. That night, the moonlight poured in like water, gently cascading through the window and draping everything within the room in a silvery veil. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door, particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Lin Qing's eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Ever since he had become a servant, his sleep had been particularly light. He was certain that someone lingered outside the door at this very moment. His first instinct was to think that Lu Pa had sent someone to deal with him, causing his body to tense up. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. If Lu Pa sought to trouble him, she could do so openly without resorting to such stealth. Who could be outside? In an instant, Lin Qing felt a surge of anxiety, his fists clenching involuntarily as his body tightened. Just then, the old door emitted its characteristic creak as it swung open, revealing a shadowy figure peering cautiously into the room. As the intruder's gaze traversed the clutter, it settled upon the steady form lying on the bed, and a sense of relief washed over him. Licking his lips, he tiptoed inside and quietly closed the door behind him. Lu Guangliang? What could he possibly want? As the figure approached, Lin Qing narrowed his eyes and discerned the intruder's face. This man was also a menial worker from the Duke of Wuan's residence, sharing a similar status with Lin Qing, both belonging to the lower class. With a quiet grace, he approached the bedside, crouching down to rummage beneath the bed. The muted sound of objects colliding filled the room. Suddenly, Lu Guangliang's hand brushed against a hard object, and his eyes brightened. Carefully, he extracted a small iron box, a sly grin spreading across his face. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 pieces of silver. A thief. Lin Qing observed the scene with growing indignation. This was the money he had painstakingly saved over 3 years, intended as a bribe for the guards of the residence in exchange for a technique or 2. Now, it was being pilfered by Lu Guangliang, igniting a fire of rage within Lin Qing, who yearned to leap up and catch him in the act. Yet, he refrained, choosing instead to silently observe the unfolding events. Patience in small matters leads to success in grand schemes. He resolved to see what Lu Guangliang would do next. With the silver in hand, Lu Guangliang stood by the bed, scrutinizing the supine Lin Qing. A flicker of recognition passed through his mind, and a gleam sparkled in his eyes. I remember that you possess a jade pendant. Let me see where you've hidden it. He scrutinized his surroundings, and finally caught sight of the jade pendant nestled at his neck. The moonlight illuminated it, rendering it resplendently translucent. To seize the jade pendant? A chill coursed through Lin Qing's heart, and his brow furrowed slightly as he clenched the fist hidden by his side, resolutely steeling himself. Just as Lu Guangliang reached out to grasp it, Lin Qing's previously squinted eyes suddenly widened, revealing a fierce intensity that startled Lu Guangliang, causing him to shudder and instinctively retreat. However, Lin Qing would not permit him such an escape. He abruptly sat up, his left hand morphing into a claw, and deftly pulled Lu Guangliang closer. Then, with his right hand formed into a fist, he aimed for the protrusion of Lu Guangliang's throat and struck with force. The throat, being one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body, succumbed to Lin Qing's strike despite his slender physique, leaving Lu Guangliang dizzy and on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, his robust physique allowed him to maneuver. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he attempted to seize Lin Qing's neck. But Lin Qing would not grant him such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Lu Guangliang's lapse in defense, he delivered another powerful blow. Crack. The sound that followed not only startled Lu Guangliang, but also left Lin Qing momentarily astonished. Even the 2 silver coins that fell to the ground were neglected in the chaos. This sound was unmistakably that of shattering bones. Lu Guangliang's condition deteriorated rapidly. His eyes bulged, one hand clutching his throat as he slowly began to topple backward. The other hand pointed accusingly at Lin Qing, emitting a hoarse and straining sound. His face turned a deep crimson, his chest heaving violently, akin to a bellows, producing a wheezing noise. Soon, as Lin Qing stood frozen in disbelief, Lu Guangliang's body trembled, a hint of blue creeping onto his face. Lin Qing's eyes widened slightly, recognizing this as a precursor to death. On the day of the raid, many guards had met a similar fate, struck down to this state by the approaching soldiers, and not long after, they had perished. Lu Guangliang's physical constitution was evidently inferior to those guards, and within a mere 3 breaths, he ceased to tremble. His visage twisted in agony, his complexion a ghastly pallor. He appeared as a vengeful spirit, breathless and lifeless. It was only then that Lin Qing came to his senses, his heart racing wildly, breaths becoming increasingly labored. He glanced at his bloodied fist, and then at the lifeless body sprawled before him. He had taken a life, despite having encountered numerous corpses. This was his first act of murder, and unlike before, he felt little fear. Instead, the blood coursing through his veins began to simmer, igniting a fervent passion within him. Lin Qing inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within, recognizing that the deed was done, and regret would only serve to amplify his distress. Suddenly, he froze. Noticing a crimson glow seemingly emerging in the silvery room, akin to strands of red silk wafting from the deceased Lu Guangliang, meandering through the space. What was this? Lin Qing instinctively held his breath. Yet in the next moment, the air, infused with the essence of blood resembling red silk, began to silently permeate, ultimately converging upon the jade pendant resting upon his chest. In the darkness, tendrils of crimson light emerged from Lu Guangliang's body, forming a connection between two unrelated entities. Lin Qing stared at this scene, somewhat incredulous. His lips felt parched, and his throat rolled uneasily. The turmoil from the recent act of murder had completely dissipated, replaced by curiosity and eagerness. What was this? As he pondered, his gaze caught sight of the jade pendant, and his brow furrowed slightly. The pendant was no longer its former crystalline clarity. Instead, it was interwoven with strands of blood red, reminiscent of blood droplets dispersing in water. Lin Qing lifted the jade pendant, positioning it beneath a beam of moonlight for a closer inspection. He noticed that the red within appeared to pulse like blood, and, whether it was an illusion or not, a glimmer of light emerged upon the pendant's surface. Was this jade pendant not an ordinary object? Just as he contemplated a more thorough examination, his eyes widened in astonishment. He saw it. The pendant was emitting a faint glow. Startled, Lin Qing dropped the pendant, and it struck his forehead, with beads of sweat on his brow. The pendant adhered to him. An extraordinary event unfolded. The pendant seemed to shatter the icy surface of a lake, and strands of light began to seep into his forehead. Chapter 4. Cultivating energy and vitality within the stillness of the room. Lin Qing's eyes widened as he reached out to cover his forehead, feeling around in confusion. Just as his mind was filled with absurdity, a stream of light appeared in his consciousness, unfurling like a slowly blossoming scroll, revealing tiny figures engaged in various actions. With just a faint sense, Lin Qing felt a chilling aura of murderous intent. Indeed, it was the aura of killing. The fluid movements resembled those of the instructors at the Wuan Bo's estate, each gesture imbued with lethal grace. Was this martial arts? Lin Qing's heart began to race, his pupils dilating slightly. He had once aspired to clandestinely learn the martial techniques from the Wuan Bo's estate, but opportunities to practice at the training grounds had been scarce. Compounded by Lu Po's scrutiny, after 3 years, he had managed to glean only a few superficial techniques, mere embellishments devoid of practical effectiveness. Yet now, the ever-changing figures in his mind clearly represented the martial arts he had long desired. Lin Qing's heart raced uncontrollably, unable to suppress his excitement. He forced himself to concentrate, attentively observing the movements in his mind. Fearing that these actions might suddenly vanish, he endeavored to commit them to memory. After a quarter of an hour, the light in his mind gradually dimmed and coalesced, ultimately forming 4 grand characters. Bai Kong Fist. It was indeed a martial arts technique. Lin Qing murmured, barely concealing his exhilaration. With this technique, the path to joining the military would become significantly simpler. At that moment, a ripple stirred at his brow, and the jade pendant, which had already melded into his forehead, fell free once more. Staring at the fallen pendant, Lin Qing was momentarily stunned before hastily retrieving it, scrutinizing it before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that much of the blood-red hue had faded, and the pendant had regained its crystalline brilliance. What on earth was this jade pendant? How could there be martial arts within? Could it possibly be a hidden legacy left by his father? The more he pondered, the more he felt this likelihood was substantial. His father was a distinguished noble of the great Qian dynasty, and the Pingyuan Marquisate had been a lineage for centuries, having bequeathed wealth. It stood to reason that he would also have left behind martial techniques. Lin Qing slowly grasped the jade pendant tightly, his emotions in turmoil. After a considerable pause, Lin Qing shifted his gaze from the jade ornament to Lu Guangliang's lifeless form. At that moment, Lu's face had turned a ghastly shade of blue, his eyes wide open, and bruises akin to those of the deceased marred his visage. How should the corpse be handled? After a lengthy contemplation, Lin Qing quelled his thoughts. Slowly rising to examine Lu Guangliang's body, he searched and discovered 3 pieces of broken silver from Lu's chest, along with a shattered jade pendant. It was clear these items had been pilfered from other menial workers, indicating that this individual was a habitual offender, rather than someone specifically targeting him. This realization brought Lin Qing a degree of relief, as long as no one had intentionally sought to harm him. The death of a mere servant would not attract undue attention. After further reflection, he swiftly picked up 2 pieces of silver that belonged to him from the ground, placing them into his small iron box, which he then tucked into Lu Guangliang's embrace. In doing so, he had effectively discarded his silver. He even made a point to insert the iron box, so that if the body were discovered, when the steward of the marquisate inquired, he would be the first to step forward, pointing to the box and declaring, "This is mine." His father had once imparted wisdom to him. On the battlefield, the more intricate the plan, the more susceptible it is to failure. Any oversight in a single link could lead to a flaw. Thus, one should strive for simplicity in their strategies, avoiding unnecessary complications. And that was precisely what he intended to do. He hastened to the door, peering outside. Situated in the northwestern corner of the marquisate, this was the most secluded area, typically inhabited by only a handful of menial workers. Hence, Lin Qing resolved to bury Lu Guangliang that very night. With a firm decision made, he returned to the room, hoisted Lu's body onto his back, momentarily pausing in astonishment. He felt a surge of strength. Every martial practitioner must indulge in the finest delicacies to bolster their power. Yet, as a mere servant, he subsisted on bland fare, rarely even seeing a morsel of meat. How could he possibly gain strength? One hand instinctively clutched the jade pendant at his chest, his heart racing once more. This was his opportunity. With newfound vigor, his body became agile. Even while bearing a corpse, his movements were akin to normal walking, exhilaration coursing through him. Arriving at the apricot grove by the wall, Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings before swiftly digging a hole. A quarter of an hour later, a shallow pit had been excavated. He hastily placed the body within and covered it with soil. After ensuring that no one had noticed, he vanished swiftly, returning to his own room. Closing the door, Lin Qing leaned against it, breathing heavily, his complexion flushed, and his heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt a warm current flowing gently within his body. From the dantian, a surge of energy ascended to the crown of his head, eventually coursing through his limbs before returning to the dantian. His face once again bore an expression of astonishment. This sensation, could it be the essence of qi? Qi, as implied, signifies the vital energy of the body. The 9th rank of martial practitioners is aptly named nurturing qi to generate strength. Through relentless physical training, one extracts innate qi from the dantian, circulating it through the limbs and bones to cultivate new strength, thus embodying the principle of nurturing qi to elevate power. How could I have reached the 9th rank? A wave of elation surged within Lin Qing, accompanied by flashes of memories that danced through his mind. For 3 years, he had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance, seeking to uncover the truth behind past events. The swiftest path to achieving this was to become a martial artist. Today, not only had he acquired the coveted martial technique, but he had also crossed the threshold into the realm of martial practitioners. He hurried to the water vat in the corner, scooping a generous ladle of water and drinking it down with fervor. Still unable to quell his excitement, he plunged his head into the vat. Bubbles erupted continuously. He suddenly lifted his head, water droplets splattering everywhere, soaking his chest and back. Yet, Lin Qing paid no heed. Instead, he recalled the profound intricacies of the azure sky fist technique that had appeared in his mind. Its depth and breadth were beyond words. In any case, it far surpassed the techniques demonstrated by the instructor at the Wuanbo Manor. Once, he was the heir of the Pingyuan Marquis, with a father wielding substantial power. Surrounded by countless experts for his protection, at that time, he had regarded martial arts with disdain. But now, martial training and military service had become his sole means of escape from this place. Thoughts of the realms he had previously known surged in his mind, and Lin Qing couldn't help but wear a hopeful expression. Chapter 5. Speed is paramount in martial arts. That night, Lin Qing spent hours in a state of anxious excitement, unable to sleep. It was not until morning that he finally dozed off, albeit briefly. However, he soon found himself wide awake. Outside his door, faint footsteps echoed. Instantly, Lin Qing's body tensed, cold sweat trickling down as the hairs on his skin stood on end. Who could it be? Had the murderous deed been discovered? Various possibilities flashed through his mind, but he quickly realized he was merely scaring himself. This only served to heighten his anxiety without any benefit. Without a knock, the door was roughly pushed open, and 2 men clad in guard uniforms entered. "Ah, this place is quite cramped. It must be the last of the menial quarters," one remarked. "All right, enough of that. Just drop the items and leave. What a strange smell this is." Lin Qing was taken aback. They were not there to cause him trouble. He sat up, regarding the two with a look of confusion. "What do you want?" The men exchanged smiles and tossed a small vial toward him. "Take this. The young master has returned to the capital and, seeing your plight, has sent some medicine." With that, they turned and left without a backward glance, their voices trailing behind. "I really don't understand why the young master would care about a mere servant." Bang! As the door closed, Lin Qing listened to their departing footsteps, choosing not to rise immediately. Instead, he sat in quiet contemplation for a quarter of an hour before finally standing up. He picked up a small jade bottle from beside his pillow and examined it closely. Within were 5 brown pills. These were qi-nourishing pills, as the name implies. Commonly used during the 9th rank of qi cultivation to enhance vitality and significantly accelerate one's training progress. When consumed while injured, they could regulate qi and blood, promoting healing, an excellent remedy for wounds. Young master? A vivid image of a handsome youth surfaced in Lin Qing's mind. They had met a few times when he first arrived at the Marquis of Wu's residence, but they were not well acquainted. Later, he heard that the young man had gone to the Southern Academy of Deqian and had not seen him since. But now, he had actually returned and sent him these pills? A smile involuntarily graced Lin Qing's lips as he pondered. Perhaps his misfortune was finally turning around. Regardless of the young master's intentions, he had fortuitously received 5 qi-nourishing pills. Now that he had become a martial artist, he naturally needed to enhance his martial prowess first. Out of caution, before consuming the pill, he needed to perform one more task. He took out 1 qi-nourishing pill and a small knife, scraping off a considerable amount of brown powder from its surface for careful inspection. Moments later, he held a small bird in his hand, one he had caught in a trap. As the menial work of the residence offered no meat, this was unacceptable for someone determined to escape the Marquis's estate. Thus, he had devised various methods to stealthily learn how to trap birds. Within a day or two, he could always catch a sparrow. Today, he would use it to test whether the pill was safe. He mixed the scraped black powder with water and administered it to the sparrow. Lin Qing stood by quietly, awaiting the bird's reaction. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, the sparrow began to flutter frantically within its cage. Leaning closer, he could hear the rapid thumping of its little heart. Though the sound was faint, it resonated in his ears like the tolling of a bell. Time passed slowly, and the sparrow's body grew flushed, turning a vibrant red. Finally, it let out a mournful cry and collapsed. However, excitement glimmered in Lin Qing's eyes. The pill was indeed effective. He had previously observed guards consuming qi-nourishing pills, their skin turning red like boiled shrimp. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing poured the qi-nourishing pills into his hand. His gaze filled with determination and swallowed one whole. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a surge of energy that coursed through his body. His heartbeat quickened, more vigorous than ever, as if it were about to leap from his chest. His originally fair skin gradually flushed with vitality, a surge of power swirling within him, soon permeating his limbs and bones. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming strength within his body. Unbidden, the recently acquired martial technique flashed through his mind. He swiftly approached the makeshift wooden bed, clearing it away to create space for his practice. With the grace of the wind and vigor in his movements, he executed the first form, lightly unraveling the silk robe. Lin Qing suddenly stepped forward, his right hand forming a claw as he forcefully grasped, as if seizing an invisible neck before him. In the second stance, beside flowers and willows, his left hand transformed into a palm and struck fiercely forward, creating a resounding clap in the air, landing precisely on his chest. With these 2 moves executed, the power of the qi-nourishing pill within him was rapidly consumed, and the energy in his dantian surged forth. The boiling blood within him became increasingly vigorous. As time elapsed, the howling sounds echoed incessantly. Since mastering the first 2 forms, his movements had grown swifter. He recalled the words of the martial arts instructor. In martial arts, speed reigns supreme. In emotions, sacrifice is paramount. The martial arts of the world cannot be broken if one is swift. In matters of the heart, it is easy to let go but hard to forge. Thus, Lin Qing's arms, howling with fervor, quickened even more, gradually leaving behind fleeting shadows. Faster, faster, even faster. Boom. The qi-nourishing pill within Lin Qing exploded, its medicinal power coursing through his limbs and bones, utterly consumed. His lungs heaved like a bellows, emitting labored sounds, and he was already drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. Though his hands and feet felt weak, his eyes brimmed with determination. 3 years had already slipped by. He could not afford to waste any more time. Opening a jade vial, Lin Qing extracted another qi-nourishing pill, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze as he swallowed it whole. The energy that had long been depleted surged back within him, and the rhythm of his heart quickened. Thump, thump. Once more, Lin Qing unleashed his fists, sweat dripping incessantly to the ground, forming a small puddle beneath him. As his feet splashed upon it, it produced a series of sharp sounds. Uncertain of how long had passed, the outside world had completely succumbed to darkness. Lin Qing, clad only in his undergarments, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. After an afternoon of arduous practice, he had completely mastered the first two forms of the Azure Sky Fist technique. Even more astonishingly, he had taken a step forward in the 9th tier of Qi nourishment and vitality. This was achieved through 2 breakthroughs beyond his physical limits that afternoon, forcing out some hidden medicinal power within him. As the son of the Marquis of Pingyuan, he had enjoyed plenty of fine delicacies over the years. Peering down at his belly, Lin Qing couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. The moment he paused, hunger struck. How vexing. He propped himself up from the ground and approached a small table, which held only a knife and a deceased sparrow. Skillfully, he picked up the knife, plucking the sparrow's feathers, skinning it, and removing its innards before consuming it raw. Due to the restrictions against open flames in the outer courtyard, he had always resorted to this method of eating. Chapter 6. A season for killing. 10 days later, Lin Qing, in a deep slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. Over the past days, he had toiled in the fields by day and practiced his martial arts by night. After 10 days of refinement, he felt his internal energy had reached its zenith. It was time for a breakthrough. The rapid progress he experienced led him to some conjectures, prompting him to grasp the small jade pendant at his chest. The once vivid crimson threads within had faded considerably. Perhaps this was one of the reasons. Of course, his relentless training day and night had played a significant role as well. Rising to his feet, Lin Qing cleared a space around him. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the energy replenishing pill in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his body, invigorating him. Now was the moment. His previously rapid punches abruptly slowed to a crawl. Here, he had comprehended the harmonious blend of hardness and softness. Yet the external sky blue boxing technique felt sluggish compared to the explosive force within him. This created a striking contradiction within his being. As time passed, sweat began to saturate his forehead and body, the dissonance proving quite uncomfortable. At that moment, all he desired was to unleash his punches with fervor. Just as he was on the verge of erupting, a sensation akin to something shattering within him echoed with a series of crackling sounds. Lin Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The barrier of the 8th tier of harmonious strength had shattered. The nearly depleted energy within him surged back to life, alternating between ferocity and gentleness, embodying the essence of balance. Feeling the continuous flow of energy within him, a smile crept onto Lin Qing's face, gradually expanding into a silent roar of laughter. Merely 10 days prior, he had inexplicably become a martial artist, and now, after a mere 10 days, he had reached the 8th tier of harmonious strength. He was now eligible to serve as a low-ranking guard in the Duke of Marshall Peace's residence, earning a handsome sum each month. However, due to his status, he could only serve as a servant within the Duke's estate, unable to reveal his martial prowess. Otherwise, a grim fate awaited him. Reflecting on this, Lin Qing's breath quickened, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The atmosphere within the Duke's estate was unusually tranquil today, as it marked the Empress's birthday, with the Emperor hosting a banquet for various ministers and nobles. The entire family of the Duke of Marshall Peace had entered the palace for the festivities, and most of the guards had been taken along. Under the cover of a moonless, windy night, it was the perfect time to strike. Lin Qing stealthily navigated the shadows along the walls of the estate. Soon, he arrived at a small building in the outer courtyard, the residence of Granny Lu. Although she was in charge of the outer courtyard, she remained a servant, hence her accommodation in the outer area. However, having served diligently for many years, the lady of the house had graciously granted her this prominent dwelling. Observing the faint flicker of candlelight above, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. With a lithe movement, he lightly tapped the railing with his toes and swiftly ascended to the small building without making a sound. The effects of the 8th tier of harmonious strength exceeded Lin Qing's expectations. In an instant, he vanished, blending into the shadows of the small building. Arriving at the source of the dim candlelight, through the window, he could vaguely discern figures within. Suddenly, he froze. Were there others? Faint gasps and the soft murmur of a man's voice drifted from within. Lin Qing's expression turned peculiar, and a sense of absurdity welled up inside him. The image of Granny Lu's unattractive visage and her robust physique surfaced in his mind. Did she also have a man? Sister, we have deliberately kept our distance these past few days, and I've missed you terribly. Immediately, the discordant voice of Lupa echoed. Haha, no need to rush. Once we have dealt with Lin Qing, you and I shall be together every day. Let me see if your skills have declined." Following her words, the sound of garments being shed filled the air, leaving Lin Qing momentarily dazed. "Madam, truly, it has been so many days since we ventured out." Is Madam truly a subject for our discussion?" Lu Po's voice significantly heightened in pitch. The sound of a slap resonated. Lin Qing pondered for a moment, then punctured the paper window with his fingertip, peering through. In the next instant, his pupils dilated, trembling violently as he inhaled sharply. There, he beheld a squat, dark figure entangled with a fair-skinned servant, engaged in intimate proximity. The individual was none other than Lu Qi, the servant who had vehemently resisted Lu Po's humiliation on several occasions. When did he succumb? No, it must be intentional. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. Lu Qi was deliberately approaching him. Taking a deep breath, he continued to observe. The Wuanbo residence upheld strict regulations. Any illicit liaison between men and women would result in execution by hanging. Now that he had stumbled upon this, he must seize the opportunity. He draped a prepared black cloth over his face, energy surging within him. Employing the newly acquired technique of balancing hardness and softness, Lin Qing gently opened the door. He muffled his footsteps, inching closer to the still entangled Lu Po. But in the next moment, Lu Po abruptly halted, a cold laugh escaping her lips. "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, boy. I never anticipated you would have the audacity to come here." Lin Qing's pupils constricted, his body tensing instantly as the realization struck him. Lu Po is also a martial artist. Yet, he quickly steadied his mind, a glimmer of resolute sharpness shining in his eyes. The path of martial arts demands progress. Stagnation equates to regression. The path of vengeance offers no retreat. In that fleeting moment, his resolve crystallized, his father's voice resonating in his heart. On the battlefield, every soldier must prepare for death before confronting an enemy. Even in defeat, one must take the enemy down with them. If you cannot achieve even that, then use your teeth and hands to tear away a piece of flesh. The energy within him began to flow, reaching the pinnacle of what he could endure in an instant. However, he refrained from making a hasty move. Letting out a soft chuckle, "Lu Po, I presume you understand the consequences of illicit relations." No sooner had he spoken than contempt flickered in Lu Po's eyes, and Lin Qing sprang forth. His hand transformed into a claw, slicing through the air. The first move, lightly unraveling the silk garment. In an instant, their figures drew close, his hand nearly grazing Lu Po's neck. Although she was flustered, she was still a martial artist, exuding an aura of the 8th rank of balanced strength. Though the initial strike did not inflict any harm, this was precisely Lin Qing's intention. At this moment, Lu Po's stance was unsteady, her body swaying perilously. A prime opportunity. The old force unspent, the new force reborn. Lin Qing's form surged forward with great momentum. His palm transformed from a claw to an open hand, energy coiling around him, producing a resonant sound. The 7th style, alone on the orchid boat. Lu Po's face revealed a look of horror. She had not anticipated that this young man was also a martial artist, and one who had mastered martial arts techniques at that. "No. Let us settle our grievances once and for all." Bang. Crack. The clear, resounding sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Lu Po clutched her neck, unable to believe the events that had just transpired. You. Even as her life slipped away, her mind lingered on the image of this youth submissively beneath her. But now, bang. Lu Po's body collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, frozen in a state of disbelief. Huff, huff, huff. Lin Qing maintained his position, breathing heavily. At this moment, employing the 7th style had proven somewhat taxing. Yet, when it came to vanquishing foes, one must exert their utmost effort. Even if the strike left him devoid of further combat capability, it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. Only when his strength had replenished did he retract his stance, then turned to the corner where Lu Qi cowered, his mouth glistening with tears. "Do not kill me. I saw nothing. I truly saw nothing." As he spoke, a dampness appeared beneath Lu Qi, the source unknown. Lin Qing finally quelled the murderous intent in his eyes and approached Lu Qi, slowly extending his hand. "Please, don't kill me." Lu Qi whimpered incessantly, paralyzed by fear and offering no resistance. Crack. A clear, crisp sound resonated as his head drooped, tears streaming down, as if he had fallen into a slumber. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing quickly contemplated his next actions. First, he removed the hemp gloves from his hands and tossed one onto each of the corpses. He had inscribed the emblem of Tianhai Mansion, the largest gang in the capital, onto the gloves. Whether this would successfully frame someone else remained to be seen. For now, it served to obscure the truth. He then stripped off his outer garments, revealing his true attire underneath. Having completed these tasks, he produced some kerosene, igniting it near the bookshelf, and covered it with a layer of clothing to delay the discovery of the flames. Exiting the room, he observed thick smoke billowing within, and he discarded the cloth he had been clutching. Rather than hide it away, it was better to leave it at the scene to further confuse any onlookers. With a deft push off his toes, he vanished into the night. Chapter 7. Opportunity. 3 days later, Lin Qing was drenched in sweat within his quarters, each movement resonating with purpose. Lu Po's demise had stirred not a ripple, for the fire had rendered the two individuals unrecognizable. The Wuan Bo mansion chose not to report the incident, opting instead to turn a blind eye. This was partly due to the fact that the steward had been involved with the servants, which would tarnish the mansion's reputation. Moreover, the day in question was the Empress Dowager's birthday, a day deemed inauspicious. After all, they were merely two servants. Their deaths were inconsequential. However, in the aftermath, the mansion's guards had tightened their vigilance significantly. Sensing the vigorous energy surging within him, Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Even with his recent breakthrough, he had already traversed a considerable distance within the 8th grade, harmonizing strength and flexibility. In light of this formidable breakthrough, Lin Qing has discerned certain clues. After vanquishing Lu Po on that fateful day, a conspicuous crimson hue appeared upon his jade pendant. However, as his cultivation progressed, that sanguine tint gradually faded, and his training velocity began to decelerate. Acknowledging his lack of innate talent for cultivation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. The jade pendant was indeed aiding his practice. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th rank as soon as possible. As the adage goes, diligence reaps rewards. On a morning 20 days hence, Lin Qing, as was his custom, was practicing the Azure Sky Fist technique. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the steward had commanded all the menials to remain within the estate, granting him the rare opportunity to train in daylight. Presently, he had mastered all 9 forms of the Azure Sky Fist. He believed that should he encounter Lu Po again, he could dispatch her without even taking a breath. As he executed the 9 forms of the fist technique, it felt as if something within him shattered, a surge of vitality rushing to his head, invigorating his spirit. 7th rank. Refining essence and concentrating spirit. This realm primarily involves establishing a connection between the mind and the dantian, enabling the energy from the dantian to hone the brain, thereby fortifying the warrior's essence and spirit. His previously weary body was now brimming with vitality. In this moment, he comprehended his father's words. The body has its limits, but the spirit knows no bounds. At that instant, a sharp cry resounded from outside, unmistakably the voice of a eunuch. All of you, come out. His Majesty has decreed that all males under 30 must undergo a routine examination. Should your essence and spirit prove sufficient, you may enter the imperial military. This is a splendid opportunity for you commoners to escape your servitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's previously tranquil eyes sparkled with fervor. Escape from servitude. For him, this represented the most opportune chance to liberate himself from the grasp of the Marquis of Wuan's estate. While military status may not be vastly superior to that of a servant, it would grant him a semblance of freedom. Lost in contemplation, Lin Qing clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, akin to a sharp steel blade. Meanwhile, a sycophantic voice echoed outside. Master Huang, there is but one feeble servant here. Of no consequence, please come this way. At this proclamation, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qing's eyes. The sharp voice resumed, "Oh, even if one is bedridden and unable to rise, we must ensure the message is conveyed. Only then can we justify His Majesty's earnest intentions. Therefore, Master, please accompany the servant." Lin Qing's expression shifted, yet he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The chance for servants to escape their bonds only arises in times of great chaos. During such tumultuous periods, like his own, servants may seize the chance to rise through military merit. After much deliberation, Lin Qing resolved to seize this opportunity. The door swung open, and a eunuch of average height and fair complexion entered, surveying Lin Qing with a smile. "I am Huang Jun, a eunuch of the imperial rights. Young man, do you aspire to serve in the military and fight for His Majesty?" An imperial eunuch. Lin Qing recognized that this individual held an 8th rank official title, and the imperial rights was home to the most esteemed eunuchs of the Dacian dynasty. In an instant, he realized that this eunuch was no ordinary figure. The opportunity to convey the emperor's decree outside suggested either a powerful patron or significant favor. This further solidified his resolve to seize the moment. "I report to you, esteemed eunuch, that I am willing to join the military, but I aspire solely to engage in battle against the royal court of the grasslands. They have long oppressed our great Qian, and this deep-seated enmity fuels our desire for vengeance." As he spoke, his tone resonated with the profound animosity born from the blood-soaked past with the Marquis of Wuhan. The intensity of his hatred astonished Huang Jun, who stood at the doorway, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he soon felt a surge of elation. Historically, a flourishing era greets war with joy, and the mightier the foe, the more it invigorates the soldier's morale. However, in these times of national decline, he had encountered many weak individuals merely seeking to escape their servitude. Few possessed the sharpness of this young man. Particularly, the glint of ruthlessness in Lin Qing's eyes prompted Huang Jun to nod slightly. What a fierce youth. The emperor would surely appreciate him. Lin Qing knelt on one knee, his voice resonant and unwavering. "I humbly request, esteemed eunuch, to be sent to the battlefield against the royal court of the grasslands. I am willing to fight for great Qian, willing to fight for his majesty." This display caused Huang Jun to furrow his brow momentarily, but he quickly relaxed. Regardless of the young man's motives, he exhibited the spirit of a warrior. This matter must be conveyed to the emperor to bring him a measure of joy. After much contemplation, Huang Jun resolved to grant this youth an opportunity, even if his actions seemed somewhat deliberate. In the palace, the process is often overlooked, with results taking precedence. Should this young man achieve valor in battle, who could possibly challenge Huang Jun thereafter? "Young man, I shall grant you this chance. Tomorrow at noon, in the training grounds of the Marquis of Wuhan, should you pass the test, you may join the army of Great Qian." With that, he turned without a backward glance. A loud thud echoed behind him, startling him momentarily. He placed a hand on his chest and departed with a smile. In the palace, only the ruthless can thrive. Similarly, Huang Jun, who had survived many years of brutal conflict, could sense the young man's fierce nature. Thus, he held a deep admiration for him. As the footsteps gradually faded, Lin Qing slowly lifted his head, devoid of excitement or trepidation, only a tranquil calmness and a trace of hidden ferocity. A man must be willing to employ any means necessary, even if it means kneeling before others to achieve his goals. What of it? In the future, once he attains success and fame, it shall merely become a tale of glory, garnering only admiration. Today's kneeling is for the sake of a future where he shall not have to kneel again. In the great Qian dynasty, there once existed generals adorned with honors, commanding golden chariots and flanked by 6 horses, entering in imperial regalia, yet regardless of whether they were powerful ministers or generals commanding legions, none traversed a path devoid of hardship. Today's suffering is but a prelude to future blessings. At this moment, with such clarity of thought, Lin Qing felt an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through him. In the ensuing hours, he remained industrious, diligently practicing his martial arts until dusk. It was only then that Lin Qing paused, recognizing the necessity of a restful night in preparation for the trials to come. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the voice of a servant. "Lin Qing, the steward has instructed me to deliver this to you. Eat quickly, do not bring shame upon the duke's household tomorrow." With a creak, Lin Qing opened the door, his gaze falling upon an exquisite array of dishes laid out before him, for dishes and a soup, alongside a generous bowl of rice, gleaming like pearls. Such rice had been a daily staple in his home. Yet it had been 3 long years since he had seen it in the duke's residence. As he brought the meal inside, Lin Qing sought to calm the tumult of emotions within him, first attending to the small bird he had caught earlier. He offered it a piece of meat, which it devoured with evident delight. However, his expression soon darkened. The bird flapped its wings a couple of times before collapsing onto the table, its body stiffening like a clay figurine. Lin Qing mirrored its fate, his eyes now filled with a murderous intent. Upon dissecting the bird's body, he discovered a powdery substance resembling blood, and with a deep breath, he realized he had been correct. This was the secret poison of the duke's residence, blood dispersal powder. Chapter 8. Strike first. That night, Lin Qing chose not to sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged, silently circulating his energy to strengthen his physique while remaining alert to his surroundings. The dishes sent by the steward contained poison capable of killing a martial artist, and with his plans thwarted, he knew the steward would not relent easily. As the night deepened, the clamor of the capital gradually subsided, and the duke's residence fell into a hushed stillness. Moonlight filtered through the small window, casting an ever-changing glow upon Lin Qing's countenance. Leaving the duke's abode would not be a simple task. He would need the assistance of that eunuch, leveraging the influence of the current emperor. Even if he managed to survive the night, the trial awaiting him on the morrow loomed ominously. His fate would hinge upon his performance. Success or failure would dictate whether he remained in the duke's household where a grim fate awaited him. Yet, he would not remain idle. He would resolutely seek alternative means of escape. Time slipped by, and a faint rustling sound reached Lin Qing's ears, prompting him to open his eyes suddenly. A sharp glint flashing within them. Indeed, they had arrived. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the roof, identifying the intruder. Judging by the steadiness of their breath, it appeared to be one of the Duke's guards, though their precise rank remained unclear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing steadied the swirling energy within him, preparing for a desperate struggle. In the darkness, a tall figure materialized at the doorway, silhouetted against the moonlight. The heavy atmosphere compelled Lin Qing to hold his breath, the cold light in his eyes glinting with lethal intent. With a creak, the door swung open, and a figure darted inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them, careful to make no sound and seemingly oblivious to Lin Qing's position on the bed. This small action sparked a flicker of excitement in Lin Qing's eyes. The newcomer had no inkling that he had already become a martial artist. Had they known, they would never have turned their back upon him. In a fleeting moment, his thoughts shifted, and he made a decisive choice. Opportunities are ephemeral, thus, one must seize them with alacrity. In an instant, Lin Qing's internal energy surged, propelling him forward like a hawk diving upon its prey. The rush of his movement momentarily immobilized the cloaked figure. Although the man quickly regained his composure and attempted to counter, that brief moment was ample for a martial artist. With one hand transformed into a claw and the other into a fist, Lin Qing's claw grasped the man's neck with a fierce tug, while his fist struck the man's back with a resounding thud. This was the 9th stance of the Azure Sky Fist technique, dual polarities. He unleashed his most formidable move without a trace of hesitation. Blood erupted from the man's mouth, accompanied by a sharp crack from his neck. Lin Qing's expression remained impassive, though internally he sighed in relief. Success. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The man did not collapse but stood in an oddly contorted posture. Appearing quite grotesque, Lin Qing's countenance shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his claw back into a fist, striking the man's back once more. The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed again, yet the man still stood firm. This realization led Lin Qing to a troubling conclusion: a 6th-grade copper-skin Iron Bone Realm warrior. Only a martial artist of such caliber could endure such an assault unscathed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qing resolved to continue his assault. A 6th-grade warrior was not insurmountable. He held the advantage and had already targeted the man's vital points, leaving him ample opportunity to triumph. He launched another punch, but to his astonishment, it met with a palm instead. "You are also a martial artist?" rasped the man's voice, likely a result of his injuries. Feeling the immense force from the man's palm, Lin Qing remained silent and pressed on with his onslaught, forcing his internal energy. He executed the 8th stance of the Azure Sky Fist technique, True Son of the Heavens. With a powerful thrust of his palm, the fist embedded within the man's body began to exert force, lifting the man off the ground. Before the man could react, Lin Qing slammed him down, simultaneously raising his knee for a brutal impact. A dull thud echoed as blood spewed from the man's mouth, splattering Lin Qing's face, an eerie sight in the moonlight. The man flipped backward at an inconceivable angle, his visage filled with horror. Though not yet dead, with a shattered spine, he had lost all capacity for resistance. To prevent any further complications, Lin Qing hesitated not. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, grasping the man's neck with a fierce grip. With a final, forceful squeeze, the man convulsed, his head soon drooping as life slipped away. Lin Qing was drenched in sweat. He had slain a 6th-grade warrior. Though luck played a role in his ambush, the living are sovereign, while the dead are mere thieves. After a considerable pause, he finally resumed his breathing. Gazing at the lifeless body illuminated by the silvery moonlight, tendrils of crimson mist began to waft from the deceased form, gradually drifting toward his own body before seeping into his chest. At the very location of his heart lay the jade pendant. Lin Qing extracted the pendant, observing the wisps of red mist swirling around it, slowly merging with its surface. Corresponding hues of crimson began to manifest upon the jade. A spark of exhilaration flickered in Lin Qing's eyes. This was it. The very essence that would expedite his ascendance was this vibrant energy. Paying no heed to the corpse, he settled down cross-legged on the ground, silently replenishing his strength. However, he soon opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy crossing his features. The speed at which his energy was restored exceeded his expectations, rivaling that of his usual recovery rate, twice over. He lowered his gaze to the jade pendant, murmuring to himself, "Could this truly be the hidden legacy of my family?" As the morning sun cascaded its golden rays upon the earth, dispelling the lingering shadows, Lin Qing gradually opened his eyes when the first beam of light pierced through the room. Despite having gone an entire night without rest, his gaze remained lucid and vibrant. His internal energy had fully rejuvenated, propelling him significantly closer to the 6th tier of mastery. Yet, the 6th tier belonged to the ranks of mid-tier martial artists. And crossing that threshold was no trivial feat. Casting a cursory glance at the corpse sprawled on the floor, he carelessly shoved it beneath the bed, neglecting to bury it. For once he succeeded today, he would naturally distance himself from the noble estate. From then on, the sky would be high enough for birds to soar freely, and the sea vast enough for fish to leap joyfully. Should he fail, however, his fate would likely be no better, and whether he would even survive remained uncertain. Particularly, the death of this individual signified that he had openly confronted the noble estate. Yet, with the emperor's decree looming over him, the estate dared not act overtly. If he were to fail today's trial, any trivial excuse could lead to his demise, with his body unceremoniously discarded. It would be left for the wild dogs by the roadside to dispose of. Contemplating this, a surge of fierce determination welled up in Lin Qing's eyes, his fists clenching with a resounding crack. I can do this. Chapter 9. The Art of Strategy. Lin Qing remained seated until the hour of the dragon, when he finally heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. In his perception, there were 3 individuals coming. Bang! The door was rudely flung open, and the person outside did not enter, but merely called out indifferently, "Get up. The officials will arrive shortly." Wanting to join the military, yet still sleeping at this hour? Truly disgraceful for the noble estate. Without waiting for Lin Qing to respond, the individual departed toward the servant quarters nearby. In the room, a glint of intelligence flashed in Lin Qing's eyes as he snorted coldly, memorizing the stranger's features. Before long, the training grounds in the front courtyard were bustling with numerous figures, numbering well over 100. Each bore dark circles under their eyes yet appeared exceedingly invigorated. Lin Qing found himself among the throng of servants, and upon a cursory glance, it seemed as though all the estate's attendants had gathered. This was understandable, for who would not wish to seize an opportunity to alter their destiny? The sun rose particularly early today, casting its rays down in splendid abundance. Yet, having stood for less than half an hour, some disciples and servants began to voice their grievances, swaying unsteadily as they lamented the tardiness of the officials. The heart of martial arts lies in perseverance. With such a disposition, these individuals are no match for me. Lin Qing silently contemplated, standing tall and erect, gradually channeling his energy to regulate his breath. An hour passed, marking the hour of the snake. At this moment, the training ground lay in disarray, with numerous servants sprawled on the ground, fanning themselves to dispel the oppressive heat. They resembled summer hounds, tongues lolling, panting heavily. Among those still standing, only about half remained, and they too began to waver. Where is the elder? We have been waiting for an hour already. The sun is truly merciless. Had I known, I would have brought a fan. Overhearing 2 servants whispering ahead, their words unguarded, a hint of a smile flickered at the corner of Lin Qing's mouth. The path of martial arts is not one of indulgence and leisure. If one cannot endure this minor hardship, how can they aspire to greatness? Although he had stood for an hour, it paled in comparison to his usual training regimen. Moreover, with his cultivation at the 7th rank of refining essence and condensing spirit, he could sense the hidden gazes observing him from all directions. If he was not mistaken, this too was part of the test. Time flowed slowly, and after another hour, only about 30 individuals remained standing in the training ground. The rest had retreated to the shade, mockingly ridiculing those who persisted, calling them foolish for their lack of adaptability. Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings, noticing several figures beginning to sway, clearly unable to endure much longer. Another hour passed, coinciding with the sun's zenith. Only 20 or so individuals remained on the training ground, with many of the frail servants having fainted. The elder still showed no sign of appearing, nor did any steward from the estate emerge. It was evident they were utterly indifferent. Yet Lin Qing stood there like a spear, his face betraying no emotion, contemplating his next course of action. Before long, dusk descended. Surprisingly, the number of participants had increased rather than diminished, with over 60 individuals present. Those who had sought respite rushed back upon witnessing the sun's retreat. While their actions invited scorn, no one among the servants dared to voice discontent. Of those who had stood from morning till evening, fewer than 10 remained, targets of derision. "Ha ha, you were foolish. Wouldn't it have been better to rest with us sooner?" Indeed, no one would have noticed anyway. Isn't that Lin Qing? I heard he was injured earlier, yet he is still pushing himself so hard. You don't understand. A servant seeking to rise must naturally exert themselves. Upon hearing these words, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. He glanced around, Feeling the scrutiny from all sides, his resolve solidifying. If I act at this moment, it may displease the elder, yet it would also showcase my abilities and draw attention. When faced with two evils, one must choose the lesser. When faced with two benefits, one must choose the greater. Lin Qing's gaze sharpened, since he had become a warrior. Why should he endure the mockery of these individuals? Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Lin Qing stepped away from the ranks. Approaching the servant who had first insulted him, he noted that the man was tall, towering over Lin Qing by at least a head. A laborer from the estate tasked with heavy labor. He was well-fed and appeared robust. As Lin Qing approached, a hint of disdain flickered across the man's face. What do you want? Do you wish to challenge me? Before he could finish his taunt, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he acted decisively. Instead of employing the techniques of the Azure Sky Fist, he simply seized the burly man's throat. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, he gradually exerted force, lifting him effortlessly. The onlookers were rendered speechless. What? How is he able to do this? The burly man's expression froze as he attempted to break free, yet the immense pressure on his neck drained him of strength, compelling him to futilely beat against Lin Qing's arm while his legs flailed uncontrollably. The surrounding onlookers hastily distanced themselves. They were quick to mock, never hesitating to be cruel. Yet, when it came time to stand united, they all shrank back like turtles. Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings, sensing a multitude of hidden watchers. However, he refrained from striking them down, knowing he had successfully captured their attention. Without uttering a word of derision or unnecessary banter, his gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers, faces etched with horror. As they beheld the drooping head, they instinctively recoiled, swallowing hard. How dare he? Thud. Casually discarding the burly man aside, Lin Qing pointed at a scrawny servant with a sharp face. In his 20s, he bore an unseemly appearance, lurking behind the crowd, and had been the loudest and mocking moments ago. Moreover, he was the one who had summoned Lin Qing earlier that morning. With a rustle, the crowd parted at Lin Qing's gesture, revealing the sniveling man hiding behind. As Lin Qing drew closer, the man attempted to retreat, only to be shoved forward by those behind him, rendering escape impossible. Overwhelmed by the pressure, he finally collapsed to the ground, trembling and pleading for mercy. I will never dare again. Spare my life. If you kill me, the Duke's household will not let you off. Crack. As before, Lin Qing merely bent slightly, grasped his throat, and with a gentle exertion, dispatched him as though he were but a fowl. He wiped his hands on the dazed servant beside him and returned to his original position. The surrounding servants had drawn back, creating an open space. In the next moment, a voice emanated from the grand hall ahead. Indeed, a young man should possess such bloodthirst. Otherwise, how shall he fight for his majesty? The voice was sharp, unmistakably that of a eunuch. The hall's doors slowly opened, revealing a gaunt figure. None other than Huang Jun from that day. Beside him sat a stately woman adorned in luxurious attire, with her thin red lips pursed and her eyes narrowed. She appeared distinctly unapproachable. She was none other than the current lady of the Duke of Wuhan, Wang Qiyun, the sole daughter of Wang Yan. The left chief censor of the imperial court, she had been pampered since childhood, often resorting to violence against her subordinates. In the 3 years since her marriage, the number of lives extinguished by his hand has reached nearly 80, if not a full 100. Yet, due to her illustrious lineage, even the Duke of Wuhan finds himself powerless against her. Her gaze flickers to the lifeless form of the burly man, a hint of displeasure glimmering in her eyes. It is a pity, for he possessed a certain skill in serving, and now he lies dead. Her attention shifts to the tall, well-built youth, where an inexplicable emotion flashes in her eyes. His presence here suggests that the guard she dispatched has met his demise. To her astonishment, this young man has concealed his depths remarkably well. Seize the murderer, beat him to death with clubs, and turn him into pulp to feed the dogs. Lin Qing's eyes narrow, a palpable intent to kill evident as he casts a glance at Madame Wang. Observing the guards preparing to rush out, Huang Jun's face betrays a flicker of displeasure. He furrows his brow and interjects, "Hold on. Madame Wang. His Majesty has issued a decree regarding the selection of talents for the nation. Such a youth should not be hastily disposed of." Upon hearing this, Madame Wang's brows furrowed deeply. When did this eunuch align himself with the boy to speak in his defense? Though anger simmers within her, the invocation of the imperial edict leaves her no choice but to comply. After all, the emperor remains the nominal sovereign of the vast Qian. Moreover, although Huang Jun holds a modest official rank, his adoptive father is a high-ranking eunuch in the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, wielding considerable influence and reputedly fond of Huang Jun. To offend a future high-ranking eunuch for the sake of one youth is hardly worth the trouble. Very well, since eunuch Huang has spoken, I shall spare his life. Yet, the death penalty shall be unavoidable, and he shall face punishment. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she commands 20 lashes. This time, Huang Jun refrains from interjecting. In the bureaucratic realm, steps must be taken back in mutual concession. As Madame Wang relents, he too must yield. Failure to do so would signify a disregard for decorum. Lin Qing's eyes grow colder, realizing that Madame Wang is unyielding. Others around him share a sense of schadenfreude, now that the eunuch has intervened. The selection trials are sure to proceed. Should the 20 lashes be inflicted, it remains to be seen if Lin Qing can even rise again. Eliminating a rival is advantageous. However, their amusement is short-lived. The sound of the whip cracking reverberates throughout the training arena, yet only the sound of the whip is heard. Lin Qing, bare-chested, displays no change in expression and emits not a sound, enduring the punishment with remarkable fortitude. Even the esteemed eunuch Huang cannot help but nod in appreciation of his resilience. In contrast, Madame Wang's face twists with malice, her grip on the teacup tightening to the point of whitening. Her chest begins to heave subtly, betraying her agitation. At that moment, a tall and handsome man strides swiftly to her side, kneeling before her. He begins to massage her ankles and calves. It must be noted that despite being over 30, Madame Wang's legs remain as smooth and exquisite as fine jade. In the present moment, as her delicate features were grasped and kneaded by those rough hands, Lady Wang's visage flushed with a gentle hue, her gaze becoming hazy, and her luscious lips parted to release warm breaths. Her dainty feet began to caress the man's chest rhythmically. It had long been rumored that this individual was notoriously debauched, having remained unmarried well into his 30s. Now, with the Duke of Wu appearing merely as a facade, and in such a public display of absurdity, it was no wonder that she garnered disdain within the palace. Huang Jun's face bore a trace of derision. As a eunuch, he had to align himself with his master's preferences. When the 20th lash struck down, Lin Qing rose expressionlessly. Despite the bloodied scene behind him, he appeared impervious to pain, astonishing the onlookers. After the man's ministrations, Lady Wang's spirits lifted considerably, and she turned to eunuch Huang, breathing heavily as she said, "Eunuch, let us commence. The sooner we conclude, the better, for I am beginning to tire." Huang Jun cast a glance at the hand that had ventured beneath her skirts, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "Were it not for your fortunate lineage, today we would have much to discuss regarding your conduct." Though internally he grumbled, his countenance displayed an unwavering smile as he replied, "As you wish, my lady." With her gaze still clouded, Lady Wang leaned back against the soft chair, offering no response. Observing her demeanor, Huang Jun felt a growing contempt and continued, "This selection for the imperial court entails but 2 trials." He then surveyed the lively throng of attendants below, half smiling as he proclaimed, "The first trial is to stand under the scorching sun for 5 hours. As soldiers of the great Qian, obedience to orders is paramount for serving the court and His Majesty." At this declaration, the vibrant attendants' expressions shifted. While those who appeared frail and worn showed a glimmer of excitement, their perseverance had not been in vain. "Step forward, you deceitful scoundrels. Do you expect to serve the nation?" he ordered. "Pull them all down, 10 lashes." The clamor of armored soldiers rushing through the Duke's estate jolted Lady Wang from her indulgence. Upon seeing the imposing figures of the imperial guards, she could not resist licking her lips, playfully kicking the face of one of the tall men, urging him to be more earnest. With their arrival, the faces of the attendants turned ashen, even daring not to plead for mercy. Had they known this was also part of the trial, they would have stood tall, even if it meant fainting. Yet, such matters in this world are seldom simple. If the outcomes were known in advance, would not everyone strive to become exceptional warriors? Lin Qing, bare-chested, quietly observed all that transpired, his mind swirling with thoughts. Life is an uncertain journey, despite earnest efforts yielding no results. To refrain from striving guarantees a poor outcome. With the attendants dealt with, Huang Jun's sharp voice resounded once more. "The second trial is to endure for a quarter of an hour at the hands of the imperial soldiers. No matter the means employed, should you withstand the time, you shall pass." At this pronouncement, many attendants turned pale. Observing the imposing figures of the imperial guards, one might wonder how they could endure the trials ahead. Would they not be easily vanquished with a mere blow? Huang Jun chuckled softly, assuring them, "Rest assured, although the armored soldiers are all martial artists, they will not exert their full strength during your practice. You may showcase your abilities freely, even in failure. Those who perform admirably will still have the opportunity to rise above their humble origins." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lin Qing, as if the words were directed at him. Yet, what he perceived was a fierce battle spirit igniting in Lin Qing's eyes. It seemed he could hardly contain his eagerness. This brought joy to Huang Jun's heart, affirming his keen insight in recognizing talent. Meanwhile, Lady Wang, in a state of dreamy reverie, opened her eyes and glanced at the senior maid beside her. The maid nodded silently, allowing Lady Wang to relax once more and resume her tranquil enjoyment. The maid's gaze unconsciously met that of the Imperial Guards, subtly warning as it flicked toward the bare-chested Lin Qing. Earlier, she had fulfilled the lady's command by bestowing 100 taels of silver upon each soldier, ensuring that in the ensuing trials, should they falter, they would eliminate Lin Qing. If he sought to escape the clutches of the Bo family, he could not be allowed to remain. Soon, the trials commenced. Despite the vastness of the practice arena, it was divided into several groups to facilitate the testing, ensuring ample space. As anticipated, most of the miscellaneous servants opted for a strategy of retreat, darting about the arena with agility. Huang Jun, observing this, felt a sense of disappointment, reflecting that the selection of soldiers should indeed come from reputable families, as these servants had grown accustomed to servitude, lacking any semblance of ambition. His gaze then turned to the bare-chested Lin Qing, brimming with anticipation, hoping he would not disappoint and would showcase the spirit of a true man of the Qian. Chapter 11. Dividing high and low, life and death at last. Lin Qing heard his name called. Lin Qing, Zhang Xiangfei, Duan Qiueshan, Lu Weichun. Step onto the stage. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. The previously disinterested eunuch Huang perked up, directing his attention to the bare-chested youth. With a single step, Lin Qing ascended to the practice arena. Eunuch Huang nodded, and a nearby guard promptly explained, "Eunuch, this individual moves with agility and possesses a solid presence. He has surely reached the level of a martial artist. Oh, then he shall undoubtedly pass today's trial. With your protection, of course." A satisfied smile spread across eunuch Huang's face. In the arena, Lin Qing faced a burly man with a dark complexion at the weapons rack, where an array of blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and forks awaited. The burly man, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, grumbled in a deep voice, "Remember, I am Chao Wei." He then seized a long knife adorned with a deep crimson blood groove, casting a cold glance at Lin Qing before departing from the weapons rack. Once Chao Wei stood still and turned back, he was taken aback to find Lin Qing already positioned opposite him, unarmed. "Humph, a cowardly rat," he scoffed, with the lessons of predecessors before him. He assumed Lin Qing had deliberately refrained from taking a weapon to facilitate his escape. Even Huang Jun, who had previously appeared composed, furrowed his brow, a flicker of discontent rising within him. Could it be that no one among the sons of Deqian dared to engage in battle? Although he understood that the young man before him was likely only at the 9th rank, he still harbored a hope that this individual would muster the courage to confront the 6th-rank elite soldier. In these times of national decline, Deqian required such valiant warriors to triumph over the formidable steppes royal court. With a faint sigh, Huang Jun resolved to observe further. As the competition commenced, a command was issued, and the remaining 3 attendants in the martial arena began to flee in a frenzy, evading the oncoming attacks. Only Lin Qing and Chao Wei stood face to face, one refusing to attack, the other refusing to retreat. Noticing the absence of fear in Lin Qing's demeanor, Chao Wei let out a cold snort. Dragging his long blade across the ground, he slowly advanced towards Lin Qing, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and his expression growing increasingly ferocious. "We shall meet in the next life, kid." 3, 2, 1. Now, a shiver coursed through Lin Qing, his previously languid gaze sharpening instantaneously, a formidable energy radiating from within. In that fleeting moment, clarity surged through his mind, sharpening his thoughts to an unparalleled degree. Based on Chao Wei's earlier words and the palpable aura of death surrounding him, it was evident that this man sought to kill him, perhaps under the orders of Lady Wang. Chao Wei, a 6th-rank warrior with impenetrable skin and iron bones, would not be a worthy opponent in a direct confrontation. Thus, Lin Qing resolved to catch him off guard and secure a swift victory. Even in the face of defeat, he would exert his utmost effort to ensure a price was paid. Lin Qing had never entertained the notion of merely enduring for a quarter of an hour. The techniques he employed would not only determine victory or defeat, but also life and death. The path of martial arts is the most unadulterated. One must either advance or retreat. To show mercy is to falter, and to strike is to offer no quarter. With a distance of 3 steps, he had reached the limit of the Baikong fist's reach. Seizing the moment when Chao Wei was unguarded, he would strike first. In an instant, Lin Qing's body surged with power, his right foot forcefully pushing against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. His body twisted, and with a powerful twist, he shot forward. Transforming his palm into a claw, he unleashed a fierce wind. Chao Wei's eyes widened. Before he could react, Lin Qing's hand had already ensnared his neck. With a powerful tug of his left hand, he executed the first technique, lightly unraveling the silk garment. A typical martial artist might have found their neck dislocated and their ability to resist extinguished by such a maneuver. Yet, he now faced a sixth-rank opponent. Lin Qing felt an unyielding hardness beneath his grip, akin to seizing a stone, merely leaving 3 crimson marks upon it. He had anticipated this. If a sixth-rank warrior were so easily slain, they would not be esteemed as a mid-tier martial artist. With a delicate touch of his toes, he twisted in midair. His right hand transforming back into a palm, energy surging forth. With a resounding clap, he struck forcefully atop Chao Wei's head, causing his body to tremble and his breath to become disordered. Without pausing his assault, as he landed, Lin Qing's heart surged, energy coursing through him, linking with his mind and granting him an unprecedented calm. As his toes touched the ground, a new vigor arose. The positions of his hands remained unchanged. The left a claw and the right a palm. His body lunged forward, propelled by tremendous force. The claws, now worn, latched onto Chao Wei's neck. And with a muffled sound, 3 fingers pierced the wound previously inflicted, drawing forth a copious amount of blood. Meanwhile, his right hand gathered strength and struck forcefully at the location of Chao Wei's heart. The 6th-grade martial artist who had earlier entered his chamber had been incapacitated by a blow to the back, and now, under a frontal assault. Even if Chao Wei possessed the resilience of 6th-grade bronze skin and iron bones, he too would be rendered incapable of further combat. With a resounding thud, a cloud of dust was stirred, and the 2 figures abruptly froze in place. The 9th technique, pointing to the 2 extremes. Had Lin Qing's fist buried half an inch into Chao Wei's heart, the sound of cracking ribs audible. Pooh! Chao Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out a cry of agony, clutching his chest, and sinking to the ground. The long knife in his hand clattered to the earth, trembling incessantly. Lin Qing's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, secretly acknowledging the fortuitous opportunity. In his crouched position, Chao Wei exposed all his vulnerabilities: the head, neck, shoulder blades, and spine. A single strike to any of these points would render him immobile. At that moment, the scene was bizarre. The other 3 groups of fighting guards and attendants stood frozen, gazing blankly at the unfolding drama. Huang Jun, after a moment of astonishment, straightened abruptly and exclaimed, "Good." Beside him, Madame Wang was jolted awake by the shout, her brow furrowing as she observed the youth in the training arena. His expression was icy, his muscles well-defined, and his bronze skin radiated strength. How is this possible? This little beast can actually defeat a 6th-grade warrior? At this juncture, the fate of the guard dispatched the previous night was no longer in doubt. He was surely dead. Lin Qing had no intention of relenting. He inhaled deeply, replenishing his strength, and charged towards Chao Wei once more. Madame Wang's beautiful eyes widened in shock, the warmth within them vanishing as she straightened in alarm. Stop! Does this little beast still intend to kill? Though Lin Qing heard her, his gaze and thoughts remained undeterred. In an instant, he closed the distance to Chao Wei, delivering a punch to his forehead that produced a crisp sound. Bang! Forcing his head back, momentarily clouding his mind in confusion. In that instant, Chao Wei's neck was fully exposed, the bloodstains and puncture wounds starkly visible. Without hesitation, Lin Qing concentrated all his strength into his fist and struck again. The 8th technique, lingering in the empty valley, was his final killing move. With a crack, a fist imprint suddenly appeared on the back of Chao Wei's neck, his body arching in response. In his eyes flickered a profound disbelief, before he was enveloped by eternal darkness. This little beast has audacity. Chapter 12. Licentiousness leads to national ruin. A delicate cry rang out across the training ground. Madame Wan's brows furrowed fiercely as she sat upright, her teeth clicking in agitation as she slammed her hand against the armrest of her seat. With a swift kick directed at the handsome man, she scolded, "Get away." The physique of that handsome young man was remarkably sturdy. Despite receiving a kick, he did not falter but remained steadfast. However, upon witnessing the stormy countenance of Madame Wang, he immediately displayed an expression of agony, letting out a cry as he rolled away, seeking to escape her gaze. "Lin Qing, you possess an audacity unparalleled. Daring to commit murder in public." Madame Wang then turned her gaze towards Huang Jun, grinding her teeth as she proclaimed, "Master Huang, Lin Qing remains a mere servant of the Duke of Wuhan. Today, he boldly dares to defy authority and kill in plain sight. This is utterly outrageous." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the guards behind her surged forward, intending to subdue Lin Qing and enact immediate justice. Yet, Huang Jun merely smiled slightly and, in a measured tone, commanded, "Halt." The guards paused, exchanging glances, uncertain of whom to obey. Though I may not be well versed in martial arts, I understand that swords bear no eyes. The battlefield only distinguishes between life and death. A quarter of an hour has now elapsed, and Lin Qing has successfully passed the test. Huang Jun's voice was sharp, yet his words carried an unmistakable sense of protection. Being a member of the palace, he was acutely aware of Chao Wei's peculiar actions, coupled with Madame Wang's evident agitation. The truth became apparent. She harbored a vendetta against Lin Qing and sought to eliminate him. However, this was of little consequence to Huang Jun, who regarded Lin Qing with admiration. Typically, a recruit would only need to endure for a quarter of an hour. He sought robust individuals with a foundational grasp of martial arts. Hence, he adjusted the required duration. To his astonishment, Lin Qing had provided him with such a remarkable surprise. To have slain a warrior of the 6th rank, with body like bronze and iron, was indeed exhilarating. At this moment, the menial workers who had previously mocked Lin Qing wore expressions of stupor. They stared blankly at the spirited youth in the training ground, their throats dry and legs trembling. Is he a martial artist? 7th rank. A martial artist at the 7th rank of chi condensation. Could it be that he had crossed realms to slay his foes? Upon overhearing the discussions around him, Huang Jun's eyes sparkled with interest as he slowly turned to his side. Master, this youth is indeed a martial artist of the chi condensation realm, and his strikes are ruthless. His martial arts are exceptionally solid, a talent worth cultivating. Moreover, it seems that Chao Wei has been secretly gathering strength. As he spoke, the guard cast a sidelong glance at the sullen Madame Wang, lowering his voice to add, "He may harbor murderous intent," and the young man likely sensed this, leading him to launch a desperate counterattack. As a peak 6th rank martial artist, he could undoubtedly perceive that Lin Qing's body was now weakened, likely exhausted from the previous skirmish. Upon hearing this, Huang Jun shot a glance at Madame Wang, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. He then donned a sincere smile, his admiration for Lin Qing no longer concealed. "Young man, would you be willing to join the military? To venture to the borders and fight for His Majesty? Master, he is still a member of the Wuan Duke's household. Should he enlist, may I first consult with my lord?" Madame Wang's expression had darkened to the point of dripping with malice as she regarded Huang Jun with an intense, coercive gaze. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Jun could not suppress a cold snort. Although Lord Wang held a prestigious position as the left minister of the imperial court, he was merely a selected talent for the nation. How dare this woman speak out to obstruct him, truly unaware of her own insignificance? Despite these thoughts, he maintained a warm smile and, with a sharp voice, slowly remarked, "Madame Wang, you must not speak so. Whether it be the esteemed Duke of Wuan or the humble servants within the Duke's residence, they are all subjects of His Majesty. As we endeavor to select talents for the Emperor, we must fulfill our duties with utmost loyalty, thereby honoring the imperial grace. Rest assured, Madame Wang, should Lin Qing enter the military and achieve remarkable feats, not only will it bring glory to you, but also to the Duke. If he were to attain an official position, perhaps even nobility, would that not be a splendid tale? Perhaps due to Huang Jun's status as a eunuch." Even when speaking ominously, Madame Wang could only endure it. Attaining nobility? My lord has yet to achieve such a feat. What can a mere servant accomplish? Let's see if he can even survive the battlefield. The curse embedded in her words was unmistakably heard by all present. "Madam, rest assured that I shall certainly establish great merit on the battlefield. Should I one day lead troops into the Prairie Royal Court, you may select 100 noble captives from among the prairie men." Lin Qing stood there like a javelin, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Madame Wang, his scorn unabashedly evident. The implication was clear. "Madame Wang, you are but a vessel for men." Impudent. Madame Wang's face shifted between shades of blue and purple as she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Yet Lin Qing remained unfazed. His mockery intensified as he proclaimed, "In the days before the founding of the Great Qian by our Emperor Taizu, he met the compassionate Empress Gao in humble circumstances. Even then, the Empress was virtuous and wise, advising the Emperor with reason. After surveying the surroundings, he noticed the servants averting their eyes, and finally, he directed his finger towards the highest platform, pointing at Madame Wang as he thundered, 'Men indulge in pleasures to the detriment of the nation, while women indulge to the detriment of the family. Today, our great Qian faces threats from the Northern Prairie Royal Court and incursions from the Western border states. Men must devote themselves to the military to defend the nation and protect the home. And women, like the compassionate Empress Gao, should manage households with diligence and set an example. At that moment, Lin Qing's face was a mask of fury as he vehemently declared, "Not like you, who indulge in pleasures daily, bringing ruin to both nation and family." The final two sentences erupted into a roar. Madame Wang's eyes widened, her pupils dilating rapidly, her trembling finger pointing at Lin Qing, before she collapsed, fainting. Coming from a prestigious lineage, with her father being one of the 9 ministers of the court, she had never endured such harsh reproach. Huang Jun's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as he murmured, "Good, good, good." At that moment, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him, igniting a desire to seize a saber and charge into battle. Lin Qing observed the surrounding guards' lack of action, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he gazed upon the fallen Lady Wang. Huang Jun, fixated on Lin Qing, felt an icy surge of murderous intent emanating from him, causing a start of alarm. His gaze shifted to the incapacitated Lady Wang, and a chill ran through him. Hastily, he interjected to divert Lin Qing's attention, "Young man, though blades and swords possess no eyes, you are ultimately committing murder in public, and you shall inevitably face retribution." Chapter 13. The Path of Martial Arts, where willpower prevails. Just as Lin Qing was about to charge forward, his body abruptly halted, the backlash of his own energy rendering his complexion pale. At this moment, the guards under the command of eunuch Huang also regained their composure, their faces still marked by shock. They swiftly positioned themselves before Lin Qing, creating a barrier between him and the dignitaries above. Eunuch Huang let out a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his expression still one of unease. He quickly approached Lin Qing, lowering his voice as he admonished, "Lady Wang holds the rank of a third-grade noble. If you wish to throw your life away, we still wish to live." With that, he cast a glance at the guards and signaled with his eyes, "This boy is guilty. Restrain him and take him away." The guard understood the unspoken command, nodding in acknowledgement, and whispered, "Young lad, do not resist. Let us depart the Duke's residence first." Eunuch Huang then turned to the headmaid, forcing a smile as he said, "Take good care of your lady. We shall take our leave for now." At this moment, Lin Qing furrowed his brow, tilting his head to look at Eunuch Huang as he spoke. "Eunuch, it is indeed wrong of me to commit murder in broad daylight. I should rightfully face the punishment of flogging." Huang Jun's figure came to an abrupt halt, a contemplative expression crossing his face. This young man is quite astute. If no punishment is administered, both Duke Wuan and Lord Wang may pose troubles for us in the future. He concealed his musings and solemnly nodded, saying, "I did not expect you to possess such self-awareness. Had you not spoken, you would have faced capital punishment in the autumn. However, considering your valor in battle during the trial, your death sentence may be averted, though you cannot escape lesser punishment. Thus, I decree 35 lashes. May you strive to reform and serve the emperor diligently. Eunuch, please do not hold back. According to the laws of Deqian, to inadvertently kill during a duel warrants 50 lashes." Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Eunuch Huang's heart trembled. This young man is ruthless not only to his enemies, but also to himself. Indeed, I have not misjudged him. He then looked toward the nearby guard, his gaze inquiring. The guard, sensing his confidence, nodded in affirmation. 50 lashes, given that he is only at the 7th rank and his body has not undergone rigorous training. I truly wonder if this young man can endure it. Yet Lin Qing believed he could withstand 50 lashes. A quarter of an hour later, the sound of the whip cracking resounded throughout the training ground. Crack, crack, crack. As per Lin Qing's request, the most vicious rattan whip from the Duke's residence was used. The whip measured 3 feet in length and was soaked in water to render it exceptionally resilient, preventing it from breaking during the strikes. Additionally, the whip was adorned with wooden thorns, ensuring that each lash would tear through the flesh surrounding the wounds, complicating the healing process. After several strikes, Lin Qing's back was already lacerated, and with each blow, a cloud of crimson mist dispersed into the air. Beneath him, a terrifying silhouette of blood took shape, resembling a human form. Some maidservants had covered their eyes, yet they still peered through their fingers, unable to resist the temptation to watch. With every crack of the whip, their hearts quivered. The lowly servants gritted their teeth, furrowing their brows, drawing their heads back in fear of being caught in the crossfire. However, Lin Qing did not slouch on the chair. Instead, he supported himself with his forearms, showcasing his well-defined muscles. This unexpected display left some of the hidden onlookers blushing. Astonished that the once frail servant possessed such an admirable physique, how had they not noticed it sooner? The guard wielding the whip behind him caught wind of Lin Qing's murmurs, his eyes flashing with a mix of shock and admiration. He whispered, A sixth-tier warrior is known for their copper skin and iron bones, primarily honing the warrior's physical form. Channel the energy through the spirit platform to the sun, the center, the life gate, and the 17 acupoints leading to the meeting of Yang. Startled, Lin Qing momentarily hesitated but promptly complied. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his spine, causing his body to warm slightly. He glanced down to find a deeper shade of red blossoming in the jade pendant around his neck, richer than before. Was this due to the fact that the position belonged to a sixth-tier warrior? As the energy flowed, he gradually sensed the excruciating pain behind him diminish swiftly. Frowning, Lin Qing resolutely ceased the energy flow and relied solely on his willpower to endure the ache. Thank you, kind sir. But the path of both literature and martial arts is fraught with challenges. One must possess unwavering determination to achieve success. This minor pain is inconsequential. This display of resilience left the guard momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. This youth was indeed fierce. After a quarter of an hour, the 50 lashes were finally concluded, and Lin Qing collapsed onto the chair, gasping for breath. Though weakened, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Huang Jun leisurely approached his side and remarked, "Now that the punishment is complete, let us take you away." Yes, several guards swiftly advanced, lifting the chair as they headed toward the estate's grand entrance. Once outside, no one hindered their passage. Lin Qing beheld the expansive Shandong Street and the surrounding noble families, his excitement overwhelming his ability to articulate. After 3 years of servitude, he was finally free from his torment. Henceforth, he would soar high like a bird in the sky and leap freely like a fish in the sea. Shortly, I shall have someone assist you in shedding your status as a slave. I have a residence in the city where you may rest and recuperate. Once you are healed, we shall come to find you, came the sharp yet somewhat comforting voice of Eunuch Huang. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. I shall never forget this great kindness. Lin Qing expressed gratefully. In time, you will no longer be a commoner. After I present the list to His Majesty, you will become a 9th-tier inspector. You will enter the martial academy to learn the ways of the military, and then you will be a scholar of the emperor. Do not bring shame upon His Majesty, Huang cautioned. The competition among the eunuchs was not one of blatant swords and blades, but rather a tumultuous undercurrent. Even though Huang Jun held a respectable position, he faced numerous rivals. Should his chosen candidate excel in the martial academy, it would surely allow him to shine brightly before the emperor. Lin Qing was overjoyed to learn that he could ascend from a menial servant to a 9th-grade military official. His father had once held the esteemed position of General of Dingyuan, a 3rd-grade military officer, and was granted a noble title. Now, the distance between him and his father's rank seemed far less insurmountable. He turned to Huang Jun, his expression solemn, and spoke earnestly. I am deeply grateful for your kindness in helping me shed my status as a servant. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. I would not dare to refuse. A smile grazed Huang Jun's face, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. As his heart swirled with mixed emotions, I do not require your services for my sake. Rather, I hope you will serve His Majesty diligently. After you join the military, may you vanquish many from the steppes, ensuring greater stability for our great Qian. Should you rise to a noble rank, do not forget that it was His Majesty who afforded you this opportunity for ascent. Huang Jun discerned the young man's fierceness and resolve. He would either break under pressure and meet an early demise or carve a path through adversity and soar to greatness. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he served the great Qian, that was what mattered. Chapter 14. The imperial edict. An hour had passed when Lady Wang of the Duke of Wuan's residence stirred from her slumber, her gaze bleary as she scanned the room for the wretched beast. What has become of that creature? She demanded. Madam, he has already been taken away by Lord Huang, and he was subjected to 50 lashes before his departure, the head maid replied timidly. Lady Wang's breath quickened, her hand clutching her chest as she coughed violently. Go. Inform the master at once. That little wretch has escaped. Fear not, my lady. The young master has already dispatched someone to notify the master, the maid said, though her demeanor was laced with hesitation and anxiety. What did he say? Lady Wang's brows furrowed in anger, her voice low but fierce. The young master mentioned he has gone to the martial academy, and he instructed me to convey a message to you. What message? The maid's voice had dwindled to a whisper, but Lady Wang still caught her words, her breath hitching, her expression contorting with rage. Another wretched creature. I should have ensured that you and your accursed mother met with a swift and complete end. The young master has also had your attendants executed. At this proclamation, Lady Wang felt her heart race, darkness clouding her vision as she fainted once more. My lady, please awaken. 3 days slipped by in an instant. In a grand residence on Yusher Street in the capital, Lin Qing practiced the Guanghan fist in the front courtyard. The sound of his strikes echoed incessantly for an entire hour. By the end, he had completely exhausted his energy, his body drenched in sweat, leaving the ground beneath him damp. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Since the life and death struggle, he had noticed a marked improvement in his mastery of the Guanghan fist, significantly more refined than it had been 3 days prior. If he were to catch Chao Wei off guard again, the task would not be so arduous. The pain from the 50 lashes had healed within a few days. Thanks to the aid of the jade pendant, and the vitality it contained had propelled him further along the path of refining his essence and sharpening his spirit. His mind felt increasingly clear. The soft sound of footsteps approached, and a pair of black boots embroidered with golden threads came into view. Looking up, he saw Huang Jun's smiling face, radiating warmth and kindness. Lin Qing immediately glanced at his attire, straightened his posture, and once again bowed, saying, "Congratulations on your promotion, Your Excellency." Huang Jun was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to congratulate this young man on his rise in rank. Yet he was surprised that Lin Qing had spoken first, truly a remarkable individual. Observing the distinct attire of the eunuch, he noted that Lin Qing had now ascended to the position of a 7th-rank supervisor in the Ministry of Rites, marking a pivotal step in his eunuch career. No longer was he merely a common eunuch at the mercy of others. "The inspector is perceptive. You are indeed the first to notice my elevation," Huang Jun remarked. "Let me also extend my congratulations to you, for you have now transcended your humble origins and become an official serving the emperor." After this, he reverently bowed, demonstrating impeccable decorum. Once one attains an official status, one's demeanor naturally alters, and propriety must be observed. Otherwise, when the day comes that one rises to prominence, it may be too late to express respect. After a moment, the two exchanged smiles as they entered the main hall. Seated in the spacious chair, they engaged in light pleasantries before promptly addressing the matter at hand. Huang Guanghan produced a document of identity and an official decree from his sleeve, placing them before Lin Qing with a smile. "Lord Lin, here are your official decree and identity document." His Majesty was greatly pleased to hear of your accomplishments and even took an extra cup of wine in celebration on that day. It was under His Majesty's joyful influence that my own official status was granted. I hope that you will diligently study in the Martial Academy, and one day, when you face the battlefield, you will not betray the Emperor's trust. Lin Qing's expression was inevitably one of excitement, a position he had longed for. He had now unexpectedly attained. Overwhelmed with joy, he stood and bowed deeply to Huang Jun, saying, "I am eternally grateful for your support, Your Excellency." The experiences of the past 3 years had taught him that during times of adversity, a true friend is one who does not kick you when you are down, while a benefactor is one who offers timely assistance. After the upheaval of his family, Lin Qing had come to understand this truth all the more deeply. "Inspector Lin, our purpose today is not merely to present your identity documents, but also to discuss certain matters with you. Please proceed, Your Excellency." Lin Qing's demeanor grew solemn as he returned to his seat. "I wish to inquire about your earlier statement regarding your desire to join the battlefield of the Grassland Kingdom. Is it genuine?" Huang Jun's expression mirrored the seriousness of the inquiry. A resolute glimmer appeared in Lin Qing's eyes as he replied, "Indeed, it is true. Regardless of martial or civil pursuits, one must venture to the most perilous battlegrounds to achieve swift advancement and ascend the ranks." "That is splendid to hear. As I hail from the Ministry of Rites, my adoptive father holds the position of a 3rd-rank eunuch there. He has asked me to inquire if you would consider remaining in the capital for an official post. He can assist you, provided you recognize him as your adoptive father." When Huang Jun spoke these words, his expression was somewhat inscrutable. Lin Qing, however, swiftly declined, for he aspired to be a lord and minister, to restore his family's former glory and to uncover the truth of the matter. How could he remain in the comfortable confines of the capital? "I appreciate your kindness, Your Excellency. The Grassland Kingdom approaches with great force, and if warriors like myself refuse to fight for our country, then our great Qian would be in a most pitiful state." Lin Qing's words were powerful and resonant. Huang Jun's face lit up with joy as he let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent." Subsequently, he displayed a demeanor of utmost respect, gesturing toward the palace with a slight bow, and proclaimed, "Since Inspector Lin possesses such gallantry and desires to engage in battle, then heed the imperial decree." Lin Qing, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed himself to reciprocate the appropriate gestures. "By the grace of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "my beloved minister, your heart yearns for the battlefield. This brings me great solace. The Great Qian is fortunate to have such valiant warriors. I hereby appoint the 9th rank Inspector Lin Qing and promote him to the 8th rank Ceremonial Officer to enter the Martial Academy for training. Upon completion, you shall take to the field for me, vanquishing our foes and dismantling the royal court of the steppes. Thus it is decreed. Lin Ceremonial Officer, accept the edict. Huang Jun's voice, laced with mirth, broke through Lin Qing's astonishment. This humble servant humbly thanks the Emperor for his grace. Long live the Emperor. As he received the imperial edict, the chill of the silk material, unseen for 3 years, sent a shiver through him. His expression was complex as he stared blankly at the decree in his hands. He had scarcely emerged from servitude when he found himself already in the Emperor's regard, receiving a personal promotion. In just 3 days, he had ascended to the 8th rank. Huang Jun chuckled. In this light, Lin's ceremonial officer has truly captured the Emperor's heart. There are boundless prospects ahead. Realizing the connection, Lin Qing understood that the Emperor's awareness of him was undoubtedly linked to the eunuch before him, perhaps even through his zealous recommendation. He promptly bowed deeply. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, esteemed eunuch. Huang Jun sighed, aiding him to rise. You shall head to the Martial Academy tomorrow. There is no need to thank me for today's matters. Our great Qian, with a history spanning 3 centuries, now stands at a perilous juncture. I have spoken well on your behalf to secure this decree, hoping you will not be oppressed by others in the military. With Duke Wuan achieving great feats in the western regions, he may soon return to the capital as Marquis Wuan. Should Lady Wang whisper ill of you, inciting Duke Wuan's resentment, the consequences would be dire. Lin Qing's fist clenched tightly, his jaw set in determination. We also wish to preserve the youth and talents for the great Qian, for we cannot afford to lack heroic figures akin to the champions of the previous dynasty. To rescue our nation from the brink of disaster, let us ensure that the great Qian endures for another 3 centuries. Huang Jun's figure bore an air of melancholy as he slowly exited the courtyard. Though a eunuch, his gait was peculiar. Yet Lin Qing sensed a profound sorrow emanating from him. This was a true patriot, indeed. Chapter 15. The Emperor's Delight from a Distance. The palace of the Great Qian dynasty resembled a colossal golden dragon coiled within the capital. As one approached, the weight of 3 centuries of imperial legacy became palpable. The vermilion walls of the palace added an air of solemnity to its grandeur. Huang Jun cautiously approached the palace gates and, following the imperial path, entered the Qianqing Palace. Pausing momentarily before the scarlet entrance, he inhaled deeply to steady his nerves. Upon stepping into the Qianqing Palace, he immediately beheld the great Qian's Emperor Ming Huaijin, seated regally upon the dragon throne. Huang Jun exchanged cautious glances with the surrounding eunuchs, absorbing their expressions, before respectfully kneeling. I pay my respects to your majesty. Back so soon. Come, massage my shoulders. The middle-aged man seated upon the throne, the Guanghan emperor, could not conceal his weariness. Although he was only 30, the decline of the dynasty had begun soon after his ascension. In these times, one finds oneself incessantly occupied with state affairs, and thus far, has been without offspring. Although youthful, one's hair is already streaked with gray, exuding an air of decrepitude, resembling a middle-aged individual. Huang Jun approached the emperor, gently pressing his shoulder, and upon noticing the emperor's graying hair, let out a faint sigh. Your majesty, you must take more rest. Your white hairs have noticeably increased. I am aware. The emperor replied, the royal court of the grasslands has sent yet another edict, demanding 100,000 stones of grain. Should I refuse? They threatened to march south once more. What audacity. The emperor clenched his jaw, his breath quickening. Huang Jun gestured, and a cup of tea was promptly brought forth. After the emperor took a sip, he exhaled deeply and inquired, how have you fared with the task I assigned? How many have chosen to go to the northern battlefield? Huang Jun's gaze dimmed as he sighed, responding, Your Majesty, the citizens of the capital are gripped by fear when I mentioned the prospect of aiding them in remaining here. Their eyes bore the hunger of starving wolves. The emperor scoffed, a derisive snort escaping him. Surely you meant to say dogs. I have seen my fair share. In my younger days at the prince's estate, I encountered many a wild dog. He then asked, do they all wish to stay? Have my imperial edicts been rendered futile, despite my personal efforts in penning them? Huang Jun ceased his kneading, stepping forward to kneel reverently before the emperor, proclaiming loudly, I bring tidings of joy, your majesty. A young lad of humble origins possesses a steadfast spirit, wholly devoted to the nation. Although a warrior, he is eager to engage in battle, even on the most perilous grassland front. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the emperor's eyes as he picked up the list in Huang Jun's hand and opened it. The first name he saw was that of Lin Qing, a servant from the household of the Duke of Wuan, bearing the rank of an 8th grade ceremonial officer. Below, every name was that of a 9th grade official, none of whom had passed the emperor's scrutiny. Prior to Huang Jun's dispatch of the edict, the emperor had established a rule. Those who chose to remain in the capital were to be designated as 9th grade inspectors, with their future fortunes left to their own merits. Conversely, those who opted for the battlefield would receive another decree, granting them the rank of 8th grade ceremonial officer, to be nurtured with care in the emperor's favor. When Huang Jun departed, the emperor had anticipated none would remain. Yet, to his delight, one had chosen to serve, even from the lowly ranks, which filled the emperor's heart with joy, affirming that his years of toil had not been in vain. There is an adage among the common folk, better to be a beggar than a household slave. Yet now, the least among them, a mere servant, dared to enlist and fight. In the emperor's eyes, this was a far greater achievement than reforming the privileged scions accustomed to indulgence and pleasure. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Duke of Wuhan has provided the nation with valuable talent. He shall be richly rewarded. The emperor's countenance radiated with excitement. However, Huang Jun's expression turned grave as he approached the emperor, gesturing for the other eunuchs and palace maids to withdraw. The emperor, noticing the shift, adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you?" Thus, Huang Jun recounted the events transpiring within the Duke of Wuhan's household in their entirety. Yet rather than displaying anger, the emperor's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Finally, he slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, and began to pace back and forth, murmuring to himself, "What a lamentable truth that the indulgences of men lead to national ruin, while the excesses of women disrupt the sanctity of the home. Men should devote themselves to the military, safeguarding the nation and protecting the family, while women ought to embody thrift and diligence in household management. Indeed, such noble sentiments resound profoundly. Such a paragon of virtue, I must meet him." However, the emperor soon recalled something and added, "Let us wait for the inauguration of the Martial Academy. Huang Jun, make a note of it." "As you command." With great enthusiasm, the emperor made his way to the adjacent dining hall, where the dishes had long since turned cold, their duration of neglect unknown. The meal was quite meager, consisting of 2 large pancakes, a bowl of thin porridge, and a solitary side dish. The emperor picked up a pancake and consumed it directly, his excitement unabated. This young man's ideals aligned splendidly with mine. As the sovereign, I too must not indulge in frivolity, prioritizing matters of state instead. Then, he recalled those sycophantic scholars urging him to hasten the birth of an heir, and a wave of anger surged within him. The capital stands on the brink of destruction. What need have I for children, only to endure humiliation when the city falls? At that moment, Huang Jun approached, observing the meager offerings on the table, and sighed quietly without uttering a word. Instead, he revealed a package from his sleeve, which contained a large piece of dark, salted vegetable. "Your Majesty, I have secretly brought this for you. It must not be seen by those court physicians, or my life would be forfeit." "Ah, Huang Jun, you truly understand me. Those physicians are utterly inept. The soldiers at the front can scarcely feed themselves. And yet they advise me to consume lavish meats to bolster my health, and to marry and procreate soon. Such ignorant fools, I could very well execute them all." Huang Jun remained silent, merely lowering his head with a bitter smile, knowing the emperor's words were born of frustration. As night deepened, Lin Qing stepped out of the estate, glanced at the direction, and headed southward. There lies the renowned night market of the capital, brimming with delectable treats. Now that he has regained his freedom, he naturally seeks to explore it, passing through a bustling district of entertainment, where voices clamored and a throng of dignitaries adorned in opulent garments could easily purchase a residence in the city. Lin Qing felt entirely out of place in his humble attire. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for 3 years prior, he was a frequent patron of this very locale. Once, he had squandered 3,000 taels merely to elicit a smile from a courtesan. But now, he had undergone a transformation, and none would recognize him. Lin Qing arrived at the most vibrant spot, where it appeared a courtesan was to be selected. A young attendant shouted loudly, 7,000 taels for young Master Liu from the Ministry of Revenue. "Damn it, Liu Bo, you think you can outbid me?" 10,000 taels. A young noble from a prominent family spoke with such arrogant bravado that Lin Qing felt a twinge of inadequacy. The price had already soared to 10,000 taels. Lin Qing shook his head and departed from the scene. He made his way to Xinghua Street, where although there were several merchants, few patrons lingered. Approaching an elderly vendor's stall, he placed a copper coin down. "Old man, 1 pancake, please." The vendor, upon seeing the coin, hesitated and replied, "Young master, a pancake now costs 5 copper coins." What? Old man, it was only 1 copper coin 3 years ago. My dear young master, how long ago was that? Nowadays, everything has become exceedingly expensive. Even a mere 5 copper coins cannot yield a profit for an old man, barely enough to make ends meet. At that moment, the young nobleman who had previously bid for the courtesan galloped over, addressing the woman in his arms. Come to Sangha Tower. I have reserved the finest room and engaged the best chef, spending a total of 1,000 taels. With a playful giggle, the courtesan replied, Then I shall express my gratitude, young master. I shall soon introduce you to a distinguished gentleman. Lin Qing and the old man remained silent, quietly observing their departure. 5 buns, Lin Qing murmured as he placed down 25 copper coins. Very well. Chapter 16. Picking up the following morning, before dawn had even broken, Lin Qing stepped out of the residence with a dry biscuit in his mouth. Today marked the day of his registration at the Martial Academy, and it was prudent to arrive early rather than late. Following the directions provided by Lord Huang, Lin Qing walked for half an hour and finally arrived at the entrance of a remarkably grand official building. The plaque prominently displayed the 2 gilded characters, Martial Academy. Even before daylight, the gates had already been opened. Lin Qing couldn't help but reflect on his own laziness, as there were already individuals within the academy who had risen early. Little did he know that the Martial Academy, designated by the emperor himself and serving as a paragon of martial arts throughout the realm, intentionally kept its doors open. Upon entering the academy, he was greeted by an immense training ground. It was vastly larger than the training yard of the Marquis of Wuhan, measuring at least 100 zhang in both length and width. Such a sight was rare in the capital, where land was exceedingly precious. With a moment's consideration, Lin Qing recognized the place. It had once been the 5 armies commander's office. After the fall of Shihu City, the office had relocated next to the royal palace to avoid delays in military communication. Thinking of Shihu City brought to mind his father, who had once worked there, as well as the horrific scenes of chaos. A surge of grief and indignation welled within him, and a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. His father was a skilled strategist, having advised him that as long as they held their ground in Shihu City, even an army of 1 million from the prairie royalty would be rendered powerless. Yet, the reports of that day claimed that the Marquis Ping Yuan had misjudged the situation, acting with arrogance and initiating an attack. Consequently, 200,000 elite soldiers of the dynasty were lost, leading to the fall of Shihu City. Lin Qing's fists clenched in anger. Given his father's prudent nature, he would never have engaged in reckless maneuvers without cause. There must have been deeper motives at play. However, being of lowly status now, he lacked access to the inner workings of that day's events and could not discern the truth behind it all. As frustration filled his heart, he set his bundle aside and began to practice in the expansive training ground. The sound of his movements echoed in the arena, a cacophony of noise. The path of martial arts is such that a single day without practice can lead to a catastrophic decline. At present, he had mastered the blue sky fist to perfection and hoped to acquire new techniques at the academy, stimulating both his internal channels and physique, allowing him to swiftly break through to the 6th rank. The chasm between the 6th and 7th ranks was likely greater than that between the unranked and the 7th rank. Martial artists below the 6th rank were regarded as low-tier practitioners and could only hold official positions beneath the 6th rank in the military. Once one reaches the 6th rank, one can be regarded as a mid-tier warrior, thus qualifying for higher positions within the military. He had previously inquired of his father regarding this matter, to which his father replied, If one's cultivation is feeble, a mere warrior from the enemy side could easily take your life. Would that not leave your troops like a headless dragon? Once a warrior attains the 6th rank of iron skin and bronze bone, coupled with the protection of a large army, they are no longer afraid of ordinary assassination attempts. Merely being at the 7th rank could render one vulnerable to a single arrow that might claim their life. Lin Qing found this reasoning profoundly insightful. As time flowed slowly by, an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the sky had brightened considerably. He had practiced the blue sky fist technique countless times. The blood energy from the jade pendant surged into his body, enhancing his martial arts cultivation and filling the void in his strength. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Who would have thought they would open the doors so early? This martial academy seems quite welcoming. Indeed, Wang brother. Do take a look at the grandeur of my armor. At the entrance, groups of 3 to 5 individuals strode in, graceful and adorned in luxurious robes, unmistakably the offspring of wealthy families. Among them was one clad in pitch-black armor, moving with considerable clumsiness. The foremost figure noticed the package Lin Qing had placed aside, his brow furrowing as he kicked it aside. revealing the 3 remaining large cakes within. What is this? How could the martial academy have such items? Which servant has carelessly left them here? Truly ignorant of etiquette. Lin Qing frowned, his gaze sharpening as he recognized the individual at the forefront, none other than the young noble who had embraced the courtesan the previous night. At this moment, his eyes appeared sunken and his steps unsteady, suggesting he had exhausted himself the previous evening. The old man had informed him that this individual was known as Guan Zishi, his father being Guan Tianxiong, the hereditary and unyielding Duke of Xingxing, though his power had now dwindled considerably. Consequently, Guan Zishi spent his days indulging in revelry, earning a reputation as a notorious wastrel in the capital. As Lin Qing assessed him, Guan Zishi, in turn, noticed the bare youth standing on the training grounds, his brow immediately knitting in displeasure due to the unsettling aura emanating from the youth. However, as the son of nobility, he naturally maintained his composure and refrained from uttering a word. Pick it up and put it away, Lin Qing's cold voice resonated. Haha, is this yours? Who do you think you are, the guard or the doorman, to speak to me in such a manner? Guan Zishi retorted dismissively, a series of mocking questions following his words. Casting a glance at the cakes on the ground, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. Is this your cake? You are a martial practitioner, and yet you consume this? His words elicited laughter from the group, their scorn evident. Lin Qing's brow furrowed further. The martial academy was overseen by His Majesty himself, established to select the virtuous and capable, to identify talents for the great Qian. How could it be filled with such riffraff? Noting their inaction, Lin Qing reiterated coldly, pick it up and put it away. Oh, ha ha ha, what audacity. You, a mere servant, dare to instruct this young master? Guan Zishi laughed heartily, as if he had encountered a grand jest. Lin Qing remained silent, merely channeling his strength, his aura swelling. Before anyone could react, he charged out like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming directly for the vital points of Guan Zishi. Little did he anticipate that this man was not merely a frivolous scion of wealth, but also a martial artist. Moreover, he was of the same realm as Lin Qing, albeit with a somewhat unstable aura, clearly a result of excessive indulgence in various vices. A glimmer of panic flashed in Guan Zishi's eyes. Yet he quickly donned a facade of composure, exclaiming, come at me. Humph, mere theatrics. In Lin Qing's eyes, this individual was utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qing had already reached him. Guan Zishi, still caught off guard, fumbled to execute various stances, not anticipating such swiftness. Astonishment flickered in his gaze. Soon after, he felt a tremendous force strike his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, and he was sent tumbling through the entrance. Outside stood a group of youths clad in less ostentatious attire, likely freed servants who had passed the trials. At that moment, they huddled together, hesitating to step through the imposing gates of the martial academy. The ingrained hierarchy had conditioned them to wait until all the young masters had entered before daring to follow. This reflected a deeply rooted sense of inferiority. Upon witnessing Guan Zishi being thrown out, fear glimmered in their eyes, their hearts tightening as they instinctively retreated. Yet, recalling something, they rushed forward to assist him, with a few even believing there to be intruders inside, positioning themselves protectively before Guan Zishi, though their fear remained palpable. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Lin Qing's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the still bewildered young masters and launched himself at them. He didn't even employ the Azure Sky Fist technique. Merely utilizing his physical prowess was sufficient to conclude the skirmish. Only the armored youth managed to withstand 2 of his punches before he was sent reeling, spitting blood. The servants outside were utterly terrified. Driven by instinct to protect their masters, they positioned themselves in front of the 6 young men, trembling so violently they could scarcely stand, their voices quaking with trepidation. We are all 9th rank inspectors appointed by His Majesty. Dare you commit violence? Chapter 17, What of the Noble Families? Lin Qing picked up a slightly dusty flatbread, discarding the soiled portions before stowing it away in his satchel. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside, causing him to furrow his brow. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a group of emaciated youths clad in coarse garments, tightly encircling the 6 young men. Faintly, he could hear their cries of anguish and curses. As he emerged, the crowd fell silent, cold sweat beading on their brows, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Halt! Who are you? One of them stammered. Lin Qing offered no reply, continuing his stride. The others dared not intervene, parting for him, revealing the 6 men within who were gritting their teeth in defiance. Although their injuries were severe, they appeared unperturbed, still cursing vehemently. Who are you? I am the son of Duke Xingsheng. How dare you injure someone in public? My father is an official in the Ministry of Personnel. Who do you belong to? My father is the director of the Ministry of Revenue. Do not act recklessly. With a resounding slap, the three young nobles, incredulous, covered their faces. You dare strike me? How could you? My father has never treated me this way. Strike me again, and I shall ensure you regret it. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, taken aback by such a peculiar plea. Thus, with another round of slaps, three more resounded, leaving crimson imprints upon their cheeks. The emperor has established the martial academy not for you to flaunt your power. Having said this, Lin Qing produced the dusty remnants of the discarded food and forcefully stuffed it into the mouth of Guan Zishi, following it with a punch to his abdomen, causing him to gasp as he swallowed the remnants. In these troubled times, when our nation is in peril and the soldiers at the front can barely fill their bellies, such wastefulness is both disgraceful and abhorrent. After delivering his admonition, Lin Qing turned and strode into the academy, disregarding their presence. He silently lamented the unfortunate circumstances, realizing that amidst the throng, he could not enact complete retribution. Once he departed, a middle-aged man among the crowd widened his eyes, relentlessly nudging his servant beside him. Is it him? Is it truly him? The servant, clutching his ribs, gasped repeatedly. At that moment, a fiery chestnut steed galloped forth, carrying a burly man who frowned upon seeing the assembled crowd before the academy. Are you students of the Martial Academy? Why are you not inside? It is already the third watch, and I ordered the gates open long ago. Have you been waiting here all this time? Upon noticing the fallen individuals, he furrowed his brow further and inquired, what transpired here? The surrounding crowd began to chatter animatedly, eliciting a further scowl from the burly man. A bunch of useless fools. If you've lost, hurry inside and practice. Were the gates open for you to loiter outside? With that, he disregarded the crowd and marched directly into the academy. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, jostling his servant with his elbow, saying, this Yuan Hong, despite being marginalized, shows no sign of adapting. Well, such determination is precisely what the academy requires. The servant inhaled sharply, struggling to respond, my lord, follow me, let us ascend to a higher vantage point. A quarter of an hour later, the training grounds of the academy were bustling with over 100 individuals. The previously scowling man stood at the forefront, exuding an aura of hostility as he surveyed the students, his dissatisfaction palpable. Is this the caliber of students at the academy? How pitifully timid they are, he bellowed, causing several students to falter. I am Yuan Hong, a fifth-tier martial artist, a general of the 5th rank. Is there anyone here who surpasses my level? No one spoke, and over 100 pairs of eyes exchanged glances. Is there anyone with a higher rank than mine? Still, silence reigned. Yuan Hong nodded in satisfaction, grinning as he proclaimed, since it is thus, this place shall henceforth be governed by my authority, and you shall all heed my commands. Is there anyone who dares to defy me? Guan Zishi raised his hand sharply. Might I inquire, sir, is it not the case that the vice principal of the academy is appointed from the Ministry of Rights? Why the sudden change? The intricacies of paperwork are the concern of civil officials. The wielding of swords and spears falls to us martial officers. As the son of the esteemed Duke of Xingshang, do you not grasp this fundamental principle? Yuan Hong's face was rife with derision as he glanced at the shoe print on Guan Zishi's abdomen, a flicker of disdain igniting in his eyes. Guan Zishi's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor. He found himself at a loss for words, feeling the sting of his 10,000 taels of silver squandered. He had held a profound affection for that courtesan, yet in his aspiration to excel within the martial academy, he had sacrificed her to the bed of that decrepit old man, the Minister of Rights. Little did he expect that today, the vice president would be replaced. Yuan Hong's subsequent words darkened Guan Zishi's countenance. You shall lift a stone lock weighing 10,000 jin. I do not wish to be interrupted while speaking. You. Guan Zishi's face contorted with fury. A single stone lock weighed 20 jin, thus he was to lift it 500 times. Even as a martial artist, he would be left in tatters. Yuan Hong's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent, fixed upon him with a chilling gaze as he spoke ominously. I care not for your noble lineage. In this academy, you are merely a student. You should feel fortunate this is not a military camp. Otherwise, I would hold you accountable for disrespecting a superior. Now, will you go or not? Guan Zishi pressed his hand to his chest, casting a glance at the young man in coarse garments at the front, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. It was all his fault, all his doing. Yet, despite the seething anger within, he resignedly stepped aside to fulfill his punishment. It was evident that this man was unyielding to authority and possessed a sense of justice. With him at the helm of the martial academy, it seemed the emperor was resolute in reforming military affairs. Lin Qing mused inwardly. You too shall duel. Determining who possesses the greatest combat prowess, Yuan Hong declared once more. His gaze then shifted to Lin Qing. You need not participate, merely contend with the eventual victor. This announcement dashed Lin Qing's initial enthusiasm, and he silently retreated to the sidelines. Seeing that he had no further objections, Yuan Hong nodded approvingly. He had learned from those who remained behind that Lin Qing had entered the academy before dawn and had been diligently training until Yuan's arrival. This demonstrated a commendable level of dedication. Coupled with his previous performance, Yuan Hong had already formed a favorable assessment in his mind. A promising talent indeed. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated above observed the scene and inquired, "Why is he exempt from the competition?" "Forgive me, my lord, I do not know," came the reply. "Then let us continue to observe. Yuan Hong's actions must carry a deeper significance. Fetch me a cake. I am famished." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 18. 5-1. 1 liang. How much for this cake? Is there enough silver? The middle-aged man savored his large cake, a contented expression gracing his face. "Reporting to you, my lord." The servant hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his features. "Speak quickly." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "Reporting to you, my lord, this cake costs 5-1. 5-1. The middle-aged man was taken aback, staring blankly at the cake in his hand. His fist clenched gradually, rage coursing through him. He felt an urge to hurl it to the ground, yet hesitated, unwilling to part with it. Why does the same cake hold a value of 1 liang of silver at home? It is laughable. One might think that the prices in the capital are exorbitant. And indulging in 2 meals a day is already quite extravagant. Often, one finds oneself so famished that only tea can stave off hunger. Yet, astonishingly, it costs a mere 5-1. How absurd. Even in such circumstances at home, the great Qing seems on the brink of collapse. A flicker of anguish crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, his chest heaving violently. The young servant crouched on the ground, daring not to speak. Yet a glimmer of relief passed through his gaze as he exhaled deeply. Finally, the master had come to realize the situation. Meanwhile, within the martial academy, the competitions among the newly admitted students had commenced. Although some were martial artists, the majority were affluent scions clad in luxurious attire. Those like Lin Qing, who had only recently shed their status as servants, could only scurry around the vast training grounds. They harbored a deep-seated fear of the noble offspring. And even when they did strike, they were hesitant and timid. This prompted Yuan Hong to experience a surge of indignation. His brows furrowed as he exclaimed, "Are you all spineless fools? Are you not going to retaliate when struck? Do you intend to behave the same way in the army? Grasp your weapons and strike at your foes. Even if you are outmatched, you must wield your blade with courage." His voice carried a force that resonated with all present. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Courage is the very foundation of combat prowess. Especially on the battlefield, those devoid of bravery are unlikely to survive for long. Pretending to be dead in the heat of battle is akin to reaching for the heavens. Following Yuan Hong's reprimand, the students exhibited a newfound ferocity. However, the disparity in actual strength was too great, resulting in no change in outcome. A youth clad in coarse linen was ultimately defeated, his head hung low, unable to meet Yuan Hong's gaze. Yet, his countenance had noticeably improved. It was not entirely beyond redemption. This scene was not lost on the middle-aged man observing from a height, his eyes flickering with irritation as his fists clenched until they turned white. The dynasty teeters on the edge of ruin. Must it rely on those who only indulge in feasting and revelry, and who are consumed by greed for silver? Soon, after an hour of fierce competition, only one remained standing, a young man dressed in simple black garb. The material was unremarkable, his stature modest. But his features were strikingly handsome, with defined brows that exuded an air of vitality. His breathing remained calm and unhurried, embodying a relaxed composure. He turned his gaze towards Lin Qing, who stood like a spear, his expression unyielding. Observing the two now locked in a silent confrontation, Yuan Hong announced, "The final contest will commence in half an hour. The victor will ascend to the rank of an 8th-grade official and command all students." At this proclamation, the noble youths below widened their eyes in astonishment. The 8th-grade official title may not have captured their interest, but the prospect of commanding all students was a coveted power. Coming from prestigious families, they understood the significance of the martial academy. Undoubtedly, the first batch of students would be of great value. In due course, the title of a hall master would enable them to amass tremendous influence. Their keen instincts sensed the allure of power. While the servants merely saw the immediate benefits of the 8th grade promotion, their breaths quickening in excitement. In the grand dynasty of Deqian, officials of humble origins harbored a morbid craving for titles, driven by an incessant fear of being looked down upon by others. Lin Qing, however, wore an unusual expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Yuan Hong, perceiving his demeanor, furrowed his brow. Do you disagree? After enduring numerous battles, his strength is greatly depleted. Do you seek to take advantage of his vulnerability? Lin Qing smiled faintly and shook his head, replying, You misinterpret me, my lord. I have already attained the rank of an 8th grade ceremonial officer. Upon hearing this, not only did Yuan Hong display a look of astonishment, but even the scions of noble families furrowed their brows. They had only just been awarded the rank of a 9th grade inspector the day prior. How had this individual achieved such a distinction? Have you returned from the front lines? Yuan Hong inquired with a serious countenance. A few days ago, I was merely a menial worker at the Duke of Wuhan's estate, fortunate enough to receive His Majesty's grace and escape my lowly status. What is your cultivation level? Yuan Hong's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. 7th grade, refining essence and concentrating spirit. Then let the contest commence immediately. I am a 6th grade warrior, possessing copper skin and iron bones. Even if my strength is depleted, I doubt you can match me, Yuan Hong declared, stepping aside. 7th grade? 6th grade? The assembled students wore expressions of bitter disappointment, realizing that before they even attained a rank, someone had already reached the 6th grade. The disparity between individuals could sometimes be more pronounced than that between a dog on the street. Lin Qing's expression remained unchanged as he walked directly to the center of the training ground, awaiting the challenge with quiet composure. Yuan Hong secretly nodded. Recognizing the young man's steadfast spirit, neither servile nor arrogant, a promising candidate indeed. The youth opposite him stepped forward and introduced himself. Wu Hang. As the words fell, both surged forward. Lin Qing remained unperturbed, silently noting that this individual was also one who would stop at nothing. Wu Hang's eyes glimmered with pride. I knew you would attempt a sneak attack. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two exchanged 3 blows, sending waves of force rippling through the air. Wu Hong was astounded. This opponent possessed remarkable strength, likely not far from the 6th grade realm. Meanwhile, Lin Qing's mind was serene. Devoid of any distractions, a singular thought consumed him, to eliminate his adversary. The martial path is one of lethal intent. If one merely seeks victory, they become shackled. Wu Hong, in that moment, exhibited signs of restraint, his expression growing increasingly grim. The man opposite him launched relentless strikes, disregarding his own safety and injuries. At that moment, Lin Qing bore several wounds and bruises, yet his eyes remained remarkably composed, indifferent to his injuries. Wu Hang, too, was not without his own suffering. A dented bruise had formed on his back, impacting his lungs and causing each breath to be laced with pain. Lin Qing offered him no respite, charging forward once more. His moves were bold and unguarded, devoid of any defensive intent. Lin Qing opened his center, and Wu Hang's eyes brightened as he thought, what a chance. Yet, a punch aimed at his head swiftly followed, leaving him in a quandary. If he did not evade, he might fall victim to a decisive strike. If he did evade, he might miss this golden opportunity. Wu Hong resolved not to retreat. After all, he was a 6th grade warrior. He would gamble everything. Chapter 19. The heart of murder. As Wu Hang prepared to unleash his energy for a counterattack, he noticed the calmness of Lin Qing's eyes, reminiscent of an ancient well, which momentarily instilled a sense of trepidation within him. In that very instant, the fierce glint in Lin Qing's eyes flared up. Now was the time. The 9th move, pointing at the 2 instruments. With a swift transition from fist to palm, Lin Qing seized Wu Hang's fair neck, plunging him into darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Qing's left hand clenched into a fist, channeling his entire energy to deliver a heavy blow to Wu Hang's heart. The 8th move, wandering in the empty valley. A dull thud resonated, accompanied by the cracking sound of his chest caving in, as Wu Hang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet Lin Qing did not halt his assault. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, as his grip on Wu Hang's neck began to loosen. He executed the first move, lightly unraveling the silk garment. If all went well, Wu Hang's neck would be snapped. Sensing the impending doom, Wu Hang's eyes shrank to the size of a pin. He intends to kill me. At that moment, a large black hand grasped Lin Qing's left hand, halting his final lethal maneuver. Nevertheless, Lin Qing did not cease his movement. Like a gliding fish, he slipped away and reappeared before Wu Hang. Gazing at the still wide-open central gate, Lin Qing's entire being flushed with a crimson hue. The sixth move, shattering jade with powdered stone. This was the ultimate strike of the Azure Sky fist technique. Wu Hong felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, plunging his heart into despair. And his eyes betrayed undeniable terror. He recognized me. Stop! Yuan Hong bellowed, emanating a faint divine light. His speed surged several-fold, and in an instant, he stood before Lin Qing, effortlessly grasping his fist. This was the terrifying power of the five viscera communicating with the profound, capable of condensing internal energy within the organs and unleashing an impossible force in a heartbeat, multitudes stronger than usual. Seeing his fist caught, Lin Qing merely retracted it with indifference. Standing there with an unwavering gaze, seemingly oblivious to his injuries and the blood trickling from his 7 orifices, as if nothing had transpired at all. The students gathered below the martial arts arena displayed palpable fear. Even Guan Zishi, who was moving stone blocks nearby, was momentarily stunned, nearly toppled by the heavy weights. How could there be such a madman? This thought echoed not just in his mind, but in the minds of all present. Yuan Hong's breath gradually steadied, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Lin Qing, demanding, "Have you lost your mind? Attempting to kill someone within the martial academy?" His height greatly surpassed Lin Qing's, coupled with his dark skin and features, creating an imposing presence. Yet Lin Qing showed no signs of fear, meeting his gaze with calm assurance. In a soft voice, he replied, "On the battlefield, it is either your demise or mine. This is the Martial Academy, the capital, beneath the Emperor's feet." Yuan Hong's expression darkened even further. The disciples of the Martial Academy would eventually find themselves on the battlefield. If they feared death, why enlist in the army? Lin Qing's tone remained unperturbed. Yuan Hong felt a sudden pause in his breath, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. The other disciples, too, were enveloped by a profound sense of oppression, as if death loomed imminent. Upon the high platform, the middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with fervor. "Good, good," he exclaimed. Then Lin Qing, lost in his own thoughts, moved towards the luggage area. He removed his tattered garments and retrieved his last set of clean clothes. A fleeting pain crossed his eyes as he glanced at the shredded fabric. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to stow it away. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the intricate network of scars on his back. How could he possibly still be alive with so many wounds? At that moment, Wu Hong regained his composure, his face etched with terror. Upon seeing the scarred back, a complex mixture of emotions surfaced in his eyes, tinged with a hint of dread. The 6th-rank copper skin and iron bones had astonishingly succumbed to the 7th rank. As he returned to the training ground, Yuan Hong inhaled deeply and declared aloud, "From this day forth, you disciples shall be led by Lin Qing." Lin Qing rejoined the ranks, naturally positioning himself at the forefront, while Wu Hong patted his chest and stepped back. Despite his defeat, no one would dare to underestimate him. Yuan Hong stood before them, surveying the surroundings as he spoke slowly. "This is the Martial Academy, the future ground for the military elite's advancement, and you are its inaugural students. I hope you do not squander His Majesty's grace. Strive diligently in your training, so that when you don your robes and insignia, you will have already become warriors. Only as warriors will you possess the right to survive on the battlefield." After a brief pause, he continued, "In 3 months, you shall be assigned by the Ministry of War in the Generalissimo's office to the various battlefields of the Qian. I hope you will survive and achieve remarkable feats, earning titles and accolades." Upon hearing this, some faces shifted in apprehension. In 3 months, they might not even become warriors. Would they not face certain death on the battlefield? "What? Are you considering retreating?" Yuan Hong's voice rang out. "If you wish to leave, do so now, restore your status as slaves, and continue your meager existence." His gaze swept across the crowd, and those who met his eyes quickly averted their gaze. Only Lin Qing and Wu Hong remained unperturbed, showing no sign of reaction. "Since no one is withdrawing, heed my next words carefully, for there will be no turning back." Yuan Hong surveyed the assembly once more, noting no one had departed, and continued, "Warriors refine themselves, transcending bodily limits to attain extraordinary abilities. For instance, I possess the ability to draw a bow weighing 20 stone, capable of firing 3 arrows in swift succession." A clamor erupted among the crowd. In the Diqian dynasty, 1 stone equated to 100 jin. Did this mean that Yuan Hong could draw a bow weighing 2,000 jin, and to shoot 3 times? That would suggest he possessed the strength of 6,000 jin. Lin Qing's eyes flickered. He had previously tested himself, and could only draw a 5-stone bow, firing 2 arrows. Clearly, the seventh rank's refinement of essence and spirit was vastly superior to that of the fifth rank. Yuan Hong, satisfied with their reaction, continued, the martial path comprises 9 ranks, each a realm unto itself. Do not be astonished. Upon reaching the 4th rank, one achieves an immortal body. Lifespan can surpass 130 years. As long as one's essence and blood remain unexhausted, all injuries sustained upon the battlefield may be healed. The students inhaled sharply. In the current era of the Qin dynasty, reaching the age of 50 is already considered a long life. Even among the nobility, few manage to live to 70. A lifespan of 130 is a notion they scarcely dare to conceive. Achieving such a realm cannot be solely attributed to perseverance and rigorous training. It necessitates the integration of a unique and unparalleled martial art. Upon hearing Yuan Hong's declaration, Lin Qing clenched his fists tightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Wu Anbua ascended to his current realm through the techniques of the Pingyuan Marquisate. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you today. The martial arts are unparalleled. His tone was particularly grave when he emphasized the uniqueness of the techniques. Chapter 20. The uniqueness of martial arts unparalleled? Some of the students of servitude displayed confusion, while certain noble scions already knew, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. Lin Qing had heard snippets from his father previously but lacked complete comprehension. He understood that any aspiring high-grade martial artist must possess a martial art. Warriors are endowed with unique advantages, shattering their shackles and defying the heavens, yet the heavens also impose commensurate retributions. Yuan Hong surveyed the gathered crowd, instantly capturing their attention. Is there a punishment associated with martial cultivation? Yuan Hong's expression turned grave as he articulated. That is the uniqueness of the martial arts, singular in this world. Although myriad techniques exist, to transcend to the 5th rank, one must possess a formidable martial art, backed by a powerful force. Otherwise, what awaits you is only the calamity of death. The crowd's expressions grew solemn, some still struggling to comprehend. Yuan Hong further elucidated, though numerous techniques abound in this world, they all possess a fatal flaw. They can only be cultivated by one individual. The more individuals who practice the same technique, the lower the potential ceiling of that technique. Furthermore, practitioners of the identical martial art can sense each other's positions within a certain distance. At this revelation, the crowd turned pale. Even Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Do you comprehend the consequences of this? Indeed, you are correct in your assumptions. It leads to bloodshed. In our Qin, the martial arts within the military are the most esteemed techniques. Even the simplest martial arts practiced by ordinary soldiers can reach the 8th rank. But do you know how high the potential ceiling of these techniques can soar? The assembly shook their heads in silence. As he spoke, a look of yearning appeared on Yuan Hong's face, and he murmured, it can simultaneously empower 2 individuals to transcend the mortal realm. If only one were to cultivate alone. This technique could entirely surpass the limitations of humanity, becoming an existence capable of soaring through the heavens and traversing the earth. The crowd's breaths quickened, their eyes alight with fervor. Lin Qing's heart raced. An omnipotent being? If such an existence were to arise, a mere word could command the Qin dynasty. Unearthing the truths of the past regarding Shihu City, without having to endure the current indignities and constraints, the training ground fell into a brief silence. As Yuan Hong wore a playful expression, do you aspire to become such an entity? If you lack a martial art, I can offer you a path. Eliminate all soldiers into Qin who have practiced the Sunfall Divine Blade. Leave only yourself. And then you may wield the Sunfall Divine Blade to transcend to the 1st rank. The fewer the kills, the lower the limit. If one can only slay a handful, then the Celestial Blade of the Falling Sun merely serves as a commonplace technique, capable of reaching only the 8th tier. The disciples displayed expressions of horror. The forces of the great Qin number in the millions, and it is common knowledge that such a feat is utterly unattainable. It is indeed a lamentable waste for such a precious technique to be utilized in this manner. Within the military, each advancement in tier corresponds to the issuance of an appropriate technique, up to the 4th tier. However, do you know that one individual has lingered at the 5th tier for 15 years without a chance to ascend to the 4th? Do you understand why? A hint of self-mockery appeared on Yuan Hong's face, his bitterness evident. Techniques are finite, yet warriors are boundless. Lin Qing remarked coldly. Wu Anbua, a distinguished nobleman celebrated for his military exploits, has also remained at the 5th tier for over a decade. Only upon his father's death did he ascend to his father's position, achieving the 4th tier, let alone a general stuck at the 5th tier. Indeed, while there are countless 5th tier warriors within the army, The number of those who can rise to the fourth tier is exceedingly scarce. Many illustrious figures still await their turn to ascend. Only when their predecessors fall in battle or renounce their martial prowess may we, the fifth tier, finally have our chance. Of course, if one encounters a fortuitous event and obtains a rarely practiced technique, one can naturally ascend swiftly, just as Wuanbua did a few years prior when he acquired a technique in the western regions, leading to his ascension to the undying fourth tier. With the prospect of nobility now within reach. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing clenched his fists, his breath quickening to the point of near loss of control. What western region technique? That belongs to the Lin family. His agitation went unnoticed by Yuan Hong, for most students shared his sentiments. One was plagued by uncertainties regarding future promotions, while the other sensed the impending aura of slaughter. Those who could shed their status as slaves are certainly not fools. They have discerned the nature of divine retribution. The unique characteristics of such a technique inevitably lead to one consequence: slaughter. If a technique allows for a two-tier advancement but is practiced by 10 individuals, without a doubt, these 10 will engage in the most brutal of conflicts until only one remains standing. Exclusivity of technique. Ascend one tier. Lin Qing solemnly inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, if it is true that as long as the number of practitioners is sufficiently small, can all techniques in the world be cultivated to the first tier?" Yuan Hong offered a bitter smile and shook his head, his gaze filled with desolation. "No, techniques are ranked. Some can only be cultivated to low-tier warriors, while others can lead directly to the first tier and beyond." The crowd's breaths quickened once more. What they initially perceived as brutality now seemed but a precursor to something far more harrowing. It is conceivable that not only must they vie for the number of practitioners, but they must also contend for the techniques themselves. Previously, Yuan Hong had also stated that the techniques capable of ascending to the fourth tier are limited. All eyes turned toward Wu Hong, their unspoken thoughts palpable. How had he attained the sixth tier of ironclad resilience? What technique had he cultivated? If it were to be themselves, could they also attain the qualification of a sixth tier? Lin Qing attracted considerable attention, but it was quickly averted. They dared not covet his talents. Wu Hang, acutely aware of their gaze, let out a cold snort, his imposing presence as a sixth-tier warrior unmistakable. Casting a glance around, he coldly declared, "If you seek the techniques, come and take them. Let us see how many lives you possess." The crowd instantly came to their senses. Having just shed their status as slaves, they had no desire for death. Moreover, they were not yet warriors. Overthinking was futile. "May I inquire, my lord, what lies beyond the first tier?" Lin Qing asked once more. "The same applies," was Yuan Hong's succinct reply, igniting a wave of fierce competition. Observing the shifting expressions of the crowd, Yuan Hong calmly stated, "You need not aim too high. Even formidable warriors must yield before the army. Your primary objective is simply to survive in the ranks that lie ahead." His words fell like a massive stone into a tranquil lake, allowing them to feel for the first time the turbulent undercurrents. Chapter 21. The Cruel World, my lord. Will there be no instances of murder for the purpose of seizing techniques within the military? A young man with dark skin timidly inquired. His aspiration to become a warrior was merely to attain freedom and seize control of his destiny. Yet, it seemed that this path was even more arduous than servitude. "You are fortunate. Our Daqian boasts a long lineage and an abundance of techniques, so prior to the fifth tier, you need not fear being killed over them." Yet, he continued, that is not to say such occurrences are non-existent. During the founding of Daqian, a general, consumed by obsession for a breakthrough to the fourth tier, killed 73 fifth-tier warriors of the same cultivation level. The group's pupils constricted in shock. 73. To slay so many of equal rank indicated a formidable strength. Did he succeed? Someone dared to ask. Indeed, he succeeded. A premier technique can support approximately 200 individuals in reaching the fifth tier. Having slain 73, he naturally achieved his goal. However, he ultimately failed. Upon advancing to the fourth tier, he was slain by the then Duke of State. Whether in Daqian or the Grassland Kingdom, there existed rules to restrain the reckless slaughter of innocents among warriors. However, if your cultivation did not stem from Daqian's techniques, but rather from an acquired fortune, you would need to remain vigilant, ever prepared for both the possibility of being killed and the necessity of killing. He paused, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. For this was indeed a chaotic world. To grow stronger, one must tread a bloody path. Lin Qing's expression grew solemn, becoming increasingly wary of his surroundings, for his techniques were not derived from military sources. His eyes flickered as he took a deep breath to quell his rising unease and asked, "My lord, What is the distance of mutual sensing? And what does it feel like? Yuan Hong's demeanor abruptly shifted to seriousness, and with a dry laugh, he slowly replied, the stronger the cultivation, the farther the sensing distance. A fifth-tier warrior can sense their peers within a 10-mile radius. With this revelation, the crowd's breaths quickened once more. Lin Qing felt the weight of his own thoughts grow heavier, and suddenly, a grim realization dawned upon him, darkening his countenance. As for feelings, once you attain the realm of profound understanding, you will be able to sense one another. It is an extraordinary sensation, an inexplicable force that transcends ordinary perception. Moreover, this feeling will reveal to you the upper limits of your cultivation, distinct from the awareness of location. Such sensitivity manifests at the 9th rank. A cruel smile appeared on Yuan Hong's face, reminiscent of his own initial reaction upon discovering this truth. Furthermore, allow me to share another harsh reality. Should any of you inadvertently acquire a cultivation technique, it may not bode well for you, potentially leading to your demise. Since the awareness of distance only emerges at the 5th rank, prior to that, you remain oblivious to whether others are practicing the same technique. However, the powerful can sense your presence. Perhaps one day, while you are still lost in slumber, someone may come knocking at your door, effortlessly taking your life. Your existence could obstruct their path. While they may not be able to eliminate a peer of equal strength, targeting you would be a trivial endeavor. Thus, the cultivation method could either be a curse or a blessing. It is for you to discern. Perhaps you are the fortunate one who has stumbled upon an unparalleled technique practiced by only one. Yuan Hong's countenance, though filled with mirth, was also tinged with sorrow. This world operates thus. To become a warrior is to shoulder the risk of being slain. Lin Qing's expression turned grave. He understood that retribution from the powerful awaited him. Consider this. If he were to cultivate a unique technique, and someone suddenly appeared to encroach upon his exclusive position, the outcome would be unequivocal. He would pursue that individual to the ends of the earth. He exhaled deeply, realizing that he could only rely on the protection of a formidable faction or cultivate military techniques. Yet, while military techniques are secure, their potential is limited, and advancement is slow. Just look at Yuan Hong, who has remained at the pinnacle of the 5th rank for over a decade, failing to ascend further. Conversely, other techniques are fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could attract the attention of high-ranking warriors. The brutality of this world, Lin Qing experienced for the first time. Perhaps, as a mere mortal, one could live a more fulfilling life. However, he soon steeled himself, a fierce determination glinting in his eyes. If the world is cruel, then he would carve his path through it. Even if he were to perish along the way, he would have given his all. He could always return in the next life. The ferocity and indomitable fighting spirit radiating from him captivated everyone present. In Yuan Hong's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone forth. As he mused, this lad is indeed a genius of willpower. In comparison, the others seemed lackluster, with only Wu Heng maintaining a semblance of calm. As for the other newly freed menial workers, fear enveloped them, dreading the prospect of sudden death. One timidly spoke, "My lord, what should we do if we have already cultivated a technique?" His face was etched with terror, his body trembling slightly. The reason he had distinguished himself and shed his status as a slave was because he had discovered a cultivation technique during an outing. With that technique, he had trained for 3 years and ascended to the 9th rank. Now, however, it had become a hot potato, even a terrifying death warrant. His gaze swept the surroundings intermittently, wary of any sudden appearances that could lead to his demise. The solution was simple. By renouncing the cultivation method, those above the 5th rank would be unable to sense him, allowing him to switch to military techniques. Yuan Hong could see through his faade. This individual was unmistakably a fortunate soul lacking in courage, a far cry from Lin Qing. In his mind, he had already concluded that he had stumbled upon an opportunity and obtained a technique. Yet, even in the face of the world's harsh realities, he remained remarkably composed. Indeed, a noteworthy character. Upon receiving his answer, the man seemed utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath like a drowning victim who had just found a lifeline. Yuan Hong sighed, saying, "Present your technique. If it is one commonly practiced in the military, you may continue your cultivation. However, if it is one I have never seen before, I recommend selling it to the court." At this declaration, the man's face lit up with unrestrained joy. He scrambled to his feet, hastily disrobing. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then stood agape. Upon removing his clothing, a large patch was visible on his undergarment, strategically located at the rear. Once undressed, they could clearly see a small booklet inside. He produced a yellowed pamphlet, reverently presenting it to Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong furrowed his brow, glancing at it from a distance, and remarked, "Ingjiangju, a first-grade technique. However, it has been practiced by too many, primarily for the 7th rank to condense essence and spirit, with potential to break through to the 6th. This particular copy must be one lost by an old soldier in the army. You may continue your cultivation. This is your opportunity. Beyond the 6th rank, you will need to exchange techniques within the military to advance to the 5th. Of course, you may also choose to eliminate all who practice such techniques and rely solely on this manual to ascend to the 1st rank." The man took the booklet. Drenched in sweat, the feeling of having survived a calamity allowing his heart to finally settle. He hurriedly replied, "I would never dare. I would never dare." Chapter 22. Moonlit Assassination. A day at the Martial Academy passed unusually swiftly. After listening to Yuan Hong elucidate the singular laws of the world regarding techniques, it was already the hour of shun. As a result, no further training was conducted. Instead, under Yuan Hong's arrangement, the group began to tidy the premises. The Martial Academy stipulated that all students residing within were forbidden from leaving without permission. Lin Qing, serving as the head of the dormitory, occupied the largest room among the students, complete with a private courtyard where he could cultivate in peace. According to the clerks here, this was a special consideration for the 8th grade ceremonial officer. The others could only reside in solitary quarters. After enjoying a sumptuous meal at the academy, Lin Qing returned to his small courtyard. Observing the spacious, pristine room, though it could not compare to the residences of the Marquis, it was certainly far superior to his former quarters at the Duke of Wuhan's estate. Sitting at the table, he reflected on the Baikong fist technique, his expression grave. The Baikong fist did not belong to the military's repertoire, so he was unaware of how many practiced it or to what extent they had progressed. Yet, he had already reached the 7th rank and still did not experience the sensations described by Yuan Hong. It seemed he had yet to approach the limits of the Baikong fist technique. Regarding the peril of cultivating the Azure Sky fist technique, Lin Qing has given it considerable thought and resolved not to change his martial arts practice. Firstly, now that he resides in the capital, if someone were able to breach its numerous defenses to come to the Martial Academy for murder, it would indicate that his fate was sealed, and he was destined to remain distant from high-tier warriors. Moreover, the path of martial arts demands a relentless forward momentum. If one were to alter their training to a slower, safer technique due to dangers that have yet to materialize, when would they ever achieve vengeance? Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one make remarkable strides in the military. Lin Qing fumbled in his pocket and retrieved a jade pendant. The sanguine hue had faded, reverting to the pendant's original luster, translucent and radiant. This signified the cessation of his rapid cultivation. To regain the extraordinary, further combat against warriors was imperative. As for the target, he had already made up his mind. For hours later, at the hour of the pig, the outside world had succumbed to darkness, and the Martial Academy was shrouded in shadow. All the students had extinguished their candles and retired early, for the following day marked the commencement of formal studies, necessitating rest and recuperation, with no room for negligence. Yet, amidst the obscurity in the corner, something stirred. Illuminated by the moonlight, it revealed the silhouette of a figure, tall and clad in black, with a mask obscuring his face. Only his piercing eyes were visible. In a swift motion, he approached the dwelling of the academy's disciples. Striding towards a room on the left, he crouched beside the door, calming his breath and attuning his senses, discovering only the sound of steady respiration within. Thus, he produced a small knife, gently unlatched the door, and vanished from the threshold. Upon entering the room, he discerned a figure on the bed. Diminutive in stature with fair skin, bathed in moonlight, he appeared silvered. As he cautiously approached the bedside, holding his breath in anticipation to strike, the person lying there suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the cloaked figure. A hint of smugness appeared as he softly spoke. "You indeed recognized me." The black-clad man's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he summoned his strength, resolved to confront him directly. The figure on the bed rolled away with composure, evading the attack effortlessly. "Lin Qing, how did you recognize me?" he inquired, pausing, his tone imbued with certainty. The black figure remained silent, pressing forward in an attempt to conclude the confrontation swiftly. The man spoke again. "Are you seeking vengeance for the Pingyuan Marquis family? Do you wish to learn the truth of that year?" "You know?" The black figure halted abruptly, his voice raspy. "Indeed, it is you. I even provided you with 5 qi-nourishing pills." Ignoring the black figure, the man seated himself at the central table. As the moonlight poured in, It perfectly illuminated his visage. It was none other than Wu Hong, the very individual Lin Qing had faced in today's match, a son of the Duke of Wuhan. And upon their initial clash, Lin Qing had recognized him, aiming to eliminate him in the contest, but was thwarted by Yuan Hong, thus abandoning the endeavor. Wu Hong observed the other's silence and, with a dismissive curl of his lips, spoke to himself. We share a common enemy. Why would you seek to kill me? On what grounds do you say that? Lin Qing replied, his demeanor guarded and icy. My maternal grandfather's family was annihilated 3 years ago due to the incident at Shihu City. My mother was captured and executed. And only then did you come to know Lady Wang. My father, Wu Anbua, could have saved my mother at that time, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Thus, it seems we are united by a shared adversary. Who is your maternal grandfather? Lin Qing inquired. Vice General of the Pingyuan Army, General Mingwei, Fong Kuan. Lin Qing's eyes widened in shock. Is it he? The Pingyuan Army, commanded by Lin Qing's father, Duke Pingyuan, had fought valiantly for decades. Renowned as one of the mightiest forces of the Deqian. However, in the Battle of Shiyu City, 200,000 soldiers perished, with Commander Lin Yu, Vice General Fong Kuan, and General Duan Jingping all falling on the battlefield, their bodies unrecognizable. In his mind, he recalled the elderly general with graying whiskers, a frequent guest at the Duke's residence. To think he was his maternal grandfather? Why was I unaware of this? Lin Qing's eyes flickered with confusion, yet he remained vigilant. Wu Hong rolled his eyes and gestured for him to sit. My grandfather had 3 sons and 3 daughters. Do you know any of them? Lin Qing stiffened. Indeed. He did not know. How can you prove your identity? Wu Heng sighed. I cannot provide proof. You may inquire at the Wu Anbo residence. I even bestowed upon you 5 pills, and rather than expressing gratitude, you wish to kill me? Such ingratitude. The atmosphere grew awkward, as Lin Qing had not anticipated this turn of events. He had initially planned to eliminate one of Wu Anbo's sons to claim some interest. But now, it seemed that plan was thwarted. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qing asked, Do you know the truth of that year? I do not. The response was concise and unambiguous. A wave of agitation surged within Lin Qing, a desire to end the life of the individual before him. Wu Hong hastily added, however, there must be some intrigue surrounding those events. Before my grandfather set out, he spoke with my mother. Shihu City, positioned advantageously, could have been defended even with an army of 50,000, let alone 200,000. Given Duke Pingyuan's capabilities, he could have held his ground. He even told my mother that according to the customs of the steppe royal court, if they held their position for 3 months, the enemy would naturally retreat by late autumn. In winter, he would return to the capital to celebrate the new year with us. Yet, the steppe royal court waited until deep winter, still not withdrawing their troops. Logically, if they had waited just 1 more month, they would have perished from the cold. Yet, Duke Pingyuan deployed his forces, and not just any contingent, but an entire army of 200,000. Ironically, they did not engage with the weary and starving 100,000 steppe warriors. To claim there were no ulterior motives, would you believe that? Chapter 23. Reaching consensus in the room. Moonlight spilled forth, casting shifting shadows upon Lin Qing's face. After 3 years, he finally heard a narrative from the court's reports that diverged from the official version. In those reports, there were no specifics of time or place. The ambitious Pingyuan Marquis, driven by a thirst for glory, led an army of 200,000 to utter annihilation. Now, he dares to launch an offensive in the depths of winter? Not even a minor standard bearer in the military would make such a foolish decision. Lin Qing's breath quickened, and his gaze turned increasingly crimson. It was only today that he confirmed the existence of foul play on that fateful day. However, he turned to Wu Heng and coldly stated, Evidence, battle reports. I anticipated you would ask, Wu Heng replied, producing a memorial from his bosom and tossing it onto the table. See for yourself. Lin Qing furrowed his brows, picked up the memorial, and upon opening it, his eyes narrowed in scrutiny. It bore the seals of the Ministry of War, the 5 Armies Command, and the Cabinet. Moreover, the texture of the memorial was coarse and dry, typical of official documents. He swiftly perused the contents and, upon closing the memorial, found himself convinced of its authenticity. The document meticulously recorded the events of that day, aligning perfectly with Wu Heng's account. Yet, how could such a peculiar memorial be accepted without question by the entire court of civil and military officials? Lin Qing refused to believe they were fools. Even the most uninformed scholar understood that campaigning in winter is a cardinal sin in military strategy. Yet, the defensive-minded Pingyuan Marquis proceeded unchallenged, perhaps a sacrificial pawn to silence the public's outcry. The true truth would require his personal investigation. Seeing Lin Qing's expression, Wu Hong exhaled in relief and smiled. Do you believe it now? We share a common enemy. Perhaps we can join forces to uncover the truth of those years. You, as the son of the Duke of Wuhan, need to ally with a dog bereft of a home? Lin Qing replied coldly, offering no courtesy. Wu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment, breath quickening. A noble son? Am I not a dog bereft of a home? You witnessed the actions of that scoundrel Wang. He acted with absolute impunity, leaving no place for me in the Duke's residence. How do you intend to investigate? Naturally, we must first elevate the rank of the warriors and then infiltrate the army. If answers cannot be found in the court, we shall seek them in the military. Empty talk, Lin Qing coldly retorted. His plan, though seemingly flawless, was riddled with flaws, mere rhetoric. What do you propose? To reach the battlefield against the Prairie Kingdom and extract the truth from the enemy's lips. This was a strategy Lin Qing had conceived a year prior. There was no answer more credible than one drawn from the enemy. The Prairie army had numbered a full 100,000. He could hardly believe that all had perished within a mere 3 years. Given the opportunity to reach the battlefield, even capturing individuals one by one would yield clues. Wu Hong remained silent, yet his slightly agape mouth betrayed his thoughts. This plan was utterly contrary to his own. At first glance, it seemed devoid of reason. However, upon deeper contemplation, its feasibility became apparent. One could not deny that this young man's scheme was indeed superior to his own. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively declared, "Very well, I shall go as well." Lin Qing glanced at him and coldly uttered, "There is no need." With that, he turned to leave. The greatest dilemma today lies in how to reach the northern battlefield. The Martial Academy, under the Emperor's clear intentions, is evidently committed to nurturing us, ensuring that we are not cast into the most perilous of battlegrounds. Who knows, by the time you truly acquire the opportunity to venture into the grassland royal court, the great Qian may have already fallen. Wu Hong mused to himself. Lin Qing halted his pace, turning to face him. Do you have a plan? Of course. Once we manage to leave the Martial Academy and successfully enlist in the military, I have a way to secure our placement in the northern front, Wu Hong replied. What do you desire? Despite being the son of the Marquis of Wuhan, he exhibited a complete indifference toward the Wuhan residents. The crux of the matter left him little room for contemplation. Wu Hong clenched his fists, rising to stand before Lin Qing, his voice dripping with intensity. Uncover the truth from that year and restore the honor of my mother and grandfather. Let that unfaithful person witness that even without him, I can unveil the truth. Furthermore, once accomplished, you must assist me in eliminating that vile woman of the Wang family. Lin Qing regarded Wu Hong, who stood a head shorter than himself, unable to mask the resentment and grievance in his eyes. Such a gaze was one Lin Qing had witnessed countless times within himself. Nevertheless, he did not fully trust him. How do you intend to do this? The Emperor would not permit the disciples of the Martial Academy to perish. Wu Hong exhaled, speaking slowly. Are you familiar with Nalanting? Lin Qing squinted, the commander of the 5 armies, Duke of the state. I know his daughter. We can seek her assistance. As long as the 5 armies' command issues an order, the Emperor will not refuse. This notion held considerable merit. During times of national decline, the Emperor's authority would significantly wane. His control over the court would plummet to an all-time low, leading to a general acceptance of proposals from the 5 armies. As a means of appeasement, then I shall await your news. With that, Lin Qing did not wait for a response and swiftly exited, leaving Wu Hong in a state of stupor. Lin Qing had already believed about 70 to 80% of his claims. Currently, he was merely a recently elevated military household. Targeting him would not require such elaborate measures. After all, even the most cherished martial arts of his family had fallen into the hands of the Marquis of Wuhan. Furthermore, he lacked any immediate means to reach the northern battlefield, so he might as well give it a try. Even if it did not come to fruition, he would not be disheartened. Once he ascended to the 6th rank, he would seize the opportunity to bind Wu Hong, subjecting him to rigorous interrogation to uncover the true motives behind his approach. Should the answers prove unsatisfactory, it would naturally come to a conclusion. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to his chamber, stowing away his night attire. Lying on his bed, he pondered the contents of the imperial edict. Terrifying scenes of 200,000 soldiers meeting their demise flashed through his mind, rendering him momentarily restless. Since sleep eluded him, he resolved to forego it entirely. Stripping off his upper garments, he ventured into the courtyard, commencing his practice of the Azure Sky Fist technique. The sound of his movements echoed continuously. This set of martial arts had become second nature to him. Now, his execution was more than twice as swift compared to his initial attempts. He practiced the Azure Sky Fist several times in quick succession. Suddenly, his movement slowed down. He was now fraught with inner turmoil, his mind clouded by hatred. If he continued to throw quick punches, it would only lead to further chaos. Yet, this deceleration in his technique, the Azure Sky Fist, brought him newfound insight. Victory could only be achieved through the harmony of stillness and motion. To govern movement with stillness and stillness with movement. As he practiced the technique, his heart gradually found tranquility. Had I been too impatient? Having just emerged from servitude, I was already consumed by thoughts of vengeance, perhaps aiming too high. Chapter 24, Nail and Shiwan. Time slipped away swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Regarding the events of that fateful night, Lin Qing and Wu Heng tacitly agreed never to mention it again. Everything unfolded as if nothing had ever transpired. After a month of rigorous training, Lin Qing had reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank of spirit refinement. With just the right opportunity, he could break through to the 6th rank, iron skin and steel bones. Although this progress was rapid, he remained unsatisfied. Thus, after each day's lessons, he continued to hone his skills on the practice field. Initially, many found this novel and joined him, especially those freed from servitude, who, upon learning of his former status as a servant in the Marquis of Wu's household, regarded him as their backbone. Yet, as time passed, only Lin Qing and Wu Heng remained dedicated to the extra training. Eventually, just a few days ago, Lin Qing found himself alone in the practice arena once more. Today was no exception. The sounds of punches and kicks echoed through the arena, drawing the attention of passing students. Lin Qing's ascension to their leader was met with unanimous respect. Only the scions of noble families looked down upon his efforts, deeming his actions as mere ostentation. However, despite their disdainful thoughts, they dared not confront Lin Qing directly, for he was unflinchingly capable of taking a life. On several occasions, those privileged youths had provoked him only to be swiftly subdued. Were it not for Yuan Hong's timely intervention, those noble scions would have met their doom. Yet even those who survived found it untenable to remain in the martial academy, pleading with their families to extricate them from its confines. It was only at the hour of the boar that Lin Qing concluded his daily regimen. Feeling the steadfast barrier within him, he remained undeterred and, as was his custom, returned to his quarters. Upon entering, his eyes narrowed, and a fleeting glint of murderous intent flickered within. He gazed at the figure lying on the bed, inhaled deeply, and quelled the fury brewing within him. Silently, he approached the bedside. The individual remained in slumber. Lin Qing extended his hand, seizing the man's throat and lifting him effortlessly. "What are you doing here?" "Cough, cough. Let me go. I have matters to attend to." Wu Heng's face flushed crimson, his breath quickening. Due to his short stature, he could only flail helplessly in the air. "Humph." With a disdainful snort, Lin Qing dropped him to the floor. "What matters?" Wu Heng, feeling breathless, took a moment to recover before his complexion returned to normal. Internally, he mused, "This guy has grown even stronger. Is he some kind of monster?" However, upon meeting Lin Qing's icy gaze, he shuddered and said, "There has been some progress. Nalan Shiwan wishes to see us." Nalan Shiwan, undoubtedly the sole daughter of Nalan Ting. "What does she wish to see me for? Have you revealed my identity to her?" Lin Qing inquired, his expression replete with vigilance. Wu Heng, taken aback, hastily defended himself. "I did not. She merely wishes to meet the person who is so boldly heading to the northern battlefield. She has agreed to assist, but it is contingent upon meeting you first." "When?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qing resolved to make an appearance. The daughter of the commander of the Central Army must possess knowledge of certain secrets. It would be beneficial to glean some information. "Now, where?" The voice of Wu Heng dropped to a whisper. "At Sun Fong." Sun Fong, as its name implies, is a place to seek spring. It is currently the largest brothel in the capital, frequented by dignitaries and wealthy young masters who delight in lavish expenditures. It was here that the renowned courtesan was auctioned off. Lin Qing pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Sun Fong. As an 8th grade official, Lin Qing had the privilege of unrestricted access to the martial academy, allowing them to proceed without hindrance. True to its reputation, Sun Fong was bustling even in the dead of night, teeming with voices and laughter. Wu Heng, feeling anxious, summoned a young servant and said, "We seek young Master Nalan." "Young Master?" Lin Qing furrowed his brow but remained silent, silently channeling his energy, prepared to act should there be treachery. Upon hearing this, the servant's eyes widened, and his smile grew even more enthusiastic. "Esteemed sirs, please, right this way." Thus, the two followed the young servant through Sun Chunfong for a brief period. Just as the chill in Lin Qing's demeanor intensified, and he was on the verge of taking action, Wu Heng nervously inquired, "How much longer?" The servant beamed, leading them to a sizable pool, and declared, "We have arrived." He pressed a hidden mechanism, causing a large opening to appear in the ground, leading into the pool. From the passage, faint laughter of women could be heard. Wu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is your establishment's pool chamber? It is situated at the bottom of the pool?" The servant, brimming with pride, replied, "Naturally, esteemed sirs. Please step inside." Wu Heng glanced at Lin Qing, and, noticing his calm demeanor, he finally exhaled in relief. Truthfully, he had known this was the pool chamber all along. He merely mentioned it for Lin Qing's reassurance to prevent him from acting hastily. As they entered the passage, they soon beheld the scene within the pond through transparent glass. Fish swam gracefully, illuminated by enchanting lights. At the very bottom lay a grand room crafted from magnificent glass. Inside, there was a single man and a dozen women, their beauty surpassing even that of the courtesan Lin Qing had encountered previously. The young man was handsome, with fair skin and captivating phoenix eyes, standing at an estimated height of 5 feet 3 inches, akin to Wu Heng. Upon noticing the newcomers, the young man gleefully exclaimed, "At last, you have arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." Lin Qing's energy surged as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wu Heng. The latter quickly explained, "The Nailan family has but one daughter, raised as a son, hence his appearance." Nailan Xuan, noticing that the two did not move, waved her hand in disappointment. She playfully patted the exquisite beauty nestled in her arms and scolded, "You all may leave. I have serious matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, although the group of women felt reluctant, they still departed with playful glances cast back at Nailan Xuan. Sit down, sit down. I originally intended to have some fun with you," Wu Heng said, pulling Lin Qing to take a seat. Still able to distinctly smell the lingering fragrance of the women who had just left, Lin Qing remained composed, while Wu Heng's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing his discomfort. Upon noticing this, Nailan Xuan burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping her knee in amusement. She then took his hand, examining it closely, and her expression shifted to one of concern. She pressed his hand against her own cheek, gazing at Wu Heng with affectionate eyes. "Oh, little Wu Wu, your hands are calloused. It truly pains me." A chill suddenly ran down Lin Qing's spine, and he felt utterly uncomfortable. Although he recognized that Nailan Xuan was a woman, she was presently dressed as a man. The sight of two men being so intimate before him made him wish to leap forward and eliminate them both. Wu Heng shuddered as well, quickly retracting his hand and rubbing it vigorously on his clothing. "I brought you something. Will you help?" Nailan Xuan scrutinized Lin Qing, a playful expression on her face. "Not bad. You possess quite the handsome visage. Where do you wish to be assigned? For little Wu Wu's sake, I shall oblige." Chapter 25. The Northern Battlefield. The Northern Battlefield, at the forefront of the Grassland Kingdom. "Indeed, I shall go too," Wu Heng promptly agreed. Nailan Xuan assessed the two with a discerning gaze and nodded. "Very well, I accept. Tomorrow, the documents from the military governor's office will arrive at the Martial Academy. However, you must first inform me of your purpose in going there." Before Wu Heng could respond, Lin Qing spoke up first. "In these times of national decline, the Battle of Shihu City 3 years ago shattered the dreams of our great Qian dynasty. As a son of Qian, it is only natural for me to venture to the front lines to confront the enemy and achieve merit." Lin Qing's voice resonated resolutely, and a glimmer of admiration flashed in Wu Heng's eyes, finding this far superior to the lackluster excuses he had considered. Nailan Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, her delicate fingers pointing at the two as tears of mirth nearly spilled from her eyes. She leaned against Wu Heng, saying, "Just based on you two? Very well, you've persuaded me. Await the orders tomorrow. But let me make it clear, should you fall on the battlefield, you cannot blame me. Of course, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens." "Thank you, Master Nailan. I shall take my leave," Lin Qing replied, turning to depart without further inquiry into the matter of Shihu City. Wu Heng glanced around, finally breaking free from Nailan Xuan's hold, and followed him into the passage, leaving behind a grateful remark, "Thank you." With a smile in her eyes, Nailan Xuan pulled the hairpin from her head, causing her long hair to cascade down to her waist. How intriguing! It is not often one encounters those rushing toward their own demise. The following day, Yuan Hong, with a stern expression, entered the martial academy, holding 2 military orders from the Ministry of War. The disciples had gathered early at the training grounds, their expressions tense upon his arrival. Yuan Hong took a deep breath, glancing at Lin Qing and Wu Hong, as he tapped the command scroll in his hand, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this? Why has the Duke of the State suddenly reassigned you to the northern battlefield?" His words sparked an uproar among the crowd. The mention of the Duke of the State left them all astonished, yet the 2 individuals in question remained remarkably composed. Lin Qing replied calmly, "A true man, born in turbulent times, must take to the battlefield and fight valiantly. My lord, please do not impede us." Indeed, Wu Hang concurred emphatically. Does he still have connections with the Duke of the State? Is he suggesting this was a voluntary reassignment? Has he lost his mind? Some disciples keenly sensed the unusual nature of the situation. Yuan Hong's expression darkened, his breath heavy with indignation as he chastised, "You, who have barely achieved any rank, dare to think of joining the fray? Do you have any idea how perilous the northern battlefield is? His Majesty holds you in high regard. If you were to perish there, would you not betray His Majesty's trust?" Lin Qing's voice, though unembellished, inexplicably ignited a spirit of gallantry within those present, inspiring them to follow him into battle. Yes, Lin Qing is right, Wu Hong nodded vigorously. The atmosphere grew heavy, almost stifling. After a brief pause, a smile unexpectedly broke across Yuan Hong's face, causing his dark visage to crinkle with newfound warmth. "Excellent, your resolve is commendable, worthy of His Majesty's trust. Exercise utmost caution on the northern battlefield." His sudden shift in demeanor caught everyone off guard. Yuan Hong addressed all the students present, letting out a cold snort. "Once the first term of your studies concludes, I shall petition His Majesty to permit you to experience the battlefield. Only those who return alive shall continue their education at the Martial Academy." The previously gleeful crowd was left speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The remaining scions of nobility were particularly bewildered. According to the laws of Tiqian, one must undergo at least a year of training before entering the battlefield, unless, like the 2 in question, one received special authorization from the 5 armies command. Was it not too hasty for the Martial Academy to adopt such measures? Guan Zishi, a noble scion, unafraid of Yuan Hong, boldly inquired, "My lord, why the urgency?" "Humph, spring is upon us, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the Prairie King's court will descend upon us in autumn to raid. Our Tiqian is in dire need of capable individuals. Do you not wish to serve your country?" The crowd fell silent. Even the most unruly among them could not utter words of reluctance to serve. Yuan Hong turned to Lin Qing, stating, "You must hasten to the northern battlefield before the Prairie King's court fully descends. They will dispatch small contingents of cavalry to harass the borders, presenting an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. Should you wait until the Prairie King's court advances in full force, it will be too late. Everyone will be on edge, leaving no opportunity for you newcomers to gain experience." Lin Qing respectfully clasped his fists together, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. We shall depart for the northern battlefield tomorrow." Unexpectedly, Yuan Hong waved his hand, instructing them to pack their belongings at once, as Lord Wu would be returning to the capital the following day, which promised to be troublesome. Lin Qing's fists instantly clenched, and Wu Hang's pupils contracted, wishing they could depart from this place immediately. "Thank you, my lord. We shall pack up right away," they replied hastily before leaving. Once they were gone, Yuan Hong turned to the gathered students, a flicker of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. "Focus on your training. Each of you must practice an extra hour tonight. There shall be no slacking." The crowd rolled their eyes, nearly fainting at the prospect. 1 hour later, at the northern gate of the capital, 2 majestic steeds emerged from the city. Beside these fine horses stood 2 strikingly handsome young men, brimming with vigor, which drew the attention of many townsfolk seeking refuge. Wondering which noble family these gentlemen hailed from, these 2 were none other than Lin Qing and Wu Hong, who had finished packing their belongings. The capital was situated in the northern part of the dynasty, merely 1,000 miles from the battlefield. If the journey went smoothly, they could arrive in 2 days. Moreover, the horses they rode were exceptional mounts provided by the 5 armies commander's office, a special gift from Nalan Shiwan for their convenience. Traveling 1,000 miles was well within their capabilities. Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor, even exuding anticipation. There, he would find ample martial artists to accelerate his advancement and hone his skills. Perhaps, he might even uncover the truth from years past. In contrast, Wu Hong appeared somewhat bewildered. This was his first departure from the capital, and to a place so distant, with the possibility of not returning. However, thoughts of his tragically deceased maternal grandfather's family and the headless corpses strengthened his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let us go." The two mounted their horses, their perspectives widening. Lin Qing also inhaled deeply, gazing towards the distant north. Grasping the reins, he cracked the whip against his steed's flank, urging it forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, at the western gate of the capital, a troop of over 100 riders arrived, weary from their journey. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, exuding an extraordinary presence. A soldier stepped forward and shouted towards the city gate. Lord Wuan returns to the capital. Open the gates. Chapter 26. The military standard. 2 days later, Lin Qing halted his horse on a hillside, gazing vacantly at the vast black encampment in the distance. Since leaving the capital and heading north, the winds and sands had intensified. Now, both young men had cracked lips, sunburnt skin, and looked somewhat haggard. "Let us go. It's the final stretch," Lin Qing said coldly, leading the way. Wu Hang grimaced but followed suit, his hand unconsciously brushing against his inner thigh. Despite being of the 6th rank with ironclad skin, it was still sore from the journey. Soon, they arrived before the military camp, where they were met with the sight of listless soldiers. They stood there, looking even worse than the two newcomers. "Halt. Who are you two?" inquired a short soldier, though he did not move, leaning against the entrance of the camp. Lin Qing produced the order and insignia from his bosom and extended them forward. The man took the order and casually glanced at it before returning it to Lin Qing, saying, "Ah, it comes from the capital. Do you understand the rules?" Lin Qing furrowed his brow, realizing the army of Deqian had deteriorated to such an extent. "What rules?" The man continued. "Hey, you young fellow don't get it. You feast and indulge in the capital, while we are here eating sand. How can that be acceptable?" Lin Qing understood and produced a silver ingot. "Is this what you mean?" The man's eyes instantly brightened, internally exclaiming, "A plump sheep." He hurriedly tiptoed to take it, but Lin Qing's gaze turned icy, and a crisp sound rang out. Bang! The man was sent flying, holding his face in disbelief. "Do you commit violence in the military camp?" Lin Qing unfurled the order before the man and slapped him again, leaving him dazed. "The order from the 5 armies commander's office, from the Duke of the State, and you dare to obstruct it?" The man was stunned, as were his companions. They looked at the fallen man with helplessness, realizing that even if they sought some extra profit, they should have examined the situation more carefully. A small officer resembling a standard-bearer approached, took the order, and immediately his expression turned serious. Indeed, it bore the Duke's seal. He smiled awkwardly and returned the order, saying, "Gentlemen, forgive us. The brothers haven't had meat for many days. Please don't hold it against us." Lin Qing snorted coldly, ignoring him and walking directly into the main camp. Wu Hong followed closely behind, pulling out a silver ingot from his pocket and tossing it to the small officer. "Take this, enjoy a drink." The officer's face lit up with joy, repeatedly thanking him, saying, "You are truly generous, sir. The quartermaster is in the northeast corner of the camp. Just head there." "Thank you," Wu Hong replied hurriedly, catching up to Lin Qing. "Northeast corner, just head that way." Lin Qing disregarded him, instead surveying the main camp of the northern battlefield. It could only be described as a scene of devastation, with worn-out weapons and armor scattered everywhere. Groups of soldiers lounged in the sun, neglecting their drills. Moreover, he noticed the soldiers' faces were ashen, lacking vitality, and several warriors appeared feeble rather than robust. All of this indicated that the army of Deqian had reached a dire state. In stark contrast to the revelry of the capital, this place resembled a refugee camp. It was evident that Deqian was on the brink of collapse. No wonder the emperor sought to establish a martial academy. As Lin Qing and Wu Hang walked through the military camp, they were met with unfriendly gazes. It was not until they passed through the central military camp that the scene improved. The ground was tidy, and the soldiers bore some semblance of discipline. "Have you been to the military camp before?" Lin Qing inquired. "No, but the camps are generally similar. The rear army is the worst, the middle army is better, and the front army is the best. Just now, the one we encountered was the rear army, usually composed of commoners and even beggars who caused trouble in the city." Wu Hong, as a young master of the Marquis's residence, though he had not been there, had some understanding of military affairs. Before long, the two arrived at the quartermaster's office. A few elderly soldiers were bustling about, and upon noticing the arrival of the two, they merely issued a casual directive, instructing them to wait. After a considerable half-hour, one of them, drenched in sweat, approached. The distinctive scent of the military camp was particularly pronounced on him. Wu Hong frowned slightly, displaying a hint of disdain. Lin Qing, maintaining his composure, produced the order and official token. The man took the order, glanced at the two, and said, "Please wait a moment." Before long, he returned with a booklet, 2 sets of standard armor, and 2 long blades. Setting them on the table, he inquired, "What are your respective ranks?" 7th rank, refining essence to solidify spirit. 6th rank, copper skin and iron bones. The quartermaster raised an eyebrow in surprise. He then turned to Wu Hong and commanded, "Join the front lines as a small flag." He then looked at Lin Qing, "You as well." The two exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Being assigned to the front lines was undoubtedly favorable news, allowing them better access to the royal court of the grasslands. They had long prepared psychologically for the possibility of operating separately. Taking up the armor and blades, they parted ways, having agreed to actively gather intelligence and exchange it upon their next meeting. Meanwhile, within the military supply camp, a quartermaster with a flickering gaze picked up the registered booklet for a thorough examination. Upon confirming the two's affiliations, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Following the camp's markings, Lin Qing arrived at the designated 100-man troop. In the Daqian army, each 100-man troop consisted of 100 soldiers. With 50 forming a total flag and 10 a small flag, Lin Qing's contingent consisted of merely 10. Upon entering, he immediately spotted his superior, clad in the attire of a 100-man, drilling the troops. As Wu Hong had stated, the front lines were indeed far more disciplined than the rear. The 100-man, seeing him don the armor and steel blade, spat out the grass from his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Qing stepped forward, respectfully bowing, "I am Lin Qing, here to pay my respects to the 100-man. I have been assigned by the 5 armies command to serve as a small flag here." He produced the order and the token received from the quartermaster. The 100-man scrutinized him for a moment, nodded, and shouted to the ranks, "Shi Yonggong, your subordinate." Turning back to Lin Qing, he said, "He will be your superior from now on. Do well." "Thank you, sir." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the ranks. A scar etched across his face, exuding a menacing aura. In his hands, he was idly manipulating 2 white objects, which upon closer inspection turned out to be dice. He approached Lin Qing, appraising him momentarily before nodding in satisfaction. "Very well, enlist at once. The small flag of the 2nd Battalion has fallen in battle. You will take his place." Lin Qing's gaze swiftly scanned the scant 3 members of the 2nd Battalion, his brow furrowing immediately. Shi Yonggong clapped a hand on his shoulder, smiling. "Yesterday, in battle with the barbarians, several fell. Once we have more personnel, you will receive reinforcements." Lin Qing nodded in gratitude, resigned to this course of action. Chapter 27. A minor deviation, a major loss. Having concluded the rather perfunctory drill, Lin Qing was introduced to his 3 subordinates. The man of modest stature, robust in build, was known as Yin Guang, a martial artist of the 9th rank. Upon seeing him, Lin Qing was reminded of the late Lupa, whose figure resembled his. In stark contrast stood a tall, lanky youth named Zhang Xin, also a 9th rank martial artist, who appeared remarkably simple-minded. Another individual, missing a finger, a testament to his fierce battles against barbarous foes, was named Lan Yunchuan, sharing a physique akin to Lin Qing, exuding an air of menace. Lin Qing's gaze drifted to Lan's uneven finger, confirming the tale as true. The 3 harbored a certain indifference toward their newly appointed officer. In these precarious times, everyone felt the weight of anxiety, as the Prairie King's court had commenced its autumn hunt, a process extending from spring to fall, bringing incessant waves of prairie troops to this northern battlefield. The clash of combat had already begun. Today it was a minor flag, tomorrow, perhaps, souls lost to the fray. The most impartial truth in this world is that death spares no one. After placing his belongings within the tent, Lin Qing stepped outside, bare-chested. His well-defined muscles and the scars upon his back captured the attention of the trio, who turned their gazes in his direction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing began to stretch and warm up, eager to refine his skills in the Azure Sky Fist technique. In the preceding 2 days, he and Wu Hong had been preoccupied with travel, leaving no time for training. Now, having just arrived at the military camp, he was impatient to commence his practice, for the elevation of his martial prowess was paramount. As he executed the Azure Sky Fist, the sharp sounds of his movements echoed, causing the 3 to widen their eyes in astonishment. Within the ranks of the Daqian army, most were ordinary martial artists of the 8th and 9th ranks, with some mere commoners among them. 7th rank martial artists typically held the rank of centurion or at least a standard bearer. The presence of a 7th rank individual in this modest trio was remarkable, igniting a spark of hope in the eyes of the three. Could this mean that in their next encounter, survival was possible? After all, a formidable officer could prove life-saving in dire moments. Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye as Lin Qing continued to practice. At that moment, a small troop of 10 approached slowly. Leading them was a tall, dark-faced man, his physique brimming with muscle, exuding an intimidating aura. The shorter Yin Guang was the first to notice their arrival. His expression shifted, and he swiftly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" The dark-faced man strode forward without uttering a word, delivering a kick that sent Yin Guang sprawling to the ground, his face flushing as he struggled to catch his breath. "I go where I please. That fool only sacrificed himself to protect you worthless wretches, and yet you still dare to live?" As he berated them, he stepped over Yin Guang's body and entered the military encampment. His gaze immediately fell upon the bare-chested, handsome youth, and he let out a sound of disdain. "So, you are the newly appointed minor flag officer?" "Indeed, that is I. What business do you have?" Lin Qing replied, his brow furrowed, speaking in a calm, dispassionate tone as he turned to Yin Guang, urging him to rise. Beside them, Lan Yunchuan and Zhong Xian approached, positioning themselves behind Lin Qing, united in their animosity towards the common foe. Yet, their numbers appeared rather sparse. Yin Guang, breathless, managed to rise and join Lin Qing. Together they directed their gaze towards the burly man with the dark countenance. Lan Yunchuan whispered, "My lord, Rongli, the former minor officer, perished in battle 100 miles from the camp yesterday. This man is Zhong Daning, who has had conflicts with our former superior." "Understood," Lin Qing replied with a calm demeanor, stepping forward to confront Zhong Daning. He inquired slowly, "What brings you here?" "Nothing of consequence. I merely came to observe your state." "To prepare for your corpse," Zhong Daning retorted, lowering his head to meet Lin Qing's gaze, his eyes brimming with derision. Behind him, his companions erupted into laughter, thick with mockery. "Foolish," Lin Qing declared, delivering a powerful strike to Zhong Daning's abdomen. He refrained from employing the sky blue fist technique. While fighting was permissible within the ranks, causing fatalities was not. A single blow resulting in death would be quite problematic. Nevertheless, his punch penetrated deeply, causing Zhong Daning's eyes to bulge, instantly veined with blood. His complexion flushed crimson. The sudden impact rendered him nearly breathless. As he gasped for air, a wave of force struck him again, sending his head reeling, and in a dizzying instant, he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers behind Zhong Daning stared in disbelief, their throats constricting. Their minor officer, having recently ascended to the 8th rank after yesterday's battle, was unable to withstand a single confrontation with this individual. What was his level of prowess? Observing their astonished expressions, Lin Qing let out a heavy sigh. From the wisdom gleaned from past texts, the decline of military discipline signified the decay of a dynasty. The presence of such foolishness within the elite front ranks filled him with sorrow, leading him to lament the impending doom of the Deqian. His gaze swept over the crowd behind him as he coldly commanded, "Will you leave or not?" It was only then that they snapped back to reality, hastily lifting Zhong Daning and retreating in a flurry. Meanwhile, the three subordinates remained rooted in place, their eyes fixed on him with fervor. He represented their hope for survival on the battlefield. A powerful and protective superior was the most cherished figure among soldiers. Noticing their fervent demeanor, Lin Qing spoke. "Though our minor company consists of just the 4 of us, should outsiders come to bully you, I expect you to rise and retaliate. As warriors, you must possess the resolve to fight to the death if you wish to progress swiftly." With that, he positioned himself at the center of the military camp, beckoning the 3 with a gesture. "Come, join me in practice. As soldiers, one must remain vigilant. If you slack today, it is you who will perish on the battlefield tomorrow. Compromise is not an option. Mediocrity today could lead to disaster in life or death struggles. If you wish to survive, to ascend in rank and fortune, you must strive, and strive again." As Lin Qing defended against their attacks, he spoke slowly, stirring their spirits. In the present day, within the great Qian army, each soldier is preoccupied with self-preservation, and military discipline seems non-existent. The officers are engrossed in embezzling military funds, leaving them little time for other concerns. When confronted with a superior as stringent as the current one, they are naturally aware that this is a fortuitous circumstance. At this moment, Zhong Daning, who had just departed, has finally regained his composure, feeling utterly humiliated. He gestures to his subordinates, instructing them to return while he rests for a moment. Once they have left, he slowly rises and gazes at the bruise on his abdomen. Inhaling sharply, This young man is truly ruthless. After some time, he arrives at the northeast corner of the camp, where he encounters a quartermaster. What news? The quartermaster inquires, handing him a long knife. Upon receiving the weapon, a flicker of joy crosses Zhong Daning's eyes as he replies, "Sir, that individual must be at the 7th rank. In the realm of refining essence and concentrating spirit. Just see." With that, he lifts his garment to reveal the dark bruise. The quartermaster's eyes flicker as he nods. "Very well, I understand." Chapter 28. The murder in the camp. The following morning, the sound of hurried footsteps awakens the soldiers still slumbering in the camp. A squad of black-armored cavalry traverses the encampment, surrounding one of the tents so tightly that not a drop could escape. The soldiers turn their gazes curiously towards the commotion. Lin Qing, who had risen early to practice martial arts outside his tent, observes the scene but chooses to remain indifferent, believing that nothing is more important than cultivation. However, upon hearing anguished cries, he shifts his attention, and his expression changes dramatically. He witnesses several individuals, whom he had encountered the previous day, kneeling on the ground, wailing as if mourning a lost mother. They are fervently bowing towards a 100-man commander he had seen before, including the standard-bearer, Shi Yonggong. Lin Qing furrows his brow. Then his expression shifts as a realization dawns upon him. Sure enough, a group of black-armored soldiers emerges from the tent, bearing a corpse. It is none other than Zhong Daning, who had sought trouble just yesterday. He lies lifeless, his skin pale from the cessation of blood flow. The positions where the soldiers carry him have sunken, lacking the resilience of a living body. His bare chest displays a dark bruise, and his face, frozen in disbelief, bears a horrific expression. At first glance, it is unmistakably clear that the bruise on his chest is the fatal injury. Moreover, those kneeling and weeping appear to cast veiled glances towards Lin Qing's location. Their expressions inscrutable. Lin Qing's countenance darkens, if he remains oblivious to the fact that he has been ensnared in a plot. Then all his struggles over the years would have been in vain. In the military, the principle of retribution dictates that one life is exchanged for another. Now, it seems someone seeks to use Zhong Daning's demise to barter for his own life. In an instant, Lin Qing comprehends the unfolding situation. Zhong Daning's provocation yesterday may have been orchestrated by another, who seeks to eliminate me, after traveling along exceedingly discreet paths for 2 days. How could the orchestrator have learned of my whereabouts so swiftly? Suddenly, Lin Qing's eyes widened slightly. Perhaps he was not followed on the way here, but rather targeted after entering the camp. Since yesterday, he has only interacted with a limited number of individuals. At the entrance of the military camp stood the guard. Wu Heng, the supply officer, the 100 households, the general flag, and 3 from the minor flag. Additionally, there was the deceased squad from the minor flag. The only 4 individuals privy to his detailed information were the guard, Wu Heng, the supply officer, and the 100 households. Among them, the most suspicious without a doubt was right here, my lord. Interrupted in his thoughts, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Qing's eyes as he looked up. He noticed a soldier he had seen the day before approaching with the 100 households and the general flag. As they walked, the soldier shouted, "Right here, my lords. Our minor flag had a conflict with this individual, and afterward, the minor flag abandoned us, claiming they needed to rest alone. However, to our shock, he was found dead in the tent this morning." Rest alone? Lin Qing keenly seized upon that phrase, silently noting it. He then reined in his thoughts and surveyed the soldiers subtly converging around him. The immediate priority was to navigate through the current predicament before making further plans. The 100 households approached Lin Qing, his towering figure exuding an oppressive aura. With a stern countenance, he directed, "Seize him." Lin Qing's expression shifted slightly, his muscles tensing instinctively as he contemplated resistance. Yet, upon catching sight of the military crossbow set up in the distance, its cold glint sending a chill through him. He realized that perhaps the puppeteer awaited his defiance to strike him down. At that moment, it would no longer matter whether he was the one who committed the act. 2 soldiers came up behind Lin Qing and forcefully pressed him to the ground. "To kill within the military ranks, you possess quite the audacity," the 100 households coldly inquired. "Reporting to you, my lord, I did not commit murder. Yesterday, Zhong Daning provoked me here, and I merely drove him away. My 3 subordinates can attest to this." Lin Qing replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, devoid of any panic, despite the pressure from behind. In such a critical moment, shouting would only lead to the loss of composure and provoke the superior's irritation, thus forfeiting the protection he ought to receive. The 100 households nodded subtly, reflecting on the composure that Lin Qing displayed, indicative of a disciple from the martial academy. Given this unflappable demeanor, the likelihood of him being a murderer diminished considerably. Observing Lin Qing's conduct, he recognized him as an intelligent individual. After all, a clever person would not be foolish enough to kill immediately after a conflict. Turning his gaze to the quietly standing Shi Yonggong beside him, the 100 households inquired, "Are these two under your command? What is your opinion?" Taking a deep breath, Shi Yonggong's eyes flickered as he glanced toward the military tent and assessed his position. "My lord, I dare not assert that this individual is the murderer. But given his capabilities, I believe it is plausible for him to navigate through the camp at night and enter the tent to commit murder." After a pause, he added, "Though Zhong Danning often displayed a certain arrogance within the ranks, he was undeniably a fierce warrior on the battlefield, a rare talent. It is indeed a great pity that he met such a tragic end within the camp. I implore you, my lord, to exercise discernment and uncover the true culprit." Lin Qing's gaze flickered. Shi Yonggong's words, though assertive, subtly positioned him in an unfavorable light. At that moment, 3 individuals were brought out from the military tent. It was precisely the 3 individuals under Lin Qing's command who, upon witnessing him pinned to the ground, experienced a drastic change in their expressions. However, they all wisely chose to remain silent. The 100 households turned to the trio and inquired, "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" The 3 exchanged furtive glances, momentarily at a loss for words. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shi Yonggong approached them directly, asking in a frigid tone, "Did you witness anything last night?" The implication of his question suggested an unspoken accusation against the official. Lin Qing cast a sidelong glance at Shi Yonggong, his gaze tranquil. Shi Yonggong furrowed his brow, wielding his riding whip as he confronted Lin Qing, pointing it at his nose and barked, "Is this a place for you to speak? Silence yourself." Lin Qing's brow furrowed in response, his eyes icy as he looked at Shi Yonggong. "Sir, I remain a minor officer in the military, not yet a criminal. I implore you to exercise restraint." With a sharp crack, Shi Yonggong, unable to contain his fury, lashed out with the whip, leaving a vivid red mark across Lin Qing's face. He then turned back to the 3, demanding, "Speak quickly. Did you hear anything last night?" Yin Guang trembled. His once honest face now betrayed uncertainty and fear. This ignited a spark of hope in Shi Yonggong's eyes as he pressed, "What did you see? Speak." Yin Guang shivered again, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered, I heard nothing, I swear." Crack. Another strike of the whip fell. As Shi Yonggong pressed, "Did you hear or not?" Yin Guang, whose rank was merely 9th grade, was left battered and bruised. "I'll tell you. Just don't hit me again. I heard." Chapter 29, Imprisonment. At the hour of the tiger yesterday, I stepped out to relieve myself and saw a shadow enter Zhong Danning's military camp. I was terrified and hurried back. Yin Guang's body quaked, as if still in shock. "Why didn't you raise the alarm?" Shi Yonggong's face contorted with rage as he grasped Yin Guang's collar and demanded an answer. "I was afraid, my lord." Yin Guang stammered, his face flushed crimson. "Useless. How can such a coward serve under my command?" Upon uttering these words, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed the eyes of some soldiers who had been merely spectators. "Enough. Call for the military doctor to examine the body. Ascertain the time of death and the cause. As for him, he shall be detained within the military camp, unable to leave." The 100 households cast a glance at Lin Qing and stated flatly. Shi Yonggong's expression shifted as he opened his mouth to protest, but the 100 households raised a hand, casting him a glance as well. "That is sufficient. The royal court of the grasslands is advancing fiercely. We must focus on how to defeat the enemy." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Shi Yonggong rooted in place, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. He took a deep breath, brandishing his whip as he approached Lin Qing once more, delivering a swift strike without hesitation. 2 lashes fell, leaving fresh wounds on Lin Qing's neck. "As a minister of the court, do you disregard the authority of the state with such behavior, Sir Shi?" Lin Qing retorted coldly, momentarily catching Shi Yonggong off guard. A sinister smile crept onto Shi Yonggong's face as he replied, "A minister of the court? Here in the military camp, I am the highest authority. You wretched scoundrels. Each of you only brings me trouble. Tomorrow, when we emerge from the encampment to confront the enemy, I shall see how many of you return alive. Lock him away. Keep him under strict surveillance." Upon uttering these words, an unusual silence enveloped the room. None moved, their eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. "Lock him away. Did you not hear my command to confine him?" Witnessing his growing exasperation, only a few soldiers stirred, albeit slowly and with evident reluctance. The originally mandated binding had devolved into merely draping the ropes haphazardly. Lin Qing was escorted back to the tent. where the two soldiers sighed and whispered their complaints. To be in service of such a master is indeed ill-fated. One of the soldiers addressed Lin Qing, saying, "My lord, please bear with us and remain here quietly, lest we face difficulties." Naturally, Lin Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. The two men then loosened the ropes on Lin Qing's hands, a mere pretense. "Thank you, brothers. When the captain restores my honor, I shall treat you both to a drink." As he spoke, Lin Qing leaned forward and added, "I have some small silver coins here. Please take them and buy yourselves some wine." The two hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Lin Qing pressed on, "We are all brothers in arms. Let us leave some goodwill for future encounters. Once I regain my freedom, I will certainly treat you both." He leaned aside, allowing 2 silver coins to slip from his grasp, sufficient to ensure a hearty revelry, given the current prices in the military. One of them swallowed hard, licked his lips, picked up the coins, and smiled, saying, "Then thank you, my lord. When you regain your freedom, we shall treat you to a drink." Lin Qing nodded with a smile, urging them to hasten. Once the two departed, he scoffed softly. In the present day of the Great Qian, military discipline was lax, and propriety had crumbled. The soldiers not only indulged in alcohol, but some merchants also brought women to the barracks for their amusement, all to cater to their smuggling dealings with the nomadic courts. With such a state of military discipline, it was a miracle to win any battles. Glancing at the ropes in his hands, Lin Qing scoffed again, casting them aside, and caressing the scars upon his face, his expression inscrutable. An hour later, faint footsteps echoed from outside, causing Lin Qing's eyes to sharpen. He bound the rope around his arm, channeling his energy, preparing for a lethal strike. At that moment, he found himself anticipating the arrival of Shi Yonggong. However, when the furtive figure finally appeared, Lin Qing relaxed his guard, letting out a sigh. The newcomer bore an innocent expression, was of short stature, and carried a white package. Sneaking into the tent, upon seeing Lin Qing sitting unscathed on the bed, Yin Guang was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise, "My lord, how have you managed to loosen your bindings?" His eyes widened in astonishment as he hurried forward, attempting to rebind Lin Qing. "Enough. What is it that you want?" Lin Qing retorted, shaking off the ropes. Yin Guang shivered and said, "My lord, I was in the wrong this morning. I should not have spoken, which led to your imprisonment." He handed the parcel to Lin Qing, saying, "My lord, this contains some food. Please eat quickly and do not let anyone discover you." Lin Qing rose and peered out of the military tent, inquiring, "What has become of the 2 soldiers guarding me?" Yin Guang replied, "I saw them indulging in wine." Although this was indeed absurd, within the current state of the Deqian army, such occurrences were not uncommon. "My lord, we all know you are not the murderer," he continued cautiously. Lin Qing chuckled, "What leads you to say that?" Yin Guang replied, "Zhang Daming was bound to meet his demise eventually." As he spoke, he carefully unwrapped the parcel and handed a dry biscuit to Lin Qing, glancing nervously towards the tent's entrance. Lin Qing accepted the biscuit, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "What prompts such a statement?" "My lord, you have just arrived in the camp and are unaware of Zhang Daming's character. Though he fights valiantly, it is born out of desperation. I once overheard his subordinates mention that he owes at least 300 taels of silver, a debt he cannot possibly repay. His only recourse is to slay enemies and sell his military achievements for money. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would have attained the rank of general long ago." Yin Guang whispered, a flicker of fear evident in his gaze. "Is it truly possible to sell military achievements? It seems the Deqian army is even more corrupt than I had imagined. Indeed, a barbarian's head fetches 20 taels of silver, which Zhang Daming sold to Lord Shi to settle debts. Otherwise, he would not be so enraged." "Oh, what of the captains and leaders in the army?" Lin Qing inquired. "My lord, it has been 6 months since the army received their pay. The officers are powerless to act." Yin Guang sighed, revealing that he had an ailing mother and younger sister to support. Having not sent money home for half a year, he feared they were struggling to survive. Lin Qing took out a biscuit and offered it to Yin Guang, asking, "Why do you believe Zhang Daming will meet his end soon?" "The Lord he owes has already made threats. If he does not repay, he will be sent to the most perilous battlefield, where he is likely to perish without a trace. Without funds, survival in such a place is impossible. Thus, his death is merely a matter of time, though the manner of his demise remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing found the situation peculiar, pondering whether this was a military camp or a gambling den. After much contemplation, he deemed Yin Guang to be somewhat honest and pulled him closer, his gaze fierce, causing Yin Guang to tremble in fear. Come here at midnight tonight and assist me with the task." Yin Guang quickly shook his head, tears welling in his eyes as he began to sob softly. "My lord, I dare not. It is not my affair. 100 taels of silver." The sound of his sobs softened as Yin Guang's voice quivered. "My lord, I cannot let you go. Rest assured, as an 8th-rank military officer, how could I flee? I only require your help with a trivial matter." The sobbing ceased entirely. Yin Guang's breathing quickened, his eyes reddening as he stammered. "Very well, my lord. 100 taels is excessive. 10 taels will suffice. 10 taels will provide my mother and sister with a good life for 2 years. Silence. Remember, midnight." Understood. Chapter 30. The quartermaster until the deep hours of the night. 2 guards returned, intoxicated and with flushed faces, reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing Lin Qing still patiently waiting, they broke into smiles. "Thank you, my lord, for treating my brother and me to drinks. Once you have cleared your name, we shall return the favor." Cursing under their breath, they lamented the quartermasters as scoundrels for serving them counterfeit liquor. Yet, they chuckled, any drink that can inebriate is a good drink. With that, they mumbled and collapsed at the entrance of the tent, quickly drifting into a deep slumber, still cursing amidst their dreams. Observing this, Lin Qing's gaze flickered, his heart a placid lake. The ordinary soldiers harbored no grand ambitions, they were merely children of common families. They sought only to be free from hunger, considering a meal with meat a luxury, while a drink at every meal sufficed. Yet in this era of the Great Qian, the fixed ration of alcohol required them to spend real silver to procure it. Without silver, there was no drink. Moreover, their wages were perpetually delayed. When the situation became untenable, they received just enough to prevent a rebellion. Lin Qing sighed as he regarded the 2 drunken men. With a gentle tug, the ropes binding him came undone. He flexed his stiff wrists, closed his eyes in meditation, and awaited the moment. At the sound of the watchman's call, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. The appointed hour had arrived, and he had 1 hour left before his meeting with Yin Guang. He sprang to his feet, extinguished the candle in the tent, and swiftly approached the entrance, peering outside. The few scattered patrolling soldiers appeared lethargic, resembling those who had not yet awakened. Surrounding tents glowed brightly, with intermittent sounds of curses and the clattering of dice echoing within. At that moment, the military camp resembled a marketplace teeming with ruffians and lowly characters. This revelry would soon come to an end for the previous day. A portion of the soldiers had ventured out to confront the enemy, suffering considerable losses. In the current state of the Great Qian, military discipline could not be enforced as it had been under the rule of the founding emperor. Thus, a culture of carousing for a day and reveling for 2 had emerged within the ranks. Those indulging in merriment were blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited them. Many would perish at the hands of the barbarous tribes on the plains in just 2 days. It was precisely this ignorance that emboldened them, allowing them to drink to their heart's content, just as the 2 guards had. Donning the dark attire he had brought along and covering his face with a piece of black cloth, Lin Qing vanished into the shadows outside the tent. A quarter of an hour later, he halted before a larger tent, narrowing his eyes to listen intently to the raucous sounds within. A booming voice punctuated the noise, exuberantly laughing and shouting, "Shi Yongong." Concealed in the darkness, Lin Qing remained patient, biding his time. Through the gaps in the tent, he could discern a group gathered inside. Shi Yongong, bare-chested and clutching 2 dice, was shouting boisterously. As he scanned the corners of the tent, his eyes suddenly narrowed upon spotting a familiar figure. It was him. The man, in his 30s, sported a beard and had a squared jaw, exuding an air of righteousness, yet his small eyes, now squinting, revealed a distinctly cunning demeanor. This individual was none other than a military supply officer whom Lin Qing had encountered when he and Wu Heng reported to the quartermaster. In an instant, a multitude of questions surged in Lin Qing's mind. It was astonishing that someone who had seen his official documents was now here, walking alongside the very person who had plotted against him, Shi Yongong. At that moment, Lin Qing observed a soldier approach the supply officer, displaying an obsequious demeanor. His face contorted from the forced grin. "Sir, may I borrow an additional 20 taels of silver? When I go into battle in a few days, I shall certainly return the money after decapitating a barbarian," he declared. The supply officer's eyes narrowed even further as he picked up a ledger and began to peruse its contents. "Guan, you currently owe me 130 taels. A barbarian's head can fetch 20 taels at General Shi's place, which means you would need at least 7 heads. Am I correct?" Guan face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Sir, rest assured, I will repay you." The supply officer scoffed coldly, scrutinizing him. You are merely a ninth-tier warrior. How difficult it would be to slay 7 barbarians. Guan blushed deeply, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet the supply officer shifted his tone, saying, however, I could lend you the money, provided you repay me when the salary is distributed. Guan froze, shaking his head rapidly, panic etched across his face. No. My elderly mother and son are relying on me to bring home my salary. The supply officer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before his eyes brightened. Then let us wait until you meet your demise in battle. I shall simply claim your death benefits. How does that sound? In this way, I could lend you 30 taels. According to the rules of the Great Qian, a soldier killed in action would receive 100 taels. However, established during the era of the founding emperor, while the nominal amount remained 100 taels, receiving even 20 was considered a stroke of luck. Yet, it was only the family of Guan who could claim it, whereas the supply officer could easily procure the full amount. Nevertheless, this 100 taels would still fall short of covering Guan debts, leaving Lin Qing puzzled. What was this man's motive? Thus, he resolved to observe further. Are you ready? Are we still playing? If you can't afford it, then don't play, called out his companions, urging him. Caught in a struggle as he glanced at their mocking faces, he gritted his teeth and said defiantly, Fine. I shall comply with your wishes, sir. A smile instantly illuminated the supply officer's face. He produced a promissory note from his bosom, placing 30 taels upon the table. Just affix your fingerprint here, and this shall be yours. Mao, now blinded by desperation and the urge to recover his losses, pressed his fingerprint down without a moment's thought. Grasping the silver, he resembled a general poised for battle, resolutely advancing towards the gaming table. The atmosphere within the military tent grew fervent. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the supply officer's eyes as he retrieved a ledger, flipping to its last page, and tucked the promissory note within. Lin Qing was taken aback. The ledger was filled with similar notes. Roughly estimated, there were no fewer than 100 sheets. Calming the turmoil within, he began to ponder deeply. Yin Guang mentioned that Zhong Daning owed a substantial sum to Shi Yonggong, and it was only a matter of time before his demise. Lin Qing was taken aback, suspecting that Zhong Daning's debt was to this military supply officer. And it was conceivable that he had colluded with Shi Yonggong to eliminate Zhong Daning, framing him for the act. However, Lin Qing soon fell into contemplation. He bore no grudge against this supply officer. Why would he wish to see him perish? Chapter 31. Utter Malice. In less than a quarter of an hour, the fervent atmosphere within came to an abrupt end with a harsh reprimand. Lin Qing focused his gaze and noticed Guan half kneeling on the ground, fiercely pounding the earth. His disheveled appearance resembled that of a crazed wild dog. Just moments ago, he had squandered his entire compensation, the last 30 taels. How disheartening. How short-lived the entertainment had been. Indeed, it was thoroughly unsatisfactory. As he spoke, several soldiers were preparing to leave the military tent, seemingly intending to disperse. At that moment, Guan raised his bloodshot eyes and let out a roar from his throat. Come again. The 2 soldiers halted, bursting into laughter, mocking him. Do you still have money? You should head back and rest. Consider how to slay 10 barbarians the day after tomorrow. Stop. I still have money. Guan staggered to his feet, advancing towards the supply officer. With a sudden thud, he fell to his knees. His eyes were bloodshot, hands trembling violently as he growled. Sir, I still possess 5 acres of fertile land worth 50 taels of silver. I implore you to lend me. The supply officer feigned exaggerated surprise. But that is the foundation for your wife and children's livelihood. Now that your compensation is gone, if you perish, how will they survive? I will undoubtedly win next time. Guan uttered a suppressed roar. The supply officer glanced at Shi Yonggong, exchanging a brief look. After receiving a nod from Shi Yonggong, he replied, 50 taels is insufficient for your 5 acres. Let us include your wife. I shall lend you 60 taels. How does that sound? At that moment, Shi Yonggong interjected. Sir, that cannot be. Though his wife may be fair and shapely, she is hardly worth 10 taels. Why not forego her and simply lend him an additional 10 taels? Silence. One must adhere to the principle of a fair exchange in business. I am only willing to offer an extra 10 taels out of consideration for our shared status as soldiers of the Great Qian. Without the wife, those 10 taels are utterly out of the question. The supply officer produced 2 promissory notes, placing them on the table, stating nonchalantly, as if the decision to sign rested entirely with Guan. Enough is enough. Let us not continue this charade. Brother you should return and rest. Shi Yonggong suddenly waved his hand and declared. At that moment, Guan Ermao's eyes brimmed with tears, his teeth biting into his lips. His fingers clutched the ground tightly, causing his nails to lift slightly, until he exhausted all his strength and let out a roar akin to the low growl of a wild beast. This sound startled everyone present. In an instant, Guan Ermao sprang to his feet and hurriedly crawled to the table. He pressed his thumb against his lips and then forcefully stamped it onto the 2 pieces of documentation. It was evident he exerted tremendous effort, as his thumb turned pale under the pressure. Once more, he fixed his gaze upon the quartermaster, his expression fierce. However, the quartermaster, clearly seasoned in such matters, displayed no fear. Instead, he cheerfully tucked the documents away. Brother Ermao, should you lose again this time, there shall be no collateral left. You will have to channel that fierce spirit onto the barbarians, he remarked, retrieving coins from his bag and placing them into Guan Ermao's embrace. Here, this represents your family's 5 acres of fertile land, and as for this final ingot, it is your wife. Upon receiving the silver, without a moment's hesitation, Guan Ermao turned back to the gambling table and slammed a silver ingot down hard. But he barely could stand as he departed the military tent, almost collapsing. It was only thanks to Shi Yonggong calling over 2 soldiers that he was carried away. This transpired merely 15 minutes after he had pledged his wife's ancestral property. After losing 6 rounds, he had squandered all his possessions. Following his departure, Shi Yonggong and the 3 soldiers gathered around the quartermaster. They exchanged glances and placed the recovered silver upon the table. The quartermaster nodded with satisfaction at the sight of the reclaimed silver. Take your share, he instructed. Shi Yonggong collected 2 ingots weighing 20 taels, while each of the 3 soldiers took 10 taels. In less than half an hour, the quartermaster had acquired Guan Ermao's ancestral estate, as well as his wife. Additionally, he secured 100 taels for posthumous compensation. As for how much had initially been lost, Lin Qing could not ascertain. The price for all this? Merely the 50 taels that Guan Ermao had grasped for less than a quarter of an hour. Oh, I had not anticipated that Guan Ermao's family wealth was still substantial, Shi Yonggong mused, glancing at the quartermaster. Sir, his wife is renowned for her beauty within the military camp. You must have seen her on the return journey. What might she be worth? The quartermaster took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, her worth depends on how she is handled. If sold to an ordinary establishment, she might fetch only 20 taels. However, if sold to those specialized in providing women, it could be no less than 100 taels. Some patrons prefer voluptuous, experienced women. 100 taels. Upon hearing this, not only did Shi Yonggong's eyes light up, but those of the 3 soldiers sparkled as well. To acquire her for merely 10 taels was a tremendous profit. Sir, your brilliance is astounding. In the blink of an eye, you have gained 90 taels, plus Guan Ermao's compensation, totaling 200 taels. Listening to Shi Yonggong's flattery, the quartermaster waved his hand with a smile. We were in haste. At most, she might sell for 80 taels, but that is still sufficient. He turned to Shi Yonggong and said, tomorrow, send news to his family, informing them that Guan Ermao has distinguished himself on the battlefield and should come to the military camp to be promoted and receive his reward. Tell her to hurry. A lewd smile crept onto the face of the supply officer, as one often clings to hope just before succumbing to despair. The Lord is compassionate and allows that woman a few days of joy, Shi Yonggong chuckled. Not at all, not at all. Once this woman is heartbroken, she will lose her charm. When she arrives, let you enjoy a few days first. After all, you have been with me for so long. If we do not indulge now, when she becomes a celebrated figure, it will cost at least 50 taels of silver. At the supply officer's words, the room erupted in lewd laughter. Only one soldier scratched his head and remarked, but, my lord, Guan Ermao is not dead yet. What if he finds out? Foolish. After all this time with me, you are still so dim-witted. The supply officer coldly placed his teacup on the table. He then turned to Shi Yonggong, his face darkening. On the battlefield the day after tomorrow, let him die quickly. Remember to bring back his head as a trophy. That will fetch 20 taels of silver. It is a military achievement. Death is beneficial. The condolence money is 100 taels, the head 20 taels, and his wife 80 taels, along with 100 taels for 5 mu of fertile land, plus his military salary of 35 taels. In total, 335 taels. Ha ha. As the supply officer chanted this, he burst into laughter. Suddenly, a fierce shout erupted from outside the military tent. You bastards, you shall die. Chapter 32. The outbreak of murder. The door of the military tent shattered, and a figure burst in like a thunderbolt, propelled by a fierce wind. The air howled, and power surged. Lin Qing's gaze was sharp as an eagle, focusing on the soldier closest to him. Without hesitation, he clenched his right fist, muscles bulging, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike aimed at the man's midsection. The eighth stance of the azure sky fist, wandering in the empty valley. A crisp sound echoed as Lin Qing's fist sank 2 inches into the man's chest, shattering his internal organs, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, causing him to perish on the spot. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in the military? Shi Yonggong's expression changed as he shielded the supply officer, warily eyeing the figure in black. Lin Qing, however, did not waste words. He sprang forward, transforming his fist into a claw, aiming for the soldier's throat with deadly intent. The first stance, lightly unraveling the silk robe. The soldier was merely a 9th-tier martial artist, and having neglected his training for a life of leisure. He was paralyzed by fear at Lin Qing's approach, his legs seemingly rooted to the ground. A light crack sounded, and the man's eyes widened in disbelief. His head twisted around, staring directly at the supply officer and Shi Yonggong, causing them to tremble in fear, their breaths nearly halting. Shi Yonggong fared slightly better, having seen death on the battlefield before, but the supply officer appeared utterly terrified, screaming, "Help! Help! Save me!" However, the anticipated guards failed to materialize, as Shi Yonggong had deliberately dispatched them to indulge in revelry, thereby avoiding unnecessary attention. The remaining guards in the tents, upon hearing the cries for help, merely chuckled, dismissing it as yet another unfortunate soul who had squandered their fortune. A glint of cold fury flashed in Lin Qing's eyes as he summoned his strength and launched himself forward, charging directly at Shi Yonggong. After a brief moment of shock, Shi Yonggong regained his composure, his gaze sharpening as he beheld the approaching figure clad in black, exuding a menacing aura. "Come forth," he thought, "no matter who you are. Today you shall find no refuge in death." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long blade, aiming it directly at Lin Qing. This attack confirmed Lin Qing's suspicions. Shi Yonggong was merely a novice warrior at the 7th rank, his prowess inferior to Lin Qing's. As the blade descended upon him, a ruthless determination ignited in Lin Qing's eyes. He did not flinch but continued his relentless advance, confident that, with his peak strength at the 7th rank, he could withstand a blow without succumbing. Yet, a single strike from him would undoubtedly spell doom for Shi Yonggong. Lin Qing had already targeted the heart, and should he land the blow, the conflict would reach its conclusion. Shi Yonggong, aware of this peril, hardened his resolve and continued his assault, shouting, "Die!" In an instant, their figures converged rapidly. The blade was a mere 3 inches from Lin Qing's head, yet his fist was equally close to Shi Yonggong's heart. In that critical moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Shi Yonggong's previously resolute gaze, an imperceptible tremor that was as unstoppable as an avalanche. Reluctantly, he altered his trajectory, twisting aside to narrowly evade Lin Qing. Nevertheless, Lin Qing pressed on, his eyes unwaveringly fierce. As Shi Yonggong landed, a muffled groan escaped his lips, accompanied by the sound of blood gushing forth. He turned back in haste, only to find relief wash over him. Thankfully, it was but a soldier who had fallen. The quartermaster had pulled the soldier aside, absorbing the lethal blow meant for Shi Yonggong. Though fear flickered across his face, his demeanor remained calm, prompting a sense of dread in Lin Qing. Indeed, powerful energy erupted from the quartermaster, momentarily stunning Shi Yonggong. To his astonishment, the quartermaster was also a warrior. Fear surged within Shi Yonggong as he realized the implications of his actions. He had gone to such lengths to orchestrate a blackmail scheme, believing the quartermaster to be an easy target, a mere mortal. Yet, he discovered that the quartermaster was a warrior of the 6th rank, a being more formidable than himself. How could this be? Observing the expression of dread on Shi Yonggong's face, the quartermaster offered him a sardonic glance, stating coolly, "In our line of work, without a modicum of true skill, one would have long since met their demise. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Shi?" Shi Yonggong was taken aback, his breath quickening as he hastily remarked, "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. In that case, let us first apprehend this assassin and uncover who seeks to undermine your business." The quartermaster nodded solemnly. His hesitation to summon the guards stemmed from the desire to keep this matter concealed. A murder attempt within the military camp would attract not only the 100 households, but possibly even 1,000. At that point, the events unfolding here would be difficult to explain. They turned their gaze toward the figure clad in black, who stood there coldly, his expression impassive. "Who are you? Who sent you to kill me?" The quartermaster inquired with icy resolve. Lin Qing remained silent, feeling the surge of energy within him, continually preparing for an explosive counterattack. In the next moment, he sensed that the energy he had expended was now fully replenished, and his gaze sharpened. Without uttering a word, he sprang forward with a single push from his foot, targeting not the higher-ranked quartermaster, but rather the 7th-grade Shi Yonggong. In an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of blows, exchanging over 10 strikes. It was only then that the quartermaster reacted and joined the fray. However, Lin Qing's lips curled into a cold smile, his earlier suspicion confirmed. Paying no heed to the quartermaster's involvement, he focused solely on Shi Yonggong, relentlessly forcing him to retreat. Blood spilling from his lips. "Who are you, and what grievance do we share?" Shi Yonggong gasped, blood spewing forth as he struggled to evade the onslaught. He hoped the quartermaster would intercept the attacker. Lin Qing merely cast a vacant glance at the quartermaster, letting out a derisive laugh. Channeling his energy, he lunged toward the beleaguered Shi Yonggong. His eyes widened in alarm as he cried, "My lord, save me." The quartermaster was equally astonished, unable to fathom how the assailant disregarded his attacks entirely. Yet, at that moment, Lin Qing turned his back to him, exposing himself completely. Gritting his teeth and summoning his energy, the quartermaster charged forward. In the next heartbeat, bang, bang, 2 dull thuds resounded, followed by the spurt of blood. One was from Shi Yonggong, whose eyes widened in disbelief, despair etched across his face as his hands fell limply, vitality extinguished. Although Lin Qing coughed up blood and felt a searing pain in his back, he straightened up and turned to face the bewildered quartermaster, wiping the blood from his lips. He scoffed, "A 6th-grade warrior who cannot fight? How laughable! How absurd! I am certainly capable of battle." The quartermaster retorted, his bravado faltering, his speech laced with unease. Lin Qing approached him with an air of composure, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His palms bore no calluses, his arms and legs were straight, and his entire being exuded a stifled aura. More importantly, the fear in his eyes betrayed his true nature, despite his facade. The terror that had flashed upon Lin Qing's entrance was unmistakable. Thus, he was merely a figure of status, lacking the capability for combat. The quartermaster's eyes widened, his breath quickening noticeably, a fleeting glimmer of fear vanishing as he stubbornly retorted, "Humph, I have battled on the battlefield for many years. Who could possibly frighten me? Is that so? If you were truly adept at combat, you wouldn't be standing so close to me." Lin Qing's lips curled into a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, his right hand, which had been relaxed, transformed into a firm fist. He unleashed a rapid series of blows, striking the quartermaster's abdomen dozens of times. Poof! The quartermaster's eyes bulged as his body slumped, blood streaming from his mouth. In truth, at your level, you should have been able to withstand this with ease, yet the reality is otherwise. Why have you attacked me? The quartermaster's eyes dimmed, feeling a pool of blood accumulating within him. Each movement echoed with the sound of blood sloshing inside. His internal organs had been utterly shattered by those relentless punches. Blood gushing forth. There was no hope of survival. I might as well tell you, the soldiers you have wronged pooled their resources to hire me to kill you. I never imagined you would remain unrepentant. In order to extract the information he sought, Lin Qing shifted the conversation elsewhere, diverting the quartermaster's attention. As anticipated, a flicker of resentment flashed in the quartermaster's eyes. "You wretched scum! How dare they? You occupy the 1st position, while they take the 15th. How could they not dare? Your wife and children should have been captured by now." Lin Qing pondered for a moment, deciding to take a gamble. After all, he had only met this man once and knew nothing of his family. However, the quartermaster's body began to tremble, and he raised a shaking hand to point at Lin Qing. "Who sent you? How could those wretched scum find you? Who are you, really?" Poof! Overcome with emotion, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin Qing's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing within them. "Me? I am merely an assassin. As for your wife and children, there are professionals assigned to handle them." Saying this, Lin Qing displayed a cold smile, patting the quartermaster's cheek. When one undertakes tasks for a superior, one must be mentally prepared. Do you not agree? Lin Qing intended to proceed gradually, but unexpectedly, the quartermaster became agitated. "Which superior intends to kill me? I have followed all orders. The money has been delivered, and that boy will be executed tomorrow. Why must I still die? Who is it?" Indeed, he was being manipulated? A chill ran through Lin Qing. Who was orchestrating this against him, reaching into the military camp? His enemies were few. The true culprit behind his father's downfall, the Duke of Wuhan, Lady Wang. Taking a deep breath, he smiled again, saying, "I am unaware of the matters you speak of. I am merely a hired hand. As for any superior, I do not know them. Do you have any final words? It is better to depart early and reincarnate sooner." Upon hearing this, the quartermaster seemed to grasp at a lifeline, disregarding the blood flowing from his mouth, exclaiming, "Hero, brother, I have money. I can pay you. What if you spare me?" Seeing that Lin Qing remained silent, he hurriedly said, "If you take the money, will you let me go? I have saved quite a bit over the years, all hidden away, and no one can find it." Lin Qing speculated that he was working for a powerful figure. After all, in the military, engaging in activities akin to confiscation and reaping the dead's wealth would be impossible without a solid backing. Thus, he replied, "What use do I have for your money? If I were to take it, I would ultimately meet the same fate as you. They are all hidden away. And the officials are unaware. Many like me operate this way, and no one will investigate." The phrase "many officials" caught Lin Qing's attention. It seemed that this business was not uncommon, and there were multiple players involved. Given that the great Qin dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, the lives of soldiers might very well be their most valuable asset. After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Qing finally nodded solemnly, stating, "In that case, if I accept your money, I shall assist you. Now, tell me where the money is hidden, who the official is, and what you meant by disembowelment. Should you harbor any ill intentions after I leave, I will expose everything you just revealed, ensuring you meet a fate without burial. Perhaps, if the emperor were to be enraged, your entire family could face extermination, or even worse." The military supply officer suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for survival, however faint, and clung to it with all his might. "I will tell you. The money is concealed within the belly of my horse. It consists of 2,000 taels of silver notes from the Great Qian Merchants Guild. You may retrieve it tomorrow. Now continue. Who is the official? And what is this matter of disembowelment?" Lin Qing pressed on. He was not particularly interested in the location of the silver notes, of all the inquiries. Only the final question held paramount significance. There is also an account book in the horse's belly, containing the name of the official. As for disembowelment, it is a task assigned to me by another official. Lin Qing's gaze turned icy. "Speak." "Yes, it was commanded by Officer Wang Qian, instructing me to locate a soldier from the capital named Lin Qing and subsequently devise his demise." At this moment, the military supply officer appeared exceedingly weak, his face pale, and his abdomen swollen. "I have revealed all. If you take the money, please rescue my wife and children, and do not allow them to fall victim to cruel hands. If there is truly no way, then end their suffering swiftly, will you?" Desperation etched on the officer's face, but Lin Qing feigned deafness, lost in thought about Officer Wang. Could it be that someone from the Wang family had been sent to assassinate me? Lin Qing felt a jolt of realization, sensing the likelihood of this scenario was quite high. As a prominent family, the Wang clan had already seen members rise to the esteemed position of left minister, a second-rank official, truly significant figures in the court. It was not surprising that some of their relatives might serve in the military. The more he pondered, the more Lin Qing became convinced that this matter was orchestrated by Madame Wang. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his face. Looking down, he saw that the black cloth binding his face had been torn away by the military supply officer. You. It was you all along." Coughing violently, the military supply officer spat blood, having envisioned countless ways to meet his end in anticipation of which powerful figure might wish to eliminate him. Yet, he had never imagined that a mere ordinary soldier captured just this morning would be the cause. As night fell, it became apparent that his life was nearly claimed. Lin Qing seized the black cloth, concealing his face, and with a cold chuckle proclaimed, "Evil deeds will surely be met with retribution." With a swift kick, the military supply officer's head was sent askew, extinguishing his life force. Chapter 34. As promised, observing the officer's expression of unwillingness, Lin Qing felt not a trace of sympathy. These soldiers fought valiantly for the Great Qian, only to fall victim to the machinations of such a person. Not only had their earthly treasures been stripped away, but in death, they would be treated as mere barbarians, exchanged for military merit and denied peace. Such individuals deserved no mercy. Glancing at the disheveled military tent, Lin Qing pocketed the silver from the table. He then grasped the long knife lying on the ground, summoning the last of his strength. He struck at the supply officer with force, once, twice, thrice, until the body lay in a mangled state, and only then did he feel at ease. Turning his gaze to Shi Yonggong, he held the same sentiment. This way, those who discovered the bodies would believe they had been victims of rage, thereby misdirecting the investigation. Another advantage was the potential to expose their previous misdeeds. If deemed a crime of vengeance, scrutiny of their past actions would inevitably follow. His eyes caught sight of a ledger filled with various fingerprints, a glimmer of coldness passing through him. With a decisive swing of the knife, he severed it in two. Thus, these records would be rendered inconsequential, while also providing leads for the investigation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing vanished from the tent. Outside, as he surveyed the brightly lit military tents, a flicker of frustration crossed his mind. The injuries he bore could no longer be endured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A distinct bruise from a fist marked his back. Though the commander may not have been skilled in combat, his strength was undeniably potent, a genuine sixth-grade force that had inflicted grave wounds upon him. Clearing the clotted blood from his mouth, he raised his gaze to check the time, realizing that he could delay no longer. The appointed hour with Yin Guang was fast approaching. In a flash, Lin Qing dashed into his own tent, stowing away the black attire he had shed, and seated himself upon the bed, patiently awaiting Yin Guang's arrival. Meanwhile, Yin Guang paced nervously within the tent, deliberating whether or not to venture forth. He was alone, as all others had perished in battle. Reluctant to engage, he feared being embroiled in the conflicts of powerful figures, which could cost him his life. Observing the barren tent and the meager compensation, he gradually reached a decision. Standing tall within the tent, he clenched his jaw firmly. Fortune favors the bold. With 10 taels of silver, he could return home and claim a promotion. Hoping his wife and children would not worry. Lost in thought, the sound of a signal horn from outside jolted him from his reverie. He glanced at the pitch-black sky and the illuminated military tents surrounding him, inhaled deeply, extinguished the tent's lantern, and strode purposefully outside. The two tents were in close proximity, nearly a dozen paces apart. Upon arriving at the entrance of the military tent, he was greeted by the sight of two fallen soldiers, their bodies sprawled on the ground, causing his complexion to drain of color. Assuming he was summoned as a scapegoat, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the earth. It was then that he caught a whiff of an overwhelming stench of alcohol, which he discerned emanated from the incapacitated soldiers. Relief washed over him. They were merely inebriated, and he had nearly succumbed to panic. Taking a deep breath, Yin Guang forced himself to rise and enter the tent. Inside, his gaze immediately fell upon a youth seated on a bed, a smile gracing his countenance. "You've arrived?" Lin Qing remarked, exhibiting no surprise at Yin Guang's presence. "What business do you have with me, my lord?" Yin Guang stammered. Lin Qing chuckled, retrieving several ingots of silver from the side and tossing them onto the table. "Here. This is your promised reward for coming." Yin Guang gasped, his eyes fixated on the silver, and with great difficulty, he finally managed to say, "My lord, I only require 10 taels." Lin Qing laughed heartily. 10 taels? That is hardly sufficient. Take it all. Once war breaks out, 10 taels will hardly procure anything. Rising from his seat, Lin Qing began to place the silver ingots into Yin Guang's arms, one by one. Though Yin Guang understood the futility of 10 taels in the future, the sheer amount overwhelmed him, and he hesitated. After a long pause, he inquired, "My lord, what do you wish for me to do?" "Simply bind me, tightly and securely," Lin Qing instructed, as he kicked the two drunken soldiers. "These men have displayed audacity by drinking without permission and have failed to fulfill their duties. I must entrust this task to you." Yin Guang was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the rope Lin Qing produced. "Is it truly that simple, my lord? Why complicate matters? You must recognize that someone is conspiring against me. If my superiors were to discover my current predicament, the consequences would be dire. According to the laws of Deqian, a suspected criminal in the army must be bound to prevent any violent outburst. In his current state, he could not evade punishment." Lin Qing tossed the rope to Yin Guang, urging, "Hurry, complete this swiftly so you may rest afterward." Yin Guang, momentarily stunned, quickly replied, Yes, thank you, my lord." For the next quarter of an hour, he busied himself with binding Lin Qing. "My lord, should I loosen it a bit?" "No need. The tighter, the better." Once the binding was complete, a smile finally graced Lin Qing's face. "Let us depart. This night, you have not set foot here." And this rope was secured by those two. Only then did Yin Guang fully grasp the situation, his breath quickening as he felt the weight of the silver against his chest. "Do not spend the silver just yet. Send it home." Yin Guang shivered, casting a fearful glance at Lin Qing, but being a clever man, he refrained from further questioning. He nodded earnestly and resolved in his heart that no one would take this silver from him. As he watched Yin Guang's departing figure, Lin Qing's previously jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a pallor of dread. Surviving the full-force strike of a sixth-tier warrior was indeed a stroke of fortune. He did not succumb to slumber immediately. Instead, he leaned against the bed, began to regulate his breath, and gradually dissipated the bruises on his back, patiently awaiting the arrival of the morrow. As dawn broke on the following day, the stench of blood began to pervade the military encampment, rousing the few soldiers on patrol. As they cautiously approached the military tent, their eyes widened in horror upon catching a glimpse of the scene within. Panic ensued as they let out piercing cries. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The shouts echoed throughout the encampment, reverberating into the distance. The soldier who had initially raised the alarm turned pale, only to be sharply reprimanded by an elder soldier beside him. "You fool, this is no enemy attack. Reporting false intelligence is punishable by death. If you seek your demise, do not drag us down with you." As the surrounding soldiers closed in, the elder soldier took a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure. "Listen," he instructed. "If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut. Just say you saw a shadow fleeing, and we came to investigate. Understand?" The young soldier, now pale, nodded repeatedly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. He then turned to the others, whispering urgently, "Did you understand?" "Yes, yes," they replied. Chapter 35. Redeeming one's faults. The sound of hooves echoed through the encampment as a fully armed squadron of soldiers rode in on tall steeds. At the forefront was a robust, middle-aged man, the centurion responsible for patrolling the camp. He wielded a whip, striking the horse's flanks, sending clouds of dust swirling. Tightening the reins, he surveyed the scene, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What transpired here? The 100-man officer whom Lin Qing had encountered earlier emerged from the throng, reporting, "Sir, it was the sentry who raised the alarm about an enemy attack. However, I have thoroughly investigated, and there are no signs of an enemy presence." The centurion scoffed, directing his gaze at the kneeling soldiers. "Where are the enemies?" The elder soldier turned pale, ready to explain, but the young soldier, trembling, interjected, "Sir, I saw a shadow fleeing." His anxiety was palpable, and it was evident to all that something was amiss. "Seize him and conduct a thorough interrogation to ascertain if any enemies are present." The young soldier, trembling, immediately prostrated himself and pleaded, Sir, I am wronged. It was he. He made me say that." He pointed frantically at the elder soldier, his voice strained. The elder soldier, momentarily stunned, rolled his eyes and clutched his chest, fainting. Witnessing this, the other soldiers quickly corroborated the earlier account. A flicker of annoyance crossed the centurion's face as he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Take them away for a rigorous interrogation." "Yes." He then dismounted and gestured to his personal guards, instructing them to enter and investigate. Moments later, 2 guards burst into the military tent, and soon a voice emerged, "Sir, there are 5 corpses inside, 2 of which have been brutally mutilated, and all their silver has been looted." Thus, Qianhu stepped briskly into the military tent, and at a glance, he was met with the gruesome sight of 5 mangled corpses. His brow furrowed immediately as his gaze fell upon one individual, clad in the attire of an army supply officer. The youth's features were obscured, rendering his identity indiscernible. "Slew, come in and ascertain who this is," he commanded, referring to the name of the Baihu. Upon entering the tent, Slew's expression shifted to one of concern as he remarked, "My lord, this is the tent of General Shi Yonggong, and the supply officer appears to be Zhang Yidao. I have often seen them in one another's company." "In each other's company for what purpose?" Qianhu inquired. Slew hesitated, then replied, "My lord, they frequently indulge in playing leaf cards." "Ah, so they are a band of gamblers. Pray, speculate on how they met their demise," Qianhu challenged. Slew pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I dare to conjecture that this is an act of vengeance." Leaning closer, he whispered into Qianhu's ear, "Their methods are quite despicable. It is not uncommon for soldiers to be left destitute by their schemes. If that is indeed the case, they have met a fitting end. Summon the military physician to examine the bodies and investigate any recent grievances against them," Qianhu declared, leaving the tent without further ado. At that moment, a troop of soldiers galloped from the distance, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Qianhu squinted, questioning, "What brings you here?" The newcomer, appearing to be in his 30s, was robust, yet bore an unusually pale complexion, inconsistent with the typical appearance of soldiers. "Wang Jinghe, what winds have blown you here?" he scoffed. "To inspect the corpses," came the curt reply, as Wang Jinghe entered the tent, catching sight of the noticeably different body, prompting a disdainful grunt. Without addressing anyone else, he mounted his horse and departed, raising another cloud of dust in his wake. "Oh, it seems there are those in the capital who thrive on power," Qianhu mused. Though both were of the rank of Qianhu, Wang Jinghe's connections were far-reaching. a stark contrast to Qian Hu's ordinary standing. Shaking his head, he too mounted his steed and rode away. A quarter of an hour later, Zuiyu emerged from the tent, his countenance shadowed with gloom. In the mere span of 2 days, 2 homicides had occurred within his jurisdiction, and he found it hard to believe there was no correlation between the incidents. Furthermore, upon examining the wounds of the deceased, he deduced that the injuries had been inflicted post-mortem, for there was no evidence of blood spattering. The perpetrator's actions might have been driven by rage or an attempt to obfuscate the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Zuiyu set forth towards the tents of the second flag. Meanwhile, the 2 guards stationed before Lin Qing's tent had roused from their slumber, though their lackluster demeanor was unmistakable. Upon awakening, their first instinct was to check on Lin Qing within the tent. Discovering him bound tightly to the bed, they were momentarily taken aback. One of them entered the tent to apologize to Lin Qing, attributing the incident to excessive drinking the previous night, and offered to assist in untying him. However, Lin Qing politely declined, citing the dawn as his reason. As Zuiyu approached the tent's entrance, he observed the 2 guards and let out a cold snort before stepping inside. His gaze fell upon Lin Qing, bound on the bed, and he scrutinized him closely. "Who approaches?" Lin Qing inquired. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Did you hear any disturbances last night?" the official inquired. "No, my lord," was the reply. "Did the prisoner exhibit any unusual behavior?" "No, my lord." "Were you 2 never apart?" "Yes, my lord." "Very well, you may leave." Zuiyu nodded lightly, pacing to the bedside, and asked, Lin Qing, having just arrived at the military camp, "Why did you resort to murder?" Lin Qing, maintaining his composure, turned his body slightly and replied, "My lord, I assure you I have not taken a life, nor do I harbor any enmity with Zhong Danning." Zuiyu's expression remained calm, yet he subtly sensed Lin Qing's aura. He discovered that Lin Qing's energy was stable, his breathing even, not resembling that of someone who had engaged in violent killing. Could it be that his assumptions were misguided? Zuiyu pondered silently. He was already aware of the sordid affair between Shi Yonggong and the military supply officer. He had merely been waiting for the department to file a complaint. However, despite the losses, the atmosphere remained eerily tranquil, leaving him at a loss for action. He could hardly believe that those who had lost their fortunes would resort to murder. He knew well the character of his soldiers. Cowardly. They would rather hide beneath their blankets and weep than seek his counsel. They would not dare to kill their comrades. Yet, some dared and possessed the requisite skill and prowess. This was precisely the calm and collected youth before him. Taking a deep breath, Zuiyu revealed a cold smile and said, "Another murder has occurred in the military camp. Are you aware?" Lin Qing feigned surprise, shaking his head in ignorance. "Was it not you?" Lin Qing's eyes widened, a flicker of ferocity and indignation flashing across his face. "Perfectly executed. My lord, I hail from the capital, honored with the 8th rank by His Majesty. How could I, having just arrived at the military, engage in consecutive killings?" Zuiyu nodded inwardly. Recognizing his clarity of thought and calmness under pressure, he was indeed a talent. He then stated, "Your argument holds merit, yet it does not absolve you of guilt. Here is the arrangement. Tomorrow, our unit will engage in battle. If you can slay 5 barbarians, it shall count as atonement for your past actions." "What say you? 5? All by myself?" Lin Qing retorted. "You will be among 5 men in total. 3 will take down 5 barbarians. The conditions are rather lenient." Lin Qing mused inwardly before asking, "May I inquire, my lord, how might one ascend to the position of chief standard-bearer?" Zuiyu was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. His expression peculiar, yet he increasingly suspected Lin Qing to be the murderer of Shi Yonggong. To rise in the ranks within the military, one must possess corresponding merits. "You are still too inexperienced. Experience the true battlefield first, and then we shall see." With that, Zuiyu turned and departed. As he reached the front of the military tent, he scoffed, "Release him at once. We march to battle tomorrow, and if you drink today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The 2 men trembled and quickly acknowledged, "Yes, we shall remember, sir." Then, one of them entered, straining to untie Lin Qing, grumbling, "Who tied this so tightly?" Lin Qing smiled faintly and said, "You 2 have worked hard. I shall not keep you from celebrating with drinks before the battle tomorrow. And thank you, my lord, for allowing us to drink our fill." The 3 exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. As the 2 departed, engaged in light-hearted conversation, Lin Qing retracted his smile, reflecting on the oversights from the previous night up until now. With Shi Yonggong now deceased, it appeared that the 100 households had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Yet, he was aware that a formidable enemy, intent on his demise, still lived. However, this individual, now 1,000 households, stood in stark contrast to his own position, rendering a direct confrontation unfeasible for the time being. What level of mastery did this person possess? An assassination would undoubtedly be the simplest approach. After much contemplation, Lin Qing ultimately resolved to retrieve the silver hidden away by the military supply officer. He had discerned that in this military camp, the significance of wealth surpassed that of the outside world. Meanwhile, Zuiyu had returned to his own tent, where he found a man kneeling before him. He inquired, "Were you playing cards with Shi Yonggong and his associates yesterday?" Guan Ermao was still oblivious to Shi Yonggong's demise, lost in sorrow over his shattered fortunes. He merely nodded faintly, his eyes dimmed with despair. Zuiyu's expression darkened as he picked up a ledger that his subordinate had pieced together, flipping to the last page. Upon reading its contents, a cold laugh escaped him. "Guan Ermao, you've outdone yourself, even losing your wife in the process." Guan Ermao abruptly lifted his head. Shock written across his face as he turned his gaze to the ledger, his eyes turning crimson. "If memory serves me right, she bore you 2 sons and 1 daughter. Your father perished early, dying on the battlefield, and if I recall correctly, your mother has been weeping blind for years. While you were away at war, your entire family relied on your wife to manage everything. And now, you've sold her for a mere 10 taels. You bastard. You fight for Deqian. Trembling before the enemy, yet you display such resolve when it comes to betraying your own wife." Zuiyu's fury intensified as he seized a long knife from the table and approached Guan Ermao, delivering a forceful slap. The sound echoed with a dull thud as Guan Ermao fell to the ground, unable to rise. Instead, he curled up on the floor, slowly sobbing, murmuring, "Suaping. I have wronged you." Since losing all his wealth the previous night, he had not slept upon returning to the tent. His thoughts were consumed by the tragic fate that awaited his wife after his demise. He understood all too well how she would suffer. Being sold into a brothel would be a fortunate outcome. Without the 5 acres of ancestral land, how would his children and elderly mother survive? Gradually, he found himself weeping uncontrollably. Yet, even this could not ease the torment of his remorseful heart. "Damn it, where were you all this time? Gambling, continue to gamble. Did I not warn you against it?" The adult and the fool both erred. The fool was bewitched, losing both his wife and heritage. Guan Ermo began to writhe on the ground, grasping Zuiyu's calf, crying out louder in his anguish. The sounds from within the tent drew the attention of the guards outside, who, upon witnessing the scene, discreetly retreated. After a quarter of an hour, seeing that Guan Ermao showed no signs of ceasing, Zuiyu took a deep breath and said, "The individuals from yesterday have all perished. Your debts are cleared." Guan Ermao was momentarily taken aback, his weeping abruptly ceasing as he lifted his head. His face was a pitiful sight, smeared with tears and mucus. Yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness as he gazed incredulously at Zuiyu. "Is this truly your intention, my lord?" Zuiyu freed himself from Guan Ermao's grasp and approached the table, tearing off a piece of paper and carelessly tossing it to the ground. "Behold, this is the promissory note you signed. I return it to you. As for the remainder, I shall keep it for now. Should you choose to indulge in gambling with your comrades again, do not blame me for claiming your ancestral estate." Guan Ermao scrambled to retrieve the paper, trembling as he examined it. Indeed, it was the note for selling his wife. Upon seeing it, he began to weep once more, bowing repeatedly before Zuiyu. "My lord, your benevolence is something I shall never forget. Rest assured, I shall gamble no more." "Enough. No need to further disgrace the soldiers of the great Qian," Zuiyu interjected. "Tell me, did anyone else enter Shi Yonggong's military tent after you left?" Guan Ermao stammered, his mind a blank from the previous day's events. However, as gambling typically concluded by the hour of the pig, he replied, "No, my lord, I was the last person." Zuiyu nodded, gesturing with his hand. "Go to the second banner. The small banner is named Lin Qing. Follow him diligently in battle, and once you have earned sufficient military merit, I shall return this note to you." Though Guan Ermao was perplexed as to why he was being assigned to the second banner, Zuiyu's intervention felt like a rebirth to him, compelling obedience. "Keep a close watch on the small banner, Lin Qing. Remain discreet, and should you notice anything unusual, seek an opportunity to report to me." After a moment's hesitation, Guan Ermao nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. Very well, be off." As Guan Ermao departed from the military tent, he gazed at the radiant sky, feeling as though he had been rejuvenated. He now understood the meaning of cherishing what one has only after it is lost. A quarter of an hour later, he gathered his meager belongings and arrived at the location of the second banner. While the other small banners had at least 7 or 8 men, The second banner had only 3 practicing in the training grounds, and Lin Qing was nowhere to be seen. Yin Guang and the others frowned upon his arrival. For Guan Ermao was notorious as a gambler. The rather fierce Lan Yinchuan stepped forward to confront him. "What brings you here?" Guan Ermao shrank back slightly, whispering, "My lord. The 100 households have commanded me to serve in the second banner." The trio's brows furrowed further. "A gambler? It would be a stroke of luck if he does not hinder us on the battlefield." At that moment, Lin Qing returned from the horse grounds and overheard their conversation, his brow also furrowing in displeasure at the mention of a gambler. Upon seeing Lin Qing's return, Yin Guang promptly announced, "Small banner lord. This man has been assigned to you by the 100 households." "Understood. Go drop off your belongings and commence training," Lin Qing replied, having no objection since it was an order from the 100 households. Ultimately, survival on the battlefield would depend on one's own capabilities. Chapter 37. Those who disrupt the army's morale shall be executed. Lin Qing returned to the military tent, finally retrieving the package he had found earlier at the horse grounds. Upon opening, Lin Qing was taken aback to discover 2 silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels. Alongside them lay a slender booklet, the contents of which were nothing short of shocking. Names were densely inscribed upon the pages, numbering over 100 upon cursory glance. Each entry detailed specific times, locations, and the sums of money exchanged, revealing a grim timeline of his involvement in this endeavor, 2 full years during which profits soared well beyond 10,000 taels. Among the many, a particular soldier stood out, as the quartermaster had gained an astonishing 2,000 taels from him. Numerous others, akin to Guan Ermao, reaped between 3 to 500 taels, with over 50 individuals listed. The highest recorded amount was 120 taels, with only a meager 100 taels designated for compensation and 20 for a head. Such conduct was appalling. The majority of the amassed wealth was funneled to a general named Su Li, within the frontier forces of the Qian. A general commands at least 3,000 troops, often leading as many as 8,000. It is no wonder that the quartermaster acted with such impunity, brazenly exploiting the soldiers of the Qian, an act that incites outrage. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qing's eyes. His father, the late Marquis Ping Yuan, had cherished his soldiers as if they were his own children. Even when the imperial treasury fell short, he endured the disdain of surrounding nobles, using his own funds to supplement their pay. This dedication led to the illustrious military achievement of defending 1 against 20, a battle that thwarted the coalition of a neighboring nation and elevated his title from earl to marquis. He ascended to the ranks of the most powerful nobles. One must ponder, if the soldiers' hearts waver, how can they stand firm against overwhelming odds? Now, the Qian faced a series of defeats, teetering on the brink of being unable to hold its borders. The lack of funds and provisions was one issue, but countless parasites feasted upon the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, draining their vitality. A wave of frustration washed over Lin Qing as he stowed the ledger and silver notes away. He settled into a meditative posture, seeking to gather his strength. For the morrow would bring battle, and he needed to rejuvenate his spirit. The next morning, the sound of drums reverberated through the air. Lin Qing abruptly opened his eyes, stirred by the raucous chatter of armored soldiers outside, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Rising to his feet, he donned his armor, grasped his long sword, and stepped forth from the military tent. His 4 subordinates had been waiting outside, and upon his emergence, they collectively exclaimed, "We pay our respects, my lord." Though they were but a handful, their presence exuded a vigor rivaling that of larger contingents. Observing the spirited demeanor of his men, Lin Qing nodded approvingly. The intensified training over the past 2 days had indeed invigorated them. Drawing a deep breath, he harnessed his energy and proclaimed, "Today, we shall march into battle. Seize military honor and defend our homeland. Do not hold back. Though we may seem insignificant today, should you follow me, fortune and advancement shall undoubtedly be yours in the future." This declaration caught the attention of a nearby small flag officer, who scoffed derisively, "Ha! Fortune and advancement? With a mere 5-man squad. Let us see if you can return alive." Laughter erupted among his subordinates, their eyes gleaming with mockery. The clamor was deafening. Lin Qing's gaze turned icy as he hurled his long knife, transforming it into a streak of darkness that surged towards the young flag officer. "Be careful, my lord," his subordinates shouted in unison. The officer, disdain etched upon his face, attempted to seize the blade. Yet, as he reached for it, he was met with an overwhelming force that widened his eyes in shock. Alarm bells rang in his mind. However, to lose face before his subordinates would shatter their morale. Thus, he summoned all his strength to barely deflect the strike. Nevertheless, even as he managed to parry it, Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body swayed unsteadily. How could this seventh-tier warrior be so formidable? A surge of astonishment coursed through him. At that moment, a shadow leapt forward, its towering figure completely eclipsing him. Lin Qing's expression was frigid as he drew his long knife and pressed it against the man's neck. In the midst of battle, your provocations disturbed the military discipline, and according to the law, you deserve death. The soldiers on both sides held their breath, eyes fixed on their superior. Was he truly about to kill? Do you confess your crimes? Lin Qing inquired coldly. The young flag officer, stripped of his earlier arrogance, found himself with subordinates behind him, and he could not afford to lose his composure. He stiffened his neck, glaring defiantly at Lin Qing. Do you dare to kill a comrade in the military? Are you seeking death? Humph. With such a countenance, you would harm both yourself and others on the battlefield. Lin Qing turned his gaze to the soldiers behind the flag officer, questioning, with such a superior, can you truly expect to return alive? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 10 soldiers darkened. Clearly, Lin Qing exuded a more commanding presence. As they fell silent, Lin Qing's eyes grew colder, and the blade was poised to slice through the man's neck. Yet, Guanghan rushed forward, grasping Lin Qing's arm. My lord, this cannot be allowed. He himself was taken aback, having only recently experienced the joy of survival and taken the task of monitoring this individual. To encounter a public execution today was beyond comprehension. Guanghan understood that regardless of Lin Qing's nature, he would surely face consequences. What would be the outcome of killing such a person? How many foes would he slay on the battlefield? Lin Qing's gaze turned ever colder. At that moment, Zui Yu, who had been overseeing from a distance, noticed the gathering crowd and frowned, hastening his horse forward. Upon seeing the three entangled and the blood already spilled, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted, You audacious fool! What are you doing? Lin Qing did not withdraw his blade, but instead replied coolly to Zui Yu, My lord, this man disrupts our military spirit. According to the law, he must die? As more soldiers gathered to witness, a flicker of annoyance crossed Zui Yu's face. What had transpired? Nearby soldiers stepped forward to recount the events in detail. Zui Yu's expression darkened as he regarded the young flag officer, his heart filled with murderous intent. In this time of war between two nations, if the censor were to hear of this, he, as a captain, would be held accountable for failing to maintain discipline. Just as he pondered how to resolve the matter, a fountain of blood erupted, soaring a full yard into the air. The young flag officer clutched his neck, incredulously kneeling as he struggled to lift his head, only to behold the cold visage illuminated and shadowed by the sunlight. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Could he truly dare to take a life? Guanghan, his face splattered with blood, remained frozen in place, struggling to shift his gaze to meet Lin Qing's icy stare. To disrupt the morale of the troops is a crime punishable by death. Do you wish to advocate for him? Guanghan's throat felt parched as he struggled to shake his head. A coward he was. Lin Qing sheathed his long blade and addressed the left flank with a commanding voice. My lord, those who have disturbed our ranks have been dealt with. Well done. Quite ruthless indeed. I am eager to see if you exhibit such ferocity against those barbarians. He then cast a cold glance at the 10 dazed men and declared, You shall return to the second banner, take up arms, and defend our nation. Before they could utter a word, Lin Qing let out a fierce battle cry and vaulted onto his steed. Thank you, my lord. This time, we shall surely achieve a resounding victory. Chapter 38. Slaying the enemy. The 15 banners thundered forth from the military encampment. Lin Qing led the charge, brandishing his long knife. The original 4 followed closely behind, with the remaining 10 trailing at the back. However, the expressions of the two groups were strikingly different. Yin Guang and his 3 companions were brimming with excitement, greatly admiring this decisive commander. Yin Guang even speculated whether Lord Shi Yonggong had met his end at the hands of the commander last night. Though lacking evidence, he could not confirm his suspicions. In stark contrast, the remaining 10, who had once laughed heartily, were now filled with trepidation. A few were contemplating whether to discreetly abandon the group, claiming they had been scattered by the wild men of the plains. Lin Qing, leading the charge, took note of everyone's expressions. Humph, should we encounter the barbarians? Who among you would dare to flee? Even if I do not slay you on the spot, I assure you, I shall not spare you upon our return to the camp. His voice resonated with authority, instilling a sense of solemnity among the ranks. Thus, the 15 riders burst forth from the great Qian military camp, galloping along the line between Jilin and the Old City. Their mission was to eliminate any small detachments of cavalry from the Prairie Kingdom infiltrating the territory of Great Qian. originally a vassal state of Great Qian. The Prairie Kingdom had adopted its military organization. They too had small banners, main banners, and ranks of 100,000 units. Although their numbers were few, every soldier was a warrior. Thus, each small banner of Great Qian typically consisted of 10 men under a banner officer, while the Prairie Kingdom's small banner units usually comprised 15 to a maximum of 20 men under a banner officer. Lin Qin would later learn the reason for this difference. Once their numbers exceeded 20, the noise became considerable. Scouts trained in reconnaissance could often hear the hooves of the Prairie Kingdom's horses from several miles away. While Great Qian had no shortage of horses, the finest steeds were those wild horses galloping across the plains. Once tamed, they could cover 1,000 miles effortlessly, producing a sound distinct from that of Great Qian's horses. However, the steed Lin Qin rode was of superior quality from the war general's office, equally capable of covering 1,000 miles in a day. After riding for about an hour, the group of over 10 riders burst beyond the confines of the military camp, arriving at a vulnerable section of the defensive line between Jilin and the Old City. The Prairie Cavalry typically entered the territory of Great Qian through this very route. Lin Qin reined in his horse, casting a glance at Yin Guang. "Dismount and scout." "Understood." Yin Guang dismounted and pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently. He served as the scout within this small flag team, practicing techniques specifically tailored for reconnaissance. Lin Qin glanced back at the 10 men and commanded, "Where is your scout?" "Dismount and investigate." Among them, a short-statured fellow turned pale and hastily dismounted to mimic Yin Guang's actions. In less than 10 breaths, the two raised their heads in unison and reported, "My lord, 19 riders are galloping toward us from the north. Additionally, 13 riders are retreating to the southwest." All eyes turned to Lin Qin, awaiting his decision. Logically, one should first address the cavalry entering the Great Qian territory. Firstly, it ensures safety, allowing for allied support. Secondly, their numbers are fewer. Lin Qin bowed his head in contemplation, recalling the military treatises he had perused at home. These were meticulously compiled by his father, the esteemed Marquis Ping Yuan, accessible solely to him, not even to his mother. The military texts, akin to a family legacy of martial arts, were meant only for the legitimate heirs. In the tumult of battle, a purely defensive stance proves futile. It is better to create openings. Small cavalry units can maneuver within the battlefield, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The Great Qian has waned, and all skirmishes occur on home soil. Regardless of victory or defeat, our dynasty remains at a disadvantage. Thus, to vanquish the nomadic royal court, we must push the front lines outward, onto the steppes. We shall slaughter their cattle and set ablaze their pastures. In that instant, Lin Qin made his decision. "All troops, heed my command. Advance northward to engage the enemy. Prevent them from breaching our territory." As he spoke, a cold smile crept across his face. "As for those behind us, let the cowardly ones deal with them." With that, Lin Qin surged forward on horseback, eager to achieve merit and secure a prosperous life for his wife and children. For victory could only be attained through the defeat of foes. Lan Yunchuan followed closely behind Lin Qin, his breath quickening upon hearing these words. As the scars on his body began to throb, his once benign visage transformed into that of a fierce lion spotting its prey, letting out a low growl. "Kill the enemy." To Lin Qin's surprise, the seemingly frail Zhang Xian also raised his saber, shedding his innocent facade, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" The cries for battle echoed in succession, and the soldiers felt a surge of clarity, as if the pent-up frustrations of recent days were released. Even the most timid among them, Yin Guang, had bloodlust in his eyes, shouting, "Kill the enemy." On the battlefield, weapons and armor account for 1/3 of victory. The general strategy accounts for another 2/3. However, morale alone constitutes 5 parts. Lin Qin recalled the words from the military treatise, and now, on the battlefield, he grasped the significance of morale. Soon, he could faintly discern the rising dust kicked up by galloping hooves in the distance, along with a glimpse of a dozen riders approaching. Lin Qin, possessing keen eyesight, noted that the opposing cavalry donned leather armor, wore leather helmets, and wielded long, curved sabers. Their appearances were somewhat akin to those of the Great Qian, albeit with a touch of Highland flush and considerably rougher skin. He quickly spotted the leading flag officer, whose steed was particularly grand, exuding an impressive presence. Lin Qin snorted disdainfully, urging his steed to quicken its pace, gradually distancing himself from the ranks. Though the enemy's morale was commendable, they had yet to collaborate effectively, inevitably leading to some sluggishness. Thus, he must take the lead and swiftly eliminate the opposing standard-bearer, thereby invigorating the morale of his comrades and securing victory. The saber was drawn, gleaming ominously in the biting cold wind. Lin Qing raised his long blade above his head and let out a thunderous shout. "Kill the enemy." He then charged forward, taking the lead. The opposing standard-bearer, having noticed this unusual advance, let out a cold laugh and tightened his grip on his horse. Also breaking free from the ranks. "Men, charge." Both sides surged forward, the dust they kicked up engulfing all behind them, as the remaining clarity rapidly diminished. Lin Qing summoned all his strength, concentrating it in his arm. 20 paces. 10 paces. 5 paces. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qing's eyes. He could even discern the thick beard of the man opposite him, along with the grime-laden neck. "Kill the enemy." Lin Qing struck fiercely, this blow embodying all his strength and the essence of the 9 styles of the Azure Sky Fist. The clash of blades resonated with a sharp sound, resulting in a break. Then, everyone witnessed a head soaring into the sky. The long blade swept through the air, blood spraying forth. The small flags of the Prairie Royal Court stood stunned, gazing blankly at the figure charging towards them, unwavering in speed. With blood staining his face, Lin Qing paid no heed to the head that had taken flight behind him, instead letting out a sinister laugh. He shouted once more, "The soldiers of Daqian, bravely slay the enemies." Chapter 39, 6th Grade Copperskin Iron Bones. After a quarter of an hour, the battlefield fell silent. The swirling dust gradually settling to reveal the gruesome scene beneath. War horses and armored soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Some, unwilling to succumb to death, opened their eyes in a futile attempt to glimpse the face of their slayer. Yet, undoubtedly, in this lifetime, they would have no chance for revenge. The 15 cavalry of Daqian had decimated the 19 cavalry of the Prairie. All 19 were annihilated. Among the 15 of Daqian, only 2 sustained minor injuries. Lin Qing concealed the malice in his eyes and sheathed his long blade. In a cold voice, he commanded, "Dismount and scout the area." "Yes, yes." 2 voices, more fervent than before, responded to the order. The others began to scour the battlefield, collecting heads. Yes, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. They had won, indeed, prevailed completely. Yin Guang stared at the shallow wound on his arm, feeling as if it were a tale from a fantastical realm. He had served in the military for many years, but had never experienced such exhilaration as today. The soldiers of Daqian had actually triumphed over the cavalry of the Prairie Royal Court. He discreetly cast his gaze towards the figure that had remained mounted throughout the battle. In the recent skirmish, no one had been a match for him. Each opponent had fallen with a single strike. After he had pierced through the enemy formation, the souls claimed by his blade had numbered no less than 10. This had been the key to their victory. Yet even with their 14 against 9, based on past experiences, they would have called for reinforcements. Lingering at a distance until they had gathered 20 or 30 men before launching a decisive attack. Even then, some casualties would be inevitable. Now, it was simply unfathomable. Lin Qing, seated upon his steed, felt the jade pendant at his chest begin to radiate warmth, a surge of vitality coursing into his body. Absorbing the exhaustion and injuries of his body, he felt his strength surging, drawing him ever closer to the realm of the 6th grade copper-skinned iron-boned warrior. Just a hair's breadth away, he produced the jade pendant from his chest, now stained a deep crimson, resembling blood-red glass. A flicker of tenderness crossed Lin Qing's eyes as he clasped the pendant tightly. "Father, mother, I shall become an immortal. And I will rise to become the most powerful figure in Daqian, uncovering the truth and avenging your wrongs." Gazing upon the fallen warriors of the grasslands, their leather armor sliced open, exposing the flesh beneath, he noted the slender, curved blade lying on the ground, now dulled and ineffective. His attention shifted to the heavy iron armor upon him and the finely crafted long sword in his hand, emitting a cold snort. How could leather armor contend with iron? The royal court of the grasslands was but a mere shadow. "Report, my lord." 3 riders approached from the north, Yin Guang announced, lifting his gaze to see Lin Qing. The soldiers immediately readied themselves, abandoning their looting to mount their steeds and confront the enemy. Lin Qing turned to Yin Guang, inquiring about the distance. 3 miles from here." Lin Qing tightened the reins and coldly declared, "Lead the way. The rest shall remain here to recuperate." With that, he surged ahead, galloping forth. The others were momentarily taken aback, yet Yin Guang swiftly mounted and followed suit. As the hooves of the 2 horses kicked up clouds of dust, the onlookers finally grasped the situation. Indeed, 3 riders could manage without our aid. After a brief interval, Lin Qing and Yin Guang beheld the distant 3 towering steeds. accompanied by the majestic eagles soaring above. Yin Guang's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, it is the Eagle Iron Cavalry of the grasslands. The Eagle Iron Cavalry is renowned as the most elite cavalry along the frontier, clad in iron armor, wielding dark iron longswords, mounted on powerful steeds, and accompanied by the eagles of the grasslands. They have long been the nightmare of Daqian's cavalry. This made sense, clad in leather. How could one contend with the warriors of Daqian? A fierce battle intent flickered in Lin Qing's eyes, now invigorated. He deemed that only through combat could he break through. He even saw the necessity of facing a life-and-death crisis to unleash his potential. To confront 3 with 1 was indeed an opportune moment for breakthrough. Wait here, and later we shall collect the bodies, Lin Qing uttered, tightening the reins and spurring his horse into a rapid charge. The 3 riders ahead were undoubtedly different from the previous grassland cavalry. Though only 3, they exuded the aura of a 1,000-strong army. Seeing Lin Qing charge towards them, they remained composed, maintaining their formation, devoid of any fear, merely a trace of curiosity. They wondered how this lone cavalryman dared to charge at 3 of them. Did he seek his own demise? Yet soon, their expressions turned grave as they sensed a surge of excitement emanating from the approaching figure. Yes, Lin Qi was immensely exhilarated. The strength within him surged like a flood breaching its dam, while the jade pendant at his chest continuously infused him with vitality. Breakthrough, he thought. This strike will slay. In the distance, Yin Guang's steed began to whinny restlessly, sensing the tension in the air, as he too heard the sound of a long, piercing cry. Unable to restrain himself, he drew his long knife and shouted, "Kill the enemy." The blade swung forth. Infused with Lin Qing's entire strength and the pent-up frustration of many years, mingled with the elation of breaking free from bondage and the bewilderment of becoming a soldier. Now, having transcended the martial realm, he had reached the 6th rank, possessing skin as tough as bronze and bones as hard as iron. He charged at the enemy chief, the knife descending, and a head flew into the air, filled with astonishment and disbelief, alongside an insatiable thirst to penetrate deep into the heart of Daqian. The cavalryman lost consciousness. A faint layer of ancient bronze appeared upon Lin Qing, his power swirling within, rendering his body formidable. As he faced the incoming long knife, Lin Qing let out a fierce howl and caught the blade barehanded. The sound of metal clashing resonated, as Lin Qing's fingers gripped the descending curved sword tightly. With a swift motion, he severed the head, raising a cloud of dust. Blood splattered, and he galloped forth, his long knife claiming the enemy's head. The blade drooped, blood sliding down its edge, quelling the dust that had risen. Lin Qing closed his eyes in contemplation, recalling Yuan Hong's words. That profound and enigmatic sensation washed over him. The 6th rank's bronze skin and iron bones represented the pinnacle of the Baikong fist technique. To break through to the 5th rank, he needed to cultivate a new technique or eliminate those practicing the Baikong fist. Yet, he had not yet reached the 5th rank and could not sense others who wielded the technique. It seemed that the only path forward was to adopt a new martial art. The sound of galloping hooves broke the silence as Yin Guang rushed over. Filled with excitement and astonishment, he exclaimed, "My lord, you are magnificent." Lin Qing snapped back to reality from his reverie and coldly commanded, "Clean the battlefield and collect the heads." Yin Guang's face flushed with enthusiasm. He promptly dismounted to gather the severed heads and claim the spoils. The leather armor and sabers of the ordinary prairie cavalry could be disregarded, but the armor of the Eagle Iron Cavalry must be recovered. The plains lacked iron, and capturing a set of armor meant one less set for the enemy. Daqian could then utilize the recovered armor, smelting it anew to forge its own. Such exchanges underscored the importance of battlefield cleanup. Meanwhile, 3 heavily injured steeds caught both Yin Guang's and Lin Qing's attention, eliciting a twinge of regret. Yet, Lin Qing knew their vessels had been shattered by his overwhelming power, and they would likely soon perish. In comparison to the armor and ironware, these fine steeds were far more valuable, each worth over 100 taels of silver. "My lord, we can return now," Lin Qing said, gazing towards the northern grasslands, contemplating for a long moment before issuing the command to retreat. Chapter 40. The grim frontline. The 13 riders, having remained behind, collected their spoils, the heads of prairie cavalrymen, along with their possessions, and a few mediocre horses lay before them. Yet, excitement bubbled among them as they gazed at the heads hanging from their saddles, still somewhat incredulous. The later 10 riders bore 1 head each upon their mounts, while Lan Yunchuan and his 2 companions carried 3 heads each. This haul likely surpassed previous skirmishes in terms of military merit. In the past, 3 or 4 dozen men would share a few heads, yet now they had surplus. This brought a long-awaited taste of victory to some soldiers. However, Lan Yunchuan, seated upon his steed, occasionally revealed a flicker of concern in his eyes. Gazing towards the north, anticipation filled the air. The elder, unfazed, remarked on Mao's unfortunate luck, his words laden with ill fortune. It was only when Lan Yunchuan shot him a fierce glare, startling him into silence, that the conversation ceased. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Clouds of dust rose with the wind as 2 figures and their steeds raced towards them, appearing unscathed. With keen vision, Lan Yunchuan widened his eyes in disbelief. He saw iron armor. The others also beheld the 3 sets of armor slung across the back of a horse. Their breaths quickening as a singular name surged in their minds: the Eagle Iron Cavalry. Known for disregarding the cavalry of Deqian, the Eagle Iron Cavalry had arrived. Lin Qing approached the assembled crowd, noting their expressions and immediately furrowing his brow. "What are you all doing? Hanging heads on horseback? How can we continue to fight like this?" The crowd shrank back, having initially thought they were returning home, unaware of the elders' larger ambitions. A flicker of excitement ignited within them. Despite the heads displayed on their horses, the number of those who could claim a trophy was still few. Perhaps they too could secure a head for themselves. Lin Qing's eyes swept over the group as he coldly declared, regardless of the past, "Anyone who participates in battle will earn military merit. Under my command, everyone must contribute, and everyone shall be rewarded." At this proclamation, the crowd's breaths quickened. Their eyes ignited with fervor. Thus, there were 19 ordinary heads of prairie cavalry and 3 from the Eagle Iron Cavalry, 22 in total, ensuring a share for all. With a surplus to boot. With 15 of us, if we abstain from the distribution of heads and slay 6 more. Each of you could earn the merit of 2 heads. Having said this, Lin Qing bellowed, "If you desire military merit, mount up and slay the enemy. Slay the enemy. Slay the enemy." The fervor in their eyes burned fiercely. The official lacked neither silver nor martial prowess, but what they sought was a head. In the military, a single head could fetch 30 taels, and even with deductions, they would still receive 20 taels, a sum sufficient to provide their families with a comfortable period. As Lin Qing spurred his horse forward, the rest of the soldiers urged their mounts to follow suit, gripping their sabers tightly, ready to draw them against foes. Meanwhile, Yin Guang and another scout lagged behind, their horse carrying a gruesome collection of heads that exuded an imposing presence. Time swiftly passed, and before long, dusk approached. The lingering rays of the setting sun were about to whisk away the last warmth of the earth, signaling the end of a day filled with bloodshed. Troops returned to their encampment, the cries of the wounded resonating throughout. Zuyu had also returned early, his heart heavy as he surveyed the multitude of injured. From the reports received, it appeared that the Prairie Royal Court was now taking serious measures. The Eagle Iron Cavalry had made their presence known at the front lines of Jilin Old City, attacking Deqian small flag units with reckless abandon, and currently, he commanded a total of 10 such units. Now only 4 have returned, and even among these, half have been lost, rendering them unable to continue the fight. The sun is about to set, and the remaining soldiers face a grim fate. Gazing around, he even spots a commander devoid of any troops. A 100-man captain who has not seen a single small flag unit return. At this moment, that man is on the verge of tears. From this day forth, he will confront a situation where no one is left to command. Taking a deep breath, Zuyu looked toward the entrance of the camp. He asked for little, just the return of 2 more small flag units, and he would be content. Meanwhile, a burly 100-man captain ambled over, a smug expression on his face. His 10 small flag units had seen 7 return. Furthermore, they had even slain an Eagle Iron Rider, albeit at the cost of 5 soldiers. But it was worth it. "Aha, Zuyu, your men haven't returned yet? After the next replenishment of troops, I, Liu, shall be the first to select. In the Deqian army, subsequent reinforcements are prioritized for those who have achieved military merit. This ensures that the more formidable 100-man and 1,000-man units continue to grow stronger, while those with scant achievements and heavy losses are naturally eliminated." Zuyu had previously maintained an advantage over the other captains thanks to the prowess of Shi Yonggong and Zhong Daning. But with both of these warriors now deceased, the balance of power had shifted, and Zuyu's 100-man unit might face dissolution. Humph, Lu Dogwan. Is it worth losing a dozen men just to slay 1 Eagle Iron Rider? Ha ha ha, of course it is worth it. Now that the Eagle Iron Riders have made their first appearance, one must seize the opportunity to shine in front of the esteemed 1,000-man leader. Lu Dogwan laughed heartily, entirely unconcerned about the losses among his ranks. To him, With over 1 million soldiers in the Dacian border army, losing a few dozen was inconsequential. If they died or became incapacitated, new soldiers would inevitably be recruited to replace them. As long as Lu Dagwan could advance in rank and wealth, that was all that mattered. Observing Zui Yu's grave demeanor, Lu Dagwan let out another boisterous laugh, to the point where soldiers from the 200-man units nearly came to blows. At that moment, a tall, handsome youth, covered in blood, rode into the camp on a majestic steed. Zui Yu's eyes brightened, only to dim again. There were no severed heads. Lu Dagwan's heart, which had been racing, lifted as he recognized the commanding presence of the newcomer, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. Yet, there were still no trophies. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed, shaking the ground, causing the horses in the camp to become restless. The 100-man captains exchanged worried glances. Were the marauders upon them? But soon, a glint of excitement flickered in Zui Yu's eyes as he gripped his long knife tightly, his knuckles whitening. Lan Yunchuan burst into the camp, bloodied and exuding an aura of battle fury that sent shivers through those present. This was a fierce warrior. His armor bore several deep gashes. But what stunned everyone most was the gruesome display of severed heads hanging from his horse. 8 in total. Good. Zui Yu exhaled deeply. With these 8 heads, he had already fulfilled his obligations. However, the once naive Zhang Xian entered with an unexpected air of poise, his slender figure standing tall and imposing. His body was similarly stained with blood, yet his gaze remained sharp and piercing. Even more astonishing was the sight of 8 severed heads hanging from his horse. Goodness! Zui Yu could not help but exclaim. Yet, as Guan Ermao and a throng of soldiers rushed in, Zui Yu instinctively halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he uttered a curse. Damn it, what a sight to behold. Chapter 41. A battle to fame at this moment. The military camp was abuzz with activity. Everyone set aside their tasks and congregated in the center of the camp, drawn to the gathering of war horses, 50 to 60 in number, all unscathed. One could only imagine the horses, even those wounded, that had been forsaken by this group of lunatics. Scattered across the ground were a staggering 91 severed heads. What drove the soldiers present into a frenzy were the 11 suits of iron armor, the regalia of the fierce eagle cavalry. Accompanying this were 4 intact curved sabers and 7 that had been severed in 2. Meanwhile, the soldiers meticulously sorting through the spoils bore wounds of their own. One soldier had an arm hanging limply, yet he continued to arrange the heads. The palpable aura of menace emanating from them transformed the previously chaotic camp into a solemn assembly. Zui Yu and the other 100 commanders gazed at the multitude of heads, momentarily at a loss for thought. How was this accomplished? Was it a case of killing innocents for glory? Yet these heads bore the marks of genuine battle, not mere pretenders. Moreover, those horses were undeniably the mounts of the barbarians. Silence enveloped the scene for a full quarter of an hour before Zui Yu turned to Lin Qing and inquired, "Are all these the fruits of today's battle?" Lin Qing steadied his breath, calming the tumult within him, and stepped forward, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Reporting to you, my lord, under the banner of the second flag. 15 men have slain 80 enemy cavalry from the plains, 11 from the fierce eagle cavalry, and we have captured 57 horses, all accounted for here." After a pause, Lin Qing continued, "In this battle, my men each dispatched over 6 enemy riders, defeating several small contingents of cavalry from the plains, achieving victory in every encounter. The reason we were able to vanquish so many cavalrymen was due to the principle of progressing vigorously, then diminishing, and ultimately exhausting the enemy. Indeed, their wounds were sustained during the final engagement, a result of prolonged combat that had worn them down. Yet, it was through his newly attained prowess that he managed to secure a hard-fought victory. And you?" Zui Yu suppressed his excitement, casting a glance at the bloodthirsty Lin Qing. If anyone embodied the essence of lethality, it was undoubtedly this student of the Martial Academy, a newly appointed lieutenant with minimal kills to his name. Lin Qing spoke coolly, his gaze keen. "You lie?" Lu Dagwang bellowed as he stepped forward, brandishing a curved saber that had been severed in the middle. "This broken saber, you are the one who has severed it, for you alone could achieve such a feat within your banner." Lin Qing's expression remained calm as he regarded Lu Dagwang, who suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, causing his pupils to constrict. "What does it matter if it was I who delivered the blow? The military achievements here are the result of the united efforts of the soldiers of the second banner, who fought valiantly without distinction between you and me." As his words faded, a powerful voice resounded from afar. "Excellent." A middle-aged man clad in black armor charged into the military tent on a spirited steed, his gaze piercing and unwavering, fixed intently upon Lin Qing, his eyes brimming with profound admiration. This man was Nayland Yuanza, 1,000 household commander. Zui Yu and several hundred commanders knelt on one knee, paying their respects to the esteemed commander. Soon, the assembled soldiers followed suit, and the encampment echoed with shouts of reverence. We pay homage to the 1,000 household commander. Nayland Yuanza stood before Lin Qing and the soldiers of the second banner. Rise and speak. The clatter of armor filled the air as everyone stood. Nayland Yuanza scrutinized the composed Lin Qing, nodding in approval. Well done. Who imparted such wisdom to you? I learned it at the Martial Academy, as recorded in the texts. Lin Qing replied. Nayland Yuanza's eyes sparkled. Coming from an illustrious lineage, he was well aware of the matters concerning the Martial Academy in the capital. A grin crept across his lips as he proclaimed, all achievements of my subordinates are born of collective strength. None can claim singular glory. Am I not correct? Word for word, Lin Qing affirmed. Then do you know from whom this wisdom originates? Nayland Yuanza inquired further. I do not know, Lin Qing admitted. This was spoken by the Duke of Zhenghua during the reign of the great ancestor. I heard that His Majesty established the Martial Academy, and the current Duke of Zhenghua has offered his family's teachings to the throne. Upon hearing this, the soldiers present widened their eyes, their breaths quickening. The Duke of Zhenghua's family teachings? The Martial Academy? What could this mean? A flicker of hope ignited within them. If only they could enter that Martial Academy. Perhaps they too could achieve such heights. I am fortunate to have received the Emperor's grace, freeing myself from servitude to study at the Martial Academy. I beg the 1,000 household commander for your understanding regarding the origins of my knowledge. Lin Qing spoke calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. Servitude? The soldiers around him were momentarily taken aback, as were the dozen riders under Nayland Yuanza's command. Nayland Yuanza was momentarily lost in thought, but his eyes soon sparkled with renewed interest. Very well. What is your current rank? His Majesty has graciously bestowed upon me the title of 8th rank ceremonial officer. A wave of excitement surged through the soldiers. He held an official title? Nayland Yuanza nodded, declaring, I shall duly report your merits to the 5 armies command, so await your reward. Thank you, 1,000 household commander. Nayland Yuanza then surveyed the severed heads strewn across the ground, his delight unmistakable. He continued, yet, while an official title is one thing, military rank is another. You are currently a small banner officer. You shall be promoted to chief banner officer. In the realm of Deqian, official ranks are determined solely by the court. However, within the military camp, superiors possess the authority to assign specific duties to their subordinates. This ensures that even in the chaos of battle, should there be casualties, promotions can be made swiftly to prevent disorder. Lin Qing, upon hearing this, remained unfazed, maintaining his calm demeanor. Thank you, 1,000 household commander. Nayland Yuanza nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to Zui Yu, openly expressing his admiration. You have done well. Although a murder case occurred yesterday, the merits and demerits have now balanced out. Zui Yu's face was alight with excitement, and a breath of relief blossomed within him. With his subordinate achieving merit as a superior, he naturally could partake in a portion of the military accolades. In fact, within the ranks of the Great Qian Army, it is the superiors who reap the greatest rewards from their subordinates' achievements, for only they can obtain benefits from their higher-ranking superiors. Conversely, the subordinates, who toil tirelessly, may only receive rewards within the purview of their superiors. Accordingly, the higher the rank, the greater the rewards, but the responsibilities also increase. Should the preceding murder case be pursued, Zui Yu's position as 100 households might well be revoked. Lin Qing was acutely aware of this reality. As warfare commenced, should defeat ensue, it is the highest-ranking superior who would first face punishment, much like the event at Shihu City on the day of the incident. All members of the Pingyuan Marquis' household were arrested. Regardless of the ultimate reasons for their defeat, they were destined for execution. After Nayland Yuanza departed, Zui Yu approached Lin Qing. His regard for Lin Qing had now transformed, casting aside previous arrogance. You have performed admirably. Now, the esteemed Lord Qianhu has appointed you as the chief banner. Lead your troops well and slay the enemy for the nation in 3 days. This declaration indicated that the murder case related to him would no longer be pursued. Lin Qing clenched his fists, replying, the subordinate obeys. Chapter 42, Official Position that night. At the hour of high, the imperial city remained ablaze with lights. The emperor's office continued to shine brightly. Emperor Guanghan sat in a position of authority, meticulously studying a memorial. Before long, he cast the document aside in disdain. Useless. All of them are useless. I expend so much military expenditure each year, only to sustain this cowardly lot. At that moment, Huang Jun entered, holding another memorial. Upon seeing the discarded document on the floor, his expression shifted. It reported, "Over 100 Eagle Iron Cavalry have appeared at Yunya Great Fortune Line, invading the Great Qian territory, committing arson and plunder, and perpetrating heinous acts. 11 villages have been burned, and thousands of Great Qian civilians have been slain." This was a battle report meticulously compiled by the 5 armies' command, identical to the one in his grasp. Observing the emperor's fury, Huang Jun hesitated to present this military report as well. Yet Emperor Guanghan had already noticed the document in his hand and coldly remarked, "Hand it over. Is there anything I cannot accept?" "Yes, your servant obeys," he replied, extending the memorial while preparing to catch any documents that might be hurled his way. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly heard the emperor's booming voice. "Good. Excellent. Having such a fierce general is a fortuitous event for Great Qian." He then turned to Huang Jun, saying, "Huang Jun, you have done well." Huang Jun trembled, feeling the silver in his sleeve, thinking to himself that the emperor had discovered the silver he had just received. Look at Lin Qing. He truly deserves his position as the dean of the Martial Academy, stirring such a commotion on his first battle. The emperor tossed the memorial to Huang Jun, who opened it and widened his eyes in astonishment. At Jilin Old City Line, 301 enemies were slain today, with 101 warhorses captured. Under the command of Nalin Yuanjia, the Lieutenant Lin Qing led his troops to eliminate 91 cavalrymen from the grasslands, among whom 11 belonged to the formidable Iron Cavalry of the Grassland Royal Court. Additionally, they seized 57 warhorses. With a thud, Huang Jun knelt down and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! It is a joyous occasion indeed, for the heroes of the Martial Academy have now proven their mettle on the battlefield. Given time, the ranks of our border troops shall undoubtedly be filled with Martial Academy scholars, serving the nation." Indeed, the emperor, pleased by his flattering words, beamed with delight. "You, my loyal servant, possess a way with words. A reward for you." Huang Jun's commendable selection of talent earned him a promotion to the rank of chief eunuch of the 7th grade. Continuing to kneel and bow his head, Huang Jun fervently expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor. Now, help me ponder how we should reward Lin Qing." The emperor chuckled. Huang Jun approached the emperor, cautiously supporting his back, and softly suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent for the Ministry of Military Affairs to decide on this matter. Firstly, this individual has been dispatched to the front lines by the Duke of the State. Secondly, we must prevent Lin Qing from becoming overly proud and complacent." Observing the emperor lost in thought, Huang Jun added, "Moreover, we could publicize this battle report at the Martial Academy, showcasing the valor of our outstanding sons of Qian." The emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are correct. We must let the students of the Martial Academy witness this. You shall attend to it tomorrow." "I shall obey your command," Huang Jun replied. Meanwhile, a few high-ranking eunuchs in red robes, overhearing Huang Jun's promotion, exchanged glances of disdain. "Your godfather's days are numbered. Let us see how much longer he can hold on. When the time comes, we shall teach him a lesson." It was only at the early hours of the night that the emperor departed the study, allowing Huang Jun to conclude his day's duties. He fetched a jug of fine wine and a couple of simple dishes, returning to his chamber, an oasis of tranquility amidst the day's chaos. Sipping his wine, a look of contentment graced Huang Jun's face. "Indeed, Lord Lin, I have not misjudged you. In these days, Qian has scarcely received any good news." The following afternoon, what should have been a languorous period of rest at the military camp erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. A voice rang out from the front, clear and robust, imbued with an air of grim determination. "The sword dances with agility, the blade thrives in combat. Warriors fight for their country and for themselves, desiring military merit, seeking techniques, aspiring for promotion, to secure a better life for their families. The first step is to survive on the battlefield. In times of neglect towards training, how could one stand firm against the military ranks? How could one preserve their life beneath the glint of swords? Thus, to continue living, relentless practice was essential. Training with fervor reduced the likelihood of death." Within the camp, over 50 men, bare-chested, their bronze skin glistening under the sun, stood at attention. Lin Qing positioned himself at the forefront, shouting incessantly, "If you wish to earn military accomplishments under my command, do not entertain thoughts of rest. If you cannot endure, feel free to leave and join another banner." Upon hearing this, several commanding officers glared furiously, cursing in outrage. "Damn it! Are my soldiers mere cowards? What of it if a few barbarians were slain? What is the fuss? Several captains glanced at their lethargic soldiers, sprawled out basking in the sun. Previously, they thought little of it, content to merely get by. Yet now, every sight seemed irksome. At that moment, Zuiyu returned from the Qianhu with a document in hand. Upon witnessing the scene of drills within the military encampment, he closed his eyes momentarily in disbelief. Was the sun rising in the west today? He approached the front of Lin Qi's battalion, clapped his hands, and bellowed, "Order from the 5 armies command. All troops, heed my command." All movement ceased. And under the piercing sunlight, they turned to face Zuiyu. Lin Qing, an 8th-rank official, has been promoted to 7th-rank commander for his meritorious service on the border. Lan Yinchuan, Yin Guang, Zhong Xian, and Guan Ermao have been promoted to 9th-rank inspectors. The remaining personnel are now candidates for inspection. Should they achieve further merit, they will be promoted immediately. In that instant, the breath of every soldier present quickened. Their rank was not merely a reward of silver, but an official title. Although the prestige of military officials had diminished considerably since the founding of the Great Qian, it nonetheless represented an official status, a fundamental distinction from the common folk. It is essential to note that within the current 100-man squad, only Lin Qing could rightfully claim the title of official, while all others were mere commoners. Yet soon, several from the 2nd Battalion could also refer to themselves as junior officials. When the conflict subsides, while other soldiers would return to till the fields, they could leverage their titles to secure positions in the government and receive imperial rations. Observing their expressions, Zuiyu could not help but nod in approval. With such a significant announcement from the 5 armies command, every soldier under his command was now emboldened to fight. Thanks be to His Majesty for the grace. Lin Qing was the first to exclaim. Instantly, the others followed suit. Zuiyu nodded in satisfaction, handing the document to Lin Qing, stating, "Excellent. I too have benefited from your merit and secured an official title. Thank you." "Your praise, sir," Lin Qing replied. "Very well, continue with your training." With that, Zuiyu turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, furious shouts echoed from behind, belonging to the captains from earlier. "Damn it, stop lounging. Get up and train. If you fail to slay another barbarian, I will slay you first." Chapter 43, Reward Money. Unappreciative promotion and wealth are among life's 3 great fortunes. That night, Captain Zuiyu, out of his own pocket, treated the valiant soldiers to a feast. With few recreational activities in the military, drinking during rest periods was the most economical pastime. After a few rounds, Yin Guang posed a question that weighed heavily on every soldier's mind. "Captain, when will the reward money for our military achievements be distributed?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Zuiyu, who stiffened, his face betraying a mix of awkwardness and hesitation. Lin Qing noticed this and quickly reassured, "Fear not, everyone. When I, Lin, make a promise, I shall deliver. The reward money will be distributed without fail." Zuiyu exhaled, casting a grateful glance at Lin Qing. The soldiers displayed expressions of exhilaration. Each could potentially receive hundreds of taels as a reward for their modest households. This sum represented a substantial fortune. The revelry continued until the early hours of the night, with the soldiers finally departing inebriated, returning to their respective tents for rest. Lin Qing and Zuiyu remained, their eyes brimming with clarity. With their martial physiques, the inferior liquor could hardly intoxicate them. "My lord, what transpired?" Lin Qing inquired first. Zuiyu's countenance displayed an inscrutable struggle, as he hesitated several times before ultimately stating, "Lin Qing, I must confide in you, and I implore you to remain composed." "Rest assured, my lord," Lin Qing replied, though a flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. It was evident that the issue lay with the military rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Zuiyu revealed, to be candid, that batch of silver was seized by the commander. The commander? A name flashed into Lin Qing's mind. Su Li. He had only just learned today that their regiment's commander was Su Li. No wonder the supply officer had come here to exploit the soldiers, setting up illicit gambling. "Why?" Lin Qing asked. "Alas, the court has delayed disbursing the military salaries, and the higher-ups naturally seek to economize, retaining a portion of the rewards to distribute the salaries to the remaining soldiers." Lin Qing let out a cold laugh. Had it been any other commander, he might have believed it. Yet Su Li was nothing but a hypocritical beast. "My lord, how much do the superiors intend to withhold?" Zuiyu sighed, hesitating to respond. 20 taels per head, and for the 10 heads of the Eagle Iron Cavalry, 90 taels each. "Ha!" A surge of fury welled up within Lin Qing. They risked their lives on the front lines, battling the cavalry. only to have their military rewards pilfered? Truly, the Daqian was destined for ruin. In the military, the head of an ordinary grassland cavalryman was valued at 30 taels, while that of an eagle iron cavalryman was worth 100 taels. They had anticipated a generous reward, only to discover such shamelessness. With each head calculated at a mere 10 taels, this was simply a matter of verbal manipulation, resulting in the confiscation of 2,590 taels. Meanwhile, these soldiers, who fought desperately, could expect only 900 taels to be divided among 14 men, merely 65 taels each. Yet Su Li alone pocketed over 2,000 taels. How absurd! Lin Qing could not conceal his wrath, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent that left Su Yu momentarily breathless, his face betraying shock. Have you broken through to the 6th rank? Lin Qing remained silent, lost in contemplation on how to proceed. As the chief standard-bearer, he commanded only 50 men, while Su Li, as the commander, wielded a force of 5,000. A disparity of 100 times. What could be done? Sensing the intensity of Lin Qing's murderous aura, Zui Yu hastily cautioned, Lin Qing, do not act impulsively. Today, Captain Naylan has already had a heated argument with the commander, and the superiors have their difficulties. Lin Qing's expression turned disdainful, his tone chilling as he retorted, what good is arguing? What purpose does military discipline serve? Those salaries have been delayed in the past. Military rewards have never been withheld. Once they are, my lord, I believe you understand the consequences. If this matter leaks out, who would be willing to fight for our Daqian? Zui Yu opened his mouth, at a loss for words on how to respond. Lin Qing turned around, his gaze piercing and fixed intently upon him, inquiring, my lord, who is Su Li? Surely you are not unaware of this. For whom did that deceased quartermaster serve? Zui Yu's complexion changed dramatically, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. So it was indeed you who killed him. The quartermaster's connections to Shi Yonggong were deeply concealed, and even he had only recently come to know of them, having just arrived at the military camp a few days prior. Lin Qing could not possibly be privy to such insider information. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The quartermaster had divulged it to him. The silvery moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, illuminating Lin Qing's face, casting it in an ethereal glow. When confronted with this question, Lin Qing refrained from offering a direct response, instead stating, my lord, do you not desire their demise? An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped Zui Yu. He felt an imminent threat to his very existence emanating from Lin Qing, as if the slightest misstep could lead to his immediate execution. Now, he understood why Lin Qing could single-handedly slay 3 formidable iron eagles. This aura of bloodshed was unmistakably that of a ruthless individual. Zui Yu, feeling deflated, gradually slumped his once straight posture and remarked, Lin Qing, I recognize the fury that resides within you, but this is the reality of the present-day Daqian. The officials are disinterested in battle, focused solely on amassing wealth. The soldiers are subservient, driven by fear for their lives. We must merely fulfill our duties. You are a talent beyond compare, destined for achievements that I cannot rival, especially as a graduate of the Martial Academy, a favored disciple of the Emperor. However, I must speak candidly. Daqian is on the brink of collapse. Should the Prairie Royal Court breach these defenses, chaos will ensue. A chilling light flickered in Lin Qing's eyes, radiating an aura of danger. He coldly inquired, is Su Li engaged in smuggling with the Prairie Royal Court? Zui Yu hesitated, shaking his head, then nodding slightly. I am uncertain, yet it is likely. The border troops of Daqian are all involved, and the officials seek an escape route. Even if the throne changes hands, should the Prairie Royal Court seize power, the officials will still retain their positions. I advise you to refrain from drawing too much attention, lest you face retribution in the future. Humph, you too believe that Daqian is doomed? Lin Qing retorted. Indeed, with such parasites within the court, it would be strange if Daqian were to survive. Without awaiting a response, Lin Qing strode out of the tent, the faint sound of a disdainful curse following him. Bah, not even as worthy as a eunuch. Zui Yu watched the tall figure depart, a glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes. He pondered to himself that, unlike Lin Qing, he had both elderly dependents and young ones relying on him, and could not afford such carefree candor. In truth, he had not mentioned that the last 10 taels were never truly available. It was only through Na Lan Qianhu's fervent advocacy that they had been secured. The official sentiment was clear. Now that you have attained official status, do you still seek rewards? How ungrateful. Chapter 44. Reckless audacity. The cold-faced Lin Qing returned to the military tent, only to find Lan Yunchuan and his 3 companions quietly seated outside, polishing their sabers. Why do you not return to the tent to rest? We must train again tomorrow, Lin Qing stated, his expression returning to a placid demeanor. Yin Guang sighed, rising to his feet and saying, "My lord, there seems to be a problem with the military honors and rewards." Lin Qing furrowed her brow, her tone icy. Such alarmist rhetoric. Despite the absence of military pay, the bounty on heads remains untouched. Guan Ermao exuded an air of despondency, letting out a heavy sigh. "My lord, word has spread through the military encampment. The bounty for other 100-man teams is 10 taels. A few gamblers like myself had hoped for swift payment to settle our debts, but it seems we may never see that now." Lin Qing's frown deepened. Did he believe he was the only one unaware? Lan Yunchuan, devoid of his usual amiable demeanor at the dining table, radiated an aura of menace. These corrupt officials, pilfering military funds is one thing, but now they even seek to embezzle the bounties on heads. This is a crime deserving of death. Upon hearing this, Yin Guang's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily turned to cover Lan's mouth. "Should be cautious. Walls have ears, if you wish to court danger. Do not drag me down with you. You may lack family ties, but I have a wife and children." Zhang Xian, slender as a reed yet with a simple countenance, interjected, "My lord, we await you here to convey that we would be content with 10 taels. If necessary, we can simply slay more enemies. After all, we had gone many days without a single kill, yet now we can take several at once." The others nodded in agreement, even at 10 taels per head. They would each receive 60 taels, a sum they found satisfactory. Witnessing their demeanor, Lin Qing's pent-up fury could no longer be contained. Taking a deep breath, her voice turned frigid. "Why should the rewards earned through risking your lives be surrendered to others? Or are you all merely spineless? You dare to combat the tribes of the grasslands, yet you cower from reclaiming your rightful military rewards?" The group lowered their heads in silence. Finally, it was Yin Guang, the one most familiar with Lin Qing, who spoke softly. "My lord, I possess no great talents. My sole purpose in joining the military was the promise of 100 taels upon my death in battle. Yet now, under your command, I have already earned over 60 taels, and I find myself content. In the days to come, we shall slay more enemies, even if it means only 10 taels per head. With you leading us, that is a sum beyond our previous imaginings. Who knows how long the current dynasty can endure? I merely wish for a measure of stability, so my family may enjoy a better life. Were I alone, I would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end." His voice grew softer until it was barely audible. After a long silence, Lin Qing finally sighed and said, "I understand. Return and rest. In 2 days, I shall lead you into battle to earn more silver." The group rose, bidding their farewells as they departed. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Qing's expression hardened once more. The heart of a warrior must be resolute. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain intact like mere pottery. If one harbors fear, how can one hope to advance in martial prowess? Simultaneously, memories of her father's words echoed in her mind. A commander must be unwavering, upright, and courageous. To be timid and overly cautious breeds a heavy heart filled with discontent. To pursue profit while avoiding harm is to lose one's courage. Whether in the throes of battle or in the pursuit of martial arts, the loss of courage signals the end of one's talent. Burdened by such thoughts, Lin Qing chose not to rest. Instead, she immersed herself in the study of boxing techniques within the confines of the military tent. Although the sky blue fist technique could not facilitate his further enhancement, it was imperative for him to continue practicing until he acquired other martial arts. In the realm of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. It was not until the early hours of dawn that Lin Qing ceased his training. At that moment, the military encampment was enveloped in silence, broken only by the faint chirping of insects and the distant sound of a watchman's bell. Lin Qing wiped the sweat from his body and approached his bed, retrieving a black bundle from beneath it. He extracted 2 items, a ledger he had meticulously copied, and a dark cloak suitable for nocturnal endeavors. With a subtle wave of his hand, a surge of energy expelled from within him, extinguishing the candles in the tent. Clad in the cloak, Lin Qing grasped the ledger and vanished into the shadows. In the army of Deqian, the most significant figure without question was the military inspector. Conversely, the least significant figure, also without doubt, was the military inspector. When affairs were tranquil within the military, the inspector would render himself nearly invisible, harmless as a wisp of smoke. Yet, should turmoil arise, the military inspector would reveal his fangs, tearing into any prey within sight like a rabid dog. As for what would transpire should the military inspector perish within the camp, The laws of Deqian stipulated that if an inspector met an untimely demise, any officer with a rank above 1,000 could be executed. Given the severe corruption that plagued the military, even if he had accepted money from Su Li, he had to exercise caution and attend to matters with meticulous care. Navigating discreetly, Lin Qing evaded the patrolling soldiers of the encampment. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at a relatively spacious military tent, heavily guarded, possibly even more so than the soldiers on patrol. Thus, the likelihood of directly delivering the ledger to the military inspector was exceedingly slim. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing recalled the names on his list and the locations of the encampments. He discovered that the residence of 100 households was nearby, perfectly positioned to draw attention here. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qing swiftly vanished from sight. Before long, he slipped into one of the military tents, and upon observing the still figure resting upon the bed, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qing's eyes. Shi Chunjiao, in the 3rd year of Guanghan, had accepted bribes amounting to 200 taels and had introduced 6 prey. The victims listed in the ledger were soldiers of affluent backgrounds, often impulsive and prone to ruin at the gambling table. Now, in the 4th year of Guanghan, it was certain that those 6 soldiers had been thoroughly exploited, their heads even claimed as trophies by the barbaric tribes of the grasslands, rewarded handsomely for their demise. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Qing hesitated not a moment longer, advancing to the bedside. With lightning speed, he seized Shi Chunjiao by the neck and twisted forcefully. Crack! Shi Chunjiao barely had time to open his eyes before succumbing to eternal darkness, his gaze forever unblinking. Lin Qing hoisted him by the neck, dragging him from the bed and unceremoniously casting him out of the military tent. A dull thud resounded, capturing the attention of the patrolling soldiers, who swiftly converged upon the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Qing, with a quick movement, concealed himself beside the military inspector's tent. Boom! The urgent sound of gongs erupted, accompanied by the shouts of soldiers. There's an assassin. The soldiers exchanged glances. 4 of them hastily departed to ascertain the situation, leaving behind 2 to stand guard. Lin Qing surged forth from the shadows, swiftly incapacitating the 2 guards, rendering them unconscious on the ground. Left unattended, they might not awaken until the following morning. Lin Qing dashed into the tent and beheld a middle-aged man seated upon a bed. Lowering his voice, he declared, "Corrupt official, I have come to present you with your due accomplishments." With that, he tossed the ledger aside, startling the magistrate into believing it was a concealed weapon, prompting him to instinctively evade. Once Lin Qing vanished into the military tent, the magistrate cautiously peeked out, directing his gaze towards the small booklet. Upon discerning its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. Such audacity. Chapter 45. Sophistry. The following morning, the supervising magistrate arrived at Su Li's military tent, clutching the ledger. He had risen early, poring over the previous day's battle reports at his desk, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon noticing the magistrate's arrival, his demeanor shifted. Yet he quickly rose to offer a greeting. "Sir Song, what brings you here?" Song Ben Xiao, an inspector of the censorate, holding the 7th rank, was currently overseeing military affairs in this location. Though his rank was modest, his authority reached the heavens, bestowing upon him considerable prestige. With a disdainful snort, he approached the desk and forcefully slapped the ledger down. "Su Li, do you comprehend your crimes?" Su Li's expression transformed, swiftly replaced by a smile. "Oh, my lord. What is the meaning of this?" He picked up the ledger from the desk, flipping it open, only for his countenance to darken. "Sir Song, where did this come from?" "It is nothing but a frame-up. Where this came from is of no concern to you. You need only inform me whether the records contained herein are true or false." Song Ben Xiao gazed earnestly at Su Li, his eyes ablaze. "Ha, preposterous. Since my arrival here, I have been diligent and vigilant, defending my homeland, never engaging in such actions." Su Li scoffed, rising in a fit of rage. He then kicked over the desk, demanding, "Sir Song, this ledger states that I accepted a bribe of 21,000 taels. Where is the money? I have even contributed my own salary for military funds. With 21,000 taels, why would I struggle to disperse military pay?" Song Binchao narrowed his eyes, his tone ominous. "Lord Su, this document clearly details every transaction. The facts lie before us, and you still dare to quibble? My lord, who recorded this ledger, and from where did it originate? It is an unsubstantiated claim, and cannot be trusted. If you doubt me, then take this matter to the emperor, and let him adjudicate." Su Li's defiant demeanor caused Song Binxiao's brow to furrow. Could it be that someone truly conspired against him? In that moment, uncertainty clouded his judgment. My lord, as it stands, there are no military funds, no rewards, and the supplies and weaponry barely suffice. I genuinely wish for those 20,000 taels. At the very least, it would enable me to distribute some military pay. If Sir Song can uncover that sum, I shall bow in gratitude. Upon hearing Su Li's words, Song Binxiao let out a cold snort and stated, whether it is true or false, I shall duly report to His Majesty. Furthermore, those individuals shall be temporarily detained for the sake of interrogation. Su Li's face then revealed a hint of helplessness. My lord, the prairie has already dispatched the formidable Eagle Iron Cavalry. It is a considerable challenge to keep our ranks intact. Please do not complicate matters further. If you arrest these people, who will lead our troops? Who will command our soldiers? As he spoke, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Su Li's eyes as he silently mused. Now, the Qian struggles to maintain its own stability. What military oversight can be exercised? Song Binxiao's breath quickened, though he understood that this man was being obstinate. If he truly detained these individuals, there would be no one to lead the army. Should the Eagle Iron Cavalry breach to Qian's borders, his own head would be the first to roll. His face darkened, feeling a loss of face, and he huffed coldly before sweeping away in a flurry of his sleeves. As he departed, a faint smile of derision appeared at the corner of Su Li's mouth. Come in. A personal guard entered and approached the desk. Go find out the origin of the account book in Song Binxiao's possession. Remember, do not alert him. Yes. Just as the guard left, another individual walked in, prompting the guard to display immediate respect. Mr. Liu. Indeed. The newcomer, named Lu Ding, was a middle-aged man in his 30s, of short stature and lean build, with a cunning appearance characterized by a sharp face and a mole at the corner of his mouth, from which a long hair protruded. Mr. Liu has arrived. Please, take a seat. A flicker of delight crossed Su Li's eyes as he approached him. My lord, what brings you here? Lu Ding narrowed his eyes into slits and inquired. Su Li recounted the recent events in detail, which elicited a glint of cold light in Lu Ding's eyes. My lord, it appears that Jiang Yidao has betrayed us before his demise, and he has left behind an account book. Jiang Yidao was the military supply officer who had fallen under Lin Qing's hand. What a scoundrel! I always said he was untrustworthy. He met a fitting end. Lu Ding stroked his beard near the mole and spoke slowly. Though the situation has escalated, my lord need not panic. Seize the opportunity tomorrow and eliminate all the individuals listed in that account book. Su Li's complexion shifted slightly as he replied, Sir, would this not be too reckless? We cannot afford to be scrutinized. Lu Ding chuckled. My lord, do not fret. I shall contact the Baiyun faction and ensure that all the soldiers dispatched tomorrow are exterminated. His eyes glinted with malice as he revealed a cold smile. That cannot be. Wouldn't that lead to a total defeat? If the casualties are too great, it will be difficult to explain. Lu Ding, stroking his beard, revealed a set of yellowing teeth and replied nonchalantly, My lord, a military defeat is not your responsibility. It is the court's failure to disperse military pay that has demoralized the troops, losing their will to fight. The blame lies with the court. With a cold smile, he continued, However, should our dealings be exposed, my lord, there will be no escape for you, and you may even face the annihilation of your entire clan. Su Li's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as he pondered for a long time. Finally, he slumped down in resignation and said, Given the circumstances, there is no turning back. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lu Ding's face revealed a sense of satisfaction, but he soon lowered his tone and inquired, My lord, how fares the raising of funds? That batch of salt requires a hefty sum of 100,000 taels of silver to be settled in cash. In the Qian dynasty, salt is a government monopoly. Aside from the court, anyone caught selling it privately would face dire consequences. Yet, here they are, brazenly discussing it. A clear sign of Qian's decline. Su Li paced to the head of the table and retrieved 2 silver notes from a stack of documents. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes as he gazed at the notes. Here, take these. They are 2 notes of 50,000 taels each. To amass this sum, I could withhold the rewards meant for the soldiers, but we must ensure a smooth transaction. A glint of determination sparkled in Lu Ding's eyes as he accepted the notes. Replying coolly, Rest assured, my lord, once this batch of salt reaches the grasslands, it will swiftly transform into 1 million taels. At that time, the world will be yours to command. Su Li's breath quickened. The frontier generals like him, astute ones, exchanged goods with the grasslands for substantial profits, while the less cunning merely bled their soldiers for trifling gains. He had previously refrained from such practices, but as his business expanded, he found himself with little choice. Once that 100,000 taels worth of official salt was dispatched to the grasslands, he would possess the capital to carve out his own territory. Whether to recruit troops and maneuver between the grasslands and Deqian, or to await Deqian's downfall to become a local lord, both paths held promise. After much contemplation, he inhaled deeply and stated, "I entrust this to you. Tomorrow must proceed smoothly. Do not worry, my lord. Tomorrow, the Bayun tribe will eliminate all the Qian soldiers stationed at the Jilin Old City defense line. You may await your funds in the military encampment." Chapter 46. The betrayal of loyal ministers. As the sun dipped below the horizon in the afternoon, Lin Qing led the soldiers in concluding their day's training. But he noted an unsettling stillness within the military camp. His expression darkened as he silently mused, "Indeed, the military inspector is colluding with Su Li." Upon returning to the military tent, he found Yin Guang waiting for him. As Lin Qing entered, Yin Guang immediately approached and whispered, "My lord, I have completed the task." With that, he handed over a package. Lin Qing took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, "You may rest. We shall face the enemy on the morrow." A serious look flickered in Yin Guang's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "My lord, do we truly have to proceed in this manner? 10 taels of silver would suffice." Initially, it was 30 taels. Lin Qing merely replied with a dismissive remark and ignored Yin Guang. A portion of what rightfully belonged to him had been taken without cause. He believed anyone would feel angered. And Yin Guang's words were merely an attempt to placate the situation, advocating for a temporary truce to ensure peace. Yet, judging by the actions of Su Li and his ilk, they would only become more audacious. If they did not stand firm now, 10 taels could easily dwindle to 5, then to 1, until nothing remained. The military text had warned that continual retreat leads only to a point of no return. As night fell, silence enveloped the camp once more. Tomorrow marks the day of battle, yet no wagers have been placed. Everyone is conserving their strength, awaiting the moment to engage in combat. Lin Qing remains awake, seated cross-legged on his bed, silently honing his energy and physique. His 6th-tier realm is now firmly established, surpassing others by more than double the speed. At the break of dawn, Lin Qing suddenly opens his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within them, gazing at the silver moonlight scattered across the ground. A moment of hesitation flickers in his mind. The impending clash may surely impact the morale of the troops. Should he proceed or refrain? But swiftly, he resolves, he must act. Once doubt creeps in, it can thwart all endeavors. A quarter of an hour later, a shadow darts out of the encampment, carrying a bundle. After a series of agile maneuvers, Lin Qing arrives at the tent where Su Li resides. The interior remains brightly lit, and he can faintly discern a figure seated within. Outside, a dozen soldiers patrol incessantly. Lin Qing employs his previous tactics, but this time, he eliminates 200 households listed in the accounts, discarding their bodies outside the camp. This naturally draws the attention of the patrolling soldiers. Suddenly, the sharp sound of gongs and drums resounds, and the surrounding soldiers rush out to investigate. Meanwhile, 6 soldiers depart from Su Li's tent as well. Yet, it is not enough for Lin Qing. He seizes a nearby torch and hurls it towards a distant tent. Instantly, thick smoke billows, flames reaching for the sky. It is ablaze. Fire. Su Li emerges from the tent, not clad in armor but dressed in civilian attire. Lin Qing's eyes brighten. This is perfect. Su Li, observing the fire's intensity, coldly commands, "What are you all dawdling for? Go extinguish the flames." Several soldiers promptly leave the tent, fetching buckets of water. "Fools, lacking discernment," Su Li mutters, before returning to his tent. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qing's eyes narrow. He swiftly darts to a nearby tent. Upon careful observation of the surroundings, he finds no other soldiers present. A cold snort escapes his lips as he lightly touches the ground with his toes, gliding towards the tent. Bursting inside, he finds Su Li seated at the head, coldly regarding the intruder with a sneer. Indeed, a ghost. "Who are you?" Upon discerning the circumstances within the tent, Lin Qing's pupils constrict. There is another person present, an undersized middle-aged man, Su Li's strategist, Lu Ding. At this moment, he is stroking his beard, emitting a chilling laugh. "General." There is no need for idle chatter. Simply seize him. At once, the clattering of armor resonates from outside, suggesting roughly 100 individuals. Lin Qing realizes he has fallen into a trap. Scanning the tent, he notes only the 3 of them present. Opportunity knocks, but once. Attack. Drawing upon his strength, Lin Qing lunges forward like a hawk, imbued with an unyielding momentum. His right hand forms a fist while his left hand becomes a claw. He unleashes the 9th form of the Azure Sky Fist, delivering a decisive blow meant to ensure a kill. Su Li, a sixth tier as well, remains unfazed at this moment. All he needs is to prolong the encounter long enough for the assassin to meet his demise. He clenched his fists, his entire being surging with energy, and charged towards Lin Qing. Rather than retreating, Lin Qing boldly advanced. The sound of their clash echoed in the military tent as they collided dozens of times in an instant. "Who are you?" Su Li let out a cold snort and took the initiative to strike. A gleam of determination flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. Just moments ago, he had deliberately showcased only the strength of a sixth-tier warrior, and now, as Su Li charged at him, his own power erupted instantly, revealing the might of a sixth-tier martial artist. Su Li's expression shifted slightly, but he remained unfazed, for both were indeed sixth-tier warriors. And he had attained this rank several years prior, his strength profound. Yet, he did not anticipate that in their first true clash, he would feel an overwhelming force assail him, rendering his breath chaotic and his throat slightly sweet. Who is he? How can he be so formidable? Lin Qing's figure moved swiftly, closing the distance between them, and as he beheld the wide-open stance of Su Li, a hint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. The eighth form, wandering in the empty valley. Su Li's complexion paled, astonished by the depth of the opponent's strength, his pupils constricting in alarm. If struck by this blow, he would surely be gravely injured. "Sir," he shouted in desperation. Lu Ding, who had remained motionless, let out a cold laugh and dashed forward with remarkable speed. He too was a sixth-tier warrior, yet his presence was significantly stronger than Su Li's. "Cowardly rat, hiding behind a mask, do you dare reveal your true face?" With the transformation of his palm into a fist, he unleashed a fierce gust of wind towards Lin Qing's back. Sensing the overwhelming force behind him and the sounds of soldiers outside the tent, Lin Qing steeled his resolve. He could not afford to miss this chance. He would fight to the end. The energy within him surged once more as he aimed directly at Su Li's chest. Bang! Su Li's eyes bulged, and he spurted forth a mouthful of blood, hurtling backwards. Bang! Another muffled sound followed, and Lin Qing felt a searing pain in his back, a sweetness in his throat, as blood gushed forth. At that moment, soldiers rushed into the tent, their eyes wide with shock upon witnessing the scene. Lin Qing steadied his mind, forcefully suppressing his injuries, and with a swift push off his toes, he evaded Lu Ding, soaring over the heads of the soldiers. "Seize him!" Lu Ding's voice echoed behind him. As Lin Qing burst out of the tent, he retrieved a package from his chest, and with a surge of energy, the fabric covering it was instantly torn asunder. Countless sheets of paper cascaded from above, leaving the soldiers present momentarily dumbfounded. Then, a hoarse voice resonated. "Su Li colludes with subordinates to harm the loyal of the Qian. Su Li colludes with subordinates to harm the loyal of the Qian." The voice gradually faded, and the soldiers stood frozen in place, catching the papers that fell from the sky. Those were the accounts that he had ordered Yin Guang to transcribe, no less than 1,000 copies. Chapter 47. It was his doing. Lu Ding emerged from the tent, twirling the whiskers of his black mole, a broad smile adorning his face. He could already envision the scene of the assassin being captured. Playing mind games with me? He is still too inexperienced. Outside the military tent, an unusual stillness enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the silent moments during the distribution of military pay. Suddenly, he beheld a flurry of papers soaring through the air, akin to the ancestral money cast skyward after one's demise. A contingent of black-armored soldiers stood silently, clutching the papers in their hands. Though few among them could read, they could discern some simple numbers, coupled with the words left behind by that individual. It was not difficult to deduce that this constituted evidence of the general's heinous acts against the soldiers of Deqian. Instantly, the scene was engulfed in a profound silence and gravity. Lu Ding's expression shifted dramatically as he snatched a falling paper. Merely glancing at it caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. "How dare he?" he exclaimed. "This is nothing short of blatant slander." At that moment, Su Li emerged, clutching his chest, his face pale. "What is this?" Just then, a piece of yellow paper fluttered down onto Su Li's face. He removed it and scrutinized it closely. In an instant, his eyes bulged, his hands trembled, and the energy within him spiraled into chaos. With a cough, he spat out blood, his pallor intensifying as he urgently urged, "Quick, gather these papers. Do not let them spread." Lu Ding stood transfixed, gazing at the ever-growing throng of armored soldiers approaching, his lips quivering. Each of them held a yellow paper, seemingly drawn here to inquire or confirm. Witnessing this scene, Su Li's anger boiled over, causing him to vomit blood once more. His figure swayed, and he collapsed, Lu Ding took a deep breath, disregarding the fallen Su Li, and shouted, "Assassins have struck. This is the work of slanderous assassins. Do not believe it." At that moment, a voice rose from the incoming soldiers. "Return our military merits. Return our rewards." Others joined in the chorus. Even those who had not participated in the battle the previous day began to shout, for they knew that the withholding of rewards could one day befall them as well. If they remained silent today, no one would voice their concerns tomorrow. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, a figure began to retreat slowly from the soldiers, swiftly departing the ranks. His visage was fierce, his expression menacing. A cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Spitting disdainfully, he cursed, "Wretched officials." At this moment, Lin Qing returned to the military tent, enduring the pain in his back as he removed his night attire and donned his customary clothing for rest. His complexion was ashen, each breath exacerbating the hidden agony in his back, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Despite the excruciating pain, Lin Qing maintained his composure, a skill honed within the confines of the Duke of Wuhan's estate. He retrieved the jade pendant from his chest, from which faint streams of vitality could be seen coursing into his body. Were it not for the pendant aiding his recovery, he might have succumbed before returning, having endured a full-force strike from a 6th-rank warrior. Meanwhile, the commotion outside grew increasingly intense. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, approached the entrance of the tent, and listened intently to the sounds from beyond. A strange expression crossed his face. These individuals were brimming with vitality. Lin Qing remained skeptical, convinced that something sinister lay beneath the surface. At this moment, outside the tent, a tall figure stealthily approached, moving with the agility of an 8th-tier martial artist. Upon glimpsing his visage, Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback and quickly returned to his bed, wondering what his intentions were. Suddenly, Lan Yunchuan flickered into Lin Qing's military tent. Upon seeing Lin Qing sitting there unharmed, he was instantly startled, exclaiming, "My lord, are you unscathed?" Lin Qing furrowed his brow, forcing himself to suppress his injuries, and replied in a calm tone, "What could possibly be wrong with me? Wasn't that person just now you?" Lan Yunchuan inquired cautiously, "What is it?" Lin Qing's tone remained unperturbed, betraying no signs of injury. Noticing Lin Qing's composed demeanor, which belied any signs of harm, Lan Yunchuan drew closer, his expression turning fierce as he produced a porcelain vial, stating, "My lord, this is a poison passed down through my family, colorless and odorless, capable of slaying a 6th-tier martial artist. I was just about to approach that scoundrel official to see if I could poison his water, but alas, he was assassinated before I could act, and chaos now reigns outside." With that, he rose to his feet, his face filled with ferocity, declaring, "My lord, shall we take advantage of the turmoil?" As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, making a gesture across his throat, indicating their target was undoubtedly that scoundrel Su Li. Lin Qing's expression shifted. This man was ruthlessly fierce and decisive, indeed a person of talent. Yet, if the assassin was not truly Lan Yunchuan, he would certainly take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Su Li. However, he was severely wounded and could hardly move. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qing coolly stated, "Return and rest. Tomorrow we must engage in battle. There is no need for you to take further risks regarding Su Li. He will undoubtedly meet his end. It is merely a matter of time." Lan Yunchuan's gaze dimmed gradually, assuming his superior wish to avoid unnecessary conflict. Internally, he sighed, such is human nature. Perhaps having spoken too much in one breath, Lin Qing felt a heaviness in his chest and could not suppress a slight cough, quickly stifling it. Though he was left slightly pale from the exertion, Lan Yunchuan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, but soon a spark ignited in his eyes, his heart racing with fervor. It was he. It was the Lord who did this. Realizing the implications of his expression, Lin Qing understood he had inadvertently revealed too much. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and calmly instructed, "Return and rest. Conserve your strength for battle." "Understood." Lan Yunchuan responded with a resounding salute, causing a faint line of annoyance to form on Lin Qing's forehead. Aware of his own shortcomings, Lan Yunchuan quickly added in a subdued tone, "The subordinate takes his leave." Once he departed the military tent, Lin Qing could no longer suppress his coughing, even expelling a mouthful of congealed blood. Yet, his eyes sparkled with brightness. There were indeed spirited individuals within the ranks of the Dacian army. The chaos at this military camp persisted until the end of the Hour of the Tiger, and the sky had transformed from impenetrable darkness to reveal drifting clouds. The soldiers who had appeared before Su Li's tent were temporarily detained but were released again within half an hour. The reason lies in the fact that the supervising censors wielded the imperial edict of the Great Qian, asserting the innocence of these soldiers. Ultimately, Su Li found himself compelled to release them all, helpless in his predicament. At this moment, he lay upon his bed, his complexion ashen, blood occasionally trickling from the corners of his mouth. The plan must continue. I shall ensure their demise. He seized Lu Ding by the collar and declared, "Should we succeed tomorrow, our futures will be promising. However, if we fail, we shall await the annihilation of our kin." One can only imagine that today's events would inevitably reach the capital. The soldiers were on the brink of revolt, primarily due to withheld military accolades. Even the support from the military governor's office would not suffice to shield him any longer. His sole path to survival lay in engaging in tomorrow's venture. With silver in hand, he would rise again. Chapter 48. The strategy of delay, my lord. It would be prudent to distribute the awarded silver now. Every moment we can delay is beneficial. As dawn approached, Lu Ding contemplated the situation, deciding it was essential to stabilize the current state of the military encampment. He ventured into Su Li's tent to express his thoughts. However, to his astonishment, Su Li had succumbed to madness, leaping from his bed and exclaiming, "No. If we distribute the silver now, we shall fall short of the 100,000 taels." Lu Ding approached the tent's entrance, stealthily peering outside. He observed a considerable gathering of soldiers. It appeared that if the rewards were not dispensed soon, a mutiny would indeed erupt. Deep in thought, Lu Ding nearly plucked at the hairs of his beard until a brilliant idea dawned upon him. Ecstatically, he approached Su Li's bedside and whispered, "My lord, we can employ a strategy of delay. Let us distribute a portion of the silver now, informing them that further rewards will follow upon our return from the expedition. This will calm their tempers, and once they are all slain by the Baiyun forces, our treasury will remain untouched." Su Li's eyes widened, emanating a newfound brilliance as he clapped Lu Ding on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You are indeed a genius. I shall command it to be done. My lord, it is imperative that you personally present yourself, allowing these soldiers to witness your weakened state. Only then will they believe you were indeed attacked. This will also lend credence to the falsity of last night's accounts." "Can they truly be convinced?" Su Li questioned, harboring doubts about the risk of further assassination without means to defend himself. Lu Ding, displaying a hint of disdain, stroked his beard and replied, "My lord, those soldiers are simple-minded. Aside from calculating their own silver, what else do they comprehend? A mere display of your plight will suffice to quell their unrest. And even the military governor's office will find it easy to explain." After some contemplation, Su Li recognized the validity of this reasoning. His gaze sharpened. "Very well. I shall proceed." Half an hour later, with mere moments before the scheduled march, the soldiers still showed no inclination to mount their horses. And the captains made no effort to urge them. They understood well that without payment, these soldiers would no longer heed their commands. Such is the nature of the Great Qian soldiers. As long as compensation is provided, they are amenable to any reprimand. Yet, once that payment is withheld, they will rebel without hesitation. At that moment, several personal guards emerged, carrying large chests. It is evident that the contents within are laden with gravity. At this moment, Su Li emerged, his complexion ashen, with bloodstains adorning his chest, clearly a manifestation of grievous injuries. "Open it," he uttered in a feeble voice. A throng of soldiers swiftly opened the large chests, revealing the gleaming silver of the great Qian dynasty within. The blinding radiance instantly dazzled the eyes of all present. "You are soldiers of the Great Qian. As your commanding officer, how could I withhold your rewards?" Su Li continued, "These silver coins are here, and upon your return, they shall be distributed to you." Supported by Lu Ding, Su Li spoke with diminished vigor, his appearance forlorn and wretched. Observing some wavering among the soldiers below, he added, "Last night, I was the target of an assassination attempt, and my injuries have yet to heal. I have also heard that some vile rumors about me circulated yesterday. Those are mere fabrications." He began to cough heavily, prompting Lu Ding to quietly remind him, "Sir, blood." Su Li nodded slightly and bit into his blood pouch, crimson flowing from his mouth, rendering his visage tragically grotesque. "We now stand guard over the territories of the Great Qian. We must not fall prey to the schemes of the nomads. If you do not fight today, countless subjects of the Great Qian will perish at the hands of these savages." Upon hearing these words, whispers began to circulate among the previously silent military camp. The Great Qian was indeed in dire need of silver and provisions, yet those who had come to serve their country were imbued with a sense of patriotism. Su Li's words evoked memories of the innocent civilians slaughtered by the barbarians, and soon, many began to don their armor, preparing for battle. A glimmer of excitement shone in Su Li's eyes as he murmured, "Truly, these soldiers are rather gullible." "Please, continue, do not pause," Lu Ding urged softly. Su Li grasped the cue and continued, "All the silver is laid out before you. The rewards that were not distributed earlier will be accounted for upon your return, combined with the new honors you shall earn. At that time, a barbarian's head will fetch 30 taels, while that of an eagle rider will be 100 taels. I assure you, I will not default on this. Furthermore, some of this silver comes from my own father's burial fund, which I hastily gathered to amass a total of 10,000 taels. Once the imperial rewards are dispersed, I shall repay my father. However, given the current scarcity of silver, I do not expect it any time soon. Perhaps it is better to let my father suffer a little longer. When he passes, I shall find somewhere to bury him, allowing him to join his comrades in death." After a moment of silence, a voice resonated from among the soldiers, "To battle." Soon, several voices joined in unison. With the silver now visibly present, their doubts regarding the events of the previous night began to fester. Coupled with the heartfelt plea of their commanding officer, they were inclined to believe him. In no time, the military camp grew bustling, with many preparing their armor and horses for the impending battle. Witnessing this scene, Su Li hastily feigned a cough and lowered his head, attempting to mask the triumphant grin that crept across his face. Lu Ding mirrored this behavior, pretending to inspect Su Li's injuries. "Sir, did your father not pass away several years ago?" Lu Ding quietly inquired, not merely to lament. "How does my discourse fare this time?" Su Li's tone brimmed with pride. "A talent indeed. To be frank, the first few warriors to engage were arranged by my subordinate." Su Li's eyes flickered with admiration, a true genius. Observing the dwindling number of soldiers below, many who were once resolute began to waver. Under the persuasion of their comrades, they hastily mounted their steeds, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, the 50 men led by Lin Qing remained aloof, diligently polishing their sabers, making final preparations. Clad in black armor, Lin Qing sat astride his horse, watching the soldiers rush to mount with an inscrutable gaze. What one cannot obtain through merit, one cannot acquire through demands. Only through the blade in hand. Had yesterday's assassination not transpired, how could this silver ever be procured? Even if he refrained from claiming it today, upon returning from battle, Lin Qing would still pursue the assassination, relentlessly, until it was either successful or the withheld silver was surrendered. Yet, Su Li appeared as a cowardly knave, yielding the silver so readily. Now, the soldiers, enticed by the promise of full rewards, eagerly mounted their horses, filled with anticipation for the battle ahead. 30 taels for a single head, 300 taels for 10. The thought quickened many soldiers' breaths. This was a sum they had never encountered. Some unmarried soldiers contemplated saving their earnings to secure a wife upon returning home, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Others envisioned providing fine gifts for their families and sewing new garments. Chapter 49. The way of the cavalry. The somber sound of the horn echoed, heralding the time for battle. Lin Qing, deep in contemplation atop his steed, suddenly opened his eyes and unsheathed the saber at his side. To slay the enemy. The swift sound of unsheathing blades resonated. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Slay the enemy." The thunderous hoofbeats stirred clouds of dust, enhancing the desolate aura of their black armor. A few captains felt their breath catch at this sight. With discipline in place, the semblance of a formidable army had begun to take shape. Zui Yu, witnessing this, revealed a satisfied expression, then turned his gaze to the remaining 50 men, his demeanor growing solemn. "In today's battle, I do not expect you to slay as they do, but you must achieve something. Charge forth. Slay the enemy." Zui Yu spurred his horse, leading the charge. In truth, as a captain, he ought to command 100 men to lead them into battle. However, he acknowledged that his subordinate, with a brilliant record, surpassed him in the art of combat. Thus, he entrusted the command of the 50 men entirely to Lin Qing, confident that Lin Qing would not disappoint him. The cavalry scattered, thousands of soldiers surged forth, gradually spreading across the expanse of the old city of Qilin, blocking the advance of the prairie cavalry. An hour later, Lin Qing had led his 50 men to the middle ground between two strongholds. Logically, they should have separated to impede the enemy, waiting to strike as soon as they discovered the barbarians. Yet Lin Qing did not act in such a manner. Presently, he commanded a contingent of 50 men, sufficient to undertake daring maneuvers. The military texts prescribe that the art of cavalry lies in the ability to exploit their swiftness on a grand battlefield. concealing their presence while creating scenarios where the few can overcome the many, segmenting a vast expanse into countless smaller battlegrounds. Within these confined arenas, our cavalry would consistently hold the advantage in numbers, allowing for decisive victories. Previously, with only 15 men at his disposal, Lin Qing had to charge into battle against a force of 19, striving to slay as many foes as possible. However, should he encounter the same 19 once more, he could easily divide them into groups of 8 or even smaller, leveraging numerical superiority to annihilate them entirely. Observing that all his soldiers awaited his command, Lin Qing pondered for a moment before drawing his saber and gesturing towards the north. Advance 50 miles north. As his words reverberated, he galloped forth, leading the charge. The remaining soldiers followed closely, their eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with a fervent excitement. If 15 men could vanquish over 90, how many could 50 achieve? A magnificent cavalry surged across the steppe, and as they traversed 20 miles, the sight of local herdsmen and their livestock came into view. These were bold individuals, daring to graze their flocks on the fertile pastures of the frontier, wagering that the soldiers of the Great Qian would be too feeble to venture deep into the plains. Indeed, their confidence was not unfounded. For years they had seen no soldiers from the Great Qian in this area. But today they had arrived. When the herdsmen beheld the formidable black-armored cavalry charging towards them, they dropped their forage in disbelief, unsure if their eyes deceived them. Yet, upon recognizing the extraordinary figure of the young leader at the forefront, their lips began to tremble. The Qian people had come, even as the saber sliced through his neck. One herdsman pondered why the Qian dared to enter the steppe. Had the royal army suffered a defeat? As his head soared into the air, Lin Qing issued a cold command: spare none, slay and burn all the cattle and sheep. The forces of the steppe kingdom were few, yet each man dismounted to tend sheep and mounted to engage in battle. Several warriors had already mounted their finest steeds, drawing their sabers and charging towards them, hoping to intimidate the invaders. Observing the coordinated trajectory of their advance, Lin Qing's heart sank. The steppe warriors were indeed fierce. These men had undoubtedly seen combat. In times of war, these herdsmen transformed into valiant fighters. Lan Yunchuan dispatched them swiftly. Lin Qing commanded coldly, and Lan Yunchuan led 10 riders into the fray. Lin Qing's gaze shifted beyond these warriors, where over 10 cavalrymen clad in leather armor, wielding curved blades, were galloping towards them at full speed. Evidently aware of the unusual situation, Lin Qing held the utmost respect for the regulars of the steppe. Divide them and annihilate them. With that, he surged forward, marking the first trial of his 50 men. He was determined to bolster his troops' morale. Sons of the Great Qian, slay the enemy. Behind him, dozens of soldiers from the Great Qian army wore faces tinged with a faint crimson, reminiscent of the highland blush of the prairie folk. However, their expressions were not of embarrassment but rather excitement and trepidation. Compared to the previously conservative tactics, Lord Lin's approach invigorated them. In truth, those who remained in the army amidst the current circumstances were far from cowards. Their prior environment had merely constrained them. Once the shackles around their necks were removed, they would become even more bloodthirsty than the prairie denizens. The Great Qian had maintained its dominance in the Central Plains for centuries, not through benevolence or subservience, but through relentless conquest forged in blood and steel. A murderous gleam illuminated their eyes as they gazed at the dozen riders, resembling famished wolves contemplating their prey. The azure grasslands, the cerulean sky, and the ochre dust swirled around them. In a silent standoff, the two groups collided. Lin Qing led the charge, wielding his long blade with precision, severing necks with brutal efficiency alongside the curved swords of the barbarian foes. Heads flew, blood gushed forth, transforming a world otherwise painted in 3 colors into a vivid tapestry of crimson. The battle cries erupted as the 15 riders across the way were cleaved into 4 segments, each facing numerous adversaries. Even if the Great Qian cavalry were to falter, they were more than capable of executing their foes, especially with Lin Qing's soldiers now embodying the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Within mere moments, 16 corpses littered the ground, the mingling blood of men and horses staining the earth in a striking display. The soldiers, far from extinguishing the flames of their fervor with the act of killing, found their spirits soaring even higher. For many, it was the first realization of how deceptively simple it was to take a life. On the other side, Lan Yunchuan had already dispatched several pastoral warriors and was collecting spoils of war, cleansing the battlefield, severing heads, and slaughtering all horses while incinerating cattle and sheep. Although the soldiers were puzzled as to why their commander chose to disregard the captured horses, they obediently executed the orders. Slaughtering the horses was the most prudent choice, as they had ventured deep into the grasslands, and excess spoils would only be a burden. Lin Qing deemed the heads to be the greatest encumbrance. Yet the great Qian believed that severing ears could lead to false accolades and was too easily manipulated, hence the necessity of bringing the heads along. Suddenly, he recalled a book he had seen in the Martial Academy, which spoke of celestial beings possessing special items containing hidden realms, capable of holding countless objects. Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement at the thought. He resolved to acquire one in the future to store these worthless trophies. Chapter 50. The Sudden Change. 3,000 iron eagles soared as flames erupted skyward, the acrid scent of burning dung from cattle and sheep permeating the air, mingling with an odd fragrance and thick smoke. The soldiers greedily inhaled the scent, savoring an experience unlike any they had known before. Their eyes gleamed with fervor as they fixated on the severed heads atop their mounts, their breaths quickening in anticipation. After this encounter, they would reap substantial rewards. Lin Qing raised his gaze towards the few scouts who had just returned from reconnaissance and inquired, "Are there any signs of the enemy?" Yin Guang approached Lin Qing with a grave expression and whispered, "My lord, we have discovered signs of a large contingent of cavalry 60 miles to the west, roughly estimated to be at least 3,000 strong." Upon finishing his report, his face darkened, breath quickening, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Observing his demeanor, Lin Qing's expression turned serious as well. "My lord, the horses they ride are of impressive stature, with hoofprints larger than a palm, all of similar depth." A flicker of fear flashed in Yin Guang's eyes, and Lin Qing understood the implication. The Iron Eagles, those 3,000 riders were indeed the Iron Eagles. Given their direction, their intentions were all too clear. The borders of Deqian, and most likely the line of Qi Lin Old City. What could they be planning? Even before autumn, they had abandoned grazing in the pastures to arrive at the battlefield. The reason the Prairie Kingdom refrained from launching extensive military campaigns in spring and summer is that those seasons yield the richest pastures. The struggle for grazing grounds could erupt into violence at any moment, compelling these elite warriors to defend their tribe's resources during those times. And yet, they had forsaken their cattle and sheep to appear at the borders of Deqian. Lin Qing sensed the ominous undertones of a conspiracy. His gaze sharpened, and raising his whip, he commanded, "Advance westward for 50 miles." Although Yin Guang's complexion changed, he dutifully obeyed the order and galloped alongside the others. At that very moment, the line of Qi Lin Old City was already awash in a sea of blood. Today, the number of prairie cavalry exceeded all previous encounters by several folds, often appearing in groups of 4 or 5 banners. The numerical disadvantage plunged the soldiers of Deqian into a fierce struggle. At this instant, Zuiyu was covered in blood, with several deep wounds marring his body. He swiftly dispatched a nearby prairie barbarian, wiping the splattered blood from his face. With blurred vision, he gazed toward the horizon, where a cloud of dust was rising. Vaguely, he could see armored knights charging forth. The surrounding soldiers, embroiled in combat, also took notice and could not help but feel exhilarated. "Ha ha ha, brothers, reinforcements are here. Let us slay these detestable barbarians. Not a single one shall escape." While Zuiyu initially felt a surge of excitement, it quickly turned to bewilderment. Why were reinforcements arriving from the north? As the figures drew closer, he discerned the telltale, curved blades. A chill ran from his feet to the crown of his head, causing his grip on the long sword to falter. The battlefield gradually fell silent, all eyes fixated on a swirling dust cloud connecting heaven and earth. They beheld the armor, the curved blades, the proud steeds, and naturally, the soaring eagles above. The Iron Eagles. Zuiyu managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth, an overwhelming sense of confusion enveloping him. How could the Iron Eagles possibly be here? Moreover, judging by the thunderous sound of their hooves, there were at least 3,000 of them. 3,000 Iron Eagles. This represented the mightiest force of a powerful tribe on the prairie. How could they have appeared here? Zuiyu tightened the reins and shouted, "Scouts, return and report. The main force of the prairie has emerged at the front of Jilin Old City, with 3,000 valiant iron riders." He then turned to the bewildered soldiers around him. With a firm grip on his horse's belly, he vigorously waved his whip and charged toward the surging tide of yellow. Dacian soldiers, slay the enemies. The remaining 30 or so soldiers did not hesitate, following Zuiyu into the fray against the Iron Riders. In the face of such a formidable cavalry, retreat was not an option. It was better to fight valiantly for a chance at the 100 taels of silver reward. Meanwhile, Guanghan, 100-man commander still engaged in battle, noticed the unusual movements from the north and caught sight of Zhou Yu leading the charge. Cursing, he exclaimed, "Damn it! How does this kid keep stealing the limelight?" He then slammed his scabbard and shouted, "We cannot let them take the glory. My troops, kill them." Half an hour later, Lin Qing, leading 50 riders, arrived at the location just traversed by the Iron Riders. Observing the ground strewn with hoofprints, Lin Qing's expression darkened. If all went as expected, the cavalry that had roamed this line of Jilin Old Mountain had likely been thoroughly eliminated. They had become a solitary force, a mere 50 men. Returning for support would be futile. With just 50 riders, they could not stir any significant tide. The most advantageous course of action for Dacian now was to ascertain why the Iron Riders had abandoned the grasslands to appear here. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Qing spoke, "Map." Yin Guang promptly handed over the map. "Which tribe is most likely to have sent the Iron Riders?" "Sir, here. The Baiyun tribe is the most powerful and prosperous along the line of Jilin Old City. Only they could dispatch 3,000 Iron Riders." Lin Qing looked at the indicated location, revealing a vast expanse of grassland approximately 100 miles away. At their current pace, they could reach it in about an hour. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing returned the map to Yin Guang and moved to the forefront of the main flag unit. Observing the anxious expressions of his men, Lin Qing's gaze became resolute. Just an hour ago, 3,000 Iron Riders had entered the line of Jilin Old City. The soldiers exchanged glances, though they were not scouts. The chaotic sound of hooves beneath them made it clear what had transpired. Those who had fought alongside them might well be in dire peril. We have options. 1. We can retreat back to Dacian. 2. We can continue northward and assault the Baiyun tribe. They have already dispatched 3,000 Iron Riders, so their tribe must be exceedingly vulnerable at this moment. If we reach there before sunset, we may achieve some gains. Lin Qing's demeanor was calm, his face betraying no sign of turmoil, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. A leader must remain composed. If the commander panics, the morale and combat effectiveness of the troops will plummet by 50%. I have decided. We shall advance on the Baiyun tribe and seek some interest. He then looked at the 50 soldiers present and declared, "Is anyone inclined to turn back?" His gaze was piercing, and the soldiers before him averted their eyes in submission. It appeared that many harbored a desire to retreat. Lin Qing let out a light chuckle, but soon his expression darkened with ferocity. Did they think he would allow them to return? Absolutely not. Chapter 51. Unfit for battle at this moment, returning meant certain death. Lin Qing refrained from elaborating further. Since the Baiyun faction had forsaken the grasslands and mobilized 3,000 elite Iron Riders, it was evident that they were lured by a greater incentive. Perhaps their intention was to launch a surprise attack and decisively conquer several military camps, uprooting the spies entrenched around the old city of Jilin. The camp they occupied would be the first to bear the brunt of this assault, while they might circumvent the blockade of the prairie tribes and return to Dacian. If the camp was lost, yet they remained alive, they would be branded as deserters. The first to suffer the consequences would be chosen as scapegoats for their wrath. Even if they did not perish at the hands of the prairie tribes, they would surely meet their demise at the hands of Shangguan. Especially since Shangguan was that despicable Suli. For the sake of silver, he would deliberately betray his soldiers. Lin Qing had no faith in his integrity. In his greed for the rewards and compensations, he might even execute them under the guise of desertion. In Dacian, deserters faced not only severe punishment, but also the annihilation of their families. The men would be forced into labor, the women consigned to the imperial court, and their possessions seized for the state treasury. Rather than suffer at the hands of corrupt officials, it was better to fight to the death. Some astute soldiers had already contemplated the grim fate awaiting them upon returning, and their resolve began to solidify. Lin Qing, satisfied, nodded approvingly and commanded with a booming voice, "My soldiers, cast aside all hesitation and advance 100 miles north with utmost speed." The soldiers exchanged glances, perplexed by Shangguan's intentions. How could they simply abandon their hard-earned gains? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing continued, "If we succeed this time, the wealth of the Baiyun faction shall be yours to share." At his words, many felt their breaths quicken. Lin Yuanquan was the first to act. Discarding 3 severed heads from his horse onto the grass, his eyes blazing with determination as he declared, "I am willing to die for you, my lord." Following suit, the soldiers of the second banner cast down their heads, shouting in unison, "We are willing to die for you, my lord." The remaining soldiers, witnessing this display, also relinquished their heads, though some still bore a hint of reluctance. Once all heads had been discarded, Lin Qing unsheathed his saber and pointed towards the north. There is no reason for the grasslands to continuously descend upon us. We, the soldiers of Deqian, shall pursue the demise of the prairie. With that, he galloped forth, charging into the vast northern grasslands. The remaining soldiers followed closely behind. Having made their decision, fear evaporated, replaced by exhilaration. The rush of blood coursed through their veins, igniting a fervor within their bodies. Indeed, they were the first Deqian army to head north since the dawn of the Light Han era, albeit only 50 strong. In Jilin City, Deqian had stationed 200,000 troops, prepared to resist the autumn invasion from the grasslands. The commander here was Duke Guangyuan of Deqian, a man in his 50s, with graying beard and a face etched with the ravages of wind and sand. Yet, his bright eyes blazed with fury at this moment. He stood atop the city walls, gazing at the distant cavalry of soaring eagles galloping by. His heart brimmed with fury, to the extent that his grip on the longsword turned pale. Surrounding him were the local officials of Jilin City, each voicing their opinions. In essence, they conveyed a singular message: no one was to leave the city. Some even invoked the tragic events of 3 years prior. The speaker, named Li Shu, was the right vice-governor of Pengzhou, holding a second-rank title. Adorned in a cerulean robe, his hair elegantly styled, and wearing a black gauze hat. Hints of his graying hair were visible. As the chief official of Jilin, his words commanded silence among the other officials. Though he was over 60 and slender in build, his voice resonated with authority. Lord Guangyuan, with all due respect, have you forgotten the horrific incident at Shihu City 3 years ago? That was an army of 200,000, utterly obliterated. Our current situation mirrors that calamity. What if those gallant eagles are merely bait to lure us into battle? Should anything happen to Jilin City, we shall bear the burden of guilt for the great Qin. He implored, I advise you, do not engage in battle. Lord Guangyuan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Li Shu, gritting his teeth. We still have 2 military camps outside, with 10,000 soldiers of the great Qin. Are we to abandon them so easily? Shall we allow them to breach Jilin's defenses? To rampage and pillage within our territory? At that moment, some of the eagle cavalry descended, brandishing the severed heads of nearby villagers before the city gates. Their brazen display incited rage among the soldiers defending the city. With a rapid breath, Lord Guangyuan shouted, Shoot! Kill that man! Absolutely not! Li Shu, despite his age, moved remarkably swiftly, intercepting the archer. In that fleeting moment, the eagle cavalry had already galloped beyond the range of their arrows. Li Shu, provide me with an explanation. Lord Guangyuan's gaze burned with intensity, demanding an answer. My lord, please temper your anger. This man is clearly attempting to provoke us into battle. We must not fall into the barbarian's trap. What does it matter if we kill him alone? My lord, there is still a considerable time until autumn. We must avoid unnecessary complications. If the Prairie Kingdom descends upon us prematurely, we shall be deemed guilty. Li Shu spoke with earnest tears, appearing to be a devoted official concerned for his country and people. This cannot be, nor can that. I must send someone to rescue the great Qian soldiers in those 2 camps. As anticipated, a loud cry arose once more. No, my lord. We must not succumb to the barbarian's cunning. Those 2 camps have likely been destroyed. Going now would only result in more casualties, serving no purpose. The other officials of Jilin echoed in agreement, asserting that Li De-rin spoke wisely. At this moment, Lord Guangyuan fell silent, realizing the futility of his intentions. Regardless of his desires, these plague-ridden bureaucrats would oppose him at every turn. They sought only to defend Jilin City, wishing for no accolades, only to avoid blame. Yet, Lord Guangyuan longed to disregard their objections and annihilate the eagle cavalry. Alas, regardless of arms and provisions, as well as military pay, these individuals must be relied upon for procurement. This battle truly feels suffocating. At this moment, outside the city of Jilin, the military camp is awash in blood. Countless valiant eagle riders weave through the chaos, mercilessly slaying soldiers yet to emerge from their tents. Carts, originally designated for transporting supplies, are being pushed out of the camp and headed northward. The depth of the wheel ruts indicates an unbearable weight, far from mere provisions. Inside Su Li's tent, he and Lu Ding sit together, facing a fierce-looking barbarian from the grasslands, a scar etched across his face. As he gazes at the pristine white salt upon the table, a smile breaks across his visage. Indeed, Lord Su has proven trustworthy. The quality of this salt is exceptional. Su Li and Lu Ding exchange a glance, sighing in relief. It appears that the deal is secure. Subsequently, Suli dons a sycophantic smile and inquires, "Then, esteemed sir, what of the subsequent payment?" The barbarian rises and exits the tent, signaling to the 20 eagle riders who have long awaited outside. "Capture them and bring them back, one by one." The cavalrymen dart past, while the hulking figure savors the fine salt in his hand, a look of indulgence spreading across his face. With the soldiers gone, do they still dare to seek payment? A fool's dream. Chapter 52. The yellow sands and northern winds rise. The camp is turned at midnight as dusk approaches. The setting sun bleeds crimson. After an hour of frantic galloping, Lin Qing leads a troop of armored soldiers to the outskirts of the Baiyun tribe, lacking sufficient supplies. The soldiers' lips are cracked, and they continuously swallow their saliva. They find themselves behind a massive earthen embankment, observing the lights flickering below. Groups of riders drive cattle and sheep, concluding a day of herding. As Lin Qing had surmised, the defenses here are weak. Even as they draw closer, the tribe's people of Baiyun remain oblivious to their presence. Lin Qing raises his hand, signaling all to dismount. "Rest here. We shall move once the sun sets." All are instructed not to drink from the unclean water, but only from their own carried supplies. During his studies at the military academy, he had focused on various strategies for traversing the grasslands. Among them were crucial precautions, particularly the grave warning against consuming untreated water from the plains. With countless cattle and sheep, the water is tainted with excrement and even the bodies of deceased animals. The consequences of drinking it could entail severe illness or even death. During the reign of the great ancestor emperor, a campaign into the grasslands resulted in a catastrophic loss of thousands of soldiers due to this very oversight. Since then, the commanders of the great Qian have remained vigilant of this lesson. Time swiftly passes, and the Baiyun tribe below ignites their bonfires. In the darkness of the grasslands, they stand as beacons of light. Many adult tribespeople begin to sing and dance around the flames. Lin Qing's brow furrows, and he calls over Yin Guang, asking, "Find someone well-versed in the customs of the grasslands." Before long, a weathered, tall man with a ruddy complexion approaches, his demeanor earnest and simple. It is none other than the honest Zhong Xian. In the realm of Peugeot, the esteemed gentlemen and the common folk alike have grown up amidst the vibrant culture of the grassland people. Lin Qing, now enlightened, realized that his trusted companions were indeed exceptional individuals. He gestured towards the lively scene below and inquired, "What is the cause of this celebration? Shouldn't the cavalry of the tribe remain vigilant while departing from the encampment?" Zhong Xian, observing the throng of grassland revelers, furrowed his brow. "Sir, it is customary for the grassland folk to celebrate only upon returning triumphantly from a successful hunt or after a victorious campaign. Their current festivities elude my understanding." "Very well. I comprehend the situation. Let us take our leave to recuperate." Zhong Xian's use of "my subordinate" drew the attention of several soldiers. "My subordinate? My subordinate?" They marveled at the audacity of claiming such a title, considering only 5 among the 50 had any official rank. Their spirits began to soar with the thought that should they achieve notable success and eliminate a few foes, they might attain a rank themselves. As the moon ascended higher, its silvery glow cascaded over the vast expanse of grassland, resembling a delicate dusting of salt. The festivities of the Baiyun tribe reached a crescendo, and Lin Qing observed numerous women from the tribe joining in the revelry, partaking in libations. Strapping men, evidently of the cavalry, began to succumb to intoxication, returning to their tents with the women in their embrace. Lin Qing refrained from acting impulsively, waiting patiently until the initial hours of the night when the Baiyun tribe finally fell into a tranquil silence. The campfire continued to crackle, the wood popping in the stillness of the encampment. Occasionally, the drunken murmurs of the revelers could be heard, and the raucous sounds from within the tents gradually faded. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of Baiyun tribe, 50 pairs of bloodthirsty eyes lurked behind the earthen rise. At this juncture, it was evident to all but the dim-witted that the success of their ambush hinged upon a final decisive strike. Their breaths quickened, their minds consumed with thoughts of rank and riches, as they gazed upon the shadowy figure at the forefront, their eyes gleaming with admiration. This audacious venture epitomized the notion of embracing death to attain life, and seeking wealth in perilous endeavors. One might wonder if they were in command. They would have hastily retreated back to their military encampment. Instead, they had delved deep into the grassland, approaching the very heart of the Baiyun tribe. With a glance at the hour, Lin Qing raised his hand gently, signaling to mount. His voice remained calm, instilling boundless confidence in his soldiers. The sound of clanking armor resonated as 50 figures clad in black armor stood resolutely upon the rise, not a whisper escaping them. Even their steeds sensed the aura of impending slaughter. From the forefront, Lin Qing slowly articulated, "Leave no one alive," followed by a resounding cry, "Kill the enemies." He charged forth, leading the way, with his soldiers closely trailing behind, unleashing a thunderous battle cry. Though they numbered but 50, cloaked in the night, they appeared as a formidable legion, their momentum fierce and unyielding. The military treatise of Ping Yuanho asserts, in the darkness of night when launching a surprise attack, a single soldier clad in iron armor can match the strength of 20 unarmored grassland warriors. Thus, one must amplify their presence, shout fervently, and instigate chaos. This delineates the significance of ambush and armor. In the realm of Deqian, the possession of weapons is unrestricted. However, to possess 3 suits of armor is tantamount to treason. An ordinary commoner clad in iron armor and wielding blades can still stand against 5 foes. What more can be said of the cavalry of the Deqian army? 50 horsemen penetrated the White Cloud tribe's encampment, immediately dispersing and charging into the nearest tents. They slaughtered the tribe members within, who were still in a state of panic. Some perished without ever regaining consciousness, immediately departing for the realm of bliss. Continual streams of oil were cast upon the tents, billowing thick smoke into the air. This scene, it need not be said, struck terror not only into the hearts of the bewildered White Cloud tribesmen but also enveloped Lin Qing in a profound sense of dread. As if the Deqian soldiers were ubiquitous around him, his gaze was fixed upon the central and largest tent. From his prior observations, it was evident that within resided the chieftain of the White Cloud tribe, a towering man of 8 feet. As Lin Qing charged inside, he discovered the chieftain had just awakened from slumber, and beside him lay a beautiful maiden, unclad. The chieftain's eyes widened with fury. Deqian? What are Deqian people doing here? Before he could don his armor or grasp the long blade at his side, Lin Qing's gaze sharpened. He leaped from his horse, wielding his saber with determination. Although they had the advantage of a night raid, their numbers remained insufficient. Capturing the leader would disrupt the remaining tribesmen's command, causing them to descend into chaos. The chieftain was also a 6th-tier martial artist. Yet the energy radiating from him suggested he was at the pinnacle of that tier. Despite the disparity in their realms, Lin Qing, adorned in iron armor and brandishing a long knife, had the upper hand as the chieftain was unarmed. Upon their initial contact, the chieftain was already at a disadvantage. Feeling the surging power within him, a fierce murderous intent flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. At that moment, the city of Qilin lay shrouded in uncertainty. If they could invade Deqian lands to burn, kill, and plunder, then the Deqian soldiers could likewise descend upon the plains to wreak havoc. Channeling the energy within, Lin Qing coldly uttered a single word: kill. Chapter 53. An abundance of wealth. The two finally clashed, the sound of their confrontation echoing incessantly. After 10 exchanges, a cold smile crept onto Lin Qing's lips as he casually discarded his long knife. That knife was merely a ruse. The chieftain, seizing the long knife, displayed a glint of excitement in his eyes. Yet, Lin Qing's full-powered punch had already arrived, striking fiercely against the chieftain's chest, causing his vision to darken as he nearly lost consciousness. In a moment of agility, Lin Qing leaped upward. Under the chieftain's astonished gaze, he lunged for his throat. Snap! The sound of shattered throat bones resonated as the chieftain clutched his throat, staggering backward. "Deqian, how could you be here?" he began. But before he could finish, his body began to tremble. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to eternal darkness. Following his line of sight, flames soared into the sky outside. Threads of life force began to solidify, flowing into the jade pendant upon Lin Qing's chest, transforming it back into a vivid crimson hue. At that moment, Lin Qing furrowed his brow, his eyes slightly widening. He astonishingly perceived the emergence of diminutive figures in his mind, each wielding a long knife, rehearsing various techniques. Is this a martial art? Even in the face of brutal slaughter, Lin Qing's gaze had remained unwavering. Yet now, it was illuminated by shock and ecstasy. The scene mirrored the moment he first acquired the Azure Sky Fist technique, when a similar figure had emerged in his mind, tirelessly practicing a new martial art, and moreover, a technique of the sword. Lin Qing stifled the exhilaration within him, brandishing the long blade to sever the head of the burly foe. He did not pause to contemplate the newfound skill, for he was amidst the chaos of battle and needed to conclude the conflict at hand. With the severed head in his grasp, Lin Qing charged forth from the tent on horseback. The enemy chieftain lay slain. Those who surrendered would not be harmed, nor would those who cast aside their weapons. The soldiers nearby echoed his proclamation, their voices rising in a thunderous chorus. The enemy chieftain is dead. Those who surrender shall live, and those who lay down their arms shall be spared. Meanwhile, some members of the Bayun tribe, just awakened from slumber, emerged from their tents with long knives in hand, only to be met with the sight of their leader's severed head held by the young warrior. Fear surged within them as they sensed the surrounding turmoil, mistakenly believing they were encircled by the Qian army. They swiftly discarded their long knives. Kneeling in submission with their hands raised high, an increasing number of Bayun tribesmen followed suit, casting down their arms in surrender. "Ah, Qian dogs, come for your lives." A young man, perhaps in his 20s, charged forward with a long knife aimed at Lin Qing's neck. Yet, with a single stroke, Lin Qing felled him, and the youth's head soared into the air before landing nearby. This spectacle shattered the resolve of the remaining foes, who promptly discarded their blades. Gradually, the chaos subsided, though the flames continued to blaze fiercely. Lin Qing maintained his composure, coldly issuing orders. "Gather everyone. All men must lose a hand to prevent further bloodshed. Should anyone dare to cause disruption, for each troublemaker, 10 shall perish." Affirmative responses echoed as the military orders swiftly reached the ears of his soldiers. Restoring a measure of clarity to their bloodthirsty gazes, they began to execute the commands. A quarter of an hour later, all Bayun tribesmen still present were gathered. It was only then that a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Lin Qing's eyes. He silently praised the strict adherence to the strategies outlined in the military treatise. The treatise recommended that captives from the steppes have their thumbs severed to prevent them from wielding weapons. However, Lin Qing deemed this method somewhat unreliable, hence the prior command. Before him stood over 1,000 captured Bayun tribesmen, among whom perhaps 500 were fit for combat. Their arms were bound, rendering them immobile. Only then did they perceive the approaching Qian army, momentarily taken aback. How could there be so few? A cursory glance revealed fewer than 100. With such a meager force, they dared to launch a night raid against a multitude exceeding 1,000. Their gazes fixed upon the youthful figure at the forefront, who appeared scarcely 20, yet seemed to be the leader of the formidable Qian soldiers. Lin Qing cast his gaze upon the soldiers under his command, most of whom bore minor injuries. However, one individual was particularly unfortunate, having broken an arm and grimacing in pain. Yet, his chest was stuffed with looted gold, silver, and jewels, causing a few gems to occasionally tumble to the ground. Each time this occurred, he bent down to retrieve the fallen treasures, his gasps of discomfort growing louder. Realizing the surrounding atmosphere had quieted, Guanghan lifted his head, his body stiffening abruptly. He noticed all the soldiers were staring intently at him. And even among the captured barbarian warriors, some exhibited expressions of hatred. Most importantly, the commander was fixing him with an impassive gaze. These are the valuables I found." Guanghan stammered, suppressing the pain in his arm. Lin Qing sighed heavily, a sense of frustration bubbling within him, silently reflecting. A gambler is indeed a gambler. Upon seeing money, they would risk their lives without a second thought. A soft sound caught Lin Qing's attention, and turning around, he saw the previously fierce-looking Lan Yunchuan awkwardly bending down to pick up a fallen red gem. Upon noticing Lin Qing's gaze, Lan Yunchuan froze, caught between the decision to pick it up or leave it be. In this moment of hesitation, more gems slipped from his grasp. Realizing he had no choice, he began to gather them. Lin Qing surveyed the scene, noticing the bulging chests of the soldiers, and a realization struck him. No wonder they weren't bothering to sever heads. They were too preoccupied with looting. Indeed, a head was only worth 30 taels, while these colorful gems could fetch over 1,000 taels in the capital of Deqian. Why stuff them into their clothes? Lin Qing's voice remained calm and detached. Why not use a bag to carry these treasures? Is the Bayun tribe in such dire straits? His words caused tension among the armored soldiers, who feared retribution from their superior. Lan Yunchuan remained frozen, acutely aware that in such chaos, who among them didn't have a few valuable items hidden away? Given your current state, how can you possibly go into battle? The atmosphere lightened considerably at his remark, smiles appearing on several faces. Lan Yunchuan quickly grabbed a bag, pouring the gems into it, and the other soldiers followed suit. The clinking of jade and stone resonating throughout. Lin Qing couldn't help but exhibit a rare expression of curiosity. The Bayun tribe was indeed affluent. Hey. Could someone help me with this bag? My arm is broken, Guanghan called out, desperately seeking assistance. Observing the scene, Lin Qing sighed once more, choosing to shift his focus to the gathered Bayun tribespeople, who displayed palpable fear. He rode closer, his expression as cold as ice. Where are your warriors? Silence ensued, drawing a flicker of malice to Lin Qing's eyes. He searched the crowd until his gaze settled upon a beautiful maiden, the favored companion of the Baiyun chieftain. You. Step forward. Chapter 54. The capital view under the point of Lin Qing's blade. Fear flickered across the maiden's face, her body trembling slightly, yet she remained motionless. Shaking her head vigorously, Lin Qing's eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of danger. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian approached with a cloth bag, whispering, "My lord." Qian language is a noble tongue on the grasslands, known only to the tribe's leaders and the bravest warriors. They cannot comprehend your words. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, realizing why there had been no response. "Do you speak man language?" he inquired. "Indeed, I have lived in the Qi forest area and often interacted with the tribesmen." Zhang Xian replied. Lin Qing nodded and commanded, "Then inquire what those cavalrymen are up to." Zhang Xian agreed, turning to the group of bound tribesmen and speaking in a language Lin Qing could not understand. At that moment, the beautiful maiden ceased her trembling, her enchanting eyes flashing with intrigue as she stood to speak. Observing Zhang Xian's serious demeanor, she continued to communicate with him. Only when she approached the two men did Zhang Xian, with a solemn expression, quietly inform, "My lord." She says the tribe's warriors have gone to the old city of Qi Forest to conduct trade. Lin Qing's brow instantly knitted in concern. Trade? What kind of trade? Zhang Xian leaned closer, lowering his voice. "My lord, it involves salt, an abundance of salt." She claims that upon completing this transaction, the Baiyun tribe will not lack for salt for a decade. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt a chilling sensation, as if a fierce tiger had fixed its gaze upon him. Salt, and an immense quantity at that? Even a 3-year-old child in Dakian would be aware that trading illicit salt could lead to execution. The prospect of such a vast quantity of salt being dispatched to the grassland royal court was unfathomable. It was hard to believe that no Dakian officials were colluding in this endeavor. Lin Qing pondered the amount of salt required by the Baiyun tribe over 10 years, knowing it would certainly exceed several carts. The soldiers stationed in the military camp consumed merely 2 barrels of salt each month. 1 cart would suffice for their needs. Such actions were utterly reprehensible. Moreover, the 3,000 fierce iron eagles passing through could not merely be transporting illicit salt. The greater purpose might align with the strategies outlined in military texts, to cloak the battlefield and eliminate all military personnel and civilians who might discover this operation, ensuring that it remained shrouded in secrecy. One could surmise that those soldiers who had departed with him were in grave peril, for the sake of personal gain. The safety of the Dakian populace and the lives of its soldiers were being disregarded. Lin Qing clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Had he chosen to head north to the grasslands after leaving the camp, those 50 knights would likely have already met their demise. Suddenly, Lin Qing's eyes narrowed again, revealing a dangerous glint. A thought struck him. Suli. He had once mentioned waiting for the soldiers to return to receive their rewards, even producing silver coins. Lin Qing had assumed that Suli was merely frightened by his actions the previous night and intended to spend money to avert disaster. However, it now appeared that he had never intended to pay them at all. He had known all along that the soldiers venturing out would face death. Lin Qing turned to Zhang Xian and coldly commanded, "Ask her if those cavalrymen mentioned when they would return." After a brief silence, Zhang Xian spoke, "My lord. She claims to know nothing. She also expressed a desire to serve you, pleading for her life." Lin Qing, however, paid him no heed and instead rode forward to address the assembled soldiers. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as the joy of anticipated treasure was forcefully suppressed. All eyes turning to the officer, Lin Qing took a deep breath, his voice rising with intensity. "I have just received disturbing news. At the borders of our great Qian, influential figures are colluding with the nomads to smuggle vast quantities of salt." The moment these words were uttered, the soldiers exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Some astute individuals began to connect the recent peculiarities surrounding General Suli with the glimmering silver they had encountered. Lin Qing observed the soldiers' faces, knowing their thoughts were not misguided. Undoubtedly, General Su was complicit in this operation. Drawing his saber, he scanned the surroundings and spoke in a grave tone. "And we may be the only ones left alive in this military camp. Stow away your spoils. We shall seek vengeance." Although their adversaries numbered 3,000 ironclad eagles, they were likely dispersed across the battlefield. Thus, Lin Qing could create a localized advantage in numbers, gradually wearing them down. Upon hearing this, the soldiers hastily concealed their acquired treasures, drawing their sabers in unison, and reformed their ranks before Lin Qing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they brimmed with murderous intent. He raised his long blade, pointing it at the gathered members of the Baiyun tribe, and bellowed, "Leave none alive." Zhang Xion's face paled. Though the beautiful maiden could not comprehend the officer's words, the expression on Zhang Xion's face warned her of impending doom, causing her to tremble once more. "My lord, killing captives is inauspicious," Zhang Xion murmured as he approached Lin Qing's horse. Lin Qing shot him a cold glance and replied, "The ironclad eagles ravage our great Qian borders, slaying our soldiers and our people. Do they not also face ill fate?" This provoked a calm among the soldiers behind him, their uncertainty dissipating, replaced by renewed resolve. Such was the nature of the struggle between Great Qian and the nomads. You kill me, I kill you, to the bitter end. Zhang Xian felt a chill wash over him under Lin Qing's gaze, yet his face resumed its naive expression, though his eyes remained icy. The beautiful maiden stumbled forward, kneeling before Lin Qing, desperate to inquire about her fate and whether she might be spared. But before she could utter a word, a long blade pierced through her neck and emerged from her chest. Blood soaked her delicate garments, and her eyes widened in horror as she turned her head, only to behold a weathered yet earnest face. Yet it was his gaze that filled her with dread. With a thud, the maiden collapsed, lifeless. Zhang Xian withdrew the long blade and knelt before Lin Qing, saying, "My lord, I acknowledge my error. Mount." Lin Qing commanded coldly, then pointed his blade forward. "Let us slay, and forge the Jingguan as a tribute to the fallen of our great Qian borders." In the next moment, the sound of a long knife-piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by the furious curses and wails of the Baiyun tribe. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet the land of the Baiyun tribe had turned a deep crimson. All the severed heads were collected and formed a colossal monument at the very center of the Baiyun tribe. Atop this monument lay the head of the tribe's chieftain, his eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at the vast grasslands. All the eyes of the heads fixated on the northern plains. In front of them stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "In the 3rd year of Guanghan, Lin Qing, the general of the Dacian, annihilated the Baiyun tribe to honor the frontier soldiers and civilians of Dacian." Chapter 55. Private Salt. As dawn broke, darkness melted away like snow, dissipating rapidly. The sun's rays began to dispel the chill of the northern plains. A formidable cavalry of over 1,000, known as the Eagle Iron Riders, traversed the land between the two nations, entering the grasslands. At the heart of their formation were 20 or so heavy black carriages drawn by tall horses. Despite being pulled by 3 sturdy steeds, these carriages were cumbersome, causing the procession to advance at a sluggish pace. Among these black carriages, one stood out, drawn by a single tall horse. This carriage was not a mere cylindrical container, but a prison cart enclosed by a wooden fence. Inside, 2 disheveled figures huddled together, seeking warmth. As the sunlight grazed them, an unexpected warmth enveloped them, prompting them to lift their heads and reveal their bewildered and vacant expressions. One was General Su Li, and the other, Lu Ding, marked by a distinctive dark mole on his face. Their current state starkly contrasted with the triumphant demeanor they had displayed the day before, now replaced by profound desolation. They had never anticipated that the nomads of the Baiyun tribe would breach their promises. Not only had the promised 100,000 taels of silver not materialized, but they themselves had become prisoners. As they gazed upon the vast, desolate grasslands, a wave of melancholy washed over them. In Dacian, they were esteemed individuals, yet now they found themselves in such dire straits. Upon reaching the Baiyun tribe, they would lose all value, and their fate was grimly predictable. Their plight was clearly observed by Yin Guang, who lay concealed among the grass on a distant hillside, quietly counting the Eagle Iron Riders. 1001. He noted this figure, quietly rising to his feet, descending the hillside to mount his horse and join the main force. By the time he arrived, the battle had just concluded. 12 Eagle Iron Riders had been completely slain by 50 soldiers, their blood and bodies strewn across the ground. He cast his gaze toward a young man drenched in blood, a flicker of admiration evident in his eyes. After departing from the Baiyun tribe, Lin Qing had consistently led them to the scattered Eagle Iron Riders. With these 12 added, they had slain over 100 Eagle Iron Riders throughout the night. "My lord, we have discovered the main force of the Baiyun tribe. They are transporting 21 carts of salt, among which Su Li and Lu Ding are also included, having been captured." 21 carts? A group of soldiers listened intently to his report, their breaths quickening, momentarily disregarding Su Li, whom they despised. Salt, regardless of the dynasty, has always been an invaluable commodity for common folk and military households alike. Some soldiers' families still cannot afford salt, resorting instead to vinegar cloth. Although the salt in the Great Qian is state-operated, Anyone who has procured it knows the truth. The salt pans are perpetually short on supply, offering only a scant amount each day. The subterfuge is well understood. The official salt enters the salt shops, only to be resold to salt traders. The common people, unable to purchase the cheap official salt, are left with no choice but to buy the exorbitantly priced private salt, which is essentially the same substance, merely varying in price due to different sellers. Now, over 20 large carts laden with salt brazenly traverse the borders of Great Qian, destined for the grasslands. Damn it. What are those corrupt officials in Qilin City doing? Why haven't they dispatched troops to eliminate them? Lan Yunchuan exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent, his eyes glinting fiercely as he cursed. Guan Ermao sighed heavily, his demeanor deflated and filled with despondency. Perhaps this salt belongs to the officials. Lan Yunchuan's murderous intent intensified. His face contorted with rage as he spat. Cowardly scoundrels. Those corrupt officials deserve death. Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Yen Guang's narration, it became apparent that there were greater forces at play behind the scenes, especially since even Su Li had been captured. Moreover, as a general commanding only 5,000 troops, he lacked the capability to amass such an abundance of salt. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing unfolded a map for a meticulous examination. The distance from the grassland border to the Baiyun tribe spans over 100 miles, and their transport of private salt moves sluggishly, requiring at least a day to reach their destination. Thus, his opportunity lay within this single day. Once they returned to the Baiyun tribe, offloaded the private salt, removed their shackles, and regained their agility, Lin Qing and his comrades would no longer have a chance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qing inhaled deeply and commanded, Guan Ermao, go to Liashanqing and inform the commanding officer there of our predicament. Urge them to send troops to eliminate these 3,000 Eagle Iron Cavalry. Guan Ermao hesitated, realizing why his superior did not wish for him to venture to Qilin City. But sir, what if Liashanqing is unwilling to dispatch troops? A silence enveloped the soldiers. Lin Qing sighed, responding, success lies in heaven, while strategy resides with us. Given that we have exerted our utmost efforts yet remain unable to alter the situation, let it be. If they are unwilling to send troops, we shall recuperate in the city until our return. Guan Ermao glanced at his bandaged hand and nodded resolutely. Rest assured, sir, I shall summon reinforcements. Go, and take along those severely injured brothers. In the previous skirmish, 7 soldiers had sustained critical injuries from the fierce counterattack of the Eagle Iron Cavalry and were now unable to fight. It would be prudent for them to return to recuperate. Yes, sir, Guan Ermao replied respectfully, before departing with several horses carrying the wounded, heading southward. Lin Qing gazed at the remaining contingent of over 40 men, his resolve gradually solidifying. Mount up and continue the hunt. Yes, just as he had anticipated. The majority of the Eagle Iron Cavalry had been dispersed around the main force, creating a veil over the battlefield. Their arrival here was preceded by the elimination of several small flag units, leading them to this central area where the salt carts lay. Now, their aim was to eradicate the Eagle Iron Cavalry situated to the south of the salt carts. Should they succeed, even if reinforcements were to arrive, they would do so unnoticed. Furthermore, if they were discovered by the main force of the Baiyun faction, their retreat towards the Great Qian would remain unobstructed. Under Lin Qing's command, the 40 riders swiftly descended southward, planning to take a wide detour to approach from the rear of the salt carts. His knowledge of the positions of the cavalry obscuring the battlefield stemmed from having studied a complete arrangement of battlefield concealment during the founding of the nation. The Duke of the State had employed this strategy, leading 20,000 cavalry across the vast grasslands to achieve a resounding victory. In that battle, the outer cavalry tasked with masking the main force's movements numbered 10,000. The Baiyun faction, it seemed, was employing a similar strategy, albeit in a much simpler form, allowing Lin Qing to locate the true main force through the outer cavalry. Once the true main force revealed itself, it indicated that the scattered cavalry surrounding it had identifiable positions. Chapter 56. Reinforcements. While leading his subordinates in a broad maneuver, Lin Qing did not remain idle. He silently contemplated the newly emerged martial art in his mind. The technique was called the 9 Blades Returning to Origin, a method of fierce and domineering swordplay. As Lin Qing followed its prescribed path, a surge of violent energy emanated from him. It lacked the gentleness of the azure sky fist, instead possessing a more formidable essence. Most notably, the sensation of having reached a limit had vanished. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Qing's eyes. signifying that he could continue to break through without the constraints of his previous techniques. Moreover, the jade pendant he clutched in his arms remained blood-red, a testament to the numerous kills he had amassed, continuously replenishing his vitality and strength. The wounds sustained the previous night had already begun to scab over, healing at an astonishing rate. However, the ferocity brought forth by the 9 blades returning to origin made him crave the thrill of battle. Even his hand gripping the long blade felt an itching urge to strike. At this moment, all he desired was to plunge into the ranks of the Eagle Iron Cavalry, to personally slay Su Li. He also yearned to eliminate all the high-ranking officials colluding with the Baiyun faction. Regrettably, his current forces were too scant. With 1,000, or at least 500, he could leverage the burden of the salt carts and the myriad of battle strategies he had learned to potentially keep the Eagle Iron Cavalry at bay. At the very least, he might reclaim the salt. Just then, Lin Qing's gaze sharpened, and his heart raced. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as a cavalry unit appeared on the horizon, the rising dust obscuring their forms and rendering their identities unclear. Halt! The 40 riders came to a disciplined stop, readying themselves for battle as they faced the oncoming cavalry. Lin Qing resolutely decided that if they were to be the mighty eagles of the grasslands, they would turn westward to evade pursuit. However, he soon furrowed his brow, his expression turning vacant. Who was it? As the distance closed, the sinister forms of black armor revealed themselves, clad in black, wielding straight blades. These were the cavalry of the Great Qian. The eyes of the soldiers brightened. Reinforcements. Reinforcements had arrived. Lin Qing also recognized the foremost duo. One was Wu Hong, the son of the Marquis of Wu, whom he had not seen for several days. The other was Nalin Yuanjia, a scion of the Duke of Zhen's lineage. Both were individuals of noble birth. Suddenly, Lin Qing recalled the individual who had colluded with the Baiyun tribe, and his countenance shifted. Given the character of the Marquis of Wu, such actions were entirely plausible, which could explain why Wu Hong insisted on coming to the front lines to engage the grassland forces. Yet, considering the status of the Marquis of Wu and the Duke of Zhen, they were already intertwined with the nation's fate and had no need for such undertakings. So, what was their purpose? In an instant, myriad thoughts flashed through Lin Qing's mind, but the cavalry was drawing nearer. He quickly made a decision. Everyone, advance 300 zhang westward and await my orders. Although the soldiers were puzzled by their leader's command, they complied and galloped westward. Lin Qing took a deep breath and raced towards the approaching cavalry. Whether friend or foe would soon be revealed upon closer inspection. The oncoming cavalry also spotted Lin Qing and began to slow their pace. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Wu Hong turned to Nalin Yuanjia and said, "My lord." "It is Lin Qing." "I see," replied Nalin Yuanjia, his expression calm as he scrutinized the approaching riders. Their armor was stained with blood, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, and their steeds were wild grassland horses, exuding a fierce aura. Evidently, they had just endured a brutal skirmish, having claimed many lives. As the distance dwindled, Wu Hong was the first to approach, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Lin Qing was also assessing them. Though their bloodstains were minimal, they were indeed present. The soldiers behind him radiated the thrill of battle, mixed with some fatigue. They had certainly faced combat. Yet it remained unclear whether it was against the soldiers of Great Qian or the grassland cavalry. "Lin Qing, what are your casualties?" Nalin Yuanjia asked. Lin Qing furrowed his brow and replied, "Everyone is injured, with 7 seriously wounded." "You encountered the mighty Eagle cavalry and yet survived?" Nalin Yuanjia's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Naturally. My unit has slain over 160 of the mighty Eagle cavalry and is currently engaged in clearing the surrounding cavalry." Upon concluding his statement, Lin Qing tightened the reins. Should they exhibit even the slightest oddity, he would turn and flee. From hunting the mighty Eagle cavalry, he had now shifted to hunting them. Though the enemy was detestable, the most loathsome of all were the traitors. The moment these words escaped his lips, the surrounding soldiers erupted in astonished murmurs, their faces reflecting disbelief. Yet, Lin Qing's reputation was known. 15 men could take down over 90 barbarians. Achieving this feat now seemed less astonishing. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lin Qing's words, Nalin Yuanjia's eyes instantly sparkled with intensity as he hurriedly inquired, "Have you encountered the formidable forces of the Eagle Iron Cavalry? Where are they?" Wu Hong also pressed on with urgency. "We are seeking them for a decisive battle, and now only 5,000 soldiers remain in our camp." The soldiers around them gazed at Lin Qing with eager anticipation, their eyes brimming with hope. Lin Qing scrutinized their expressions carefully and discerned their sincerity. They were not deceiving him. This revelation eased his anxiety. If Wu Anbo and Duke Xingguo were indeed involved, then the fate of De Qian would be sealed. Follow me. This matter is highly confidential. With that, Lin Qing turned his steed westward and summoned back those who had been observing. The two exchanged a glance, and Wu Heng nodded in agreement, following suit. Nalin Yuanjia, observing the 40 riders approaching, felt as though he were facing a vast army, an overwhelming aura of battlefield carnage enveloping him. These were fierce warriors, each a seasoned killer. In the military, there exists a profound distinction between soldiers who have witnessed bloodshed and those who have not. The former can survive in smaller skirmishes, while the latter can endure amidst the chaos of a battle involving tens of thousands. Nalin Yuanjia looked at the upright young man wielding the reins. His subordinates were precisely of this caliber. Lin Qing began to recount the events of the day, and upon concluding his tale, both men found themselves engulfed in prolonged astonishment. After a considerable time, Wu Heng finally regained his composure and turned to Lin Qing, asking, "You only had 50 men? You penetrated the Baiyun tribe and eliminated everyone left in the village? Do you doubt it?" Lan Yunchuan's face twisted into a sinister grin, causing Wu Heng to instinctively withdraw his neck. He dismounted and produced a cloth bag, gently shaking it, prompting the sound of clinking gold and jewels within. "Is this sufficient? The Lord has even established a capital observation post. You may verify it yourselves." At this revelation, both men's pupils dilated in shock. A capital observation post? Has he lost his mind? Given the gravity of the situation, their skepticism regarding these men's actions dissipated entirely. With the establishment of a capital observation post, the Grassland Royal Court would undoubtedly demand an explanation from De Qian. The truth would soon be unveiled. Lin Qing took a deep breath and turned to Nalin Yuanjia, imploring, "My lord, we must seize this opportunity and clear the perimeter of the Eagle Iron Cavalry to reclaim the salt caravan." Nalin Yuanjia nodded in agreement, though he soon found himself puzzled. Wait, what is this salt caravan? Why must we reclaim it? What else has he not disclosed? But Lin Qing had already dashed forward, with the other soldiers following closely behind. Along the way, he insisted, "We mustn't delay." Chapter 57, Zhuosheng, the 100 households as Lin Qing recounted the tale. Nalin Yuanjia's expression grew increasingly grim, mirroring Wu Heng's own demeanor. Both were astute individuals and had come to realize that they, along with their soldiers, had been betrayed. Damn it! Nalin Yuanjia clenched his jaw, letting out a furious roar. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief. Had it not been for Lin Qing revealing the truth, he would have remained oblivious until his last breath. The Eagle Iron Cavalry is set to mobilize during the summer. After galloping for half an hour, Lin Qing signaled the cavalry to halt. Nalin Yuanjia, observing him, inquired, "What has transpired?" Lin Qing produced a map, scrutinizing it for a moment before declaring, "We cannot advance any further. The Eagle Iron Cavalry is likely to appear within 20 miles ahead." Wu Heng and Nalin Yuanjia exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by his knowledge of this. Meanwhile, Lan Yunchuan and the others' eyes gleamed with anticipation, unable to suppress their eagerness. "Isn't it the Eagle Iron Cavalry we seek?" Wu Heng asked. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, casting him a sidelong glance, a palpable aura of pressure enveloping the air. "We are but 42 men, you command 400. To confront over 2,000 Eagle Iron Cavalry head-on is tantamount to courting death." Wu Heng recoiled, silenced by the admonition. Nalin Yuanjia spoke solemnly, "What is your plan?" "First, we must eliminate the cavalry station behind the supply train." Lin Qing indicated a spot on the map. "This should be the location of the main forces of the Baiyun tribe. Given their pace, the error in our estimate should not exceed 3 miles. He then pointed straight ahead, directly south of the salt carts, stating, "These 3 areas are where their cavalry roams, with numbers ranging from 100 to 200, dispersed across 3 zones. We must eliminate them swiftly, lest the eagles above catch wind of our intentions." Lin Qing surveyed the several hundred Dacian cavalrymen behind him, his eyes reflecting deep concern. Their capabilities remained unknown to him. A hasty assault could lead to a failure and annihilation, thereby alerting the enemy. Nalin Yuanjia inhaled deeply, assuring him, "Fear not. These are my elite troops, drawn from the Zhengguo army." With this reassurance, Lin Qing felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The Zhengguo army, an elite force under the jurisdiction of the 5 armies command, numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They typically safeguard the capital and rarely engage in battle, yet their formidable strength commands respect even from the royal courts of the steppes. "Then, esteemed captain, Shall we annihilate one of these enemy factions while you handle the remainder? Nailan Yuanjia pondered briefly before nodding. Very well. He then turned to Wu Hong, instructing, I order you to lead 50 cavalrymen to join Lin Baihu's unit and follow his command. Wu Hong was taken aback but quickly responded, I shall obey. Nailan Yuanjia then addressed Lin Qing, stating, I, Nailan Yuanjia, a captain of Dakian, hereby promote you, Lin Qing, to the rank of 100-man. I accept the command. Lin Qing replied calmly, his tone as steady as a still pond. Lin Baihu, I can only elevate you to this rank for now. Once we achieve victory, I shall personally present your merits to the Duke of Zhengguo, advocating for your reward. Given Lin Qing's current accomplishments, should he vanquish the Eagle Iron Cavalry, it would signify the substantial defeat of a major tribal force. In such a scenario, the Duke would undoubtedly be pleased, and Lin Qing could potentially ascend to the rank of 1,000-man. It is indeed a disservice to confine him to the rank of 100-man at this time. Thank you, esteemed captain. I would ask that we rendezvous here after the enemy's defeat. Lin Qing indicated a location on the map. The Lishui River. Understood. Nailan Yuanjia nodded emphatically. Lin Qing drew his saber, tightening his grip on the horse's belly, and coolly declared, Lan Yunchuan shall be the standard bearer. Lan Yunchuan's fierce visage momentarily faltered, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Baihu. I shall serve you till death. With that, they set forth. Lin Qing led the charge, with Lan Yunchuan and Wu Hong closely trailing behind. Observing the 50 cavalrymen who followed, Lin Qing silently nodded. They were indeed of the National Defense Army, moving in a manner that harmonized with the principles of military formation, though their prowess in combat remained uncertain. In less than half an hour, Lin Qing assessed their position and coldly commanded, Wu Hong, take 50 riders to eliminate the Eagle Iron Cavalry in the northwest. Engage swiftly. Although he felt some resentment, Wu Hong replied, understood, and the 50 cavalrymen followed him toward the northwest. Simultaneously, Lin Qing quickened his pace, instructing Lan Yunchuan, lead 25 riders to engage the Eagle Iron Cavalry in the northeast. Understood. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Lan Yunchuan's eyes as he licked his lips and headed towards the northeast. The rest of you, join me in eliminating the Eagle Iron Cavalry to the north. Engage swiftly, and once the task is complete, support Wu Hong. Understood. As Lin Qing had anticipated, within a mere quarter of an hour, their 25 riders spotted the 20 Eagle Iron Cavalrymen loitering ahead. They appeared leisurely, evidently unaware that someone from the Great Qian dared to pursue them. The Qian people are here. Upon seeing only 25 riders, the leader of the Prairie Warriors burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, they dare chase us with just over 20 riders? Warriors of the Baiyun tribe, let us show them the might of the Eagle Iron Cavalry. Do not get injured. Our wives are waiting at home. The 20 Eagle Iron Cavalrymen laughed heartily, accompanied by bizarre cries, as they charged toward Lin Qing and his men. A cold smile flickered in Lin Qing's eyes. This was fortuitous, an opportunity to test his blade. During the hours of relentless pursuit, he had thoroughly committed the first form of the 9 blades, returning to origin technique to memory. And now was the time for its application. Drawing his saber, Lin Qing felt his internal energy surge rapidly, a ferocious aura rising within him as if he had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His gaze fixated on the leader, focusing on his neck and the saber in his hand. As the distance closed, there were no shouts of battle, no roars of war, only the sound of hooves striking the earth. The 2 cavalry units finally collided. Lin Qing surged ahead, his calm eyes suddenly igniting with murderous intent, causing the prairie warrior opposite him to momentarily falter. Yet, that brief hesitation was sufficient. First form, Golden Goose Source. The long saber swept upward with immense force, cleaving through the warrior's armor, piercing his chest, and severing his head. Yin Guang's heart raced. His master had grown even stronger. Previously, defeating enemy leaders required sheer force, but now it seemed effortless. While Yin Guang was momentarily stunned, Lin Qing dispatched 2 more Eagle Iron Cavalrymen, having returned to a state of overwhelming strength. This was indeed the essence of his combat style. It was not that Lin Qing could not utilize the 9 blades returning to origin technique, but rather, the first form of the blade was ill-suited for the chaos of battle formations, too delicate, better suited for one-on-one duels. As for the subsequent techniques, Lin Qing had yet to examine them in detail. Due to the forceful slaying of their leader, the subsequent Eagle Iron Cavalry was swiftly dismantled. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the battle had reached its conclusion. There were no casualties, yet a lingering sense of unfinished business remained. Lin Qing felt a genuine delight in the enhancement of his subordinate's combat prowess, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he commanded, "Leave one behind to await Lan Yunchuan. The rest shall journey westward for 10 miles to support Wu Heng." Chapter 58. Bloodshed is fatal. The vast prairie stretched endlessly, wide and flat, merging seamlessly with the azure sky. At the horizon, where heaven met earth, 2 cavalry units continued to engage fiercely in combat. Wu Heng's forces, bolstered by numerical superiority, had already unseated numerous members of the Eagle Iron Cavalry. By the time Lin Qing led his knights to the fray, the Eagle Iron Cavalry sensed the shift and began to scatter in retreat. Lin Qing's gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Capture them." Over 20 riders promptly surged forth, effectively blocking all escape routes for the fleeing cavalry. Lin Qing's troops, positioned in pairs for mutual support, demonstrated a level of tactical acumen honed through relentless combat. Although they had fought continuously for a day and night, their warrior physiques allowed them to persevere. Upon their arrival, the remaining dozen or so Eagle Iron Cavalry were swiftly dispatched. As Wu Heng's men prepared to claim trophies from the slain, Lin Qing coldly instructed, "Abandon those inconsequential trophies. In cavalry warfare, speed and efficiency are paramount. As long as we can reclaim the salt carts, we shall surely earn the Emperor's favor." The soldiers were momentarily paralyzed, uncertain whether to proceed with the decapitations or forego them. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Qing furrowed his brow but chose not to comment. After all, they were not his men. In this instance, disobedience warranted no further persuasion. Should they perish, it would be their own doing. "Withdraw 10 miles east to rendezvous with Lan Yunchuan." Wu Heng eagerly spurred his horse forward, asking, "What about us? What shall we do?" His excitement was palpable, his face flushed from the battle, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "You? Remain here to gather the spoils," Lin Qing replied, casting a glance at the soldiers still engaged in stripping armor from the fallen, shaking his head inwardly. Even the elite, kept outside the capital without battle experience, were nothing more than ornamental. They could not even discern the urgency of the moment. Wu Heng's expression turned anxious as he abruptly turned his horse around, declaring, "Drop it. Cast aside those heads and armor." The group stood frozen once more. "A rabble," Lin Qing coldly uttered, before pivoting his horse and charging ahead. Although the royal guard outnumbered Lin Qing's forces, their demeanor and composure revealed them to be a disorganized crowd. Moreover, while individually skilled, their lack of recent combat experience caused them to inadvertently hinder one another. It was only with Lin Qing's assistance that they could successfully annihilate the remaining Eagle Iron Cavalry. Seeing them depart, Wu Heng grew increasingly impatient. He brandished his whip, striking the nearest soldier, and barked, "Mount up. Our foremost priority is to reclaim the salt carts. What are you all doing? If you fail to secure the carts because of your ineptitude, prepare to face the Emperor's wrath." As he perceived the increasing severity in their tone, some soldiers reluctantly discarded their heavy armor, though a few heads still dangled from the backs of horses. Observing this, Wu Heng sighed softly, inwardly contemplating a band of arrogant warriors. He then turned his horse's head towards the east, urging them onward. After a brief period, Lin Qing returned, discovering that Lan Yunchuan and the rest of the soldiers had already gathered, resting in place. Noticing their lack of equipment and heads, Lin Qing couldn't help but nod in approval. His troops were indeed commendable. He halted, instructing, "Dismount and rest for a quarter of an hour. We shall soon proceed to the Lishui River to rendezvous with Captain Nalen." With that, he dismounted and sat cross-legged, spreading the map before him for a meticulous examination. Although they had slain a number of the formidable Eagle Iron Cavalry, a significant force still remained. Should a large-scale conflict arise, the Daiqian side would undoubtedly suffer. They could only gradually wear down the peripheral strength of the Eagle Iron Cavalry before dividing and annihilating the core of their forces. Once this step was achieved, their position would be unassailable. The Baiyun faction supply wagons were a liability, thus their position was laid bare on the map, while they remained shrouded in obscurity, elusive as shadows. At that moment, Lan Yunchuan approached, offering him a water pouch. "My lord, the numbers of the prairie barbarians are overwhelming. If we continue this way, it is only a matter of time before they notice. Perhaps." He then produced a vial of poison, the very toxin capable of slaying a 6th-grade martial artist. "Poisoning." Lin Qing halted the water pouch at his lips, his gaze contemplative, a sense of regret creeping in. Uncertain of Nalen Yuanji's fate, his original plan had been to eliminate as many as possible, Thus he had not contemplated the complete annihilation of the Eagle Iron cavalry or reclaiming the wagons. He had also neglected to poison the water source of the Bayan faction. Otherwise, they could have anticipated the return of the Eagle Iron cavalry to the tribe, already tainted by the poison water. Now, contemplating poisoning seemed increasingly difficult. On one hand, they needed to dismantle the Eagle Iron cavalry's outer cover, and on the other, time was of the essence. After much reflection, Lin Qing slowly declared, "It is I who failed to consider all aspects. It is too late to think of poisoning now." Lan Yunchuan hesitated, cautiously suggesting, "My lord, what if we apply the poison to our blades? This is a family heirloom of mine. Any martial artist below the 6th grade will perish upon shedding blood." Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback by his words, inquiring, "Perish upon shedding blood? Is this not meant to be ingested?" "My lord, for a 6th grade martial artist with ironclad resilience, even upon shedding blood, they can control their body to prevent the poison from spreading. Hence, ingestion is necessary. However, those below the 6th grade do not possess such defenses." Lin Qing regarded him with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You possess such a valuable item. Why did you not present it sooner?" Lan Yunchuan stiffened. Previously, he had deemed Lin Qing's strategies grand and in line with military principles, dismissing the use of such underhanded tactics. Yet now, the enemy was simply too numerous, and if they did not act swiftly, they might run out of time. Although Lan Yunchuan appeared extremely fierce, he now seemed rather awkward. Stammering as he remarked, "This is a minor avenue. Utilizing such a substance would tarnish your esteemed reputation." At that moment, Lin Qing was filled with exasperation. How could he still be concerned about reputation at such a critical juncture? If they were to eliminate all those fierce eagle cavalry, their names would surely echo throughout the great Qian. The imperial court and its officials would not care about the methods employed. For a moment, Lin Qing felt a pang of frustration. Despite Lan Yunchuan's valor in battle and meticulous thoughts, why was he so preoccupied with hollow fame? Lin Qing promptly rose, declaring, "In the future, bring forth such items at once." He then shouted, "Bring all the water pouches here." A quarter of an hour later, dozens of long blades had been coated with the poison, appearing no different from the ordinary. Lin Qing turned to Lan Yunchuan and inquired, "With such dispersion, can we ensure a fatal outcome upon contact with blood?" Lan Yunchuan quickly nodded. "Rest assured, my lord, this is a family heirloom poison, and that one vial contains enough for thousands." Lin Qing's veins throbbed, dark lines appearing on his face. It was fortunate that Su Li had been captured by the barbarians. Had he incited Lan Yunchuan's anger, it was hard to fathom the consequences. Chapter 59. Attack where it is unguarded. Just as Lin Qing was preparing to set off towards the Lishui River, more than 40 riders returned from the west, their weary appearances contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor of the soldiers behind Lin Qing. "Wait for me." Wu Hong approached Lin Qing, explaining, "They are members of the National Guard. They tend to be arrogant. Let Nailan Hu handle them." Lin Qing nodded slightly, drawing his saber and gesturing towards the north. "Let us depart for the Lishui River." 100 riders began to gallop, yet they were hardly noticeable on the vast grassland. It was said that deep within the prairie, herds of wild horses numbering in the tens of thousands roamed. When they ran, it truly shook the heavens and the earth. Across the prairie flowed a great river known as the Juka River, the lifeblood of the entire region. The Lishui River was but a tributary of this grand river. At this moment, by the banks of the Lishui River, 100 riders had been waiting for quite some time. It was not until the early hours of the evening that Nailan Yuanjia arrived with several hundred cavalry, their horses devoid of severed heads or spoils. Upon seeing Lin Qing's composed demeanor, he could not help but chuckle. "It seems that Lin Baihu has achieved a resounding victory. Your praise is unwarranted." "It is merely my duty," Lin Qing replied, though his gaze inadvertently shifted towards the 50 soldiers who had separated from the group. Their steeds were adorned with an array of captured spoils. Nailan Yuanjia, not one to be trifled with, quickly grasped his meaning, and his expression darkened. Dismounting, he approached these individuals, striking one of the heads beside him and bellowing, "Dispose of the unnecessary items. Who allowed you to carry such burdens? We are in the midst of the prairie, fraught with danger. To carry these is to court death. With their merits in raiding the prairie, the 5 armies command would undoubtedly reward you." Lin Qing wore an enigmatic expression. It was hard to say, but those 20 carts of private salt must have involved high-ranking officials in the court. Perhaps, in their eyes, this operation was a confrontation against him. After all, if they succeed, they will have jeopardized a lucrative business. Lin Qing approached Nailan Yuanjia and said, "My lord, I have a plan." The two stepped aside. and Lin Qing unveiled his entire strategy. Nailan Yuanjia, alarmed, replied, "We have barely 100 riders. Even if we resort to desperate measures, the risks are substantial. My lord, we must seize this opportunity. If they return to the Baiyun tribe, or if their 3,000 forces successfully merge, our mission will undoubtedly fail." Since acquiring the poison, Lin Qing had altered their combat strategy, intending to charge at the Baiyun tribe's convoy alongside Nailan Yuanjia. Currently, there were only 1,000 riders, encumbered by salt carts. If they executed their plan effectively, they could deliver a crushing blow. If they waited until the cavalry obscuring the battlefield returned to the main force, they would lose their chance to reclaim the salt carts. Who would willingly let such a monumental achievement slip through their fingers? After pondering for a moment, Nailan Yuanjia grit his teeth and said, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. My initial pursuit was merely to uncover the secrets of the Eagle Iron Cavalry's movements. But now that such a remarkable opportunity has arisen, we cannot let it go to waste." Following Nailan Yuanjia's agreement, all soldiers spent the next half hour applying the poison from Lan Yunchuan. Lin Qing stood beside him, observing as the soldiers dipped their blades into the water and carefully withdrew them. He remarked, "Lan General, should we succeed in this battle, the credit will be yours." Lan Yunchuan became agitated, hesitating slightly. "My lord, I have merely provided some ancestral poison. Reaching this point is entirely due to your efforts." Although their shared achievement in annihilating the Baiyun tribe was already considerable in the eyes of His Majesty and the esteemed officials of the 5 armies, it would merely be seen as a supplementary merit, valuable but not monumental. As he spoke, a spark ignited in Lin Qing's eyes. "However, if we eradicate all 3,000 of the Eagle Iron Cavalry, our prospects for titles and rewards will be indisputable." Lin Qing's words bore truth. He had already gained the emperor's favor, and with sufficient merit, he would undoubtedly receive promotion. What he sought now was an opportunity to astonish the court. The emperor's intent to promote the Martial Institute was glaringly evident, awaiting merely a chance to elevate its reputation. Imagine, as the inaugural director of the Martial Institute, achieving such a grand accomplishment upon arriving at the front lines. The emperor's rewards could be extraordinarily generous. Lan Yunchuan was taken aback by Lin Qing's words, his breathing quickening. His hand instinctively brushed against the gem at his chest. Just 3 days prior, that single gem sufficed. Now he possessed an entire bag of such gems, enough to secure a comfortable life for his later years. Yet now, his lord informed him that should they succeed in this battle, even a humble soldier like him, barely literate, could have the opportunity to be ennobled and revered by all. Seeing him lost in thought, Lin Qing patted his shoulder and departed. The group rested until the hour of you, as the sun dipped low in the west. The fiery sky and verdant earth gazed upon each other, with the sun shrouded in a veil of crimson clouds. Several hundred cavalrymen, mounted upon their steeds, meandered beneath the fiery sky, appearing less like soldiers poised for battle and more akin to carefree herdsmen indulging in leisure. As the sun fully descended, darkness enveloped the land, and a chilling atmosphere began to permeate the air. The soldiers present remained silent, bracing themselves for an impending eruption of action. Nailan Yuanjia had entrusted the command of the troop entirely to Lin Qing. He advanced slowly, surveying the ranks of warriors, and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "In tonight's battle, we shall surely achieve victory. Future promotions and wealth will follow, but I implore you all to adhere to our commands." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing turned his horse and brandished his blade towards the north. "Advance 40 li, engage the enemy, and slay them." As was his custom, Lin Qing galloped ahead, his eyes tinged with bloodshot excitement. Despite the grandiloquent theories of military strategy, he yearned to experience the battlefield firsthand. Now, he intended to apply the most challenging of tactics from the war manuals, the strategy of overcoming the strong with the weak by attacking where they are unguarded. Although the Iron Eagles of the Baiyun tribe were transporting salt, they were encircled by 2,000 of their own. Thus, they would not anticipate a direct assault on their convoy by cavalry breaching their perimeter. This approach would undoubtedly yield successful results. "Stop." After advancing 40 li, Lin Qing commanded everyone to halt. Less than 10 li ahead lay the salt convoy. 200 riders will accompany me in the attack, while the remaining soldiers shall disperse and await the enemy. Lin Qing then turned to Nailan Yuanjia, stating, "My lord, in the ensuing melee, it is imperative that we exert our utmost efforts to annihilate the enemies in this vicinity." Though Nailan Yuanjia did not fully grasp Lin Qing's strategy, he nodded firmly in trust. "Rest assured, you may proceed with confidence. I shall manage the situation here. Lin Qing nodded in acknowledgement and called out. The first 5 li at a swift pace, the next 5 li at a more measured speed. Keep your horses' mouths restrained. Engage. Slay the enemy. Chapter 60. The same gym the night in the grasslands was particularly frigid, yet the warriors of the Baiyun tribe harbored no such concerns. Enveloped by 2,000 iron eagles, the 1,000 cavalrymen tasked with transporting salt could take turns resting. 500 of them were able to shed their heavy and icy armor and gather around a bonfire to warm themselves, even partaking in a sip of fiery liquor to dispel the cold. Among them was Along, who stood by the fire, his sister being the consort of the tribe's chieftain. Naturally, this connection afforded him the privilege of being among the Iron Eagles. Along, once we return, you must persuade your sister to speak well of us to the chieftain, so that we may receive a greater share of salt, remarked a blushing young member of the Baiyun tribe, one of Along's junior officers. Along's face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively touched the protective gem at his chest, a gift from his sister. Fear not, my lord. The chieftain will surely bestow ample rewards upon us. The group cast longing gazes at the salt convoy used as a windbreak, their eyes glimmering with desire. In the grasslands, salt held a value far exceeding that of gold. In the present day, 20 carts of fine salt are ample enough for them to cure a considerable amount of meat. When shall we manage to reach the capital? It is said that the women of Great Qian are all exceptionally beautiful. Ah, my dear. How about I seize one for you as a wife? This remark caused the already flushed face of Ah Lang to redden even more. No. I must have my sister act as matchmaker. I wish to marry a woman from our grassland. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so individuals gathered around the campfire burst into laughter. Ah Lang, you truly do not comprehend the formidable nature of grassland wives. Perhaps it would be wiser to capture a woman from Qian that can be struck and scolded at will, or else it is you who shall suffer such fates. Laughter erupted among the valiant warriors of the grassland. Unable to endure their teasing, Ah Lang's face grew crimson as he hurriedly stood up. I need to relieve myself. He circled around the salt carts and ventured outside the encampment. A brisk cold wind howled, awakening his dazed mind somewhat, and he involuntarily shivered. As he gazed into the surrounding darkness, he paused, sensing something lurking within the shadows ahead. Squinting, he focused his gaze. Suddenly, a fierce-looking figure sprang forth, causing Ah Lang's eyes to widen in alarm. Clad in black armor, it was unmistakably a Qian person. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lan Yunchuan's eyes, no longer concealed, as he swiftly charged forward. Taking advantage of Ah Lang's momentary disorientation, he seized him by the neck. Yet, Ah Lang possessed extraordinary strength, having joined the Eagle Iron Cavalry through sheer prowess. Regaining his composure swiftly, he closed the distance between them and reached for the chest of the Qian warrior. However, upon grasping the chest of the Qian commander, the hardness he felt rendered him momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in shock. Sister. In that instant, Lan Yunchuan's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he exerted force. With a twist of his body, he abruptly snapped Ah Lang's neck. The red gemstone from Ah Lang's chest fell to the ground, while a green gemstone tumbled from the Qian warrior's chest as well. The two gems collided on the grass, producing a soft clinking sound. Ah Lang collapsed to the earth, staring vacantly at the two gems nestled together, one red and one green, an exquisite sight. An eternal darkness enveloped Ah Lang. Though the night on the grassland was bitterly cold, it paled in comparison to the chilling emptiness within his heart. Sister, where's that boy? Has he truly not matured enough? Remarked a junior officer of the Eagle Iron Cavalry. Just as he contemplated rising to check, in that very moment, a tall steed bearing a remarkably youthful black-armored knight burst into the scene. Without allowing him to finish his thought, the knight's head flew skyward. Instantly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. Lin Qing led the charge, crashing into the encampment surrounded by salt carts, with Lan Yunchuan swiftly mounting his steed in pursuit. They had not anticipated that the vigilance of the Baiyun faction was so alarmingly low, allowing them to approach undetected. The 200 warriors split into two teams. 100 followed Lin Qing into the fray, while the other targeted the horses. In the midst of this battlefield, a cavalryman without a horse was already doomed. Qian dogs. The Qian dogs are here. Mount up. Kill them. Lin Qing disregarded those around him and charged toward the burly man at the center. Clad in no armor and bare-chested, he cradled two shivering women from the Deqian, their naked bodies pressed against him for warmth. A lecherous grin adorned his face. Within this encampment, he alone stood out, monopolizing a flickering campfire. Undoubtedly, This man was the leader of the 3,000 Iron Eagles. As Lin Qing approached, the giant attempted to rise and confront him. He was a formidable warrior, a fifth-tier expert of the 5 organs connecting to the Mysteries realm, known as the mightiest fighter of the Baiyun tribe. Upon getting closer, Lin Qing's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Deqian soldiers, slay the enemy." At that moment, the 2 women finally reacted. The desolation in their eyes slowly faded, replaced by unwavering resolve. One of the women seized a curved knife used for carving meat. Her gaze icy, and fiercely plunged it into the giant's leg. The other woman, equally defiant, fiercely clung to the giant's arm to prevent him from reaching for the longsword nearby. The giant's face contorted with rage as he unleashed his brute strength, instantaneously gripping their necks and crushing their throats to dust. He then carelessly tossed them aside like refuse, leaving them motionless. Wretched women. At that instant, Lin Qing's blade arrived, infused with all his strength and fury. With a soft thud, the giant's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his body falter, seemingly misaligned. Suddenly, realization struck him. How could this be? And then he was cast into eternal darkness. Lin Qing's eyes blazed with fury, bloodshot and filled with wrathful energy that surged around him. The blood essence emanating from the giant enveloped him, transforming him into a demon steeped in a river of blood. Dismounting, he approached the 2 women, instantly noticing the bruises and scars on their bodies. They must have endured unimaginable torment, resigned to despair. Outside the encampment, the sounds of battle cries echoed. As 500 more Iron Eagles returned, Lin Qing's clarity returned. He tore away the windbreak cloth and wrapped the lifeless bodies, placing them upon his horse. He leapt onto the steed, wielded his whip, and charged forth, accompanied by his thunderous shout, "Retreat!" The soldiers heeded the command, abandoning their foes and sprinting back in the direction they had come. "Take me with you. I am Suli, General Suli, and my lord. I am here too." Lin Qing galloped out of the encampment, his gaze icy as he spotted 2 figures in the last prisoner cart, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Feeling the warmth of the fading bodies wrapped in cloth ahead, Lin Qing coldly uttered, "Wait for my return." Chapter 61. Guarding what is not attacked. The grassland under the night sky was typically tranquil, ruled by the wild wolves. However, as the thunderous sound of galloping hooves resounded, they instinctively recoiled, especially the mounted warriors clad in armor, both from the grasslands and the Deqian. 200 iron riders thundered across the plains, many bearing wounds, and a few knights would remain there forever. Yet, this did not hinder them from achieving this remarkable feat in this raid. They had slain at least 300 Eagle Iron cavalry, along with a considerable number of war horses. This significantly reduced the number of Eagle Iron cavalry pursuing them, leaving only a little over 400. Yet, this was sufficient. Lin Qing wore a cold expression, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. The ranks of the Deqian cavalry remained silent, each soldier absorbed in their thoughts as they pressed on. Many glanced furtively at Lin Qing and the bag he carried. Although puzzled, it did not diminish the joy swelling within them. Once they lured the Eagle Iron cavalry into the encirclement, they could swiftly annihilate them. 15 minutes passed, and hundreds of cavalrymen arrived at a narrow earthen slope. The towering mounds on either side obscured the moonlight, casting the area into darkness. Halt! The Eagle Iron cavalry came to a stop, surveying the steep slopes around them, and many felt a sinking dread. Although the vast grasslands were generally unsuitable for ambushes, the current terrain, coupled with the night, prompted the lead Eagle Iron cavalry to reconsider their relentless pursuit. In the chaos of battle, caution was paramount. Observing the distant retreat of the Deqian cavalry, the leader of the Eagle Iron cavalry breathed heavily, his eyes ablaze with fury. Their leader was dead, along with many of their kin, yet they could only watch helplessly as the Deqian forces withdrew. What were the surrounding cavalry doing, allowing so many Deqian riders to infiltrate? At that moment, he still believed the perimeter cavalry had erred, becoming complacent. Just then, a sudden cry of battle erupted ahead. The Eagle Iron cavalry momentarily froze, only to break into smiles. The leader mirrored their expression, a cold smirk crossing his face. They thought their caution had thwarted the Deqian ambush, and now they were forced to engage in a direct confrontation. A flicker of fear crossed his mind. Fortunately, they had not entered this area, or their losses would have been catastrophic. But soon, they were stunned, as a familiar figure charged forth, leading the charge. They could see the unmistakable bag wrapped around him. How had they returned? In the next moment, a thunderous shout rang out. Deqian cavalry, slay the enemy! Slay the enemy! The battle cries echoed from the valley as the Daiqian cavalry turned their mounts and charged forward. Lin Qing fixed his gaze on the foremost cavalrymen. Their ability to mount a coordinated resistance stemmed from his presence. If only he could eliminate that man, the rest would be mere lambs awaiting slaughter. At that moment, the faces of the Eagle Iron cavalry displayed no hint of panic, only a tinge of derision. They held a numerical advantage. Believing that if they could withstand the initial onslaught and slow the pace of the Daiqian cavalry, their renowned bravery and combat prowess would ensure victory. The leader drew his long knife and shouted, "Defend!" As his words fell, his expression shifted dramatically. He turned quickly, and there, shrouded in darkness, he heard the unmistakable sound of hooves, numerous and approaching rapidly. At long last, from the depths of darkness, a mighty steed burst forth, shrouded in the mist of obscurity. Bearing a figure clad in obsidian armor, wielding a long blade, the elite cavalry of the Great Qian. The battle cries resounded like thunder, the hooves pounding the earth. On either side of the earthen slopes, more cavalry surged forth, equally clad in black armor, brandishing their swords. How could this be? How could they lie in ambush at the entrance? Lin Qing had not intended to stage an ambush in the midst of the valley. All his actions had been calculated to leverage the terrain, compelling the enemy to retreat, to halt the advance of their cavalry. Similarly, he aimed to grant the Great Qian riders a precious moment to turn their steeds. Gaining momentum, they would charge anew. Yet, once the cavalry came to a standstill, they forfeited their greatest advantage. Like lambs led to slaughter, akin to the 400 valiant eagle riders at that very moment, surrounded on all sides by foes. Their leader, no stranger to valor, unsheathed his long blade and roared defiantly. Warriors, dismount and engage in foot combat. The rest, break through. Now deprived of their cavalry's mobility, they resolved to abandon their steeds, sacrificing a portion of their lives to carve a path for half of the eagle riders to escape. His gaze swept the surroundings. Locking onto Lin Qing's position, directly south, they would break through. Though Lin Qing could not comprehend their words, the direction of their charge revealed that he had wagered correctly. He questioned himself. When encircled, would he not choose the weakest direction to burst forth? And these seasoned soldiers, having endured relentless pursuit and ambush, undoubtedly made the best choice. Yet at this moment, apart from his own 40-odd cavalrymen, the remainder of the state guard had been replaced by those who had previously recuperated, now lying in wait. Their battle spirit was fervent, their strength abundant. The Great Qian cavalry charged forth, seeking blood. Lin Qing, leading the charge, maintained his speed, plunging into the fray with the swiftness of his steed. His blade sliced through flesh and bone. The foot soldiers of the eagle riders fell as easily as tofu, their lives harvested by the cavalry. Witnessing the undiminished speed of his steed and the intact soldiers behind him, the leader's expression shifted. Dread washed over him. The vulnerable flank was behind. But now, to turn back and start anew was too late. The bloodied youth was already upon him, advancing with unyielding momentum. The resolve in his gaze sent tremors through the leader's heart. He could not fathom why the Qian forces had appeared here, nor why they dared to invade the grasslands. The long blade swept forth, propelled by the force of the charge. It severed the leader's curved sword, cleaved through his armor at the neck, and claimed his head. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The cavalry had lost their speed, akin to eagles stripped of their wings. 200 Great Qian riders thundered past, cutting through the ranks of the eagle cavalry, claiming at least 200 lives. Lin Qing's cavalry intertwined with Nalin Yuanjia's forces, and the second wave of assault swiftly followed. After charging approximately 200 paces, Lin Qing's cavalry turned their steeds, gathering speed once more to commence a second charge. Yet, the formidable Eagle Iron cavalry now numbered fewer than 100. The ground was littered with severed limbs and echoed with lamentations. The thunderous hoofbeats surged past, and with each swing of the saber, another barbarian life was claimed. By the time Lin Qing charged for the second time, every barbarian present lay prostrate on the earth. Blood stained the soil, and the stench was nauseating. One could feel the thick accumulation of blood beneath their feet. Lin Qing sheathed his long blade and coldly proclaimed, "Clear the battlefield. Eliminate all survivors." Chapter 62. Achievement. Silence enveloped the battlefield, where the corpses of the Eagle Iron cavalry lay thickly scattered. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Qing, including that of Nalin Yuanjia. Such tactics, was this the knowledge of a martial academy scholar? Truly extraordinary. Particularly commendable was his mastery of timing on the battlefield, unparalleled in skill. The 400 Daiqian Iron cavalry had paid only a minor price to annihilate the entirety of the 400 Eagle Iron cavalry. Such a feat was nearly inconceivable in the present Qian, not to mention that they had previously slain at least 300 barbarians during the ambush. Lin Qing mounted his steed and removed the wrapped cloth, placing it before the fallen eagle iron cavalry. Our Qian women, unarmed and unclad, can still sacrifice themselves for the nation. He then surveyed the surrounding eager soldiers. And our Qian men, clad in iron armor and wielding long blades, ought to fight valiantly for our country. With that, Lin Qing was the first to mount and charge forth. At this moment, the White Cloud Division's convoy had scarcely a few steeds remaining. Even if the surrounding cavalry were to receive word and return, it would take at least half an hour. This time was ample for them to eradicate everyone in the camp. Upon arriving at the encampment, the scene was even more exaggerated than the soldiers had anticipated. Only a handful of the Eagle Iron cavalry remained intact, easily divided and slaughtered by over 100 Qian Iron cavalry. The rest were barbarians whose steeds had been slain, forced to dismount and fight on foot, no longer worthy of the Eagle Iron cavalry name, and thus were dispatched with ease by the soldiers. Thus, the assault convoy was once more under the control of the Qian. However, the matter was not yet concluded. The outer cavalry still roamed, and caution was imperative, although the death of their leader would likely sow disarray and diminish morale, potentially leading to a series of actions such as abandoning the assault convoy to hastily return to the White Cloud Division. Some cavalry would still return. Lin Qing stood shoulder to shoulder with Nalin Yuanjia, who remarked, "With such a bounty, you must take the lead in credit. How shall we handle these assault convoys?" Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qing's opinions had begun to influence the decisions of the entire cavalry unit. "My lord, it is still too early to celebrate. We must eliminate all the surrounding cavalry before we can declare it finished," Lin Qing said, narrowing his eyes. "What do you intend to do?" Nalin Yuanjia inquired. Lin Qing pondered for a moment, observing the Qian soldiers scouring for supplies and treasure, and replied nonchalantly, "Take all supplies, abandon the assault convoy, and retreat 5 miles." Nalin Yuanjia's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his brows furrowing in confusion as he failed to comprehend why they should relinquish such a valuable assault convoy. "My lord, our success hinges on the precise positioning of the assault carts. For cavalry adept in maneuverability, these carts are merely a hindrance. Without them, our efforts would be futile." "You are indeed correct." Nalin Yuanjia nodded, his inner turmoil gradually subsiding. He had nearly succumbed to the overwhelming allure of this immense treasure. "Do you intend to use these assault carts as bait, to lure back the scattered barbarians?" His expression brightened with realization. "Yes. This salt is more precious to them than their very lives. They cannot forsake it. We merely need to wait patiently, to regroup, and then deliver a decisive strike. Moreover, if their reinforcements are insufficient, we can encircle the salt carts and systematically eliminate the returning barbarians." "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled." Lin Qing remained composed as ever, calmly uttering 4 words. Nalin Yuanjia, however, was engulfed in excitement. If this plan succeeds, the Baiyun tribe would be utterly annihilated, and one formidable tribe would be eradicated from the grasslands. The prospect of such a feat nearly left him dizzy with exhilaration, his face flushed with fervor. He promptly said, "Lin Qing, issue the orders. If we can eradicate the Baiyun tribe entirely, we shall achieve monumental glory." Lin Qing nodded, gazing over the vast grasslands, a sense of desolation creeping into his heart as he silently vowed, "It shall come to pass. This is merely the beginning. In the future, I shall be granted titles and positions of power, uncover the truths of the past, and take vengeance upon my enemies." At this moment, Lan Yunchuan arrived at the rear of the prison cart, which was a simple conveyance. Inside, 2 feeble figures were curled up. Unmistakably the General Su Li and his aide Liu Ben. The frigid winds of the grasslands had left them trembling, barely able to speak. With pleading eyes, they gazed at their former subordinates, whispering, "Rescue me, and I shall grant you the title of Qianhu." Lan Yunchuan revealed a sinister grin, drawing his long blade. "You wish to live? Produce 10 taels of silver for your head." Su, already weakened, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that a mere soldier would dare speak to him in such a manner. Lu Ding, still possessing some strength, quickly interjected, "Brother, take us back, and I will reward you with 1,000 taels." "No need. I require merely 10 taels, 10 taels for each head, 20 taels for both of you. Produce it, and I shall spare your lives." Lan Yunchuan's appearance was already terrifying, and after 2 days of brutal combat, the stench of blood clung to him more than ever. His grim visage instilled a shiver of fear in the hearts of the two captives. At this moment, Lin Qing approached the prison cart, placing a hand on Lan Yunchuan's shoulder. "Bind them and take them along. As for their fate, I have my own plans." "Yes, my lord." Nalin Yuanza also approached, observing the two in their wretched state, remarking, "They are still officials of the court. It would be unwise to execute them privately. We should take them back." Lin Qing remained silent, casting his gaze upon the other soldiers, and coldly commanded, "All warriors, retreat 5 miles and rest in place. All scouts, spread out. Report immediately upon discovering any enemy activity." In an instant, dozens of scouts dispersed, racing in various directions. The ensuing battle became significantly simpler. 5 miles was but a fleeting moment for the steeds, should a reinforcements of over 200 arrive. The valiant soldiers of the great Qian would surge forth and slay them all. If only a handful returned, they would wait until the enemy approached the salt carts, encumbered by them, before executing a complete annihilation. The war raged on for 2 more days. Lin Qing, in his resting place, wielded his long blade, practicing the newly acquired technique, the 9 blades returning to origin method. Lan Yunchuan rode up, accompanied by a contingent of bloodied knights, evidently fresh from battle. Approaching Lin Qing, he quietly reported, "My lord, all of the Eagle Iron Riders have been completely vanquished, with only a few escaping back to the Baiyan faction." "How many were slain?" Lin Qing continued his movements, swinging the long blade as he spoke. "Since our forces engaged the Eagle Iron Riders, we have eliminated over 2,600 of them." "Ah, that is satisfactory. Collect the heads as trophies and prepare to return with the salt carts." Lin Qing replied with a calm demeanor, resuming his practice. Yet the surrounding soldiers felt as if they were in a dream. They had truly achieved this feat with fewer than 100 casualties, annihilating foes that outnumbered them several times. All eyes were fixed on Lin Qing, whose form was agile, wielding the blade like the wind. Chapter 63. Princes and commoners face equal punishment in the imperial capital. A furious voice echoed from the imperial study. "Damn it! I have squandered so much military expenditure to support these worthless individuals." Merely 3,000 men, rampaging along the borders of Great Qian. With 200,000 troops in Jilin City, not a single one ventured to battle, resulting in the deaths of thousands and the burning and plundering of nearby villages. The great Qian emperor howled in anguish within the study, shattering expensive inkstones and porcelain vases. Huang Jun, holding the military report, trembled as he knelt. "Your Majesty, please, do not be enraged. It may harm your health." The emperor, disheveled and slumped upon the dragon throne, stared vacantly, emitting a series of derisive laughs. "Great Qian is on the brink of collapse, and I should concern myself with my health? Go. You must personally visit Jilin City and inquire of Marquis Guangyuan and Li Shu. What have they been doing?" Huang Jun sighed inwardly, hastily bowing lower. "Your Majesty, please, do not be angry. I shall ensure that the truth of this matter is uncovered." Noticing the emperor's continued silence, Huang Jun sighed once more and quietly exited the imperial study. Meanwhile, in Jilin City, Marquis Guanyin sat vacantly in his chair, mindlessly caressing the teacup in his hand. The tea had long since grown cold. After an indeterminate time, a sigh escaped the room. The military report had been delivered 2 days prior. Who knew of this time? He would be able to escape calamity? Beside him sat Li Shu, appearing notably more composed. He took a sip of warm tea and remarked calmly, "Rest assured, my lord. Changing commanders on the battlefield is a grave taboo, a principle well understood by civil officials. Surely, you grasp this as well." Observing Li Shu's unwavering demeanor, the Marquis of Guangyuan inhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with fierce intensity. "If it weren't for your relentless objections, I would have already led my troops to slaughter those 3,000 valiant Iron Riders, rather than being here, anxiously awaiting the Emperor's reprimand." Li Shu set down his teacup, a smile gracing his face as he replied slowly, "My lord, you are mistaken. While I may not be a warrior, I believe that governance follows similar tenets. In uncertain times, to recklessly deploy troops could lead to disastrous consequences, rendering us eternal sinners. Should we suffer defeat, our families would also bear the brunt. For now, we may endure the Emperor's scolding, but it shall not impede your command nor my service." Seeing his demeanor, the Marquis of Guangyuan inhaled sharply, slamming his teacup onto the table, exclaiming, 7,000 casualties. How can you still find humor in this, Surly?" Li Shu refilled the Marquis's cup and replied calmly, "My lord, do not be hasty. These were merely scattered soldiers. Your elite forces remain within the city. Moreover, even in the event of casualties, the court will provide compensation, and no significant uproar shall ensue. At the mention of compensation, the Marquis erupted in fury, shattering his teacup. Li Shu, do not overstep your bounds. How can you expect their families to accept a mere 10 taels as compensation? Are you not afraid they will petition the court? Li Shu retorted, My lord, these soldiers acted without your or my consent, and the leniency shown to them, given their heavy losses, is already a gesture of mercy. The common folk may stir up a fuss, but can they truly overturn the order? Those who accept 10 taels to quell their grievances are loyal subjects. Otherwise, they are mere rabble. Li Shu's gaze sharpened, embodying the commanding presence of a high-ranking official. The Marquis fell silent, and the room was enveloped in a heavy stillness. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, nearly collapsing to the ground. The Marquis, witnessing such urgency, erupted in anger, taking a deep breath and bellowing. What is the meaning of this frantic display? Have we been attacked by the nomadic tribes? My lord, our Dacian soldiers have returned from the north, bringing back countless heads, along with over 20 large carts, but their contents are unknown. Li Shu murmured, From the north, you say? Carts? His expression shifted as he quickly inquired, Where are they? They are in the open area outside the city gate. You should go see what they are doing. The Marquis abruptly rose, leading the way with determination, eager to uncover the truth. Did you see clearly? Were they our Dacian cavalry? My lord, without a doubt. Leading them is a young man accompanied by Captain Nalan. Nalan Yuanza? Guang Yuanho remembered him, pragmatic yet lacking in innate talent. As a scion of the Nalan family, he had only managed to attain the rank of 1,000 households. This had led to quiet ridicule from several soldiers. At this moment, in the open space outside Jilin City, a group of soldiers had taken out pre-prepared wooden planks and stones to construct a rudimentary platform. The soldiers atop the city wall were bewildered, unaware of the intentions behind this assembly. Guang Yuanho arrived promptly, his gaze falling upon two figures standing at the forefront of the cavalry. One was Nalan Yuanjia, whom he recognized, while the other was unfamiliar, yet exuded an aura that rivaled that of Nalan Yuanjia. Behind them stood the makeshift platform, causing Guang Yuanho to furrow his brow in confusion regarding the unfolding events. At that moment, two ragged figures, stumbling and dressed in tattered clothing, were dragged over by several soldiers and forced to kneel upon the platform. Guang Yuanho, a fifth-rank warrior, despite his advancing years and waning vitality, was not yet blind to the details. He immediately recognized the robust, yet evidently weakened form. Su Li? What was he doing here? Beside him, Li Shu's complexion shifted, and he hurriedly stood on tiptoe to peer over the city wall, though lacking the keen eyesight of a warrior. He exclaimed, quickly, Open the city gates, my lord, come with me. Guang Yuanho's brow knitted in disapproval as he barked, Do not open the gates. We cannot ascertain whether they are friend or foe. We must first understand the situation. Li Shu, breathing heavily, implored, My lord, it may soon be too late. What is there to be late for? Let us see what they intend to do. Below. Nalan Yuanjia's eyes were filled with trepidation as he turned to Lin Qing and asked, Are we truly to proceed in this manner? My lord, should anyone seek retribution in the future, I shall bear the burden alone. He then pivoted towards the platform. That is not my intent. But he is an official of the court. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing turned back and replied, The founding emperor once declared that princes are not above the law, let alone he who is merely a sixth-rank Qianzhou. His actions warrant execution. Chapter 64. 10 Grave Crimes. Lin Qing stood upon the elevated platform, taking a white sheet of paper handed to him by Lan Yunquan. His gaze swept across the expectant faces of the soldiers surrounding him, then rose to meet the eyes of the dignitaries atop the towering city walls. A cold smile graced his lips as he unfurled the paper and began to read aloud with a booming voice that resonated across the gathering, ensuring all soldiers present, including the esteemed figures on the city tower, could hear. Crimes committed by the official Su Li and his aide Lu Ding are numerous. Inciting the wrath of both gods and men, they are deserving of divine retribution. Their crimes are as follows. 1. Colluding with foreign powers to smuggle salt. 2. Flouting the law and harming soldiers. 3. Embezzling and misappropriating military funds. 4. Neglecting duty in pursuit of pleasure. 5. Engaging in favoritism and deceit. Their egregious transgressions are unforgivable and have led to their apprehension. In the 3rd year of Guanghan, they shall be publicly executed outside Jilin City. As the words hung in the air, a wave of astonishment swept through the ranks of soldiers atop the walls of Jilin City. Marquis Guangyuan's eyes widened slightly, still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, Li Shu was like an ant on a hot pan, hastily scrambling up to the battlements, exclaiming, "How dare you openly judge a court official? Do you consider yourself the three departments? Are you the Supreme Court? Are you the criminal department?" His thunderous shouts jolted some officials into action. Among them were several who had previously enjoyed a rapport with Su Li, now hastily leaning over the city walls to interject. "Who are you to brazenly slay a court official? You shall be punished, and your entire clan shall be wiped out. We must report this to His Majesty and have you imprisoned for trial. Lord Su defends the nation and has achieved remarkable military feats. This man is slandering and harming our loyal subjects of the Great Qian." Li Shu turned to Marquis Guangyuan, adjusting his hat, and took a deep breath, hastily continuing, "Marquis Guangyuan, whose soldier is he? Quickly issue an order for him to cease. Is our Great Qian to become a laughingstock?" Marquis Guangyuan glanced at him, reflecting inwardly. Our Great Qian has long been a joke. However, he still bore a troubled expression, pondering for a moment before replying, "This man is indeed Su Li's soldier. He should have perished under the curved blades of those hawkish cavalrymen, yet inexplicably, he still lives." A hint of impatience crossed Li Shu's face, for he was well aware of the contents of the large carts, smuggled salt. If you allow him to be executed now, where will the emperor's face be? Where will the dignity of the court be? "Your face, perhaps," Marquis Guangyuan silently cursed, though he maintained a serious demeanor. Li Shu assumed he had reached a decision to open the city gates and halt this incident. Yet, after a moment's consideration, Marquis Guangyuan softly remarked, "My lord, the situation outside the city remains unclear. We must not hastily open the gates. Should those soldiers prove to be barbarians in disguise, it would be difficult for us to explain." At that moment, a gasp arose from the battlements, prompting both men to exchange glances before hastening to inspect the scene. They beheld the young man wielding the sword issuing a command, prompting a dozen soldiers to surge forth. They tore down the coverings from the 20 or so large carts, revealing beneath them large, robust barrels. Soon, the lids of the barrels were pried open, exposing the pristine white salt within. Its color was as pure as the snow of spring, unmistakably high-quality refined salt. Not only did the officials at the city gate exclaim in astonishment, but even the soldiers led by Lin Qing could not help but gasp in awe. While they knew it was all salt, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation beyond words. They had never encountered such exquisite and refined salt in their lives. However, Nailing Yuanji's expression changed dramatically. "Official salt. This is official salt." Though the Great Qian had excelled in salt production, the most formidable were still the court's workshops. If private salt could reach such a standard, then the Great Qian's court would have little reason to continue its existence. Nailing Ninja gazed down at Su Li, who knelt upon the ground, his heart desolate as ashes. He then cast his eyes upon the assembly of dignitaries atop the city walls, pondering the roles they played. Was the refusal to open the city gates merely a ruse to facilitate the clandestine export of contraband salt, rendering everything silent and unnoticed? Even the intermediary, Su Li, had been seized by the barbaric tribesmen of the plains. What a perfect scenario for an untraceable demise. The general was merely a pawn in this grand scheme, and the mastermind lurking behind must wield considerable power. Nailing Yuanjia observed Lin Qing, who stood resolute with his sword, his pupils beginning to tremble. He had known this moment would come. At that instant, Lin Qing, who had remained motionless until now, lifted his gaze towards the prominent figures on the city tower. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Esteemed lords, my forces have traversed 1,000 miles in 3 days, annihilating the majority of the Baiyun tribe from the grasslands. We have decimated their valiant Iron Eagles, slaying over 2,000 of their 3,000 riders. Every member of their clan, irrespective of age or gender, has become a cornerstone of our capital. We have reclaimed the contraband salt and uncovered the true culprits behind this treachery, which stirs a tempest of fury within us. Therefore, I hereby execute General Su Li in public to honor the souls of the thousands of soldiers who have perished." Before the shock of his words could fully register among the assembled dignitaries, Lin Qing had already raised his long blade. In a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them, he uttered, "It was I who sought your life." Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to scrutinize Lin Qing's visage. But in the next moment, under the arc of the blade, blood sprayed forth, and a head fell to the ground. One could still faintly discern the astonishment in Su Li's eyes, mingled with profound regret. In swift succession, Lin Qing raised his blade once more and brought it down with force. Lu Ding's head rolled away, blood cascading onto the earth, releasing a long-forgotten scent of iron. The dark hairs upon his prominent mole fell silently asunder. How dare he assassinate an official of the court? Li Shu, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally as he seized the arm of Marquis Guangyuan. My lord, what punishment awaits for the public execution of a court official? Marquis Guangyuan paid him no heed. Instead, gazing at the weary soldiers below, his eyes alight with fervor. The formerly grim and fearsome heads now appeared amiable. Could they indeed be the severed heads of the Baiyun tribe? If his assertions held truth, this young man's merit would surely echo through the heavens. The Baiyun tribe was a significant faction along the border of the grasslands, engaged in combat at the front line of Jilin. As the commander of the city's defenses, Marquis Guangyuan had long yearned to dispatch troops to eradicate the Baiyun tribe. However, under the current imperial strategy of fortification and waiting for the decisive battle in autumn, he had yet to find the opportunity to eliminate them. Now, the Baiyun tribe had been vanquished. In that moment, Marquis Guangyuan beheld the soldiers below with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Yet, upon noticing their dwindling numbers, he could not suppress a sigh. So few remained. How many sons of Deqian had fallen upon the plains? At that moment, a hastily approaching bodyguard arrived, reporting breathlessly, My lord, someone from the capital has arrived. The officials present collectively paled, and Li Shu promptly inquired, Who has come? It is Lord Huang from the Imperial Ceremonial Office. Chapter 65. A reunion with old friends. The arrival of the Imperial Ceremonial Office's personnel sent ripples of unease through the assembly of officials. The presence of their emissaries signified that the eunuchs from the eastern and western workshops were also on the way. What could their intentions be? It is likely that an investigation is underway regarding the recent refusal of Jilin City to confront the enemy. Initially, this seemed a trivial matter that could be easily brushed aside. However, at this moment, the officials cast their gazes towards the city gates. Upon witnessing the weary soldiers below, their expressions darkened. A solitary battalion had ventured deep into the grasslands, reclaiming illicit salt and eliminating the Baiyun faction. In stark contrast, the 200,000 troops stationed within Jilin City appeared utterly useless. Such actions were akin to delivering a resounding slap to the faces of all officials in Jilin City. Particularly, the chief officer, Li Shu, now wore a countenance ashen with despair. If it were merely a matter of defending the city without engaging, it might have been tolerable. But now, entangled in the scandal of illicit salt, none of the officials could extricate themselves from the ensuing consequences. The Marquis of Guangyuan was the first to regain his composure and spoke in a grave tone. Quickly, summon them in. At that moment, a sharp, effeminate voice interrupted. No need. I have arrived. A young eunuch clad in a blue robe ascended the city tower with measured steps. He appeared to be in his 20s. With a fair complexion and handsome features, his eyes occasionally narrowed, exuding an unsettling chill. Li Shu's expression shifted. Such a young eunuch had already attained the rank of 7th grade. It seemed he was a favorite of the emperor. The eunuch smiled as he approached the assembly of officials, though his smile bore an unsettling undertone. I am Huang Jun, sent by His Majesty to investigate the matter of your seclusion from public affairs. The officials' faces paled. This eunuch was shockingly direct. This was provocation, a blatant affront. In times past, this would have sparked a battle of wits, yet now several officials struggled to contain themselves, their eyes darting below. As a eunuch, Huang Jun was adept at perceiving such glances, and he wore a smile as he leisurely approached the edge of the tower, looking down. His expression shifted momentarily before returning to composure. Masterly, what is transpiring below? Are you dealing with the individuals from earlier? Li Shu's countenance changed. But as a seasoned second-grade official, he was quick-witted. He replied with a smile, My lord, that is General Su Li, who conspired with the Baiyun faction. We have since apprehended him and are preparing for execution. Oh, what are those large carts? They appear to contain salt. Huang Jun smiled, but a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. This statement caused the officials to break into a cold sweat, their faces darkening as they silently cursed the soldiers defending the city. How unfortunate that he had to see this. Now they had no room for explanation. It was well known that Jilin City was rich in resources, capable of sustaining itself for years. Evidently, such claims were not unfounded. The quantity of salt was something Huang Jun had never encountered even during his time in the imperial kitchen. Anyone could detect the sarcasm in Huang Jun's words. Yet in this moment, they could only endure in silence. Huang Jun waved his hand, instructing the accompanying eunuchs, Open the city gates. I wish to meet those valiant warriors who could reclaim the errant officials from the Baiyun faction. They are truly exemplary sons of Deqian. The mere utterance of this statement has already deemed Lin Qing and his companions as meritorious figures. It has rendered Li Shu's meticulously crafted schemes into mere castles in the air. He originally intended to apprehend these individuals upon their entry into the city and subject them to rigorous interrogation, charging them with the heinous crime of unauthorized military action and the assassination of court officials. However, the eunuch now embodies the emperor's will, his words akin to golden edicts. Irrevocable once spoken. The Marquis of Guanghan, unperturbed, found himself shackled in his role as the city's military commander. Observing the bureaucrats suffer misfortune brought him immense delight. Half an hour later, in the government office of Jilin City, Lin Qing, having washed away the stench of blood, encountered Huang Jun, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Upon his arrival, Huang Jun remained composed, seated at the head of the table. With a mere wave of his hand, he instructed, "The rest may leave." The accompanying eunuchs exchanged glances, uncertain, yet one robust middle-aged eunuch, possessing a rank equivalent to the 5th grade, quietly voiced his concern. "My lord, is this safe?" Huang Jun cast a sidelong glance at him, replying coolly, "No need for concern. This is a fine son of Tiqian, with him present. We shall be secure. You may withdraw." The middle-aged eunuch scrutinized Lin Qing before silently exiting the room. Once the door was closed, the two were left alone. Huang Jun hastily set down his teacup, rising quickly to stand before Lin Qing, the joy at the corners of his mouth unmistakable. "Congratulations, my lord, on your new achievement," Lin Qing remarked, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he performed a respectful bow. "Lin Qing, congratulations on your promotion," Huang Jun responded. Their gazes met, both breaking into smiles. Resuming their seats, Lin Qing was the first to inquire, "What brings you here, eunuch?" Huang Jun's expression darkened as he revealed, "A few days ago, His Majesty received military reports from the old city of Jilin indicating that the barbarian tribes from the plains have breached the border. Yet, Jilin city remained shut, failing to engage in battle, resulting in the death of over 7,000 soldiers. His Majesty is furious and has dispatched me to investigate this matter." Upon hearing his purpose, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief, for no one could speak more authoritatively on the subject than he. "My lord, are you aware of any specific details?" Lin Qing's countenance grew serious as he replied, "This matter requires a detailed account." Thus, Lin Qing began recounting the events, starting from Su Li's embezzlement of military wages and rewards, meticulously detailing everything until their return to Jilin City. Outside, the eunuchs could only hear occasional gasps of astonishment. Huang Jun, known for his composure, was evidently shaken by the revelations. This left the eunuchs guarding the entrance anxious and restless. This discourse continued for 3 hours. By the time Lin Qing concluded, it was already early in the night, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Huang Jun first stood, approached Lin Qing, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Lin Qing, for your fearless dedication, preserving a glimmer of resolve for Tiqian. Were it not for your efforts, I fear that these contraband salts would have reached the plains, nourishing the tribes that would wield them as instruments of slaughter against our people. The plains suffer from a lack of salt, and without it, even the strongest of men become weak and feeble." Huang Jun remained seated, continuing, "Were it not for Lord Lin and the valiant soldiers who fearlessly advanced into the grasslands to vanquish the Baiyun tribe, those 7,000 soldiers might have perished in vain. Here, I express my gratitude to Lord Lin on behalf of the fallen soldiers of the great Qian. Please rise, my lord. I am a subject of the Qian, and having been granted the emperor's grace to shed my status as a slave and join the military, it is only natural that I serve the great Qian with my life. What I have done is merely my duty." Huang Jun stood up, taking a deep breath, his eyes glistening with emotion. In these trying times, as the great Qian wanes and the border conflicts turn unfavorable, the resilience of loyal souls who share their lives and fortunes is what sustains the realm. Though he is a eunuch, he harbors a profound sense of patriotism. As the great Qian soldiers confront foes that outnumber them, Huang Jun could not suppress his overwhelming joy. "Lord Lin, in the days to come, you shall rest here. Do not wander about." His expression shifted between brightness and shadow as he whispered, "With such a vast quantity of contraband salt, it is inevitable that they may act out of desperation." Lin Qing's demeanor turned grave as he asserted, "My lord, we must also ensure the safety of those soldiers who returned with me. Of course, they are all valiant sons of the great Qian." Chapter 66, Midnight Assassination. After settling Lin Qing in the eastern chamber for rest, Huang Jun's face darkened, burdened by an inexpressible weight. Throughout history, when a dynasty weakens, collusion between internal and external forces often ensues. Yet, Never before has such a scene unfolded. Transporting contraband salt under the watchful eyes of 200,000 troops is a shocking misdeed. What is even more infuriating is that not a single court official or border commander noticed it. Had it not been for Lin Qing's dogged determination to march north and slay the barbarians, this matter might have remained obscured until the fall of the Great Qian. With the dynasty in such decline, Huang Jun felt a profound weariness enveloping him. Is there still hope for the Great Qian? Scanning his surroundings, although Jilin City appeared tranquil, Huang Jun sensed the turbulent undercurrents beneath. Concealed within were formidable predators, poised to devour them whole. With a sigh, he turned to the middle-aged eunuch beside him and calmly instructed, "Ensure Lord Lin's protection. The treacherous may act out of desperation, and we must not allow their schemes to succeed." "Yes, my lord. I shall take my leave." As he watched the middle-aged eunuch depart, Huang Jun returned to his chamber, intending to meticulously document these matters and send them to the capital for the emperor's awareness. He sat at his desk, unfurling the memorial, and began to write. His penmanship was exquisite, exuding a grandeur seldom seen among eunuchs. Within the great Qian palace, there existed a dedicated place for eunuchs to study, known as the Neishu Hall. It was here that he distinguished himself among his peers with his exceptional calligraphy. This writing persisted for an hour. Only at midnight did he set down his brush, exhaling in relief and stretching his back. At that moment, Huang Jun's eyes narrowed, radiating an aura of danger. He slowly lifted his gaze, startled. There, hanging from the crimson beams of the room, was a figure, clad in black attire, with a fearsome mask adorned with menacing fangs. Only two icy eyes were visible. Huang Guanghan possessed an exquisite penmanship. A muffled voice descended from the ceiling. When did he arrive? Huang Jun, clutching the memorial, hastily distanced himself from the desk. Observing the figure in black, his mind raced with conjectures. The assassin had been lurking here all along, even before his arrival. Yet, Huang Jun exhibited no signs of panic. Calmly inquiring, "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" The figure in black descended, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. And the somber voice resounded once more. "You should never have ventured here. If you agree to cease your inquiries, I may spare your life." Huang Jun's gaze flickered. "What matter? The illicit salt trade? Indeed, you are astute. If you refrain from pursuing this issue, I could offer you a sum of 100,000 taels of silver." The black-clad man replied nonchalantly. "And if I decline?" Huang Jun queried. The ferocity in the black figure's eyes intensified. "Should you refuse, then you shall find yourself in the underworld, joining those soldiers." Huang Jun remained as composed as before, gradually tucking the memorial into his robes. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Though I am but a eunuch, I am also an imperial envoy. Do you dare to kill an envoy? Are you not afraid of the emperor's retribution? If my life is forfeit, what does it matter if you're an envoy?" The black figure's response elicited a faint nod from Huang Jun. The illicit sale of official salt, particularly to the barbarian tribes, is indeed a crime deserving of death. I initially thought the garrison here was merely cowardly, but upon arrival, I discerned the deeper intricacies, revealing collusion with foreign entities. A flicker of delight crossed the black figure's eyes. "So you concede? To assassinate an imperial envoy is a desperate act that ultimately leads to mutual destruction for those behind the scenes, bringing only calamity, not benefit." Huang Jun pondered for a moment, inhaled deeply, and a smile graced his face. "I shall agree, but only if you divulge the mastermind behind this scheme. In return, I shall spare your life. How does that sound?" The ecstasy in the black figure's eyes transformed into rage, and he gritted his teeth, retorting, "You are ungrateful. We stand but a mere 10 paces apart. It would be effortless to end your life." The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and neither spoke further. Huang Jun squinted, lost in thought. After a full quarter of an hour, he lifted his head, sighed, and in an instant, a chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. An overwhelming aura emanating from him, instilling dread. In a mere heartbeat, he vanished from his position, reappearing before the black figure. With a hand as pure as snow, he gently grasped the assassin's neck, channeling his strength to immobilize him. "Indeed, we are but 10 paces apart. Killing you would be a trivial task." The black figure's eyes widened in disbelief, a profound incredulity washing over him. A mere 4th-rank individual had subdued him, a 5th-rank master of the 5 organs ethereal realm, without any resistance. How could this eunuch, not yet 30, possess such power? Huang Jun sighed, and with his other hand wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, lamenting, "Our esteemed sovereign holds us in high regard. Not only is my calligraphy exceptional, but my martial prowess is equally commendable. Yet, after so many years without battle, I find myself somewhat out of practice, and it has taken me quite some time to muster my strength. I truly apologize for keeping you waiting. Come in." Huang Jun called softly, and a eunuch promptly entered from outside. Upon seeing the cloaked figure within the room, his eyes widened in shock, and he cried out sharply, "Intruder! There's an assassin." Huang Jun furrowed his brow and said, "Enough, enough. Stop shouting and acting in such a disarray. Take the assassin away and interrogate him thoroughly." The eunuchs finally steadied themselves, hastily retrieving a chilling instrument that appeared ominous. It bore 6 sharp spikes crafted from a millennium of cold iron, capable of piercing even the hardest of bones with ease. This device, known as the Dragon Prison Lock, was specifically devised by the Deqian court for punishing martial offenders. Once the lock secured the bones of the shoulder blade and the arm, the martial artist would find their energy stifled, rendering their skills utterly useless. Fear flickered in the eyes of the cloaked figure, who contemplated biting down on the poison hidden in his molars to end his own life. However, Huang Jun noticed his movement and merely gave a gentle slap to his cheek. The assassin's jaw dislocated, causing all his teeth to fall out. "Now that you are in my grasp, do you still wish to die?" Huang Jun smiled faintly, casting a chill over the room. The cloaked figure, eyes filled with dread, mumbled, "My lord, I shall speak. I am aware of the methods employed by the eunuchs of the Eastern and Western censors. Once captured by them, one finds oneself in a predicament where survival is impossible and death is unattainable. Too late. I only trust confessions obtained through interrogation." Huang Jun waved his hand, and 2 eunuchs proceeded to drive the dragon prison lock into the assassin's shoulder blade and arm bone, one on each side, locking them together. Blood gushed forth from the cloaked figure, who quickly exclaimed, "My lord, I will tell you everything I know." "Enough of your noise. Take him away," Huang Jun impatiently gestured. Chapter 67. Is he the true culprit? At that moment, Lin Qing, drenched in blood, entered the courtyard, holding a severed head. His body bore several wounds and deep bruises, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Upon seeing the cloaked figure being escorted away, he momentarily froze, his pupils contracting tightly, and his heart clenched. Ignoring the eunuch's attempts to stop him, he rushed into the room. Upon seeing Huang Jun, unharmed, Lin Qing finally exhaled in relief. Had he perished, the situation here would have spiraled out of control. Huang Jun, having just washed his hands, was taken aback by Lin Qing's appearance. And upon noticing the head he carried, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Lord Lin, it seems we have both encountered assassination attempts. But how did you manage to slay this individual? You appear quite similar to how I saw you during the day." Lin Qing surveyed his own state and forced a bitter smile. "Your Excellency, please do not jest. This man was a peak 6th-rank warrior. I had to exert all my strength, disregarding my life, to take his head. Ha ha ha, no worries, no worries. I have captured my assassin alive here. Lord Lin, please hasten your grooming, for shortly we shall venture to the prison to ascertain what revelations that individual may utter." After a hearty laugh, Huang Jun summoned the eunuch stationed at the entrance and commanded, "Go assist Lord Lin in his preparations, and ensure that the medicinal bath bestowed by His Majesty is ready. We must not allow Lord Lin's injuries to worsen." In half an hour, the composed Lin Qing, now attired appropriately, joined Huang Jun at the government office's dungeon. Upon entering, one could immediately sense the oppressive dampness and a foul odor permeating the air. The chill of midnight enveloped the dungeon, where some prisoners huddled in the farthest corners, shivering and unrecognizable in their disheveled state. They proceeded to the innermost cell, sealed by an iron door, where a pungent stench of blood assailed their senses. Lin Qing furrowed his brow as he beheld a bloodied figure suspended from torture devices, entirely naked. His mouth was sewn shut, rendering him incapable of shrieking, only able to emit muffled sounds, incomprehensible in their essence. Flanking him were 2 eunuchs clad in blue, smiling as they administered their torturous craft. With blades as fine as gossamer, they delicately sliced into the man's flesh, cleaving it into small squares, and methodically peeled each piece away. With every incision and every strip of skin removed, the man's face contorted in unspeakable agony and terror, yet the eunuch's smiles only grew more benign. Huang Jun, observing this scene, could not help but smile as he remarked, "Lord, you are a seasoned warrior on the battlefield, yet in matters of severe torture, none can rival us, the rootless." Lin Qing's demeanor remained unperturbed, his countenance as serene as a still lake. In his past, during his time at the Wuhan Marquis' residence, He had endured lashes that left scars he had himself painfully torn away, a torment akin to this present suffering. He could still vividly recall the sensation of scabs separating from flesh, that sticky feeling forever etched in his memory. However, the current method of torture left him puzzled. "My lord, why have they sewn his mouth shut?" Huang Jun replied softly with a slight smile. "You see, once a man harbors hope, he clings to the desire to live. By sealing his mouth, he cannot express his longing to speak. He must endure the full extent of this punishment to survive. Furthermore, once pain finds an outlet, it becomes less unbearable. If one cannot cry out, they are left to intimately experience the agony of skin being flayed." Lin Qing's expression shifted to one of understanding. Thus was the expertise of these eunuchs. On the battlefield, those wounded often scream to divert their focus from the pain. If they are unable to cry out, they must silently endure. Such punishment is indeed barbarous. The skinning did not last long. Within a quarter of an hour, the final piece of flesh was removed. Before the two men stood a figure whose visage was obscured by blood, revealing only two eyes filled with desperate longing. He wished for death. He yearned for it at that very moment. Yet, the eunuchs of the Eastern and Western courts executed their tasks with precision. And being a martial artist, he found that even the desire for death was unattainable. Huang Jun and Lin Qing sat quietly in two Wang-Wali wooden chairs. Observing the scene before them, Huang Jun held a cup of hot tea in his hand. Glancing at Lin Qing, he softly remarked, "My lord, it is time to commence the interrogation. We shall soon uncover the true culprit." Lin Qing could not help but display a glimmer of anticipation, though a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Huang Jun signaled to the two eunuchs. One approached the assassin and swiftly removed the silk thread from his mouth. Perhaps due to excessive force, half of the assassin's lip was torn away. Huang Jun furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort as he splashed the hot tea onto the bloodied body. Lin Qing swore that it was the most anguished scream he had ever heard. Even some prisoners in the nearby cells, previously drowsy, jolted awake, their eyes filled with fear, further darkening the already grim atmosphere of the dungeon. One must be meticulous. There is no room for carelessness. Huang Jun approached the assassin, inspecting his wounds, and remarked with indifference, "My lord, please calm your anger," a eunuch implored, bowing repeatedly. Visibly anxious, Huang Jun cast him a sidelong glance before slowly returning to his seat. "Proceed," he instructed. The eunuch who had been kneeling quickly stood up, positioned himself before the assassin, and began to question him while another recorded his responses. Name, place of origin, any position held in the Jilin army. The assassin's gaze dimmed. His lips trembled, a tempest of confusion surged within him, unable to comprehend why he had been exposed. Lu Daong, Jianhu of the Beifeng camp in the Jilin army. Huang Jun turned to Lin Qing, eagerly explaining, "My lord, although this man bears no military insignia, the techniques he has cultivated do not deceive. Only those within the military can attain such a fifth-grade skill in this old city of Jilin. No ordinary person could possibly achieve it. Furthermore, our movements have been discreet. The mastermind behind this sudden appearance from afar would not have had the time to summon reinforcements." Lin Qing nodded in agreement. "Why did you attempt to assassinate the imperial envoy? Who commanded you?" Fear flickered in Lu Dayong's eyes as he hastily replied, "It was Lord Wen who instructed me to do this. I was merely following orders." A glint of intrigue crossed Huang Jun's eyes as he pondered the names of all the officers in the Jilin army, a realization dawning upon him. Wen Erdong, the commander of the Beifeng camp in the Jilin army, is a direct descendant of the Marquis of Guangyuan. The Marquis of Guangyuan? Could it truly be him? Lin Qing mused. The first Marquis of Guangyuan had fought alongside the great emperor of the Qian dynasty for 2 decades on the battlefield before being granted this title, which has been passed down unaltered. The current Marquis of Guangyuan, as the leader of 200,000 troops in the Jilin army, is reportedly involved in the salt smuggling trade. A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Jun's eyes upon hearing this, and he stood, nodding gently. "My lord, let us proceed. The true culprit has emerged. We must act swiftly. If we keep them waiting too long, it could lead to irreparable losses." Chapter 68. Crossing the River Soldier. Can kill generals. The two followed the corridor of the dungeon until they reached its entrance. Huang Jun halted abruptly, causing Lin Qing, perplexed, to stop as well. "Still not taking action? If we delay any longer, I shall take my leave," Huang Jun said, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with derision as he spoke softly. Lin Qing's expression tightened, and he suddenly erupted with a fierce intent to kill, drawing the long knife from his waist. He vigilantly surveyed the surrounding cells. There were indeed assassins. He had previously sensed that the prisoners' behavior was rather subdued. Some didn't even bother to check when others entered or exited the dungeon. Now, hearing Huang Jun's words, if he still failed to grasp that something was amiss, he would no longer be Lin Qing. Noticing that the prisoners remained inactive, Huang Jun smiled faintly and said, "My lord Lin, let us speculate. If we were to believe the assassins, they would have no need to eliminate us. However, if we doubt their words and rigorously interrogate to uncover the true culprit, they will resort to murder and annihilate us here." Upon hearing this, the hidden assassins could no longer conceal themselves. The previously listless and disheveled prisoners began to rise slowly, a surge of energy emanating from them, their formidable presence palpable. Ranging from the 8th to the 5th rank, they were a motley assortment. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes. The long knife in his hand gradually unsheathed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing through his mind. "Lord Huang, you should leave first." Huang Jun was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Lin Qing was unaware of his own strength, and he burst into hearty laughter. Since attaining the 4th rank, he had always been in a position to protect others. Now, being asked to leave first by a 6th-rank warrior seemed absurd, yet it filled him with delight. Lin Qing, puzzled by Huang Jun's laughter, was calculating how to resolve the impending conflict swiftly. The 5th-rank warrior should ideally avoid a direct confrontation and focus on eliminating others first. Creating opportunities for one-on-one encounters would increase his chances of escaping unscathed. Although he was now a 6th-rank warrior, he lacked confidence against a 5th-rank opponent. More critically, he was unarmored and without a steed, significantly diminishing his defensive capabilities and speed. Thus, his only recourse was to buy time. At that moment, the prison door swung open. Lin Qing's heart sank. There were assassins outside as well. He turned sharply, only to see a group of eunuchs rushing in, his eyes widening slightly in relief. "Quickly, escort Lord Huang away." Without Huang Jun as a distraction, his own battle could be more manageable. Just as he was about to charge out with his knife, Huang Jun gently patted his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "My lord Lin, let us depart. Leave this to them." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lin Qing's eyes. There was a 5th-rank powerhouse here. Huang Jun smiled again. "Let us go. They are capable." Lin Qing nodded, guarding Huang Jun as they slowly exited the dungeon. Upon stepping outside, a wave of bloodlust assailed them, as if the outside world were the true prison. In the courtyard of the yamen, dozens of bodies clad in black lay sprawled, blood staining the ground. Lin Qing's complexion changed. He had not anticipated the presence of assassins outside as well. Simultaneously, his heart sank, and his suspicions seemed to be increasingly validated. Those who could mobilize 1,000 troops from the Jilin army were undoubtedly high officials within Jilin city. The appearance of the assassins further confirmed that the information provided by the assassin about Duke Guangyuan was merely a ruse. Let us not forget, where exactly were they? In the provincial capital of Peugeot, the government office of Jilin City stands as a locus of utmost significance. The identity of those who can brazenly manipulate affairs in this realm is all too evident. Observing Lin Qing's expressions shift like the changing tides, Huang Jun sighed inwardly, aware that Lin harbored his own suspicions. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the moonlit sky, his demeanor devoid of the warmth it once possessed, now replaced by an icy countenance and a sense of desolation. How disheartening it is that one who has ascended the ranks to such heights must collude with the barbaric tribes of the grasslands to engage in the illicit trade of official salt. What folly is this? The great Qian dynasty is rife with the specter of national demise. Now, even high-ranking officials in the borderlands exhibit such conduct. How many virtuous souls remain in the court of the great Qian? Huang Jun turned his gaze towards Lin Qing, sighed, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Master Lin, we owe much to your vigilance in this matter. Without your keen observations, it may have taken ages to uncover such nefarious deeds." Taken aback by the twists of this incident, Lin Qing replied, "I have merely fulfilled my duty." "Ah, Master Lin, it would be wise for you to return and rest. As for the remaining matters, leave them to me. The revelation of such occurrences within the court can only bring ill fortune to you." A sincere smile graced his features as he continued, "Please, do visit the military camp. Should unrest arise within the city, my life may very well depend on you." Though Huang Jun spoke lightly, Lin Qing sensed the impending storm lurking beneath the surface. The downfall of one official could unleash countless repercussions, especially one who held dominion over military provisions and resources at the border of the Great Qian. The potential for upheaval was palpable. In this tranquil Jilin city, there was but one person Huang Jun could trust entirely, Lin Qing, the one he had personally endorsed. Lin Qing's gaze grew serious as he inhaled deeply, stating with solemnity, "No matter what transpires, I shall ensure your safe passage from the city." Huang Jun's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Such loyalty and righteousness were in short supply in the current era. Suddenly recalling something, he smiled and said, "Master Lin, once this matter concludes, I invite you to accompany me to the capital. His Majesty will surely wish to meet you, and your commendations alongside your subordinates will require the Emperor's personal deliberation. Such a significant achievement necessitates consultation between the cabinet and the military command, culminating in the Emperor's decree." Lin Qing had anticipated this and nodded gravely. "Indeed, Master. Please exercise utmost caution." Although Huang Jun was a eunuch, his actions were often more dignified than those of many ostensible officials. Moreover, Lin Qing owed his liberation from servitude and departure from the Marquis of Wuan's estate to Huang Jun's patronage, for both personal and professional reasons. Lin Qing wished for his safety. Huang Jun merely smiled faintly, nodded, and offered Lin Qing a morsel of food, whispering, "Should any trouble arise, you must decide how to proceed." With that, he departed from the premises. The ensuing power struggles within the government office were beyond the reach of a mere 7th-grade officer. For now, Jilin City remained as placid as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. Yet beneath the surface lurked monstrous crocodiles, their gaping maws agape. Any fish daring to surface could potentially meet a tragic end within their jaws. A mere 7th-rank commander was but a small fry in the vastness of the lake, akin to a pawn in the game of chess. Nevertheless, Lin Qing was prepared, armed with his troops and the advantageous terrain of Jilin City. It would not be a daunting task to seize the chaos and break free. In that moment, he would resemble a pawn crossing the river, poised to strike. Chapter 69. Hooves rampant. All who stand in the way shall be slain after being escorted to the military camp by a retinue of eunuchs. Lin Qing meticulously organized all matters at hand. He promptly relayed the events of the night to Qianhu Nalin Yuanjia. Without hesitation, Nalin Yuanjia entrusted the command of his subordinates to Lin Qing. Hailing from a prominent family, Nalin Yuanjia possessed a political acuity far superior to Lin Qing's. Had he been in command this day, regardless of whether he utilized this contingent of troops, his fate would have been sealed. For no one could fathom the depths of Nalin Yuanjia's thoughts. To eliminate potential future threats, he would naturally eradicate all involved. Although he was a scion of the Duke of the State, even a legitimate son could be slain if he caused turmoil in Jilin City. Presently, the esteemed officials and soldiers within Jilin City viewed Huang Jun as either ally or foe, with no semblance of neutrality. He represented imperial authority, embodying the emperor residing in the capital. Lin Qing sat serenely in the central military tent, grasping a long blade, clad in armor, while steeds awaited outside. Should any upheaval arise within the city, he could mount and engage the enemy within 3 breaths. All soldiers within the encampment were similarly armored and armed, quietly awaiting his command. With a mere word from Lin Qing, they would surge forth from the camp, ready to wreak havoc. 400 elite cavalry, amidst the chaos, could decisively turn the tide. At that moment, Yan Guang hurriedly burst into the tent, exclaiming, "My lord, additional patrolling soldiers have appeared outside the camp." Lin Qing's countenance darkened. Although his encampment bordered the Jilin army, per the military laws of the Great Qian, station troops were strictly forbidden from leaving the camp at night. To do so was tantamount to treason. The atmosphere within the tent grew palpably tense, without the seasoned Huang Jun to guide him. Lin Qing had to rely solely on his judgment. Nalin Yuanjia remained silent, knowing he could not offer any counsel this night. Otherwise, he risked future repercussions. In the current military camp, only Lin Qing held the authority to issue commands without fear of subsequent punishment. Gazing at the hour, he noted it was the early hours of the day, with 2 hours remaining until dawn. All would be resolved within these fleeting moments. Suppressing his thoughts, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qing's eyes as he coldly commanded, "Any troop that leaves the camp at night shall be deemed as treason and executed." Yan Guang understood the gravity of the situation, acknowledged the order, and departed the tent. Moments later, the sound of hooves and clashing weapons echoed outside. Strangely, there were no voices nor cries of battle. Everything concluded silently and ominously, an oppressive stillness pervading the air. In a swift resolution, the 10 riders fell, and Lan Yunchuan sheathed his long blade, inhaling the faint scent of blood that permeated the air, his expression twisting into a more sinister visage. Behind him stood 10 soldiers of the Dacian army, clad in black armor, their blades dripping with blood, their eyes shimmering with a frigid murderous intent. The Red Forest Army was, after all, but a trifling matter. At this moment, the atmosphere within the military encampment had solidified to an extreme tension. Soldiers engaged in various trivialities, picking their noses, scratching their ears, grooming their nails. Yet, without exception, they all remained beside their steeds, silence engulfing them as they diligently attended to their tasks. Even the war horses sensed the anomaly, becoming eerily quiet. Dim candlelight flickered within the tent, illuminating Lin Qing's face, which fluctuated between shadow and light, alongside the cold long blade laid upon the table. Yen Guang entered, gripping his sword, and knelt on one knee. "My lord, all have been slain. Should anyone come to spy, there is no need to report. They shall all be executed." Yen Guang clasped his fists in salute and withdrew. Beside him, Wu Heng and Nalin Yuanjia struggled to breathe under the weight of the oppressive atmosphere, their hearts racing. Lin Qing continued to study the map of Jilin City, a military secret he had procured from the Lord's residence. If this map were to fall into the hands of the barbaric tribes of the grasslands, they could deduce the deployment of Dacian's forces, the distribution of the populace within the city, and the city's vulnerabilities. The barbarians could uncover this. And so too could Lin Qing. The weaknesses of a fortified city often lie within, and they can shift with varying circumstances. When Jilin City was originally constructed, to expedite military communications, the government office was erected directly to the north, facing the grasslands and situated near the northern city gate. The military encampment, on the other hand, was positioned to the south, adjacent to the southern city gate. This location was in close proximity to logistical supplies, facilitating the rest and resupply of the soldiers. Now, for Lin Qing, the distance between the encampment and the government office seemed daunting. To rescue a person from the office would require traversing nearly half the city. Though the distance was not great, opportunities were fleeting. A moment's hesitation could mean Huang Jun's demise within the office. After a prolonged contemplation, as the clashing of weapons outside the encampment intensified, Lin Qing finally made his decision. "Convey my orders. The entire army shall mount up, ready for battle. Within a quarter of an hour, we shall head straight for the northern city gate. All who attempt to obstruct us will be slain." "Yes," came Yen Guang's voice from outside the tent. Meanwhile, Nalin Yuanjia and Wu Heng's faces paled, contemplating the audacity of leading troops out at night. Nalin Yuanjia found himself questioning in silence how he would act in such a situation. Would he dare to venture forth? The shifting expressions upon his face revealed his undeniable fear. Wu Heng shared the same sentiment. None among the military leaders within the city would dare. This nearly amounted to a blatant act of rebellion. Yet, Lin Qing dared. 400 iron cavalry surged forth, the thunderous sound of hooves creating a tempest within the tranquil city. Clad in black armor, wielding straight blades atop their formidable steeds, the soldiers exuded an icy aura of death. The residents of the city dared not light candles, relying instead on the moonlight to peer through the cracks of their homes, stealthily observing the iron cavalry's charge through the streets. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed like a tempest as the iron-clad cavalry thirsted for blood. The cries of children ceased, and the voices of the populace fell into a hushed silence. All were acutely aware that a grave situation had arisen. Lin Qing's contingent faced minimal obstruction upon their departure from the encampment, swiftly resolving any hindrances encountered. However, upon reaching the northern city gate, no further opposition emerged. This realization weighed heavily on Lin Qing's mind, indicating that the true orchestrators of this turmoil possessed sufficient power to disregard their passage through the city. It was no wonder, then, that the obstruction consisted of fewer than 100 riders. The commander at the northern city gate was a formidable figure, a burly man bearing a prominent scar across his face, with a long blade sheathed at his side. At that moment, he stood before the deer enclosure, coldly regarding Lin Qing and his troop of cavalry. Behind the enclosure, a contingent of approximately 50 fully armed soldiers stood vigilant, brandishing long spears with watchful expressions. The commander let out a derisive laugh and bellowed, "Who rides at night?" Upon witnessing the commander's reaction, Lin Qing's heart sank anew. This response was atypical, prompting him to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he urged his steed forward and produced a heavy insignia. The emblem gleamed with a golden hue, intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns, and entwined with 2 5-clawed golden dragons, inscribed with the 4 characters, "As if I were present." The Imperial Gold Medal, a token bestowed upon him by Huang Jun at the government office, was the reason for his audacious actions within the city. Yet, to the hidden conspirators, it would bear no semblance of intimidation. Lin Qing's true assurance lay in the 400 elite cavalrymen who had just ascended from the battlefield. Chapter 70. A facade of honesty amidst deception. The appearance of the gold medal visibly instigated hesitation among the soldiers behind the commander. However, the commander merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Qing before inquiring, "What business does the esteemed official have?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes, now certain of the man's dubious intentions. Nevertheless, he adhered to the necessary protocols, aiming to dismantle the resistance among the soldiers behind him. After all, the common soldiers were often unwittingly swept up in the schemes of treason, unaware of their own complicity. With the gold medal in hand, representing the emperor himself, Lin Qing trusted that these soldiers would know how to choose wisely. He then proclaimed in a clear voice, "I am the official Lin Qing, appointed by His Majesty, here to investigate matters in Qilin City, and I hereby take command of the city's defenses. Withdraw at once." As anticipated, his declaration elicited uncertainty on the faces of several soldiers. Surely, a gold medal could not be counterfeit. Moreover, it was indeed true that an imperial envoy had visited the city today. However, the commander merely glanced dismissively at Lin Qing. Emitting a cold scoff, Qilin City is a vital stronghold. We heed only military orders. With that, he drew his long blade, laced with derision, and added, "It would be prudent for you to return and come back tomorrow with the proper military decree." Lin Qing remained silent, slowly retracting the gold medal. The commander, witnessing this, wore a mocking smile, internally scoffing. "You think a mere gold medal suffices to commandeer the city's defenses? Such folly!" The soldiers behind him exhaled in relief at this turn of events. Yet, an icy voice shattered their illusions, plunging them into despair. "Refusal to obey the decree is tantamount to treason. Execute them." The thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated as soldiers clad in black armor, brandishing long blades, charged forth. Leading the charge was a youthful commander, who soon beheld the head of Shangguan soaring into the air. Even in death, the man could scarcely believe that these cavalrymen had the audacity to breach the gates. The wooden barricade was cleaved in two by Lin Qing's mighty strike, demonstrating immense power. A throng of cavalrymen surged forth from behind, swiftly annihilating the defenders of the city. It was only when Lin Qing ascended the city tower that he noticed some fatigued soldiers emerging, bleary-eyed, from their rest. What is all this noise? Is it impossible to let one sleep in the dead of night? However, upon witnessing the multitude of black-armored knights in their majestic steeds, he was momentarily taken aback. Grasping a golden token, Lin Qing declared coldly, "I am here on imperial orders to investigate. Inform all soldiers at the north gate to remain indoors. Any who venture out shall be charged with treason." The soldier, glancing at the bloodshed behind the young commander, swallowed hard, recognizing the wisdom and compliance. With great difficulty, he nodded, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall obey." Thus, control of the north gate fell into Lin Qing's hands, within a mere quarter of an hour. He had secured it with unexpected ease. The reasons were twofold. The army of Dacian had become complacent, and the true culprit had not anticipated Lin Qing's boldness in seizing the gates. Lin Qing recalled an old saying that circulated among the common folk of Dacian: "A scholar's rebellion, cautious and hesitant, takes 10 years to succeed." This aptly described the current situation within Qilin City, where previously only a handful of riders had come to scout. Lin Qing had discerned that the individual was still in doubt. The correct course of action was to cut through the confusion decisively, mobilizing his elite troops to encircle and eliminate them all. Yet, the commanding guard at the gate remained indecisive. Were he in charge, he would have roused all soldiers and occupied every defensive position without allowing any approach. With his thoughts collected, Lin Qing stood atop the battlements, gazing down upon Qilin City shrouded in darkness, feeling an overwhelming sense of superiority. He had accomplished what he set out to do. Now, he could only hope that Huang Jun would clear the obstacles ahead and apprehend the true culprit. The blood at the gate was swiftly cleaned by the soldiers, restoring the area to its former state, and even the barricade had been replaced anew. 400 soldiers were diligently stationed across the city walls, bracing for any assault. Though only 400 in number, their fortified positions made repelling an attack by 4,000 troops a simple task. Moreover, gathering 4,000 soldiers within the city now constituted a blatant act of treason. The oppressive atmosphere lingered until the sun began to rise. Lin Qing remained silently stationed atop the city tower, observing the inner workings of the city. By now, early risers had completed their morning routines and ventured out. The streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians braving the chill of the morning breeze, lending an air of desolation. It was only at this moment that Lin Qing's anxious heart began to settle. The government office, stripped of its usual solemnity, was now in disarray. Bodies lay discarded on the ground, neglected and unclaimed. Blood pooled on the ground, taking on a dark crimson hue. A blood-stained boot suddenly emerged, advancing steadily with an air of composure, devoid of any hint of panic. The figure, clad in the azure garb of a eunuch, was splattered with blood. His raven-black hair fell loosely about him, and though his visage bore signs of fatigue, it was adorned with a smile that exuded a sense of dominion over all. He approached a tightly shut door, chuckling softly. His voice, though soft and gentle, carried a serene undertone as he remarked, "My lord, it is time to emerge." As he spoke, he crouched, casually wiping the blood from his hands onto the corpse before him, an expression of regret flashing in his eyes as he mused on the lack of water. Upon rising, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure who appeared unperturbed. Adorned with an official cap and a resplendent crimson robe, the embroidered phoenix on his garment seemed poised to take flight. This man was none other than Li Shu, a high-ranking official of the second tier, the right minister of Pengzhou, and the lord of Jilin City. He was also the mastermind behind the collusion with foreign enemies and the illicit salt trade. After a night of investigation, Huang Jun had uncovered the origins of the contraband salt. It was the official salt intended for the next quarter in Jilin City. The salt warehouse now lay empty, replaced by heaps of glistening silver, amounting to over 1,000,000 taels. The intermediary in this transaction was none other than General Su Li, who was more a scapegoat than a facilitator. Huang Jun had determined that Li Shu, through various salt merchants, had contacted several generals outside Jilin City. Only Su Li, driven by greed, expressed willingness to partake in the transaction. Thus, Li Shu sold the salt to Su Li at an exceptionally low price, pocketing a sum of 100,000 taels. Unbeknownst to Su Li, this batch of salt had already been traded, necessitating the delivery of goods. Naturally, Su Li and his aides were also implicated in the exchange. The Bayan faction intended to abduct them, creating the illusion that the two were colluding with foreign tribes and betraying the Deqian army, thus fleeing in fear of retribution. This meticulous plan birthed a carefully orchestrated illicit salt scheme, which, to outsiders, appeared merely as a strike against the Bayan faction. A flicker of relief crossed Huang Jun's eyes. Had it not been for Lin Qing leading troops northward to combat the prairie tribes and discovering the illicit salt, this scheme might have truly succeeded. Yet, one question remained unclear to Huang Jun as he turned to Li Shu and inquired, "Might I ask, my lord, how shall we account for the missing official salt?" "Account for what?" Li Shu replied with a hint of disdain in his gaze. "All I need to ensure is that the Jilin army has salt. What turbulence can the common folk stir? You eunuchs in the palace understand nothing. Do you not realize that the absence of salt in the city can render Jilin City impregnable?" Li Shu's expression grew increasingly sinister as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Huang Jun, his disdain becoming ever more palpable. Huang Jun furrowed his brow. Despite his extensive literary knowledge, he could not fathom how the lack of salt within the city could fortify Jilin City. "Sir, may I seek your wisdom?" With a scoff, he continued, "The citizens of the city are bereft of salt, yet the army is well supplied. Naturally, the populace is eager to enlist. Thus, the city of Jilin has inexplicably gained hundreds of thousands of soldiers, rendering it virtually unassailable." A mocking expression crept onto Li Shu's face as he remarked with a hint of disdain, "Are you aware of the reaction of the citizens upon learning of the deaths of 7,000 soldiers outside the city?" Huang Jun's face darkened as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They rejoice, they spread the news, they rush to enlist. Everyone aspires to be among the replenished ranks. Elder Huang, pray tell, what are your thoughts on this scheme? Li Shu's face, etched with deep lines, radiated satisfaction as a peculiar smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The great Qian is on the brink of collapse. Why should we concern ourselves with the sentiments of the common folk? Once the soldiers are gone, so too shall be the realm of Qian. He posed a rhetorical question. If there were but a single morsel of food, would Elder Huang feed the army or the people? Huang Jun's expression was shrouded in gloom as he replied coldly, "Is this your justification for treason? So, you profess to act in the interest of Qian? The 1,000,000 taels in the granary, are they mere illusions?" Li Shu's demeanor returned to a calm indifference, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "In these times of impending doom for the dynasty, what significance does 1,000,000 taels hold? Surely, Elder Huang has witnessed officials in the capital who are not consumed by greed. As anxiety gripped the hearts of the people, prices soared in the capital. Even the once honorable officials, who relied on their salaries to scrape by, found themselves compelled to accept bribes and gifts. Without such means, their families would surely perish from hunger. Listening to Li Shu, Huang Jun fell into a contemplative silence. As a eunuch with ties to both the Eastern and Western secret police, he was well aware of the prevailing atmosphere among the officials of the capital. It was evident that every official was on edge. Even the palace eunuchs had begun to boldly accept bribes, pilfering wealth. For instance, the emperor's bread. Although the same in name, differed drastically in price between the palace and the outside world by dozens of times. After a prolonged silence, Huang Jun stated, "Regardless, you are guilty of treachery, colluding with foreign powers. Your execution is merely a matter of time." Suddenly, Li Shu fell silent, and the two stood facing each other. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Li Shu finally exhaled a heavy sigh, lamenting, "I never imagined there were still men of loyalty and righteousness in this great Qian. That fellow, Lin Qing, if not for his meddling, my plans would have been flawless." Huang Jun concurred with this sentiment. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Arrest him." A group of blood-stained eunuchs surged into the room, encircling Li Shu to prevent his escape or self-harm. Thus, Li Shu was taken away. A high-ranking official of the court, stripped of power. As the case was resolved, Huang Jun felt no joy. Instead, a profound weight settled upon him. Individuals like Li Shu were innumerable across the vast borders of Qian, and their eradication was an endless task. It is well known that the ironworking techniques of the nomadic kingdoms are deplorable. Yet, they possess armor and wield curved blades. It is hard to believe that none of this is supported by Qian's officials or merchants, not even Huang Jun himself. In the remote fringes of the great Qian dynasty, the affluent merchants were, to varying degrees, entwined with the royal court of the steppes. Some, like Li Shu, even engaged in the illicit smuggling of prohibited salt and iron. This thought ignited a flicker of murderous intent in Huang Jun's eyes. Merchants are devoid of allegiance, and their greed begets national ruin. Contemplating the present desolation of the great Qian, Huang Jun could not help but feel a profound despair, a despair devoid of direction. The current Emperor Guanghan is diligently striving to restore the glory of his dynasty, vowing to eradicate its decline. Yet, the officials and merchants of the great Qian have already rendered themselves impotent, colluding with the steppes. Not only do they fail to contribute positively, but they also impede progress from behind the scenes. With a heavy sigh, Huang Jun exited the modest courtyard and made his way toward the residence of Marquis Guangyuan. Throughout the turmoil of the previous night, Marquis Guangyuan had remained conspicuously absent, choosing instead to remain within the confines of his estate. It seemed he had offered no assistance to Huang Jun. However, his inaction was, in itself, the greatest form of support. Gently rapping on the door, Huang Jun was greeted by the Marquis, who had not been seen for a day. Clad in simple attire, the Marquis appeared aged, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. In a hushed tone, Marquis Guangyuan inquired, "Has it concluded?" Huang Jun nodded slightly, and at his invitation, stepped inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, a bed, a table, and a few chairs, devoid of any embellishments. The Marquis took his seat first, gesturing to a chair beside him as he poured Huang Jun a cup of tea. Huang Jun lifted the cup and took a gentle sip before addressing the Marquis directly. "I trust you are aware of Li Shu's actions. Given the fervor with which the citizens of Qilin City are enlisting in the military, as the commanding general, you must undoubtedly be informed." A brief inquiry would reveal the acute salt shortage among the populace. As anticipated, Marquis Guangyuan fell silent for a moment, setting down his teacup, his expression grave. He replied softly, "I have indeed heard whispers of the salt shortage in the city, initially believing it to be a ruse. I never imagined he would dare to sell salt to the steppes." Huang Jun smiled, his blood-stained robe still exuding a metallic scent. "You would not wish to pursue this matter further, would you, my lord?" The Marquis stiffened momentarily before regaining his composure. As a military commander, his duty was to defend the city. As long as he safeguarded Qilin City, he would be deemed a protector of the realm. With the growing number of soldiers within the city, this situation was advantageous for him. Li Shu had adeptly exploited this psychology, banking on the assumption that the Marquis would conveniently overlook certain transgressions. Thus, an unspoken agreement had been reached between the civil and military factions within Qilin City, a mutual benefit wherein one profits while the other ascends in rank. Moreover, the steppes barbarians acquired salt, Li Shu amassed wealth, and Marquis Guangyuan garnered accolades. The court, too, would reap the rewards from the legitimate silver earned through the salt trade. In this grand scheme, it appeared that all parties were beneficiaries. However, upon reflection, Huang Jun discerned a singular victim, the common folk of Qilin City. Deprived of salt, they would lose their strength, be unable to labor, earn no income, and ultimately perish. As a desperate measure, the populace turned to enlist in the military. Though they would have salt, they would face perilous battles, leading to the same grim fate. Regardless of the path taken, a price must be paid. The cost, however, is substantial. It is a matter of life and death. Chapter 72. The morning assembly on the following dawn. A formidable procession of 1,000 strong departed from Qilin City. Clad in black armor, wielding long blades, and mounted on noble steeds, they extended endlessly, exuding a palpable aura of battle that revealed their seasoned prowess. At the heart of this caravan was an unusually large carriage, tightly shrouded in black cloth, exuding an air of mystery. The surrounding guards maintained a solemn demeanor, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Leading the procession was a young commander, his countenance both resolute and handsome, appearing to be no more than 20 years of age. Beside him stood a eunuch garbed in azure robes. The duo was none other than Lin Qing and Huang Jun. Within that imposing carriage was a high-ranking official of the second tier, the very architect of the failure to defend Qilin City and the mastermind behind the illicit salt trade. Additionally, the severed heads of Su Li and Lu Ding were also encased, being sent to the capital. After conversing with Huang Jun, Marquis Guang Yuan felt a sense of unease. Yet, even as the cavalcade departed from Qilin City, Huang Jun exhibited no inclination to address Marquis Guang Yuan's fate. This perplexed Lin Qing, who directly inquired, "My lord, why not take Marquis Guang Yuan back to the capital as well?" Huang Jun, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with a faint smile. "It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I cannot. With 200,000 soldiers in Qilin City, the absence of a commanding officer would inevitably lead to chaos. Furthermore, Marquis Guang Yuan has not been involved in this matter from the outset. Even His Majesty would hesitate to impose punishment." This aligned with Lin Qing's suspicions, yet he felt it was not the complete truth. It was only when Huang Jun articulated a particular sentiment that realization dawned upon him. The dynasty was weakened, and the nobility had long since lost the valiant spirit of the founding era. Few remained whom the emperor could trust. Pensive, Lin Qing recognized this as the crux of the issue, silently reflecting. It appears that the current emperor harbors distrust towards both the civil and military officials, placing his faith solely in the nobility. Only the aristocracy shares a vested interest in the fate of the nation. Should the great Qin fall, their prosperous days would similarly come to an end. In contrast, civil and military officials have been proven time and again across successive dynasties to merely hold office under different names. Even if the grassland kings breached Great Qin, they would still require these officials to govern the realm. Thus, some civil and military officials began hedging their bets, preemptively submitting their declarations of loyalty. Lin Qing's gaze turned towards the dark carriage, recognizing that Li Shu too harbored similar ambitions. Sensing the weight of the atmosphere, Huang Jun exhaled deeply, seeking to dispel his internal turmoil. He then regarded Lin Qing, noting, "Although you presently hold the rank of a 7th-tier commander, upon your return to the capital and subsequent audience with His Majesty, you may ascend to great heights." A flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Qing's eyes. The higher the rank, the closer he would draw to the truth of the past. One day he would uncover the reality of the situation. Yet, he humbly responded, "My lord, do not jest about Lin. Were it not for your assistance in liberating me from servitude, I would likely still be a mere menial in the residence of Duke Wuan, forever obscured from prominence." Huang Jun let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, Lin Qing. Duke Wuan has now ascended to the ranks of the undying 4th tier, bolstered by his military achievements in the northwest of Great Qin. He is now the Marquis of Wuan." Lin Qing tightened his grip on the reins, his eyes narrowing momentarily before returning to their original state. He had long anticipated this possibility. However, having reached the 6th rank, the gap between him and the Marquis of Wuan was diminishing steadily. He firmly believed that, given sufficient time, he would inevitably ascend to the 4th rank. Moreover, Lin Qing possessed a family heirloom, a jade pendant that could aid in his cultivation, seemingly concealing within it profound techniques. Thus, the opportunity for vengeance might arrive sooner than he had anticipated. Huang Jun noticed Lin Qing's expression and smiled lightly, saying, "My lord need not worry. With this achievement, His Majesty will surely bestow upon you a 5th-rank technique, facilitating your swift breakthrough. Brave warriors like you are becoming scarce in Qin." Although he already had a technique at his disposal, Lin Qing could not help but smile, replying, Then I must thank you for your kind words. I am eager to return to the capital. Guanghan responded with a hearty laugh. In that case, shall we hasten our pace? Indeed. In the capital of Deqian, within the imperial study, a eunuch on duty entered, bearing a stack of documents, which he placed silently upon the table. He spoke softly, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and several ministers request an audience." The emperor raised his head, revealing half of his face obscured by the documents, and pondered aloud. Did we not just meet this morning? Why are they seeking an audience again? The eunuch bowed and replied, "The Prime Minister has stated that he has urgent matters to report to your Majesty." "Let them in," the emperor commanded. And the eunuch respectfully exited the study. Moments later, several chairs were added to the study, now occupied by some of the most powerful figures in the realm. The Prime Minister, the ministers of the 6 ministries, the left censor of the censorate, and the commander of the Central Army were all present. Emperor Guanghan sat at the head, gazing at the assembled ministers, and spoke blandly, "What brings you here, my esteemed officials?" The ministers exchanged glances, their attention drawn to a man in his 50s, the Minister of War, whose piercing eyes belied his age. After a brief contemplation, he addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty." At noon today, the chieftains of the Prairie Kingdom came to the Ministry of War, vehemently accusing our Deqian soldiers of slaughtering their people, resulting in the near annihilation of a significant portion of their populace. They demand that the culprits be brought to justice. The emperor's brow furrowed instantly. The Prairie Kingdom had become so deranged, fabricating such absurdities in their quest for gain. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Guanghan replied coolly, "Preposterous and unfounded. Our Deqian soldiers remain stationed, safeguarding our territory. How could there be any slaughter of the prairie folk?" He then turned to the Duke of State, inquiring, "Has the Central Army received any military reports?" The Duke, a robust man in his 40s, exuded a formidable aura, clearly a high-ranking martial artist. "No, Your Majesty," he responded, then hesitated slightly before adding, "However, according to the chieftains of the Prairie Kingdom, this incident occurred along the front lines of the White Cloud tribe near Jilin Old City. Yet, given that we have just suffered a defeat at Jilin Old City, how could our Deqian soldiers have ventured north to slay the White Cloud tribesmen? I believe this matter is a fabrication by the nomads, intended to lull our great Qian into a state of complacency, thereby diminishing the gravity of the massacre of our citizens that occurred recently." The emperor nodded in agreement. "Has there been any military report from the front lines of Jilin Old City?" he inquired. "None as of yet, but Your Majesty has dispatched an imperial envoy, and I trust the detailed military report will accompany him back to the capital," came the response. The emperor of Guanghan nodded subtly. However, the Minister of War, Zhuang Zhao, cast a glance at the chief minister, his meaning unmistakable. The chief minister, Wang Wuxiu, rose and approached the assembly of ministers. Bowing respectfully as he addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I believe this matter warrants further deliberation." The emperor furrowed his brow and asked, "Why is that?" According to the accounts from Jinlandu, members of the Baiyun tribe, young and old, met untimely deaths. He paused, raising his gaze to the emperor, and continued. "Their heads were cast into a monument, upon which stands an inscription penned in the script of Qian. Chapter 73, The Ignorance of the People a Monument? What is inscribed upon it?" To the surprise of all present, the emperor of Guanghan remained remarkably composed, while the expressions of the ministers became inscrutable. Chief Minister Wang Wuxiu took a deep breath, gradually straightening his posture as he addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, based on the transcriptions from Jinlandu, it states that in the 3rd year of Guanghan, General Lin Qing of the Great Qian led his troops to annihilate the Baiyun tribe and sacrifice to our military and civilian populace." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the imperial study thickened palpably, as though a monument brimming with heads had materialized within, instilling a sense of dread among the assembled officials. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon their expressions as they contemplated the veracity of this claim. Yet, none noticed the faint, almost imperceptible smile that crept upon the lips of the emperor seated at the head of the table. His hand clenched tightly around his sleeve, turning his knuckles white. He recognized Lin Qing. He had also perused the confidential report from Huang Jun. The confirmation from the nomads brought him a sense of unprecedented relief. Since his ascension, it had been the nomadic royal court that perpetrated the slaughter of great Qian citizens. Now, with our soldiers striking back against the nomads, it was a gratifying release of pent-up fury. Silence enveloped the imperial study as all absorbed the shocking news, rendered speechless for an extended period. The Duke of State furrowed his brow and turned to Chief Minister Wang Wuxiu, inquiring, "Is this true? Can we confirm that it is not mere fabrications from those wild men?" as the commander of the Central Military Command. He was acutely aware of the Baiyun tribe's location and their significance within the nomadic royal court, which served as a crucial barrier against Great Qian's incursion into the steppe. The notion that they had been eradicated was indeed alarming. Wang Wuxiu regarded the Duke of State, replying coolly, "The truth of this matter awaits the presentation of a detailed military report. For now, we have only Jinlanda's account." Minister of Rights, Dan Aizhang, rose with a furrowed brow, stating, "Your Majesty, regardless of the truth, we must hold Jinlandu accountable. Such actions besmirch our great Qian, and their intent is worthy of punishment." The Duke of State's eyes darkened, fixating intently on Dan Aizhang. Although his argument bore merit, the implications were indeed treacherous. It serves as a reminder to the emperor that, regardless of whether the deed was committed, he must not acknowledge it. Otherwise, it could embroil the Qian in trouble, potentially jeopardizing diplomatic relations between the two nations. However, should he concede to such an act, where would this leave the soldiers of Deqian? If such merits are so easily obliterated, who would dare to fight for Deqian in the future? At that moment, another individual rose to speak, subduing Wang Yin. Around 50 years of age, he was tall with a square face and possessed piercing eyes that exuded an aura of authority in every gesture. Wang Yin bowed deeply and said, "Your Majesty, as autumn approaches, the Grassland Royal Court plans a significant southern advance. This action is indeed worthy of scrutiny." The Guanghan Emperor displayed no emotion on his face and replied coolly, "What insights do you have, Minister Wang?" Wang Yin continued, speaking with resolute conviction, "Your Majesty, I believe the Grassland Royal Court intends to advance southward prematurely. The claims made by Jinlan are mere pretexts. Regardless of the truth of this matter, the Qian must not acknowledge it. Should it prove true and the Grassland Royal Court genuinely descends, the populace may transform Lin Qing, once a hero of our nation, into a figure of public scorn. The common folk are quite naive, Your Majesty." "Wang Yin, you speak nonsense." The Duke of the State slammed his palm on the table, fixing Wang Yin with a fierce stare. Are the people of Deqian truly fools, incapable of discerning right from wrong? Wang Yin regarded the Duke with a steady gaze and replied, "The common folk only concern themselves with the mundane, lacking understanding of greater moral issues. Have you ever witnessed an official's execution, Duke? When an official is executed, regardless of guilt or innocence, both the gentry and the beggars alike rejoice. In the eyes of the populace, officials are deserving of death. Furthermore, it is the official who incited the Grassland Royal Court's advance. Should the people learn of this, they will undoubtedly criticize the gentlemen present for their lack of discernment and perhaps even speak ill of Your Majesty. Impudent! Wang Yin, withdraw." The voice belonged to the Prime Minister, Wang Wuxiu. "I bear guilt." Wang Yin bowed deeply to the emperor, his expression grave. The emperor's gaze remained tranquil as he looked at the assembled ministers, stating softly, "What crime have you committed, loyal minister? You merely spoke with righteous indignation." One of his hands concealed within his sleeve gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, causing the veins on his palm to bulge. "Your Majesty, if this matter is indeed true, how would such treatment not chill the hearts of the soldiers at the frontier, who would be willing to serve Deqian thereafter?" The Duke should choose his words with care. The soldiers of Deqian are well versed in reason and would not cry out for justice over a mere banner. The Minister of Rights, Dan Aizhang, cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked coolly. He then turned to the Guanghan Emperor and declared, "The Duke has spoken disrespectfully, maligning the soldiers of Deqian. I implore Your Majesty to execute his entire family." Subduing Wang Yin was the first to voice his agreement. The ministers of Works, Justice, and War echoed, "We also concur." The Guanghan Emperor's gaze deepened as he looked towards the aging Minister of Personnel, who subtly shook his head. The Emperor inhaled deeply, stating, "The Duke has spoken impertinently. I shall impose a 3-month salary reduction." He then concluded, "Very well, esteemed ministers, you may all withdraw. I am fatigued." The Duke's expression showed no sign of disturbance, but rather, he suddenly appeared serene. In his hereditary title as Duke, he remained indifferent to the amount of his stipend. Yet, the relentless pressure from the other nobles forced the emperor into a reluctant retreat. However, he had at least discerned the emperor's inclinations, which was a worthy revelation in itself. The assembly of ministers rose in unison, bowing deeply. "We take our leave." The influential ministers exited the imperial study, their gloomy demeanor mirroring the overcast sky, which was quite bothersome. The Prime Minister, Wang Wuxiu, intentionally lingered behind, walking shoulder to shoulder with the Duke of Jinghua. Ahead of them, the Minister of Rights quickened his pace to distance himself from their company. A faint smile appeared on Wang Wuxiu's weathered face as he spoke in a wavering tone. Your Grace. It seems there have been some unfortunate events in the vicinity of Jilin Old City. I wonder if you are aware. The Duke of Jinghua maintained a calm expression, waving his sleeve to halt in place, scrutinizing the Prime Minister, who had held his position for a decade. The Prime Minister, known for his keen awareness, understood that news from the front lines would only be confirmed upon receipt of military reports. Wang Wuxiu appeared momentarily puzzled, murmuring, "No wonder. Do you believe what Jinlan has reported to be true? Truth or falsehood awaits the Emperor's decree," the Duke of Jinghua replied coolly, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. "In that case, let us await the military report, and I shall discuss it further with you then." With that, Wang Wuxiu departed first. The Duke of Jinghua watched his retreating figure, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. The old fox. At that moment, the Emperor, who had remained silent within the imperial study, cast a sharp gaze toward an approaching eunuch, causing the eunuch's heart to tremble. "Your Majesty, Eunuch Huang has returned." The Emperor, who had been enveloped in silence, let out a heavy sigh, feeling a sudden lightness in his burdens. "Bring him to me." Chapter 74. The Talents of Commanders and Generals. This was Lin Qing's first entrance into the imperial palace. Though the Qin dynasty had waned, this place remained the epicenter of its power, with every official passing through its gates representing countless subjects of Qin. The crimson walls, the expansive jade path, and the grand halls exuded an air of solemnity, despite the hurried movements of the eunuchs and palace maids, akin to soldiers preparing for battle. Lin Qing perceived the atmosphere to be as lifeless as a prison. A eunuch emerged from the main hall and approached Huang Jun, whispering, "Eunuch, the Emperor summons you." Huang Jun nodded with a smile, and then turned to Lin Qing. "My lord, please allow me to report to His Majesty first." Upon entering the imperial study and observing the weary emperor with closed eyes, Huang Jun's heart sank gradually. He knelt before the jade table, lowering his voice. "Your Majesty, your servant has returned." The Emperor of Guanghan slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and gestured with his hand. "Everyone else may leave. Come here and give me a head massage." "Yes." Huang Jun rose and moved behind the Emperor. His gaze fell upon the two new strands of white hair sprouting at the back of the Emperor's head, causing him to inwardly sigh. After a moment's hesitation, he reported to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, in just 3 days of absence, you have gained 2 more white hairs." The Emperor of Guanghan remained silent, inhaling deeply to alleviate the mounting pressure within. "No matter, has the person been brought back?" "Your Majesty, he has returned, but only he alone, the others I did not dare to handle indiscriminately," Huang Jun replied quietly. "You have done well. The associates of a second-rank official are no trifling matter. Once the storm has passed, we shall deal with them gradually. Make sure to note this down for me." "As you command, Your Majesty." With his eyes closed, the Emperor murmured silently. Who would have thought that in just a few decades, the great Qin would have fallen to such depths? A second-rank official engaged in the trade of illicit salt. What a farce. A flicker of gravity crossed Huang Jun's gaze. For decades, the great Qin had been devoid of celestial beings, enduring successive calamities, droughts, floods, and locust plagues. In the past, they could call upon the celestial beings for assistance. But now they could only rely on the court to withstand the trials. The relentless natural disasters had stripped the court of its former confidence. Now, with the nomadic royal court advancing menacingly, the great Qin teetered on the brink of collapse. Shaking off his thoughts, Huang Jun forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, the illicit salt has been retrieved, and the Baiyun faction has been eradicated by Lieutenant Lin. Thus, our nation has finally received some long-awaited good news, which may uplift the spirits of both the common people and the officials." Upon hearing this, the Emperor straightened his posture, his eyes sharp, as he picked up a memorial from the table and handed it to Huang Jun. "Take a look. Matters are not as simple as they appear." Huang Jun's expression shifted. Could there be another calamity? Yet, upon opening the memorial, he found it to be a dialogue between the Emperor and several ministers. As he scrutinized the document, his face darkened further, and the indignation in his eyes was unmistakable. How outrageous! How utterly preposterous! Our soldiers are fighting valiantly on the front lines, achieving monumental feats. How can they simply be dismissed? Reining in his thoughts, Huang Jun steadied his emotions, leaned down, and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, this is treachery against the nation." Impudent. The Emperor's gaze instantly sharpened. Huang Jun fell to his knees with a thud, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, his voice filled with fervor and tears. "Your Majesty, I have witnessed firsthand the suffering endured by the soldiers in Jilin City. Without military pay, without rewards, their daily sustenance is meager. I have seen their eyes light up with eagerness and a fighting spirit upon learning of Master Lin's exploits. His voice rose passionately. Your Majesty, we must not extinguish their last flicker of hope. The border troops of the Great Qian are sustained only by that intangible sense of military honor. If those who have served the nation end up in such a dismal fate, our border forces will crumble entirely. Your Majesty, the Emperor's fists clenched and relaxed, then clenched again as his breathing became increasingly strained. He was the second son of a feudal lord, elevated to the capital without any foundation beneath him. Had it not been for the sudden demise of his elder brother, this son, who once scrambled for scraps like a wild dog, would not have ascended to the throne. Now, faced with the looming threat of the nomadic royal court, he could only rely on the noble families who shared the fate of the nation. However, after enduring a century of trials, those noble families had become unrecognizable. Thus, he recalled the long-dormant martial academy. If he could cultivate a cadre of loyal generals, he would possess a measure of power. At present, the court officials were not merely intent on suppressing the military achievements of the border troops. Rather, their aim was to stifle the martial academy itself. Lin Qing, the head of the academy and the first student to join the military, had already achieved remarkable military accomplishments. Should he receive recognition during this award ceremony, the martial academy would gain notoriety among the people of Deqian, rendering it unstoppable. Yet, in the current state of Deqian, interest groups entangled like a web, each interwoven with the other. The emperor's actions were undoubtedly a challenge to them. Rise. I inquire of you. Has news of the events in Jilin City been contained? Huang Jun lifted his head, his tone regaining its composure. Your Majesty, the servant has sealed all communications. No messengers may leave the city, and the relay stations cannot serve as intermediaries. Yet, the officials still learned of it. The Emperor Guanghan sighed inwardly, as he had suspected. There were indeed those within the military who sought to undermine the martial academy. Otherwise, news from Jilin City would not have reached the capital so swiftly. A grave offense. Huang Jun note once more. The Emperor Guanghan gazed at the resplendent imperial study. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he yearned for the resurgence of Deqian's strength. Yet, the numerous shackles rendered him powerless to act. If only my elder brother were here, would he not perform better than I? A fleeting moment of disorientation crossed the emperor's eyes, but he quickly regained clarity. No, I am doing sufficiently well. Failure is not to be feared. Rather, losing one's fighting spirit is the true horror. If one attempt fails, there shall be a second. I must endure and be patient. The emperor silently reflected, a newfound composure returning to his countenance. He rose and assisted Huang Jun to his feet. Stand, for I have made a decision. Huang Jun slowly rose, staring blankly at the now composed emperor, his lips moving as his heart sank with despair. He had already surmised what His Majesty intended to do. Your Majesty, you must not. That endeavor has been your labor of many years. The Emperor Guanghan gently shook his head, stating, no matter the cost, I cannot allow the soldiers of the frontier to be disheartened. Should we reach that point, Deqian would truly be lost. However, there is no need for further discussion. Reopening the martial academy is akin to grasping at fire, and its closure is wholly justified. For reasons unknown, the Emperor Guanghan suddenly chuckled. Huang Jun, the military texts say that while 1,000 troops are easy to find, a single general is hard to come by. Would Lin Qing be considered a talent? Huang Jun paused for a moment before quickly affirming, indeed, he would. The Emperor Guanghan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Then summon him forth. It is sufficient that the martial academy can produce one talent. Chapter 75. The court prelude. Lin Qing waited outside for approximately a quarter of an hour before receiving the eunuch's summons. He had initially thought he would need to wait at least half an hour. Lin Qing, confident in his quick wit, swiftly deduced the reason behind the brevity of his wait. It seemed that eunuch Huang had already conveyed the details of the matter to the emperor. Upon arriving at the door of the imperial study, Lin Qing entrusted his ceremonial blade to the guarding eunuch and strolled in leisurely, although his expression remained calm. A tinge of excitement stirred within him. In his childhood, he had heard from his father that the palace was a place of desolation, where prolonged stay could lead to a somber disposition, rendering it far from an ideal abode. Now, many years later, he found himself entering the imperial palace. Face to face with the emperor, his heart awash with complex emotions. He yearned to directly inquire of the emperor the principal reasons behind the defeat at West Tiger City and to uncover who truly orchestrated it from the shadows. Yet, Lin Qing could not. He was still too weak. With a martial rank of merely the 6th tier and a military command of only 100 households, he had to bide his time and exercise patience. Upon entering the study, his eyes were immediately drawn to a grand screen that obscured the outside view. Adorned upon it was a magnificent essay by the renowned scholar Liao Bingjun of the Great Qian, carved into deep red wood and embellished with cloud patterns. Exuding an antique charm, the study was rather compact, even smaller than he had imagined, measuring scarcely 2 zhang and divided into 2 sections. The outer area served as the emperor's space for reviewing memorials and meeting with ministers, while the inner sanctum, concealed by the screen, appeared to be the emperor's resting quarters. Following his gaze, Lin Qing first noticed eunuch Huang standing at the doorway. His eyes were red-rimmed, and an aura of sorrow enveloped him, causing Lin Qing to furrow his brow. Could there have been some unforeseen calamity? Before he could ponder further, Huang Jun lowered his voice and said, "Master Lin, His Majesty has gone to great lengths for you. Please proceed inside." Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward, glancing past the antique vases on either side until he finally beheld the emperor of the Great Qian. He was relatively young, not yet 30. Yet his demeanor bore the weight of a seasoned man. With graying temples and strands of white hair, his vitality markedly diminished compared to that of his peers. The dark circles beneath his eyes revealed the toll of excessive labor. Lin Qing advanced a few steps, knelt on one knee, and with a gentle tap of his hands, proclaimed, "I, Lin Qing of the Wu Academy and 100 households of the Red Forest Army, pay my respects to your majesty." Wu Academy student? Huang Jun's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. In his experience, those from the military were typically straightforward and brash. It was rare to encounter someone as perceptive as Master Lin. Huang Jun inwardly mused, "Master Lin, you are more suited to being a eunuch than I am," having already discerned the emperor's preferences. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Qing's words, the emperor's face broke into a broad smile. "Ha ha ha, a Wu Academy student, splendid. Rise. Let me see the gallant Master Lin who strikes fear across the grasslands." Lin Qing stood quietly, his gaze steady as he looked upon the emperor. The Guanghan emperor, slightly taken aback, soon exhibited a profound admiration in his eyes. Good, such audacity at a young age, truly commendable for a loyal subject of the Great Qian. The emperor rose and seated himself in a chair at one side of the study, gesturing for Lin Qing to sit as well. "Your humble servant dares not. Sit. In this palace, my words still hold weight." A shadow flickered in the Guanghan emperor's eyes. Lin Qing felt a weight in his heart, indeed, as history records. When a dynasty approaches its twilight, the central court's grip on the provinces weakens to an alarming degree, often resulting in a fragmented landscape of power, even while nominally adhering to the court's will. However, to a great extent, the populace listens more to the nuances than to the proclamations. Even the emperor's edicts might not extend beyond the capital. The emperor of Guanghan took the cup of tea offered by the eunuch Huang Guanggang, savoring a gentle sip to moisten his parched lips. He then turned his gaze toward the composed Lin Qing, exclaiming, "Such calmness indeed bespeaks a talent for leadership. Pray tell, how do you perceive the situation that led you to strike at the grasslands despite the daunting disadvantages?" The emperor of Guanghan then chuckled, addressing Huang Jun. "My dear Huang Jun, there are but the 3 of us in this chamber. I would appreciate it if you could take note of Lord Lin's strategies for the students of the Martial Academy to study." A smile graced Huang Jun's face as he bowed slightly, replying, "Your servant shall comply. To hear Lord Lin's military tactics is indeed a privilege." Laughter erupted from the emperor once more, and the atmosphere in the imperial study became markedly lighter, resembling that of old friends engaging in playful banter rather than a formal meeting of sovereign and subject. As Huang Jun prepared with paper and pen, Lin Qing spoke solemnly, "Your Majesty, I am a warrior. In warfare, one must alternate between offense and defense. To decisively eliminate an adversary, one must strike directly. I have applied this principle to our military endeavors. Currently, the Great Qian and the Grassland Royal Court resemble 2 titans locked in combat. From the founding of our nation when Great Qian attacked in defense of the grasslands, to the present, where the grasslands assault Great Qian's defenses. Ultimately, our objective is to land our blows upon one another." Lin Qing's demeanor grew increasingly grave as he continued, "Our Great Qian, vast and rich in resources, places far greater emphasis on production, commerce, the manufacturing of arms, and the accumulation of provisions than does the Grassland Royal Court, which survives solely through plunder. Each autumn, when the Grassland Royal Court descends southward, it is akin to landing a punch upon Great Qian, though it may not inflict severe damage. It certainly causes discomfort and leaves bruises. Therefore, my intention is to shift the theater of war to the grasslands, regardless of the outcome. We shall engage in battle against the giant that is the Grassland Royal Court. The Grassland Royal Court is, after all, merely a nomadic dynasty reliant on the steppe. Should a person perish within the borders of Great Qian, it would not affect our production of arms or the cultivation of provisions. However, the grasslands are different. Should lives be lost on the steppe, their pastures and water sources would be compromised, hindering the growth of livestock and leaving the herders bereft. Thus, even if my forces were to fail and perish in the grasslands, the detriment to the Grassland Royal Court would be far more direct than any loss they might suffer within our territory. Should we emerge victorious, the benefits to Great Qian would far exceed those typically accrued from a conventional confrontation between two armies. A profound silence enveloped the imperial study. After a quarter of an hour of contemplation, the Emperor of Guanghan finally exhaled, offering his appraisal, simple and straightforward, easily comprehensible. Yet it strikes at the heart of the matter. A flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes, quickly concealed as he turned to Lin Qing and remarked, "To place the battlefield upon the grasslands, this strategy, regardless of success or failure, would be advantageous for the nation. If only Great Qian had more generals like you. My dear minister, although this maneuver could inflict the greatest possible harm to the grassland kingdom, it demands an exceptionally high level of military acumen from the commanding general. One must be capable of orchestrating large-scale cavalry movements, employing the cavalry to triumph against stronger foes, and seeking opportunities in the unseen crevices, all while avoiding getting lost in the vast expanse of the steppe. More importantly, it tests the very essence of human nature, to venture onto the grasslands to slay enemies. With foes ahead and no allies behind, one almost enters as a solitary warrior. This presents an unprecedented challenge for the soldiers, as the purpose of serving in the military is to achieve glory, not to meet a grim fate. If the national treasury were abundant, one could offer substantial rewards to incentivize them. However, the military funds of the Great Qian are now nearly depleted. Silence fell once more in the imperial study, broken only by a long sigh from Emperor Guanghan. Chapter 76. The tiger warriors no more. Emperor Guanghan sipped his tea, suppressing the heaviness in his heart, and continued to inquire, "What is your assessment of our Great Qian army, my minister?" Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor, resolved to report truthfully, and replied softly, "We fear our enemies like tigers, resisting at every turn and fortifying our defenses. On the battlefield, opportunities for counterattack are fleeting, often resulting in missed chances for retaliation. This has allowed our adversaries from the grasslands to become increasingly audacious. The 3,000 valiant iron steeds brazenly traverse into the realm of Great Qian, which is truly detestable." Emperor Guanghan's expression fluctuated, as the border troops of Great Qian focused solely on self-preservation. They sought not glory, but merely to avoid mistakes. The commanders of several critical defensive lines shared this sentiment, biding their time, awaiting assistance from friends in the capital to secure their removal from this place. In Jilin City, Marquis Guangyuan epitomized this mindset, knowing only to hunker down in defense. As a result, they inevitably became constrained, and the once promising situation was squandered. Yet, as the reigning emperor, Guanghan found himself with no capable individuals to rely upon. Nonetheless, he glanced at Lin Qing, a flicker of reassurance crossing his eyes. He also thought of the many students from the martial academy, and the clouds of despair in his heart were somewhat dispersed. "My minister, you are still quite young. If I were to place the governance of Jilin City in your hands, it would surely incite discontent among the court officials, and even within the military. You would face exclusion, making your path exceedingly arduous." The weight of the emperor's words was palpable. Even as sovereign, he could not act according to his whims. Guangjun, having overheard the emperor's words, felt a slight astonishment. It was rare for the emperor, as the sovereign of the realm, to speak so candidly. It appears His Majesty holds great affection for Minister Lin. Lin Qing pondered for a moment, recognizing the truth in the emperor's words. He acknowledged that his accomplishments were insufficient to warrant the position of a military commander. "I am grateful for your Majesty's understanding." After a brief contemplation, Emperor Guanghan remarked, "I shall discuss specific rewards with the 5 armies command, but you cannot return to the Jilin army. The reasons for this, I trust, are not difficult for your intellect to deduce. My minister, I thank you, your Majesty. Currently, the second-ranking Minister of Revenue has fallen due to the illegal salt trade. Yet his allies and former subordinates remain. Severing one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their parents. Should Lin Qing return to Jilin City now, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Military salaries, provisions, and even weaponry and armor are all subject to constraints. Those cunning officials, seasoned by years of courtly intrigue, can easily manipulate him with apparent justification. Huang Jun brought him to the capital, aiding Lin Qing in extricating himself from that mire. Emperor Guanghan rubbed his temples, weariness etched on his face, yet he forced himself to muster the energy. Observing this, Lin Qing rose silently and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." A strained smile crossed the emperor's face as he waved his hand. "In my old age, fatigue comes easily. Go now, Huang Jun, and see Lin Iching off." Huang Jun set down his brush respectfully, replying, "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." Upon exiting the imperial study, the sky remained overcast, and the oppressive atmosphere of the palace enveloped them. Huang Jun and Lin Qing walked along the imperial path in silence, the air heavy with tension. "Lindarin, what do you think of His Majesty?" Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback. How dare a eunuch speak so? However, he quickly realized this was a question on behalf of the emperor. There was no need for pretense before him. After some contemplation, Lin Qing responded, "He is exhausted and in frail health. If this continues, he may succumb to illness from overwork. The emperor requires rest." Huang Jun was taken aback, never having anticipated such words from a military officer. It was hardly surprising, for in this capital, aside from them, no one seemed to care about the emperor's well-being. Civil and military officials remained in their posts even after the emperor's ascension, but for the eunuchs, once the emperor passed, their own demise would soon follow. To hear concern for the emperor's health from a military man was unexpected. For a moment, Huang Jun found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he let out a heavy sigh, lamenting, "Lindarin, you are more suited to be a eunuch than I." When Huang Jun relayed this matter to the emperor, the dragon countenance brightened. That very night, he hosted a banquet for the beauties of the harem and a multitude of civil and military officials. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Qing arose as per his routine, with a number of soldiers from his regiment behind him. Some of Nalin Yuanji's subordinates, brought by Wu Hong, were also present for training. The two groups were situated closely, within a mere 100 meters, making it quite convenient. They were now at the great camp outside the capital, the garrison of the State Guard Army, a crucial point in safeguarding the city. However, upon arrival, Lin Qing was sorely disappointed. Although the soldiers boasted fine armor and were predominantly warriors, their youthful bravado betrayed their inexperience in battle. They were clearly out of practice. The contrast with the over 300 elite soldiers led by Nalin Yuanji was stark. Even the routine morning drills lacked the presence of the State Guard Army, highlighting their lax discipline. Having lingered too long in the capital's opulence, they had lost their edge. To maintain military prowess, continuous warfare is the best approach. During the founding of the Great Qian, Emperor Taizu led his forces in unbroken conflict for 20 years, showcasing unparalleled valor among his soldiers and extraordinary talent among his generals. Lin Qing had perused some accounts of that era while at the Martial Academy. The founding duke of the state led an army of 50,000, engaging in 7 consecutive battles over a distance of 1,000 miles, vanquishing 350,000 foes. He claimed the heads of over 100,000, thereby obliterating the last opportunity for the previous dynasty's resurgence. His tactics were exquisite, and his command over both cavalry and infantry left Lin Qing profoundly astonished. He could not help but concede that what he had learned thus far was mere superficiality. Yet, in merely 3 centuries, the once formidable army that had ventured north to the grasslands and south to quell the southern territories had diminished to this state. Lin Qing could not suppress a sigh of lamentation within his heart. Had he been granted the 5,000 soldiers of the former State Guard, he believed he would now boldly march into the grasslands. Moreover, at the dawn of the Great Qian dynasty, 6 dukes were conferred titles, each commanding hundreds of thousands of troops who had engaged in continuous warfare for over 2 decades, exemplifying the martial prowess of Great Qian. However, although the designations remain, they have become pathetically ineffective over time. Just then, a thunderous shout interrupted Lin Qing's contemplation, causing his brow to furrow and a glimmer of murderous intent to flash in his eyes. Following the sound, he beheld a troop of disheveled cavalry staggering as they approached leisurely. "Who are you? Why are you making such a ruckus so early in the morning?" A group of soldiers did not halt, continuing to wield their sabers. Within the military, they adhered solely to the orders from their superiors. "Continue your drills," Lin Qing commanded coldly, bare-chested and wielding a saber. as he approached the perimeter of the camp. "We are training here. Who are you?" "Training?" The leading soldier exchanged glances with his comrades and burst into laughter. "What a bumpkin! Who practices at such an early hour?" Upon observing the feeble demeanor of these men, it became evident why the once elite troops of the State Guard had devolved into mere guardians of the capital. As they drew nearer, Lin Qing could distinctly smell the strong odor of alcohol emanating from them, as well as the scent of gaudy cosmetics. Realizing the direction from which they had come, Lin Qing deduced that these individuals had spent the night in a brothel within the capital, now brazenly attempting to assert authority here. "Are you deaf? Can't you see we're trying to train? Are you going to let us sleep?" The leading soldier impatiently shouted. Emperor Taizu once proclaimed, to confront the battlefield, "One must endure rigorous training. To practice twice a day is acceptable, but thrice a day is necessary for a strong army." Lin Qing narrowed his eyes and gave them a cold glance. "Are you questioning the foundational decrees of Emperor Taizu?" Several soldiers stiffened at his words. They were mere common soldiers, barely literate enough to comprehend such matters. Moreover, while the foundational decrees of Great Qian were numerous, only those benefiting officials and soldiers were firmly remembered, while those less favorable were conveniently forgotten. For instance, the drills within the military in the daily morning court sessions for officials, according to the foundational decrees, required officials to rise early at the hour of the tiger, often departing before dawn, to signify the court's resolve in governing the realm. Additionally, this was to prevent officials from becoming lax and complacent. Such regulations had long since been tacitly forgotten, with morning court sessions now held only once every 7 days, and the timing adjusted to the early morning. Soldiers like these were entirely ignorant of the foundational decrees of Great Qian. Yet, Lin Qing was well aware that the first military treatise studied by the students of the Martial Academy was precisely the military discipline established during the reign of Emperor Taizu. The leader, still under the influence of alcohol, lazily scanned the soldiers behind Lin Qing with bleary eyes. He curled his lip, a look of disdain crossing his face. "What are you pretending for? Is it not merely to seek promotion and wealth, you country bumpkins? Today marks the Grand Court Assembly, and neither the Duke of the nation nor the esteemed officials will be present, so you might as well take a rest. Do not disturb your comrades' slumber. Disperse, disperse." With that, he waved his hand impatiently, an expression of disgust settling upon his features. Lin Qing's brow furrowed, now in the heart of the capital. He found himself at the center of chaos. He had no desire to provoke trouble, yet this individual was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Before Lin Qing could step forward to admonish him, the man continued, "If you wish to ascend the ranks and acquire riches, one must either fight valiantly on the battlefield or dutifully honor one's superiors. Which faction do you belong to?" Meanwhile, Wu Heng, who was silently training at the back, caught these words and could not suppress a sneer. As the son of the Marquis of Wuhan, he was well versed in the etiquette of the imperial court of Deqian. There were even folk songs circulating in taverns and tea houses that encapsulated this reality, aptly reflecting the current state of affairs. Do not run or send for demotions. Only run without yielding in place, and those who run and send will be promoted. Wu Heng scoffed at this notion, yet it illustrated the prevailing disorder within the Deqian bureaucracy. To his surprise, such behavior had now permeated the ranks of the Deqian military. Lin Qing cast a glance at them and stated coolly, "Returning to camp at night violates military regulations. Seize them. You dare." The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed his riding whip at the unfamiliar officer. In the next moment, a surge of force erupted. Lan Yunchuan had already charged forward with several soldiers by his side. Without the use of blades, they subdued all 6 soldiers in less than 3 breaths, leaving them unhorsed and restrained on the ground. Such combat prowess was even inferior to that of ordinary cavalry from the grasslands, making it no wonder that Deqian was currently besieged. "Bind them and throw them at the entrance of the Duke's camp," Lin Qing commanded coldly. "Yes," Lan Yunchuan responded, leading the soldiers to drag the miscreants away. "Continue training. To survive on the battlefield, one must diligently hone their skills in the present. I have already met with His Majesty yesterday, and rewards will be decreed shortly." Upon hearing Lin Qing's words, many soldiers' eyes lit up. They had initially thought that their superior had merely visited the 5 armies' command, and to meet a general was already beyond their expectations. Yet he had actually encountered the emperor. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Qing's brow creased once more as he glanced toward the Duke's camp, a foreboding feeling swelling within him. Something was amiss. Lan Yunchuan had been gone for far too long. As anticipated, a rider atop a tall steed approached slowly, identifiable by his rank of Qianhu. Behind him trailed over 100 armored soldiers of the Duke's forces. Lan Yunchuan and his men were now securely bound, their faces bruised and battered, appearing quite disheveled. The soldiers who had earlier instigated the conflict were now before the Qianhu, incessantly speaking of something. Observing the scene, it appeared as though they were lamenting. Lin Qing furrowed her brow, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in her eyes. The soldiers behind her also exhibited expressions of indignation. They were comrades who had faced life and death together in battle. Now, witnessing such humiliation, they could hardly remain composed. "Don your armor," Lin Qing commanded, and immediately. The sound of clashing metal filled the military camp. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, lending a solemn air to the moment. 1,000 households had approached the camp. A young man who appeared to be under 30 years of age. His complexion was pale, his hands devoid of the calluses that would suggest a life of hardship. It was evident he hailed from a privileged background. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qing, he spoke coolly. "From where do you enter the capital? How dare you bind the soldiers of the state guard? Has your superior not instructed you?" Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from a response as she appraised the 100 or so soldiers behind him. They appeared to be of the same ilk as the previous few. By now, several of her subordinates had donned their armor and gathered behind her, although they numbered only in the dozens. The aura of impending slaughter they exuded was unmatched by the soldiers of the state guard. Though she was currently a 6th-rank martial artist, there were countless 6th-rank martial artists in the Great Qian. The true source of her confidence lay in the iron cavalry at her back. After all, few could boast of having fought their way to the grasslands. The 1,000 households' expression shifted slightly. Even without military knowledge, he could sense the distinct difference in these soldiers. They were exponentially superior to those under his command. Narrowing his eyes, his thoughts raced as he silently mused. If I could recruit them, I would possess the leverage to compete with other 1,000 households. Yet, this individual appears quite formidable. I must first establish my authority over him before proceeding with my plans. Thus, a faint smile formed on his lips as he spoke. "I am Nailan Gongyu, 1,000 households of the state guard. You, a mere 100 households, dare to defy your superior? And your subordinate, a mere standard-bearer, speaks so insolently." With that, he let out a cold snort. According to the laws of the Great Qian, defying a superior could warrant a sentence of execution. Nailan? Lin Qing's thoughts stirred. She realized this was yet another scion of the state duke's lineage. Initially, she had deemed Nailan Yuanza to be a lesser representative of the duke's family, but now, observing Nailan Gongyu, the disparity was stark. No wonder the state guard had fallen into decline. At that moment, the northern gate of the capital slowly swung open, and knights clad in the armor of the imperial guard charged forth. Even from a distance, their cries could be heard. "The imperial edict has arrived. All kneel in reverence." Chapter 78. Duke Jing'an. An imperial edict? Nailan Gongyu's expression shifted. How could there be an imperial decree? Then he recalled the grand court assembly of the day. Could it be that the state guard was to mobilize? A hint of panic flickered in his eyes. He had only joined the state guard half a month ago, merely seeking a mundane position. To be sent to the battlefield? He was truly daunted by the prospect. Lin Qing frowned slightly, quietly lamenting that the timing of the edict was unfortunate. Had it arrived a moment later, it would have allowed this Nailan 1,000 households to witness the valor of the frontline soldiers. However, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the knight behind Lin Qing, for this must surely be the arrival of a commendation. As anticipated, with everyone kneeling in reverence, a procession of imperial emissaries emerged slowly from the northern gate of the capital, flanked by 2 rows of armored guards. At the forefront were 12 eunuchs clad in azure, with Huang Jun, a familiar figure to Lin Qing, leading the way. Upon noticing the peculiarities at the military camp, Huang Jun's brow furrowed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. As the imperial envoy tasked with delivering the decree, he embodied the authority of the imperial family. Approaching the military encampment, he prepared to unfurl the imperial edict, but his gaze fell upon the bruised face of Lan Yunchuan, causing his expression to betray his discontent. He gently closed the edict and stated coolly, "Lord Lan Yunchuan, please return to the military camp to receive the decree." Who is Lan Yunchuan? I do not recognize this individual in our ranks, thought Nailan Gongyu, pondering the matter. Yet, he observed the soldier he had previously ordered to be bound slowly rise and step past him, returning to the military camp, even hearing a distinct cold snort. Him? The imperial decree? Nailan Gongyu's expression shifted, dread creeping into his heart. The eunuch actually recognized him. He then turned his gaze towards the young commander at the forefront, realizing even in his ignorance, that the decree was being proclaimed for him. In that instant, Nailing Gongyo's heart quaked, his legs feeling weak. This sensation intensified when he caught the eunuch's disdainful glance directed at him. Huang Jun gradually unfurled the scroll, inhaling deeply, channeling his energy so that all present could hear his voice resound. By the divine mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lin Qing, captain of the Red Forest Army, shall lead his troops northward to strike the plains, with 400 cavalry making a 1,000-mile dash, annihilating 5,000 of the Baiyun tribe, defending our territory, vanquishing foes in the field, thereby elevating the prestige of our great Qian nation. Furthermore, he has uncovered a grave national scandal, the illicit salt case of the Red Forest. Thus, he is granted a 4th-grade merit award, 500 bolts of silk, 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and a residence in the capital. As Huang Jun paused, casting an expectant glance at Lin Qing, he proclaimed with clarity, Lin Qing is hereby conferred the title of Duke of Jing'an. The title is hereditary and unalterable. Lin Qing's hands, once resting on the ground, clenched tightly, veins bulging. Behind him, several soldiers raised their heads in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the young figure. A duke? If memory serves, the lord was not yet 20 years old, and he had been conferred a dukedom. Although the Qian dynasty had waned, it had been a century since a noble title had been bestowed. Now, they were witnessing the birth of a hereditary duke. Not only the soldiers present, but even the eunuchs could not help but flush with emotion. Striking the plains were merely 4 words inscribed on the decree. Yet the magnitude of such a feat was monumental. The soldiers of the Jinghua army felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Only those within the military understood the true weight of the words striking the plains and slaying 5,000 foes. Nailing Gong, you felt particularly pallid at this moment. Undoubtedly, a new noble would rise within the Qian dynasty, a noble of military merit. Yet, he had offended this individual just before the conferment. Regret was now a bitter companion. My lord, please accept the decree. Huang Jun presented the imperial decree, speaking softly, Thank you, your majesty, for your great favor. Long live the emperor. Lin Qing accepted the decree, feeling its gentle texture imbued with a hint of chill, a characteristic of the imperial edict's unique material. Huang Jun smiled slightly and opened another box, revealing yet another decree. My lord, there is another. This announcement caught the soldiers off guard. Their heads that had just been raised promptly bowed once more. Jing'anbo, receive the decree, Huang Jun continued. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the troops under Jing'anbo are valiant in battle, striking northward against the grasslands to defend our homeland. Therefore, each shall be awarded a 6th-rank merit manual, 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, and a residence at their household registration. They are hereby commanded to accompany Jing'anbo to the fief of Beixiang City, to guard the borders and resist the grassland kingdom. I hope you all remain true to your original intentions and achieve remarkable military exploits. Thus decreed. The soldiers' breaths quickened at the mention of 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver, combined with the wealth they had plundered from the Baiyun tribe, which would surely elevate them to the status of affluent gentry. Even more exhilarating was the prospect of receiving a 6th-rank merit manual, enabling them to further enhance their realms. Thank you, your majesty, for your great favor. Long live the emperor. With a smile, Huang Jun approached Lin Qing, cheerfully helping him to his feet. Come, my lord. Please rise, the ground is cold. However, the armored soldiers behind them remained kneeling, calling out in unison, We pay our respects to the Lord. Lin Qing squinted at the sun gradually rising in the sky, feeling the cold dissipate under its warmth, his heart a tumult of emotions. Father, mother. I am now Jing'anbo, having successfully ascended to nobility, drawing ever closer to the truth of those past events. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing turned to the kneeling soldiers and declared loudly, Rise. I hope you all will fight bravely in battle and earn titles and accolades in the future. Huang Jun, beaming with joy, looked at the assembled troops, then smiled as he produced a 500-tael silver note from his sleeve, handing it to the other eunuchs. The eunuchs exchanged glances, astonished that a messenger of the decree would offer rewards. Huang Jun smiled gently, saying, This is a reward from Jing'anbo. You may return to the palace now. Our family has an old friendship with Jing'anbo, and this is a private matter. Understood. Thus, the eunuchs and the imperial guards slowly turned and departed the military camp. Huang Jun looked at Lin Qing and said with a grin, My lord, we have spent 500 taels. You must ensure that we slay 20 barbarians. And the excess of 100 taels will be considered interest. Of course. Huang Jun leaned closer and whispered, "My lord, we must discuss matters in the military tent. The emperor has a secret edict." Lin Qing's expression turned serious, and he inhaled deeply. "Please wait a moment." He then glanced at the trembling Na Lan Gong and the more than 100 soldiers, a cold smile appearing on his face. "My lord, I beg your forgiveness for my lack of discernment." Na Lan Gong stammered, his face pale. Lin Qing cast a frosty glance at Lan Yinchuan, softly commanding, "This man has insulted a superior without cause. Seize them all. Hang the flag for a day." Despite his battered appearance, Lan Yinchuan's face twisted with ferocity, a sinister grin spreading as he approached the soldiers. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Qing approached the military tent and said, "My lord, please." Huang Jun shook his head with a smile and entered the tent, secretly pondering the diminishing capabilities of the National Guard. Chapter 79, The Price Inside the Tent. Lin Qing and Huang Jun sat across from each other. On the table rested a pot of ordinary military tea, although it was mild. Its flavor depended greatly on the drinker's mood. Lin Qing savored a long-lost sweetness. The achievements of today could be deemed as a cleansing of the humiliation he had endured over the past 3 years, allowing him to reclaim his dignity. Conversely, Huang Jun found the tea rather bitter and felt a profound sorrow within himself. He gazed at Lin Qing and sighed, speaking softly, "My lord, are you familiar with Beixiang City?" Lin Qing silently nodded, reflecting on his memories, and replied, "Beixiang City is the most remote city in the northwest of Ardakian, bordering the Prairie Kingdom to the north and connecting with the nations of the western regions to the west. It is perpetually embroiled in conflict, yet is renowned for its bountiful produce of fruits and sweet beets, standing as one of the few sugar-producing cities in the northwest. Are you aware of the neighboring barbarian tribes, my lord?" Lin Qing contemplated. Having reached the 7th tier of refining essence and consolidating spirit, his memory was remarkably sharp. However, he still could not recall any pertinent information about the barbarian tribes and could only shake his head in resignation. "I do not know." Huang Jun's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath and said, "My lord, the barbarian tribe in this region is called the Jaimin tribe, one of the few rebellious factions within the Prairie Kingdom that has refused to heed its teachings. 15 years ago, they were relocated to Beixiang City by the great Khan of the Prairie, effectively exiling the entire tribe." Lin Qing listened quietly and inquired, "What do you mean, my lord?" "This tribe is exceedingly brutal, engaging in arson, slaughter, and plunder, causing immense suffering along the northwestern border of Ardakian. However, the court currently lacks elite cavalry in the northwest and can only dispatch infantry to defend the cities each time they invade our territory. Both the emperor and the entire court are deeply pained. Hence, His Majesty wishes to send you, not to annihilate them entirely, but to ensure they cease their disturbances and restrain themselves. This is the emperor's secret decree." Huang Jun's face darkened significantly. According to court reports, over the past 15 years, the Jaimin tribe had killed tens of thousands of Dakian citizens, rendering the area nearly desolate, with only a few soldiers and civilians huddled within the city to survive. Upon hearing Huang Jun's words, Lin Qing pondered for a moment before nodding gently, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall obliterate this tribe." What Lin Qing feared most was being relegated to the capital by the dynasty and its officials, becoming a mere ornament like the National Guard, ultimately meeting the same fate of neglecting martial prowess. Soldiers only grow stronger through combat. The longer they are engaged in war, the greater their strength becomes. Moreover, the complex situation in Beixiang City was perfectly suited for a lord without any solid foundation to venture forth. At that time, he could recruit troops and expand his forces, establishing remarkable achievements. The strong have never shied away from challenges. The more difficulties they face, the greater the rewards. Observing the determination in Lin Qing's eyes, Huang Jun's satisfaction deepened. What he and the emperor feared most was Lin Qing developing aspirations of returning home in glory, losing his resolve to fight. However, it seemed their concerns were unfounded. Huang Jun gently sipped his tea, discovering a newfound sweetness within. "My lord, in the days to come, you shall be the esteemed official. While our family remains but humble servants, we must not breach the decorum. Should the literati and censors catch wind of this, we would be left without a grave. My lord, it was through your benevolence during my time as a menial at the Duke of Wuan's estate that I was able to shed my status as a slave. Rise to the heavens and join the ranks of the military. We ought not to stand on ceremony. Logically, commanding generals should not engage too closely with palace attendants, given the emperor's suspicion. However, the current circumstances were distinct. Huang Jun's interactions with Lin Qing essentially represented the emperor's own engagement with Lin Qing. What Huang Jun articulated reflected the emperor's innermost thoughts. My lord, your commendation is appreciated. It is our duty to select talents for the nation. Huang Jun took another sip of tea, increasingly aware of the exquisite flavor the military's brew possessed. Setting down the cup, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He glanced around and lowered his voice. My lord, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. I ask that you dismiss those nearby. Lin Qing, taken aback at first, quickly adopted a serious expression, addressing those outside the military tent. All soldiers stand 10 paces away from the tent. No one is to approach. Instantly, the sound of departing soldiers echoed outside. At that moment, Huang Jun's body relaxed entirely, gazing at Lin Qing with tears welling in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, my lord? Lin Qing inquired, perplexed by his emotions. Huang Jun produced a handkerchief, dabbed his eyes, and, gripping it tightly, spoke with fervor. My lord, you must not disappoint His Majesty. Lin Qing's face bore confusion, unable to comprehend the urgency of his words. My lord, do you understand the immense price His Majesty has paid for your commendation? Lin Qing's expression turned solemn as he began to grasp the implications, listening intently. 3 days prior, the royal court of the grasslands had vociferously condemned your actions against their kin, demanding the court surrender your head. In response, the officials of the court remained utterly silent. Lin Qing's countenance shifted, a glint of deadly intent flashing in his eyes, as a man of merit alongside his subordinates. The lack of praise for their accomplishments was a clear indication of the court's stance, leaning towards your surrender. However, it seemed no one wished to bear the infamy of such an act, hence the matter was temporarily shelved. Perhaps there were allies of Li Shu stoking the flames. Huang Jun's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. My lord, upon our return to the capital with Li Shu, his friends and former disciples in the city have all expressed a desire to hand you over to quell the wrath of the grassland royal court. We have severed their financial lifeline, and this is their desperate retaliation. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent also flickered in Huang Jun's eyes. Regrettably, as a eunuch, he found himself powerless against such corrupt officials. Lin Qing took a deep breath. Though he was not well versed in courtly intrigues, he could discern the truth. What appeared to be aimed at him was, in reality, an assault on His Majesty. Had His Majesty not dispatched an imperial envoy, the salt smuggling case would have remained concealed. The world might have witnessed a strike against the grasslands, yet returned to the great Qian in silence without resolution. He would perish quietly, while Li Shu continued to command the strategic stronghold. Suddenly, Lin Qing paused, a realization dawning upon him. Suddenly, his countenance darkened. He was still alive, and the private salt case had been resolved. Despite the opposition from the officials in the court, he remained a noble, and coupled with the recent reaction of Lord Huang, an absurd thought emerged in his mind as he incredulously looked towards Huang Jun. The emperor had retreated, even at a cost. Otherwise, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. Huang Jun slightly closed his eyes, aware that Lin Qing had grasped the situation, and he nodded solemnly. What is it? Lin Qing's voice came out hoarsely. Though neither spoke explicitly, they both understood implicitly. Huang Jun's eyes glistened with tears as he forced a faint smile. My lord, you are unaware of the recent events in the capital. Take the Martial Academy, for instance. The local populace complained of the incessant noise from the students' training. Upon learning this, the emperor, showing compassion for the people's plight, decided to temporarily close the academy to restore tranquility to the citizens. Furthermore, the Duke of the State fell gravely ill, and out of consideration for the officials, the emperor entrusted the duties of the military commander to Minister of War Zhuangzhao, allowing the duke to recuperate in peace. And then there is Li Shu. Lin Qing suddenly raised his head, a chilling murderous intent flickering in his eyes, his pent-up fury now uncontainable. Li Shu, who had once served the nation well, had now strayed from the righteous path, yet the emperor, in his mercy, decreed that only he would be executed, while his family and associates would face leniency. Bang! The teacup was crushed in Lin Qing's grip. Chapter 80. Impeachment rains down. The shattering of the teacup plunged the military tent into a profound silence. The two sat opposite each other, their hearts filled with a tumult of emotions, giving rise to a sense of melancholy. Communicating with foreign enemies, according to the laws of Deqian, warranted the extermination of entire families. Yet now, only Li Shu was being dealt with, highlighting the immense power of the forces behind him. Lin Qing could not help but feel a deep sense of crisis. The esteemed officials in the court possessed such capability that they could compel the emperor to yield. They wielded the power to manipulate events as they pleased, even allowing someone like Li Shu to spare his family and allies. What of his father's case, the Marquis Ping Yuan? Did these powerful officials also have a hand in that? Lin Qing could not know. He was merely a minor noble, a man of little foundation. Any sign of dissent would likely lead to his swift demise. After all, even the greatest noble of Deqian, the emperor himself, had to concede in the face of such power. Lin Qing was aware of the emperor's regard for the martial academy. He understood the significance of the knowledge imparted there, which held the promise of revitalizing the Deqian army. Now, it was unexpectedly shut down for such a ludicrous reason. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing finally spoke. "My lord, how did it come to this?" Huang Jun's expression grew dimmer as he raised his cup to drink, rediscovering its bitter taste. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "There is no need for concern, my lord. A fist drawn back is merely to strike harder. Although the martial academy is closed, the first batch of students still requires your protection. They may not possess your extraordinary talent, but they are pillars of the army. Instead of scattering among the ranks, it would be better to entrust them all to you, my lord." As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Huang Jun's face. At least he would not die. The atmosphere in the military tent suddenly grew oppressive. Lin Qing understood the implication. The martial academy had already produced such a nobleman as him. If allowed to flourish unchecked, he could become a thorn in the side of various factions within the court, a potential threat. The most effective way to deal with a threat is to eliminate the person who brings it. Lin Qing was jolted, a chill running through him as he looked up at Huang Jun, who merely nodded with a subtle expression. "Lord Huang was warning me to be cautious. Someone intends to target the students of the martial academy, and I am one of them." In that moment, a wave of desolation washed over Lin Qing. Historically, during the twilight of an empire, factions proliferate and infighting ensues. Various powers entangle one another, leading to the suffering of the populace. However, there is often a common thread. Amidst the factional struggles, a new consensus naturally emerges to undermine the emperor's authority. Consequently, the emperors of a declining dynasty often find themselves unable to govern, helplessly watching their realm descend into ruin. Huang Jun lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he regarded Lin Qing, softly stating, "Nobleman, upon your journey to Beixiang City, you must achieve swift success." "Understood, my lord," replied Lin Qing. Should Lin Qing fail this time, it would signify the emperor's complete defeat in his struggle against the ministers. The martial academy would be shuttered, and the military governor's office would lose its grip, rendering all prior efforts futile. Even he, as a nobleman, could face consequences after such failure. At least he would not suffer as Li Shu did, with calamity befalling his family. At that time, a swift and merciless purge would surely ensue. Huang Jun rose silently, his movement slow. For some reason, his youthful visage bore an air of weariness. "Nobleman, we shall take our leave." As they reached the entrance of the tent, Huang Jun hesitated, finally saying, "Nobleman, there are matters the emperor forbids us from discussing. Yet I believe it is essential to inform you." "Please speak, my lord. This time, you have achieved remarkable military merit, and the rewards of gold, silver, and property come from the emperor's treasury." Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Such rewards should come from the Ministry of Revenue, should they not? In a fleeting moment, he realized the truth. There was no surplus in the treasury. Even if there were, it would be met with numerous obstacles, and any final disbursement would be heavily curtailed. By the time it reached the soldiers' hands, how much would remain? Noticing the change in his expression, Huang Jun sighed softly. "I merely wanted to inform you. This money was originally intended for the cultivation of the Martial Academy's students, but now it is deemed unnecessary. The emperor has decided it is better to grant it all to you, allowing you to have greater resources while on the march. I am deeply grateful for the emperor's graciousness. Please convey my appreciation to his majesty. I shall certainly achieve victory in battle." Huang Jun's eyes shimmered with emotion. "Indeed. Lord Lin, the emperor has not erred in his judgment of you. Take care. Travel safely, my lord." As Huang Jun departed, Lin Qing returned to the tent, sitting in silence for a long while. Feeling the surging energy within him, he was filled with a restless yearning to break through at that very moment. He now possessed two essentials for survival and success. Firstly, behind him was the cavalry, and secondly, his own martial prowess. Even though he had ascended to the title of Duke of Jing'an, he remained merely a pawn. However, should he break through to the fourth rank, the third rank, or even the first rank, he would become a formidable presence that commanded respect. As dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast an orange glow. Within the dimly lit tea room, several individuals sat scattered in the shadows. The fragrant sandalwood emitted curling wisps of smoke, rendering the tea room shrouded in an ethereal haze. Obscuring the faces of those present, a faint voice emerged from the darkness, sounding both mature and youthful, rendering the speaker's age indiscernible. Li Shu is dead, and the silver is missing. One individual replied, his hometown has been investigated, but nothing was found. Continue the search until we uncover the truth. Have his family been apprehended? Inquired the initial speaker. Another voice, more aged, responded, they have been captured and are currently being tortured for information. However, the silver likely ended up in the palace. A moment of silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing tense, until the first speaker resumed, then let us eliminate them all to prevent future troubles. After a prolonged silence, the individuals within the room expressed their opinions. But let it be done cleanly. Indeed, for a time, the tea room fell silent once more. That night, a fire broke out at the residence of Li Shu, the former right vice minister of Ping Prefecture. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the blaze was a deliberate act of arson by malevolent individuals. Within his estate, 177 lives were extinguished, including servants and Li Shu's wife and children. Each had suffered brutal torture before their demise, their limbs and facial features mutilated. This incident sent shockwaves through the court, instilling fear among the citizens of the capital. Left Minister Wang Yin accused the Duke of Jing'an, suspecting that he had violated the laws of warfare and commanded troops to execute Li Shu's family. He earnestly requested the emperor to apprehend him and execute him after autumn. The emperor, furious, remained silent. The military strategist of the five armies lodged a complaint against the Duke of Jing'an, alleging that he had acted arrogantly in commanding his soldiers, leading to a fatal conflict with General Nalen Gong of the National Defense Army, resulting in Nalen Gongyo's untimely death. He implored the emperor to arrest him and charge him with treason. The emperor, incensed, remained silent. The Duke of Wuhan criticized the Duke of Jing'an for his lack of decorum, noting that despite being in the capital for 7 days, he had never once presented himself to the emperor. He beseeched the emperor to strip him of his title and grant him an opportunity to redeem himself through merit. The emperor, filled with wrath, berated the Duke of Jing'an for his arrogance and issued a decree. The duke would be fined 3 months' salary and ordered to depart to the northern town, prohibited from lingering in the capital. In Chapter 81, the soldiers return home. Lin Qing sat within the military tent, observing the series of impeachment memorials delivered from the palace. A cold smile crept across his face, revealing a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Thieves shouting to catch thieves. He pondered the impeachment of the Duke of Wuhan. The Duke of Wuhan was his sworn enemy, yet this action seemed to assist him in navigating the vortex far from the capital. It was evident that this maneuver was also the emperor's design, aimed at extricating him from his current predicament. It was even possible that the memorials were not penned by him personally, as the Duke of Wuhan had departed the capital for the frontiers of Deqian the day before Lin Qing's arrival. Lin Qing felt a deep sense of regret for not being able to meet this sworn enemy in person. Master, Guan Ermao wishes to see you, announced a soldier as he entered the military tent, interrupting Lin Qing's thoughts. The fierce killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the atmosphere within the tent became somewhat lighter. Lin Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and replied slowly, "Let him in." Guan Ermao entered, his hands bound in bandages and a look of awkwardness upon his face. Having endured a series of battles, he had shed some of the aura of a gambler. Yet he still appeared somewhat pitiful. "What brings you to see me, official?" he asked, breathless and with a racing heart, before suddenly kneeling down with tears streaming down his face. "My lord, please forgive me." Lin Qing furrowed his brow and admonished, "You are now a government official. Why the theatrics? Have you been gambling again?" Following the recent imperial decree and the appointment from the Five Armies Command, Guan Ermao, as Lin Qing's trusted subordinate, had indeed acquired an official position. However, his current state led Lin Qing to suspect that he had squandered all the spoils from the Baiyun tribe and the emperor's rewards. Guan Ermao's sobs abruptly ceased, and he raised his head, stammering, "My lord, I know that gambling and drinking are forbidden in the army. I swear I shall never gamble again." "Then why do you find yourself in this predicament?" Lin Qing inquired, his brow furrowing once more. With a look of embarrassment and fear on his face, Guan Ermao trembled as he spoke. "My lord, the army is about to mobilize, and I wish to return home." "Return home?" Lin Qing's expression softened, and the tense atmosphere in the tent eased. "I have an elderly mother and a wife and children at home. I initially joined the army solely for the 100 taels of compensation for dying in battle, hoping to secure a better life for my family." As he spoke, Regret washed over Guan Ermao's face, and he began to tremble, tears streaming down his cheeks. But since I succumbed to my vices, I have amassed insurmountable debts and can barely support myself, let alone send money home. Today, I received a letter from my wife, along with 10 taels of silver. I do not know how they, being a widow and orphans, acquired the money. My wife is frugal, and I surmise she must have either sold our ancestral land or resorted to prostitution to gather that sum. I simply cannot fathom any other means. As he recounted his sorrowful tale, his face contorted in anguish, and he let out a mournful wail. He began to weep uncontrollably, pounding his chest in despair. Filled with deep regret, Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor, watching him with a detached expression. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, Guan Ermao finally composed himself. Sobbing as he said, "My lord, I long to return home, to see my wife and children, to serve my elderly mother." A faint smile appeared on his face. Serene and tranquil, Guan Ermao looked at Lin Qing and bowed deeply to the ground, saying, "My lord, had it not been for your protection, I would have long since lost my life. How could I have acquired my current wealth?" The humble man initially harbored aspirations of battling alongside the esteemed, pledging his life and loyalty with hopes of one day attaining the rank of a minor general. However, upon receiving a letter from his wife, his fervor for warfare dissipated, replaced by a yearning to return home, to gaze upon his beloved wife, his children, and his aging mother. He repeatedly bowed in supplication, striking his forehead 10 times until blood flowed freely. "Please, grant me this mercy," he implored, lowering his head in desperate anticipation of a response that never came. Gradually, despair began to envelop him. In the realm of the Qian, once one enters military service, it is nearly impossible to extricate oneself, particularly in these tumultuous times. The military commander would never release a soldier to return home, for it was their very foundation of existence. Without soldiers at his command, could he still be called a general? Just as despair weighed heavily upon Guan Ermao, a pair of military boots appeared before him, and a calm voice drifted down from above. "Rise, weeping and wailing. Have you forgotten that you once fought valiantly under my command?" Guan Ermao lifted his head, hope illuminating his features as he gazed up at the commander. "We serve in battle for our country and our families. Why the theatrics over a return home?" Lin Qing remarked, brow furrowed slightly. "Have you truly granted me this boon, my lord?" Guan Ermao asked, disbelief and joy mingling in his expression. Lin Qing's brow knitted once more. The laws of the Dai Qian army state that after 3 years of service, one may choose to return to farming. If one has slain 3 enemies, it counts as merit for the nation, regardless of time served. "Tell me, how long have you been in service?" "For years, my lord," Guan Ermao replied. "And your accomplishments in battle?" "None in the first 4 years, my lord, but I have followed you in defeating 53 foes." Lin Qing, exasperated, delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "Then why come to me with your lamentations? Depart at once." Though he was sent tumbling to the ground, a smile unlike any he had ever worn graced Guan Ermao's face, brighter than any prior victory or reward. "Thank you, my lord. Upon my return, I shall erect a shrine in your honor." Lin Qing's brow furrowed again. "Wait until I have perished on the battlefield before you do so. Now leave." Guan Ermao rose, albeit a touch disheveled, yet an air of newfound composure enveloped him. As he reached the entrance of the military tent, a voice called out to him, "Hold." Lin Qing stepped before Guan Ermao, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. "Upon your return, you must refrain from gambling and treat your wife kindly. You are now wealthy. Do not indulge in extravagance. Dedicate yourself to learning and literacy. My lord, rest assured, I shall never gamble again. Upon my return, I will conceal the treasures I have acquired and live solely on the rewards from the court. Once I am literate, I will personally write to you, hoping you will not find my letters burdensome." A faint smile graced Lin Qing's lips. "The treasures are indeed rewards from the court. Do not refer to them as plunder. Now be on your way." "Thank you, my lord." As Guan Ermao departed, Lin Qing watched his retreating figure with a smile. However, upon noticing the envious expressions of the 2 guards stationed at the tent, he furrowed his brow. "Do you 2 wish to return home?" The 2 soldiers stiffened, hastily replying, "My lord, we aspire to achieve merit and slay more enemies, to acquire more rewards from the court. There will be ample opportunities in the future." With that, Lin Qing turned back to the military encampment. The 2 soldiers continued to display expressions of envy, contemplating their own missed opportunities. Originally members of the National Defense Army, they had only claimed a handful of trophies under the tutelage of their lord. They had missed the chance to partake in the bountiful battle against the Baiyun faction. leaving them to lament in silence. Had they participated, they too could have amassed considerable wealth by now. As the army set forth, Lin Xing cast a glance back at the most magnificent city of Deqian, along with the 3,000 armored warriors at his back. His heart swelled with emotion. The last time he departed the capital, he held the lowly rank of 8th grade official, accompanied solely by Wu Hong. Now, as he left, he had risen to the rank of Jing'an Duke, commanding an impressive contingent of 3,000 heavily armored knights, sufficient to establish himself as a local power. If all went well, by the next time he returned to the capital, he would possess the confidence to confront the Marquis of Wuhan directly and could begin investigating matters from years past. After 3 long years, the prospect of avenging his deep-seated grievances finally appeared within reach. The warriors behind him were summoned by the Emperor's command from the Military Supervisory Office. The central commander, the Minister of War, Zhuang Zhao, had been obstructive, refusing to adequately supply Lin Xing with provisions and armaments. Fortunately, the commander of the vanguard, Duke Xinghua, who managed the capital's garrison, had championed Lin Xing's cause, resulting in the allocation of 3,000 elite soldiers from the National Defense Army. This was a reasonable action. If the emperor could not even control the garrison, then his reign would indeed be precarious. Notably, the former officer Shangwan Nalan Yuanjia had now become Lin Xing's adjutant, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere during their encounters. Lin Xing's old subordinates had also received promotions to varying degrees. Aside from the already returned Guan Ermao, Lan Yunchuan had bravely distinguished himself, rising to the rank of 1,000 household commander. Yin Guang, meticulous and cautious, despite his timid nature, led a contingent of scouts. Zhang Xian, with his honest disposition, reliably commanded the personal guards. As for Wu Hong, benefiting from the departure of the Marquis of Wuhan, he had not even returned to the Marquis's residence, remaining instead in the military camp. Now, he was leading a group of martial academy students, imparting the essential strategies of the battlefield to them. Although the tactics and military strategies learned at the academy were effective, they were often too theoretical, lacking the practical experience necessary to grasp the inherent dangers. With Lin Xing as a precedent, the students felt encouraged, believing that even if they did not match the prowess of the Duke of Jing'an, they would still excel, leading to a certain arrogance in their aspirations. At that moment, several students from the Martial Academy were engaged in a heated debate with Wu Hong, reviewing the assault on the Baiyun faction. Master Wu, one particularly self-assured and handsome student, boldly proclaimed, "I believe that after defeating the Baiyun faction, we could have decisively crushed the roving cavalry from the front, halting the salt caravans and awaiting reinforcements. This strategy would have ensured the annihilation of their formidable Iron Eagles, preventing them from escaping with 300 men." The surrounding students nodded in agreement, convinced of the feasibility of this plan. Wu Hong's eyes flickered with a hint of resignation. He, too, had once harbored such lofty ambitions. Yet, the reality of battle, especially on the vast plains, rendered him nearly overwhelmed, as the indistinguishable scenery left him unable to discern direction with any accuracy. He gazed towards the youth clad in black armor at the forefront, as if possessing a divine sight, capable of precisely locating the enemy's position. He could even wield the diverse knowledge acquired within the Martial Academy to achieve the objective of annihilating foes. Gathering his thoughts, Wu Hong addressed the assembly of students with a measured tone. "The 50 cavalry led by my uncle are indeed a solitary force at that time." He was oblivious to the arrival of reinforcements. "This is what I wish to impart to you. On the battlefield, one must rely solely on oneself and the comrades at one's side. Do not place your hopes on reinforcements that may never arrive. Should they fail to come, it could lead to a collapse of morale and a swift defeat. As for slaying the enemy, that is a matter for another time. Once you truly stand upon the grasslands, you will comprehend the immense difficulty of vanquishing foes in such terrain. Merely locating the enemy is a stroke of fortune." The students, somewhat unconvinced, believed it was merely a matter of finding a direction, dismissing the complexity of the situation. At that moment, Nalan Yuanjia chuckled and remarked, "Wu Hong, there is no need for such concern. As long as you follow my uncle, there will be an endless stream of enemies to vanquish." "My lord, you have adapted rather swiftly," Wu Hong retorted with a slight pout, still harboring some disbelief. After all, he had yet to attain even the rank of 100-man commander. The companions who had departed the capital alongside him had already ascended to the status of nobles. The vast chasm between their fates left him nearly breathless. Sometimes being in the right company is more crucial than one's own efforts. Nayland Yuanjia laughed heartily. Recalling the words of the first Duke of the state, had he not followed the founding emperor into military service, he would have lived his life as a mere herdsman, never wielding the power of a duke nor uncovering his own talents. He might have perished in a drought or succumbed to a plague. During their departure from the capital, the duke had personally met with him. Despite their familial ties, there remained a certain formality between them. The duke had advised him to obey military orders and refrain from taking matters into his own hands, emphasizing the importance of inquiry in all affairs. Should opportunities arise in the future, perhaps a title could be within reach. Reflecting upon this, Nayland Yuanjia's breath quickened. Only they, the scions of nobility, comprehended the true significance of titles, status, favor, and the promise of a lineage that endures through the ages. Just then, a military command from ahead interrupted his musings. Nayland, my lord commands you to lead 200 cavalry 3 miles west to eliminate bandits. A look of confusion crossed Nayland Yuanjia's face. Bandits? Where are there any bandits? Nevertheless, he accepted the order. Yes, I shall inform my lord that Nayland will return shortly. He turned to his comrades and shouted, 200 cavalry. Step forward and follow me to slay the enemy. Students of the Martial Academy, accompany us. With that, he galloped ahead, advancing towards the west. Wu Heng's gaze sharpened. They had scarcely left the boundaries of the capital. Where could the enemies possibly be? Yet, the soldiers were bound to obey commands. He then called out with a commanding voice. Students of the Martial Academy, follow closely. The students tightened their reins, their faces alight with excitement. They had anticipated the chance to confront enemies only upon reaching the northern town, yet here was an opportunity arriving much sooner. However, they too were filled with bewilderment. Where could the enemy be? Not long after, Nayland Yuanjia, leading the charge, spotted tracks on the ground, alongside signs of horses in motion. And his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that there truly were enemies? In less than a quarter of an hour, he beheld a company of approximately 50 individuals ahead, accompanied by 3 carts and over 20 horses. Their attire unmistakably marked them as mountain bandits, likely having just completed a lucrative heist. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves soon echoed as 200 soldiers followed, catching sight of the convoy that was about to vanish around the corner. Could there truly be enemies? This notion resonated among them, with the disciples of the Martial Academy expressing even greater astonishment. In their recollections, the role of scouting enemy forces was well understood. Yet, they found themselves still within the borders of the capital, where scouts typically rested. How had they managed to discern the presence of foes? Before they could unravel this enigma, Nayland Yuanjia issued a command. Slay them all, leave no survivors. In an instant, steeds and armored knights surged forth, their expressions grave, as if confronting a dire adversary, imbued with solemnity. The students of the Martial Academy, however, perceived this as unnecessary, deeming them merely a band of thieves. The thunderous hoofbeats roused the bandits ahead, who promptly drew their long knives and shouted with curses. Where did these bastards come from? Daring to prey upon us? Soon, they beheld a colossal steed bursting forth from around the corner, clad in black armor, wielding a straight blade, exuding an aura of brutal slaughter as it charged toward them. It was the Imperial Cavalry. Run. Chapter 83. Fairness. The bandits, numbering over 50, could not withstand the initial wave of the cavalry's charge. The cavalry surged forth, not seeking to slay with a single strike, for their comrades were poised to deliver the finishing blows from behind. The cavalry's assault resembled a relentless tide, crashing in wave after wave. The leader of the bandits, an 8th-rank warrior, managed to fend off 3 cavalrymen's onslaught. However, the 4th cavalryman severed his head from his shoulders, witnessing the dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. Blood and flesh trampled beneath the hooves. A tall and handsome Martial Academy student could no longer bear it. He retched. His reaction triggered a chain response. The other Martial Academy students, unable to maintain their composure, expelled the rice porridge they had consumed that morning. Observing their distress, several soldiers engaged in clearing the battlefield could not help but smile. They reminisced about their own pitiful initiation into military life, which had perhaps been even more harrowing. One soldier, clutching a piece of bloodied, grotesque food, still glistening with yellow and white grease, approached the group of martial students, exclaiming, "Come, come, gentlemen, your meal has arrived." The sight of this brought forth further waves of nausea among the students, who found themselves utterly overwhelmed. The entire contingent crumbled. They squatted by the roadside, expelling their morning meal of rice porridge in unison. "Chilao-san, clean up the battlefield," Wu Heng admonished with barely contained mirth. The soldier chuckled, scratching his head innocently, and replied, "My lord, I merely aim to help the gentlemen acclimate. The more they vomit, the better. Last time I accompanied my uncle to the Baiyun region. I was so famished that I even devoured a piece of meat. Would you care to try?" He leaned in closer to the Martial Academy students. Try? They retched again. Half an hour later, Nailan Yuanjia, accompanied by the 3 carts, caught up with the troop. Lin Qing observed the dozen or so Martial Academy students atop the large carts, along with the empty horses, and his brow furrowed in concern. Were these individuals also spoils of war? Nailan Yuanjia stiffened, and Wu Heng promptly remarked, "My lord, this is their first encounter with such a scene. They are somewhat overwhelmed." Lin Qing shot him a glance before turning his gaze to the 3 large carts and commanded, "Mount your horses." The students exchanged glances, and Wu Heng hurriedly gestured for them to obey the military orders. Thus, the group of students lethargically climbed onto their horses. The path of a martial artist is one of relentless will and battlefield struggles. If they could not endure even this little hardship, how could they ever face the enemy in battle? As cavalry, one must never abandon their horse, a comrade more vital than any weapon. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. A profound pressure began to pervade the air. For the next 3 days, the Martial Academy students were commanded to remain mounted, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves while on horseback. Upon hearing this decree, the students exhibited signs of defiance. A noble disciple boldly exclaimed, "My lord, I cannot accept this." "Why?" Wu Heng's expression shifted, and he immediately lashed out with his whip. Crack! In the army, one must obey orders and apologize to the Lord. To his astonishment, the noble disciple, proud of his lineage, turned away, exhibiting an air of defiance. Emperor Taizu once rode for 7 consecutive days, covering 2,000 miles, without dismounting, eating and sleeping atop his steed. If the great emperor could do this, why should you not? The noble disciple's lips moved, sensing the heavy atmosphere around him, realizing that it was wise to be compliant. Just as he contemplated lowering his head to apologize, a cold voice interjected, "If you cannot comply, then go serve as a fire soldier." In the Deqian army, those who cooked were referred to as fire soldiers. "My lord, it need not come to this." Wu Heng quickly interjected in defense. However, Lin Qing had already turned away, focusing on the 3 carts of spoils, disregarding Wu Heng's plea. "How dare you? I am a student of the emperor." Wu Heng, filled with frustration, struck again with his whip. "Silence! You are subject to the laws of the Deqian army. Your earlier words alone warrant your execution on the spot." "How dare you?" The noble disciple's eyes widened, though his family had fallen on hard times. They still retained a semblance of dignity. Lin Qing halted but did not turn back, commanding, "Those who disobey military orders and show no remorse shall be executed on the spot." "Yes." Zhang Xian, expressionless, approached the war horse, swiftly dismounted the individual, and pinned him by the roadside. A personal guard unsheathed a long blade, aiming it at the man's head. Perhaps he finally felt fear and sought to plead for mercy. Yet, as he cast a glance towards Wu Heng, the world spun, and he beheld his own headless body before losing consciousness. This scene terrified the Martial Academy students, leaving them trembling, their faces pale, paralyzed in place. Lin Qing approached the cart, lifted the covering cloth, and surveyed the gold, silver, jewels, and fabrics within, coldly issuing an order. "Rest here for a quarter of an hour. These spoils shall be distributed." Upon hearing the command, Zhang Xian straightened his posture. Yes, a quarter of an hour later, the procession set forth once more, the soldiers exhibiting no signs of discontent from the earlier incident. Rather, their eyes sparkled with delight. To their astonishment, before even encountering the enemy, they had already made a modest acquisition. Though not substantial, it was ample enough. Especially for the recently joined National Defense Army, their previously anxious hearts were now at ease. It appeared that the Earl of Jing'an was indeed just and fair in his rewards and punishments, adhering strictly to the military laws of the Great Qian. Such a wealth of treasures, not a single coin was kept for themselves. Even those who had violated military discipline faced the same fate without exception. In the past, they had been skeptical, but now their belief was unwavering. Following such an esteemed lord, while the regulations were stringent, it signified adherence to order. The soldiers were unafraid of toil, hardship, or even death. They feared only injustice. In these times of decline for the Great Qian, many commanding officers regarded their soldiers as mere household servants, often resorting to violence. Yet, in a world torn by chaos, most soldiers were merely impoverished commoners, forced to bear their plight in silence. To resist meant certain death. This was particularly true among the National Defense Army in the capital, where the offspring of nobility occupied advantageous positions, viewing the soldiers as nothing more than servants. Thus, encountering an officer who was fair in his judgments, they were naturally eager to serve him with their lives. Nalin Yuanjia and Wu Heng walked side by side, each harboring his own thoughts. As signs of nobility, they both grasped the intention behind Lin Qing's actions in the aftermath. Through a delicate balance of leniency and strictness, he had secured the loyalty of these 3,000 soldiers. Nalin Yuanjia gazed at the youthful figure ahead and could not help but sigh. Young Master Wu, look at us. I truly suspect that the Earl is the genuine noble among us. His prowess is truly commendable. Wu Heng silently mused. There is no doubt, he is indeed. Though he was once a frivolous youth, inferior to you and me. Noticing Wu Heng's silence, Nalin Yuanjia inquired, why the silence? Wu Heng shot him a glance and replied coolly, what is there to say? That the disparity between man and man is greater than that between man and dog? Chapter 84. 5,000 foot soldiers. A month later, in North Xiang City, several idle soldiers lounged lazily in the sun, their skin darkened by exposure. The few passers-by at the city gate bore pallid expressions. In the current state of the Great Qian, the populace in the capital was on the brink of starvation. How much more dire was the situation for those in the border towns, where mere survival was a stroke of fortune. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves echoed, reverberating against the ground. One soldier lazily opened his eyes and gazed towards the expansive, well-maintained official road. This was a thoroughfare painstakingly constructed over decades, utilizing the imperial treasury by the founder of the Great Qian, leading to various border regions. Without these roads, the Great Qian's control over its territories would have been significantly weakened, and some border towns might have rebelled long ago. At that moment, a black-armored knight appeared first on the official road, tall and commanding, with a fair complexion and an aura of valor. Behind him followed hundreds of iron-clad cavalry of the Great Qian, clad in black armor, wielding long blades, and mounted on splendid steeds. The soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically. One kicked his still drunken comrade awake. Quickly, rise. Someone approaches. The sergeant, plagued by illness, slowly opened his eyes, only to find shadows obscuring his vision. Whereupon he beheld the grand steed already at the city gates. Lin Qing observed the soldiers ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Open the city gates. This is Lord Jingyan of the Great Qian dynasty, here to defend the borders. A loyal soldier presented the official documents from the 5 armies' command and the imperial edict to the guards stationed at the city. Though the guards were illiterate, they recognized the resplendent golden hue of the imperial decree. In a flurry, they summoned their comrades, exclaiming that the esteemed officials from the capital had arrived. Quickly, open the gates. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qing encountered the local commander, Cui Chen, adorned in a crimson robe. Despite his rank as a 4th-grade official, his position in Beixiang City was notably elevated by the court's design. Though he held the title of governor, he was akin to a mere county magistrate. There were whispers in the court that being a governor here was tantamount to exile. Cui Chen was lean and gaunt, his robe hanging loosely upon him, and even his official hat seemed ill-fitting. His skin was as dark as that of the city's soldiers, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, as if possessing the power to see into the hearts of men. Cui Chen received the imperial edict, his eyes widening slightly upon reading it. After securing the document, he bowed deeply, saying, "This humble official, Cui Chen, pays his respects to Lord Jingyan." In the Great Qian, the noble families stood apart from the bureaucratic hierarchy, enjoying high status without wielding substantial power. However, Lin Qing, being both a noble and a commanding general, was an exception. The amalgamation of nobility and military authority often surpassed that of mere generals in command of troops. Dismounting, Lin Qing approached Cui Chen and assisted him to his feet. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Please rise." While in the capital, Lin Qing had received comprehensive information about Beixiang City from the nobility, a gesture of solidarity as well as goodwill. The documents prominently featured Cui Chen, describing him as a man of integrity and discipline, known for his unyielding character. He had once opposed the current chancellor, which led to his banishment to this remote locale. "Lord, please enter the city," Cui Chen stated calmly, neither submissive nor arrogant. "If you have matters to attend to, please do not let me detain you. I have traveled a long way, having vanquished countless bandits. Some of the confiscated treasures need to be allocated." Cui Chen's eyes brightened, and after a moment's hesitation, he bowed once more. "My lord, I have an ungracious request." Speak freely. Despite Cui Chin's steadfast nature, the plight of the starving citizens within the city brought tears to his eyes. Might you lend some silver from the magistracy? I shall repay it with grain after the autumn harvest. Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings and inquired, why is this necessary? Cui Chin recounted the dire situation within the city, detailing the acts of plunder committed by the Jaimin tribe. It turned out that Beixiang City had not been lacking in grain. Even with intermittent feasting and fasting, starvation should not have led to death. However, the Jaimin tribe had relentlessly pillaged the surrounding villages for months. Cui Chin, unable to tolerate their atrocities, had attempted to organize a counterattack with the local militia, but it ended in defeat, nearly costing him his life. Undeterred, Cui Chin resolved that if he could not fight, he would flee. Thus, he gathered all the villagers from the surrounding areas and brought them into Beixiang City for refuge. Thus, the city suddenly became filled with numerous mouths that contributed nothing but consumed food. The once sustainable provisions could no longer hold out. He had always looked down upon merchants. Yet now he found himself compelled to borrow money to purchase grain from those grain traders. Upon hearing this, Lin Qing furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "The spoils of war rightfully belong to my soldiers. I cannot distribute the generosity of others." At these words, Cui Zhen's expression dimmed, realizing this was a polite refusal. However, Lin Qing continued, "I command 3,000 cavalry, but still lack 5,000 infantry. I shall enlist the able-bodied from among the disaster victims, with their wages disbursed every 10 days. He had initially intended to allocate a portion of the confiscated gold and jewels to reward his soldiers and recruit more men. Given the unpredictable and treacherous situation in the capital, relying on the court to provide military pay and provisions was nearly impossible. Self-sufficiency was essential. And this was also the reason behind his campaign against the bandits. Cui Zhen suddenly lifted his head, his face alight with excitement. Even the soldiers stationed at the city walls turned their gaze toward him. "Pay, disbursed every 10 days? They wish for that too. Thank you, my lord, for saving the common people from peril," Cui Zhen exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, before fainting. The guarding soldiers rushed forward to support him. "Military doctor." Lin Qing furrowed his brow and called out, "My lord, there is no need to summon the physician," came the reply, though the speaker's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Lin Qing, showing signs of impatience, insisted, "Speak." Yes, he is merely hungry. My lord has not eaten for 2 days." Not only was Lin Qing momentarily stunned, but even some soldiers from the personal guard were taken aback. The governor, who held a prestigious position, had fainted from hunger? The dignitaries they observed in the capital all appeared radiant and plump. Why was there such a stark contrast among officials? Nailan Yuanzi turned to Wu Hong, hesitated for a moment, and softly remarked, "You are correct. The gap between officials is greater than that between man and dog." That night, Lin Qing declined the dining invitations from numerous officials, insisting on returning to the military camp. The great Emperor Gao of the Great Qian once proclaimed that sharing meals and quarters with soldiers does not enhance military strength but rather diminishes one's authority. However, a commander must always be present among the troops, ensuring they know their superior remains with them. Lin Qing sat in the dimly lit military tent, gazing at the city defenses of Beixiang and the surrounding map, silent and contemplative. His chief bodyguard, Zhong Exing, quietly entered and gently said, "My lord, it is already past the 3rd watch. You should rest early, for we must drill the new troops tomorrow." Only then did Lin Qing glance at the time, realizing he had been seated for 3 hours. With a sigh, he softly inquired, "What of the soldiers?" Zhong Exing replied, "My lord, they were initially anxious upon arrival, but after a hearty meal, they seemed much improved." That is excellent. Tomorrow, let Nailan Yuanzi drill the new recruits, and also dispatch 1,000 cavalry to accompany me outside the city. Zhong Exing's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "My lord, the scouts have already been sent out and are still familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Is this not a bit hasty?" Lin Qing studied the map and replied, "It matters not. I have committed it to memory." He closed the map and rubbed his temples, silently reflecting, 5,000 infantry. How can one proceed without horses? Chapter 85. The beautiful woman before dawn had broken. The military camp was already bustling with the preparation of meals. Wisps of smoke curled upwards, carrying with them an enticing aroma that began to permeate the air, rousing the nearby villagers. It is a well-known fact that the fare provided by the army is hardly palatable, often lacking even the slightest trace of oil. Yet, For the famished residents of Beixiang City, it was a delicacy beyond compare. Many villagers cautiously made their way along the dimly lit path towards the brightly lit camp, hoping the proximity might allow them to savor the delicious scent even more. In a secluded corner, a woman huddled with her 2 children, gazing longingly at the military encampment. Their clothing was tattered, their faces smeared with dirt. The woman was barefoot, while each child wore a single oversized embroidered shoe, creating a stark contrast that appeared quite comical. The child, with bright eyes despite his ragged appearance, timidly asked his mother, "Mother, are they cooking? It smells so good." The woman licked her lips and gently stroked the heads of her children, her expression growing increasingly somber. Her husband had passed away long ago, and as a widow, she struggled to raise her 2 children. She had resorted to washing clothes for others to survive, but in the current state of Beixiang City, all the affluent families had fled, leaving behind only the destitute like themselves, devoid of wealth or property. It had been 7 days since she last found work, and 3 days since she had eaten. Hearing her child's innocent question brought tears to her eyes. "Do not cry, mother. Crying will make you weak," the children urged. Their large eyes filled with determination. Despite their hunger, they were remarkably perceptive. Just then, a refreshing breeze swept through, causing the trio to shiver. Yet the savory aroma wafted closer. The children squinted in delight, exclaiming, "It smells so good." In the current era of Daqian, the common folk suffered greatly. A meal consisted merely of rice, devoid of any accompanying dishes or meat. What once was 3 meals a day had dwindled to 2, and in some areas, it had descended to a single meal per day, or even a day without food. Humans, deprived of oil and salt, developed an insatiable appetite. Laborers at the docks consumed as much as a pound of rice in one sitting, yet even then, they had to extract every last drop of energy from their bodies to endure their toil. Women like her faced even greater hardships. As she observed the yearning in her children's eyes and the drool escaping their lips, the woman maintained a calm demeanor, tightly embracing them as she softly declared, "Do not fear, my children. I will find food for us." Just as she prepared to rise, the children clutched at her, shaking their heads. "Mother, do not go where there are knives." Though only 5 years old, the children displayed an extraordinary understanding, shattering the resolve that had just begun to form within her. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Crouching down, she caressed their heads and, with a shaky breath, reassured them, "I will be fine. Stay close behind me, and whatever happens, do not raise a ruckus." The children nodded in unison. "Mother, we understand." With a faint smile tinged with sorrow, she acknowledged them. As the sentinels guarding the military encampment beheld 3 figures stealthily approaching through the darkness, their gazes sharpened, and a palpable aura of grim determination, forged in the crucible of battle, enveloped the air. With blades unsheathed, the soldiers coldly regarded the shadows, demanding, "Who goes there?" A few nearby soldiers readied their crossbows, aiming into the obscurity. Yet, upon discerning the identities of the figures, their eyes shifted away from their weapons, exchanging incredulous glances. A slender, frail woman, accompanied by 2 charming children whose faces bore expressions of resolute fortitude, approached slowly, eventually kneeling at the entrance of the camp. Her voice, soft and tinged with frailty, broke the silence as she implored, "Might I inquire, esteemed sir, does the army still require soldiers? My 2 sons, age 5, are robust and possess strength exceeding that of their peers. I beseech you to take them in." The soldiers exchanged looks of uncertainty, and a junior officer stepped forth from the encampment, momentarily taken aback. The woman's beauty was striking, even marred by the dirt upon her face, surpassing any woman he had encountered. In that instant, the officer's demeanor hardened, his vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. They were seasoned soldiers, having once breached the gates of Red Forest City. Even within the confines of the city, their safety was not assured. "Who are you?" the junior officer inquired. "I am Luan Ning, a mere commoner," she replied, her voice trembling. "My husband has passed, leaving me alone to care for our 2 children. They have gone 3 days without food, and I implore you to shelter them. I am willing to serve you in any capacity." She bowed her head deeply to the ground, her children mirroring her gesture. Though her words were tempting, the junior officer's brow furrowed further, his apprehension growing as he surveyed the area. He suddenly barked an order, "Seize them. Maintain your positions with the crossbows. Should anything seem amiss, shoot to kill." The woman abruptly raised her head, fear etched across her face, her tear-streaked visage evoking pity. "Sir, stop. You are lying." The officer stepped back, brandishing his sword, a glint of menace in his eyes. It was not until several soldiers rushed from the encampment to securely bind the trio that a fleeting sense of relief crossed the officer's features. "Take them into the camp and report to the superiors," he commanded, before dashing back inside. Shortly thereafter, he encountered the commanding officer, Lan Yunchuan, who was surveying the encampment. "Sir, we have discovered a woman and her 2 children outside the camp. They seem rather suspicious," the junior officer reported. Lan Yunchuan's brow furrowed slightly, and he adjusted his course. "Lead the way." In mere moments, he came upon the bound trio. The junior officer whispered, "Sir, she claims to be a commoner, stating they have not eaten for several days, yet her beauty is too extraordinary for such a claim." Lan Yunchuan nodded in agreement. In the current state of Deqian, a beautiful woman among common folk often heralded misfortune. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous bandit strongholds where lovely women had been victimized, either lured away by deceitful captors or outright slaughtered alongside their families, all to be exploited by the bandits. In the present-day Beixiang city, how could such a beautiful woman endure for so long? The young officer found it hard to believe, and so did Lan Yunchuan. "Take those 2 children away and keep a close watch on them," he commanded. Instantly, 2 soldiers seized the children. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of determination appeared on the woman's face, only to dim soon after. Lan Yunchuan's gaze sharpened as he drew his long blade, positioning it against the woman's throat. "Are you a martial artist? A 9th-tier warrior?" The recent fluctuation in energy is unmistakable. At that moment, the woman, who had maintained her composure, displayed a fleeting hint of panic in her eyes. I do not understand what you are saying." A glint of coldness crossed Lan Yunchuan's eyes as the blade grazed her neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. "Kill one of those children," he commanded. "Yes." The sharp sound of a blade being drawn resonated through the air. The woman was instantly struck with horror, her face filled with dread. "My lord, I will speak. I will speak." Chapter 86. Injustice. At this moment, Lin Qing was diligently practicing the 9 blades returning to origin technique within the military tent, drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he could feel his strength gradually intensifying, having made considerable progress within the 6th-tier realm. Such advancement left him quite satisfied. If this momentum were to be maintained, reaching the 1st tier would be well within his grasp in due time. Just then, a personal guard hurried in, reporting, "My lord, Lan Xianhu requests an audience." "Allow him to enter." Once Lan Yunchuan stepped into the military tent, Lin Qing ceased his practice and inquired, "What is the matter?" Lan Yunchuan knelt on one knee and declared loudly, "My lord, a woman appeared outside the camp with 2 children just a quarter of an hour ago." After confirming her identity, he continued, albeit with a hint of peculiarity, "She claims to be the wife of the former commander of Beixiang City." Lin Qing's brow furrowed, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The former commander, Tang Jini, had been executed along with his entire family for colluding with foreign enemies a year prior. "Where is she now?" Lan Yunchuan's expression turned strange as he replied, "My lord, I have arranged for them to have a meal. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be utterly famished. Lead the way." Shortly thereafter, Lin Qing encountered the 3 individuals ravenously consuming their food. The 2 children, in particular, displayed a mixture of fear and excitement, their mouths stuffed as if they wished to eat even more. The woman, on the other hand, appeared dignified and elegant, devoid of any common demeanor, exuding an air of composure. It was this demeanor that convinced Lan Yunchuan of her authenticity. The most evident distinction between common folk and high officials lay in their poise. Upon noticing the imposing young man accompanying the dignitary, the woman immediately comprehended. This must be the newly appointed Duke Jing'an. She gathered her children and moved to the center of the tent, kneeling and bowing deeply before Lin Qing. "I am Lin Qing Lan, a humble woman, paying my respects to Duke Jing'an." Her face radiated serenity, while the 2 children, kneeling beside her, instinctively leaned closer to their mother. Although a flicker of fear crossed their eyes, they still gazed up at the newly arrived lord with resolute expressions. Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor as he scrutinized the woman and her 2 children, stating with a hint of detachment, "Former Commander Tang Jini has been executed. Why do you 3 still live?" The woman's face reflected despair as she glanced at her children, determination etched upon her features. She bowed her head heavily to the ground, her voice piercing and laced with bitterness as she implored, "Lord, please dismiss those around. I have grievances to share." "Since you have grievances, why not report them to the authorities?" Lin Qing replied evenly. The woman's expression turned sorrowful. "My husband has been cruelly taken from me by them. Now, how could I dare approach the authorities? I once considered traveling to the capital to lodge a complaint, but the distance from Beixiang City to the capital is vast. And with 2 children in tow, I fear we may not even escape the confines of this city. Lin Qing turned to Lan Yunchuan and instructed, "Take her to the magistrate's office and hand her over to Cui Zhan." Yes, Lin Qing had come to this place for battle, not for investigation. He neither excelled in nor intended to engage in such matters. Unexpectedly, fear flickered across the woman's face for the first time as she cried out, "Lord, the one who persecuted my husband is none other than Cui Zhan. If I fall into their hands, there will be no escape for me." Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Based on Cui Zhan's fainting from hunger the previous day, he seemed a decent official. Yet, how could he be implicated in the persecution of a former commander? War is a realm of deception, and so too is governance. One must not merely take appearances at face value. Lin Qing addressed Zhuo Qinglan, stating, "To privately criticize a court official, 20 lashes. Do you possess evidence for your claims?" Despair washed over Zhuo Qinglan as she instinctively touched her chest. This evidence was her very lifeline. Now, she felt like fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of others. Glancing at her 2 children, her expression softened with genuine affection. Suddenly, she exerted herself and struck heavily at the napes of their necks. The children's bodies went limp, clearly rendered unconscious. Zhuo Qinglan looked at Lin Qing and pleaded, "Lord, I know not whether you are good or evil, but regardless, I beseech you to spare the lives of these 2 children. I bear you no grudge. Why would I wish you harm?" Zhuo Qinglan did not easily trust Lin Qing's intentions. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began to loosen her clothing, revealing skin as pure and exquisite as jade. A faint blush graced her cheeks, and as she bit her red lips, she removed her undergarments. Despite the scene's allure, both Lan Yunchuan and Lin Qing remained indifferent. As seasoned warriors of the battlefield, they had long lost interest in mere flesh. If anything, a deep, penetrating wound upon that body might pique their interest more. The woman took a deep breath and withdrew the last hairpin from her head. Biting her silver teeth, she viciously pierced the protrusion of her chest. At that moment, both men's eyes sharpened as they beheld the small wound that had previously existed, now revealed beneath the exposed flesh. Zhuo Qinglan's expression hardened as she made a decisive slash. A wound suddenly appeared on her chest. Despite being a 9th-tier martial artist, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her forehead glistening with moisture. Her fingers delved deeply into the injury, and soon she extracted a square oil paper package, stained with blood. Within, a faint glimpse of a white letter was discernible. At that moment, Zhuo Qinglan took a deep breath, her breaths coming in hurried gasps, and cast the bloodied silver hairpin to the ground, softly uttering, "My lord, this is a confidential letter from my husband before his demise. After entrusting it to me, he sent me and our children out of the estate." And on the very next day, the officials arrived. Tears welled in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. She learned through a notice that her husband had been slain on the spot for rising in resistance. Yet, he had informed me the day before that he would not resist, that he would buy time for our mother and children while imprisoned. Zhuo Qinglan ceased to speak. But the implication was unmistakable, a cover-up to eliminate witnesses. Lin Qing maintained a calm demeanor, yet Lan Yunchuan's expression turned grave. The moment the Earl had just arrived in Beixiang City, this woman appeared, her timing too coincidental, and she harbored a significant case. Connecting it to the events transpiring in the capital, Lan Yunchuan began to form a suspicion. He whispered, "My lord, it is better to avoid trouble. I suspect there is treachery afoot." He made a gesture across his throat, another act of silencing the witnesses. This way, no matter the outcome of the case, it would bear no relation to the Earl. Even if someone sought to frame him, there would be no means to do so. Lin Qing, though calm, grasped the crux of the matter. However, he was esteemed by the emperor, serving as the head of the Martial Academy and as the Earl of Jing'an. He bore the responsibility of safeguarding the nation and protecting the people of Deqian. He stepped forward, retrieving the blood-stained oil paper package under Zhuo Qinglan's desperate gaze. A glint of hope sparked in her eyes. He was indeed a worthy official. Lin Qing unwrapped the oil paper to reveal a letter that had been folded numerous times. The final words of the Beixiang City commander. Chapter 87. The price of sugar exceeds that of gold. I have been in Beixiang City for 5 years, witnessing the hardships of the common folk, which perplexes me greatly. Nestled in the northwest of Deqian, Beixiang City enjoys abundant sunlight and is rich in fruits and beets. Since the introduction of the yellow mud method for producing sugar, white sugar has become a primary source of wealth for the city. Yet, the people remain impoverished, with farmers barely scraping by. The sugar they produce, however, is valued like gold. I sensed an anomaly and dispatched my subordinates across various merchant guilds and workshops to trace the whereabouts of the sugar. After 6 months of investigation, I felt an icy chill. All the white sugar produced in Beixiang City had made its way into the merchant convoy controlled by the estate. Initially, I believed the estate was pursuing personal gain by illicitly selling sugar. Yet, my inquiries revealed that the convoy departed through the northern gate, heading straight north towards the grasslands. Lin Qing's eyes narrowed, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him. White sugar. In the realm of Deqian, sugar is regarded as a treasure comparable to gold, a commodity monopolized by the imperial court. The offense of private trading in sugar is deemed even graver than that of illicit salt. Presently, a significant portion of white sugar finds its way into the military, serving as a vital lifeline. Whether applied to wounds for staunching blood or consumed to replenish energy during arduous marches, it is an indispensable supply. Each year, Deqian produces a considerable quantity of white sugar, yet only a small fraction is permitted for trade. The remainder is wholly directed to the military, rendering it a resource more crucial than provisions. Alarmingly, white sugar has begun to flow into the northern grasslands, where the royal court possesses rudimentary salt production techniques, let alone the intricate and demanding processes required for sugar refinement. It can be asserted that on the grasslands, white sugar has reached a value that rivals gold. The sale of Deqian's white sugar to the grasslands proves exceedingly profitable. Within the military tent, an air of tension prevails. Lin Qing turns over a letter, continuing to peruse its contents. A certain commander of Beixiang City, remarkably, only uncovered the anomaly after 5 years in office, indicating the covert nature of the operation and the meticulousness of the plan. However, when he endeavored to investigate further, seeking to identify the buyers from the grasslands, all of his trusted subordinates sent out perished outside the city, with not a single one returning. On that day, he keenly sensed something amiss as numerous unfamiliar faces appeared at his residence, indicating that he was being tracked and surveilled. Aware of his impending demise, he hastily penned this letter, concealing it with his spouse, hoping that any individual who reads this letter would report the matter to the court for the sake of the nation and its people. As for his spouse, he implores kind treatment. This final missive from Commander Tang Jini bears a hasty script, hinting at his profound agitation at the time of writing. The only figure capable of instilling such panic in a commander who felt his end was nigh, within Beixiang City, was none other than the prefect, Chuaishan. Although his title is inferior to that of Tang Jini, the current political climate of Deqian favors civil governance over military might. The local magistrate oversees all provisions and military supplies, thus placing the third-rank commander under the control of the fourth-rank prefect. This forms the basis for Zhou Qinglan's suspicion that Chuaishan is the culprit. A flicker of shadow crossed Lin Qing's eyes as he silently stored the letter away. Speaking calmly, ensure the safe accommodation of the three, and allow a portion of the civilians outside the military camp to enter, blending them in to avoid drawing attention. Assign them to assist the soldiers with laundry, military tasks, and food provisions. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Lan Yunchuan's gaze. Thus, the mother and her 2 children would remain inconspicuous, seamlessly hidden within the military camp. A light gradually illuminated Zhou Qinglan's eyes as she slowly raised her head to regard the nobleman. Being a perceptive woman, she understood the implications of his words. She and her 2 children had now secured protection. The common woman expresses her gratitude to the nobleman and offers to serve at your side, she declared. Lin Qing merely cast her a fleeting glance before departing the military tent. Before departing, he instructed, keep a close watch on her. Should she exhibit any behavior that entices the soldiers, execute her immediately without report. Yes, Lan Yunchuan felt a chill in his heart as he promptly agreed. He then cast a glance at the woman's fair skin, her pronounced curves, and the hint of pink, lamenting silently. Exiting the military tent, he observed the soldiers diligently training. Lin Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction. He was now the Earl of Jing'an, commanding 3,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry. Unlike Tang Jini, who commanded merely 1,000 soldiers from the garrison, should Chuaishan or anyone else harbor ulterior motives, they would soon learn that the great Qian still wielded a sharp blade. At that moment, a personal guard hurried in to report, "My lord, Governor Chui has arrived." Lin Qing's gaze revealed contemplation. How fortuitous. The woman had just entered the camp, and now he came. Nevertheless, Lin Qing trusted neither of them. He placed his faith solely in himself. Bring him to the tent. Shortly after, Chuaishan, clad in a scarlet robe, arrived at the military tent, appearing considerably better than the day before. Lin Qing stood before a vast map, remaining motionless for an extended period. I am Chuizhen, paying my respects to the Earl of Jing'an. Thank you for saving my life, he said. Lin Qing finally turned, assisting him to his feet and gesturing for him to sit. There is no need for such formality, my lord. What brings you here today? Chuizhen hesitated, then replied. My lord, I have heard that you ordered the conscription of 5,000 civilians as infantry. Indeed, that is true. Gratitude and confusion crossed Chuizhen's face as he inquired. I thank you for saving those civilians, but do you realize how much military supplies are required for 5,000 infantry? I am well aware. However, there is insufficient grain in the city, otherwise they would not be starving. The lines on Chuizhen's aged face deepened with gloom. No matter. I shall procure grain from the merchants in the city. Lin Qing had amassed considerable spoils upon his arrival and had calculated that if all were exchanged for coarse grains, it could sustain 10,000 soldiers for 3 years, albeit under harsh conditions. But that was merely the worst-case scenario. His intention was always to seize supplies from the enemy. All military provisions would naturally be provided by the Chiman tribe. Lin Qing regarded Chuizhen, speaking calmly. Is there anything else, Lord Chui? I am to lead an expedition against the enemy today. If there are no further matters, I kindly ask you to make your departure. Chuizhen's countenance shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. You intend to leave the city? To engage in battle? You have only just arrived, and now you wish to venture forth? Surely, you have not yet fully acquainted yourself with the terrain here. He feared that this young earl, eager for achievements, might send seasoned soldiers to their demise. My lord, are you truly going to mobilize troops? Indeed. Are you aware that the opposing forces comprise the majority of the grasslands, the Chiman tribe, with their numbers exceeding 10,000? I am fully aware. What is it you wish to convey, Lord Chui? Lin Qing responded with indifference. Chuizhen's expression morphed restlessly, his breathing growing heavier. I cannot agree. Lin Qing merely cast him a sidelong glance. My affairs do not require the input of outsiders. With that, he strode out of the military tent. Instantly, a chorus of voices erupted outside, and the mournful sound of horns resounded. We pay our respects to the Earl. Mount your steeds and follow the esteemed lord into battle. By the time Chuizhen hastily emerged, he beheld Lin Qing galloping forth, leading the charge with 1,000 armored cavalry in tow. Behind them, those remaining soldiers, still in training, gazed on with envy, yearning to join the fray themselves. Meanwhile, Chuizhen wore a visage of regret, muttering under his breath. A remnant army is destined to fail. An arrogant army is doomed to defeat. Chapter 88. The innate scout 1,000 cavalry thundered forth from Beixiang City, surging toward the northern grasslands. The soldiers stationed at the city gates watched the cavalry depart, their eyes filled with longing. Once, they too were cavalry. But after entering the city yesterday, their lord commanded them to take charge of the northern gate's defense. Thus, they were compelled to dismount and serve as garrison troops. Their emotions were indescribably complex. The tale of Guanghan Mao had already spread throughout the ranks, proclaiming that he had once fought alongside their lord and amassed considerable wealth. What astonished them most was how effortlessly Guanghan Mao had returned to his fields. This was in stark contrast to their perception of the Deqian military. Today, numerous garrisons of Deqian had become mere shadows of their former selves, with soldiers within resembling little more than serfs to their commanders. Once boasting a complement of 5,000, some garrisons were now reduced to mere hundreds. The rest had either turned to banditry in the mountains or concealed themselves as refugees. The prevalence of deserters stemmed from the fact that superiors forbade any departure from military service. Although military law was explicit, as long as the superiors did not permit it, soldiers remained bound to their roles for life. Yet under their lord's command, things were different. Everything adhered to the Daqian military code. This led those soldiers, who should have despised deployment, to yearn eagerly for battle, to slay the barbarians, earn rewards, and return to their plows. Enough of this staring. Let us muster our spirits and patrol the city. Once those 5,000 infantry are trained, we shall have our chance to march. A flicker of anticipation ignited among the crowd. Meanwhile, within the military camp, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Nalin Yuanjia was training the new recruits, while Lan Yunchuan personally sifted through the destitute outside the encampment. In contrast, Wu Hang, after completing his own training, found himself at a loose end, ultimately gravitating towards Nalin Yuanjia to observe the drills of the fresh troops. Sir, do you not worry about our lord? Wu Heng inquired. Nalin Yuanjia cast a glance at the 5,000 soldiers in training, alongside the 2,000 cavalry sharpening their blades, and shook his head lightly. Our lord's talent in warfare far surpasses his prowess in martial arts. Wu Heng curled his lip, somewhat disheartened. When he was a 6th rank, Lin Qing had merely been a seventh. Yet now, Lin Qing had traversed the path of the sixth rank with greater strides than he, even within the military. While he remained a standard bearer, Lin Qing had ascended to the rank of Jing'anbo. This astonishing advancement left Wu Heng feeling a sense of despair. Observing Wu Heng's dejected demeanor, Nalin Yuanjia smiled faintly and remarked, "What troubles your mind? Some individuals are truly favored by the heavens in the art of warfare. While you and I have only just begun to familiarize ourselves with the terrain of the encampment, our Lord dares to lead cavalry forth to engage the barbarians. The disparity is utterly disheartening. Why is our Lord in such haste? There is clearly no need for such urgency." Wu Heng was acutely aware of Lin Qing's deep-seated vendetta, and they shared a common objective. However, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Nailing Yuan's gestured towards the trained soldiers, indicating that infantry held little significance in the battles against the nomads. It was speculated that the Lord had ventured to procure horses for these troops. After 3 hours of relentless pursuit, Lin Qing, leading 1,000 soldiers, had plunged deep into the grasslands. At this juncture, even the most elite scouts had lost their bearings. Uncertain of their location, it was not due to their inadequacy, but rather the brevity of time. They had only spent a night surveying the terrain near Beixiang City to commit it to memory. Now, the surrounding northern expanse was a uniform, oppressive sea of green grass. Lin Qing assessed his surroundings and coldly commanded, "Rest for a quarter of an hour, inspect your arrows and blades, and prepare for the impending enemy." Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the soldiers. Although they were unaware of their exact location, they understood that as long as they obeyed their lord's orders, they could simply charge at the barbarians upon encountering them. Map. Lin Qing beckoned. Yin Guang immediately presented the map. This particular map had been painstakingly crafted by the successive commanders of Beixiang City over the years. Although it deviated somewhat from the actual terrain, it was still usable. Lin Qing intended to locate the horse pastures based on the information provided on the map. He circled 4 positions on it. The terrain in these areas was expansive, surrounded by steep hills, and in proximity to several branches of the Jaimin tribe, ensuring ample supplies of provisions. Most importantly, they offered sufficient concealment. Yin Guang, observing the seemingly unremarkable 4 locations on the map, inquired, "My lord, how did you ascertain these 4 sites?" Lin Qing cast him a glance and replied coolly, "As scouts, we cannot view the grasslands through the lens of the Han people. To deduce the strongholds and horse pastures of the nomads, one must perceive them through the eyes of the grassland dwellers." Pointing to the nearest location, he elaborated, "This area is open, receives sunlight, is close to a water source, and is connected by a vast hillside, creating a significant sheltered zone. 30 miles to the north lies a branch of the Jaimin tribe, making it an ideal horse pasture. Crucially, if the Han wish to reach this pasture, they must either travel 500 miles east to circumvent the continuous hills or proceed 30 miles northwest to enter through the Jaimin branch. It is remarkably secure. If I were a nomad, this would undoubtedly be my chosen pasture." Upon hearing these words, many soldiers, who had been eavesdropping, felt a surge of admiration. Even the scouts within the ranks could not help but widen their eyes, pulling out their own maps for a meticulous examination. Once they recognized the advantages of this location, they silently regretted not having discovered it themselves. Yin Guang experienced a similar revelation as he examined the other 3 locations. Noting that their terrain was largely similar, proximate to a water source, sunlit, sheltered from the wind, and offering natural concealment. Consequently, Yin Guang's breath quickened as he silently mused. The Lord is a born scout. In the fleeting moments of a quarter hour, Lin Qing was the first to mount his steed. Observing the spirited 1,000 cavalrymen, he spoke calmly. "Some of you may be experiencing combat for the first time under my command, and it is natural to feel a bit out of sorts. However, within my army, all that is required of you is to obey orders without hesitation. The commands of your Lord must be executed with unwavering resolve. By doing so, victory shall naturally be yours." With that, Lin Qing drew his long blade, pointing towards the northwest, and proclaimed loudly, "Advance 30 miles to the northwest, where a small tribe of approximately 1,000 resides. I expect that in this battle, you shall uphold the prestige of our great Qian. The northern expedition to the grasslands begins with my Jing'an army. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy." Lin Qing surged forward, leading the charge, while the soldiers behind him flushed with excitement. The northern expedition to the grasslands commences with the Jing'an army. Such valor! To follow a lord of such magnificence! How could one not aspire to glory and wealth? The 30-mile journey passed in an instant, revealing scattered cavalrymen ahead, swiftly dispatched by Lin Qing's seasoned troops. The cavalry's surprise assault emphasized the concealment of the battlefield, leaving the Royal Guard cavalry in awe. They had never witnessed such tactics in the capital. When their 1,000 cavalrymen arrived at the jubilant tribe, their reaction was one of disbelief. Chapter 89. Encirclement from all directions. A dark tide spread across the grasslands, akin to crashing waves that could not be evaded. The thunder of hooves resonated, striking at the hearts of every tribesman, rendering them breathless. The tribesmen were proud. So proud that after the transition of offense and defense, they believed Great Qian would only cower, waiting to be quietly consumed. Their reasoning was justified. Over 20 years had passed since the transition, and Great Qian had not launched even a single war into the grasslands. They had only dispatched a few scouting parties to survey the terrain. Yet now, they beheld the iron cavalry of Great Qian once more, clad in black armor, wielding straight blades, and mounted on tall steeds. The soldiers bore no expression, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. What astonished the tribesmen was that the dark tide, upon nearing the tribe by 300 paces, silently split into 10 smaller waves, each detaching from the formation. Every 100 households recalled the Lord's orders, repeating them fervently in their hearts. Your unit will detach from the formation 300 paces out, advancing swiftly to seize the northern flank of the tribe, cutting off their route for signaling. Your unit will detach from the formation and head northwest, breaching the outer defenses to encircle and annihilate their northern soldiers. Your unit will detach from the formation 200 paces out, moving southeast towards the horse breeding grounds, advancing at full speed to ensure the annihilation of the tribesmen there before any word reaches the Jaimin tribe. Your unit will follow the front lines, bringing the most horses, returning here once the battle concludes. If resistance is fierce, do not linger. Return only with the horses. Your unit will engage the enemy head-on, penetrating the rear of the tribe, never ceasing in motion or in strikes, finding their gathering place for horses and taking control. Your unit will follow the front lines, pushing into the rear, and must ensure that no enemies remain behind. Your forces advance southward, vanquishing all adversaries in your path. Similarly, your troops spread southwest to converge with the vanguard. The remainder shall follow me to the grand tent, where no mercy shall be shown. Men and women alike shall perish, leaving no survivors. The distance of 300 paces vanished in the blink of an eye, before the local tribesmen could react. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated like a war drum, powerful and resounding. Shouts, wails, the splatter of blood, and the clash of blades echoed through the confined space, as an atmosphere of terror began to envelop the scene. Upon realizing the unstoppable advance of the black armored cavalry of Deqian, many felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, when they finally reached the gathering point amid the chaos, they were met by a bloodied contingent of cavalrymen. The menacing aura they exuded silenced even the war horses in the vicinity. Some horses attempted to carry the message of warning to the northern tribes, but as they broke free from the tumult, they encountered 200 black armored cavalry, mercilessly slaughtering those who dared to flee. There were 3 possible escape routes: westward, eastward, and northward. However, the enemy had firmly seized the western approach, effectively blocking the path to the east. Even the northern route had been overtaken. In despair, a few surviving tribesmen fled southward, towards a vast depression that served as their horse breeding ground. They did not harbor hopes of escaping alive, but merely wished to prolong their existence. Lin Qing's forces disregarded those fleeing west and focused on battling the tribesmen within. The enemy far exceeded Lin Qing's expectations, numbering over 1,500. Yet, only half were combatants, allowing them to maintain composure in the face of the onslaught. On the battlefield, timely information was scarce, leaving Lin Qing unaware of the success or failure of his subordinates. Consequently, he resolved to divide the battlefield into smaller sections. Each unit would perform its designated role, and although the army was dispersed, it would at least avoid chaos. In his vision, amidst the turmoil, specific commands would be relayed to small flag officers, essentially 10-man groups. However, such arrangements could not solely be orchestrated by him. They required the oversight of captains to adapt to the complexities of the situation. Yet, this placed an excessive burden on the officers. Within his ranks, several captains could only comprehend rudimentary commands, merely capable of the simplest forms of communication. Expecting them to execute tactics for 100 men was akin to dreaming the impossible. Nevertheless, it sufficed for now. Commands had reached the 100-man units. As they executed their minor orders, the overarching command to breach this contingent was also realized. As Lin Qing had anticipated, the enemy had no time to react and had already been decimated. The fiercest resistance came from the tribal leader, a towering figure, 8 feet tall. With sinewy muscles, wielding a massive horse-chopping sword that kept soldiers at bay, even deflecting bolts from crossbows. Lin Qing, undeterred, charged directly at the leader. As the commander of the army, he understood the risks of recklessly engaging in combat. However, he now has but a few subordinates, if casualties were disregarded. He could easily eliminate his foe. Yet, that would be a great loss. It is preferable for him to slay the enemy himself. Lin Qing spurred his horse into a frenzied gallop, lowering his body, with his saber hanging at his side, dripping with blood. With all his strength harnessed, the 9 sabers returning to origin technique was poised for action. Over the course of a month, this technique had been cultivated to a level of mastery. No longer merely a superficial display, the barbarian, noticing a young general charging forth, felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. He bellowed, "What audacity!" Expecting the horse to rear in fright, he was astonished to see the steed remain steady beneath the rider. With an unstoppable momentum, the young warrior surged forward like rolling thunder, employing the third form of the 9 sabers returning to origin. Lin Qing swung his long saber upward with an overwhelming force aimed at the barbarian. If successful, it would cleave through the enemy's abdomen, delivering a swift death. However, the barbarian, also a 6th-tier martial artist and seasoned in battle, remained unfazed, countering with his own saber to meet the attack. Clang! The barbarian's expression shifted as a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, signaling that this was no ordinary adversary. His gaze darted around, observing more and more black-armored cavalry gathering. He understood the implications. His kin had suffered heavy losses. Listening to the sounds of battle around him, he felt the resistance waning. A profound melancholy welled up within him. His subordinates were exceptionally valiant, their steeds fierce in combat, their armor of superior quality. Yet now, they were being slaughtered by this sudden onslaught of black-armored cavalry. Inevitably, his eyes began to blaze with rage, and his energy surged at an unnatural pace, amplifying his presence. Nevertheless, the young black-armored knight before him remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of panic, and continued to strike methodically with his saber. Wounds began to mar his body, transforming him into a veritable human fountain of blood. Sensing the waning of his opponent's fighting spirit, Lin Qing maintained his calm, systematically wielding his long saber. At last, upon deflecting the barbarian's blade, the foe's chest was exposed. For the first time, a savage expression appeared on Lin Qing's face. The long saber shot forth from his hand, piercing the barbarian's neck, leaving only the hilt protruding. The second form, welcoming the wind and dust, was executed flawlessly. With a splatter of blood, the barbarian's eyes widened in shock as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Lin Qing surveyed his surroundings and coldly commanded, "Clear the battlefield, gather all the corpses, and construct a viewing platform." Chapter 90, External Enemies and Internal Traitors. Half an hour later, Lin Qing traversed the blood-soaked grounds of the Jaimin tribe's encampment, remaining silent as he observed the crimson-stained earth. The jade pendant upon his chest had once again turned a deep red, a surge of vitality flooding into his body, alleviating his fatigue from the relentless exertion. In the heart of the tribe, a massive viewing platform had been erected, adorned with severed heads and limbs, some exposed, others completely concealed. Regardless, the sight of this platform revealed the horrific events that had transpired. The soldiers bore an unusual flush upon their faces. Through this battle, they not only vanquished foes but also amassed a wealth of treasures. Although not as abundant as that of the Baiyun faction for an ordinary soldier, it constituted a considerable fortune. The army, not bound by restrictions, could cultivate their ferocity. In this era of neglect and military preparedness in the Great Qian, certain soldiers found their morale diminished when facing barbaric foes. However, once they tasted the sweetness of victory, their fear of the enemy would naturally dissipate. Lin Qing approached the gathered supplies, his expression somber. While the wealth contained within did not pique his interest, the contents of the 2 large barrels certainly commanded his attention. One barrel contained salt, and the other sugar. Undoubtedly, the salt was the official salt of the Great Qian, and the sugar was likewise official, indistinguishable from what he possessed. Furthermore, the armor and long blades they had scavenged were of exceptional quality, forged with at least 100 refinements. In contrast, the ironworking techniques of the grasslands were abysmally poor, rendering the creation of such weaponry impossible. A shadow of foreboding flickered in his eyes. for everything he had heard and seen attested to the numerous crises besieging the great Qian, external foes and internal traitors. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing issued a cold command. Confiscate the spoils of war and prepare for our return. Yes. Despite having been awed by the tactical prowess displayed by their lord on the journey here, once faced with the brutality of battle against the nomads, they found that their previous fears regarding these foes were unfounded. Yet, they understood the essence of their victory. Each 100-man unit must diligently execute the orders given to them to ensure success. There remained a flicker of trepidation in their eyes when it came to this lord. After all, the Guanghan was ominous. Not every general possessed such audacity, and they themselves would never dare to act so boldly. But their lord did, just as they placed the surplus spoils upon an empty horse. A sudden cacophony of hooves resounded from the south, drawing their attention. A dark line appeared on the horizon, raising clouds of dust. The eyes of several soldiers widened in astonishment. Horses. An overwhelming multitude of horses. The thundering hooves reverberated like meteors across the plains, shaking the very earth and stirring their hearts. The horses lifted their proud heads, unabashedly displaying their muscular physiques. Manes of black, yellow, and white flowed freely, igniting a fervor among the soldiers. Majestic steeds, all splendid, high-spirited horses. It was not until the horses, under the soldiers' control, gradually came to a halt that some of the warriors regained their composure. A black-armored centurion approached Lin Qing, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming with clarity, reporting to the Lord, I have brought back over 3,000 horses and slain 100 enemies. Lin Qing turned to look back, observing several heads displayed upon the empty horsebacks. Blood streamed down the sturdy muscles of the proud steeds, causing some soldiers to swallow hard. While some of their own horses were merely ordinary mounts of the great Qian, known for their docility and endurance, they paled in comparison to the finest high-spirited horses of the grasslands. You have done well. There are some spoils here. Once we return, distribute them among your troops. Lin Qing instructed, gesturing toward the collected gold, silver, and jewels. Within the army, due to the differing roles of various units, there could arise concerns not of scarcity, but of inequity, regardless of the spoils captured. A portion must be set aside for the scouts dispersed beyond our ranks and the cavalry unable to partake in the final confrontation. Thus, every soldier engaged in battle shall receive their share of the bounty, fortifying our forces. Now, with over 3,000 horses at our disposal, Lin Qing coldly commanded, all soldiers dismount and transport the grain from this location back to Beixiang City. Gather all the cattle and sheep as well, and bring them along. He then turned to 200 captains, instructing, you too shall hold the rear. Should there be an enemy attack, report back swiftly. Yes, in an instant. The oppressive atmosphere brought by Guanghan began to dissipate. The ambience here grew lively with the abundance of cattle, sheep, and grain, sufficient provisions for the soldiers for quite some time. In truth, cattle and sheep on the plains are as vital as the land to the common folk of the great Qian, serving as essential resources for production. Except during significant festivals or great celebrations, one would not casually slaughter cattle or sheep for consumption. Instead, they would rely on the hides, milk, and manure of these animals to exchange for grain. However, the people of Qian differ. They possess stable arable land to provide food, rendering the cattle and sheep captured by the Guanghan army seemingly without other purpose beyond sustenance. After a day of fierce battles and swift maneuvers, the cavalry of Great Qian found themselves somewhat famished. Yin Guang patted his stomach, eyeing a delightful little lamb, unable to resist licking his lips. That was indeed meat. Although the Guanghan army lacked for grain, meat was a rare delicacy. Lin Qing perceptively noted the soldiers' eager gazes and smiled slightly, proclaiming, if you desire meat, then hasten your efforts. All the horses that can no longer fight shall be slaughtered and brought back to Beixiang City. Yes, the atmosphere surged once more. In Beixiang City, within a grand residence comprising 5 courtyards, there existed a warm chamber measuring 30 feet by 30 feet. Here, summers felt like autumns and winters like springs, where even flowers and plants defying natural laws thrived. At the heart of the warm chamber stood a massive incense burner, perpetually filled with dragon saliva incense, ensuring the air remained fresh throughout the seasons. The windows of the warm chamber were tightly shut, casting the room in dimness, where 5 large chairs could be faintly discerned, each now occupied by a person. A calm voice resonated, imbued with warmth akin to the sun on a winter's day. The Guanghan army is currently procuring grain and fodder in abundance. What thoughts do you all have? Have thoughts? Manager Hao, this is your forte. A voice, slightly cold, interjected. I, too, have no good solutions. However, with the granary compromised, we currently lack sufficient grain to sell. What shall we do? Though the tone was gentle, the implications were cruel and malicious. Ha ha ha. Since Manager Hao's granary is in disarray, then perhaps mine has been beset by bandits, boomed a robust voice. Since the Jing'an army refuses to accept a price increase, let us see how they fare without food. A sharp voice emerged from the corner. I think we should exercise caution. News from the capital has already arrived. The young Earl of Jing'an has made a name for himself by decisively quelling the Baiyun tribe near Jilin Old City. Are we not concerned that our actions may provoke him into desperate retaliation? The first to speak, Master Hao, casually remarked, and so what? We are merely conducting our business legally, earning a modest profit. What can Lord Jing'an do to us, given his cruelty towards the nomads? If that is the case, we shall cease our sales starting tomorrow. A cold voice echoed in response. Naturally, Master Hao replied with indifference. The others pondered for a moment and expressed their agreement. Chapter 91. The common people know their place as dusk approached. The setting sun blazed like fire. The sun over the grasslands appeared particularly grand as it descended, casting elongated shadows across the entire Beifeng city. A group of soldiers, facing the crimson sunlight, gazed towards the horizon, their faces brimming with anticipation. Lord Jing'an had left the city in the morning, and it had now been a day. He should be returning soon. At this moment, the military camp had concluded its training for the day and began to kindle fires for cooking. Among the hopeful soldiers, a few eyes were filled with trepidation. These were the famished people who had been admitted into the military camp that day. Despite having confirmed multiple times that food awaited them, they remained anxious. They had learned a harsh truth: never trust promises. Only when food was in their bellies could they feel a sense of security. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, jolting the weary populace awake. They turned their gazes northward, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. It was the sound of hooves from the north that had driven them into the city, transforming them into the starving masses. Initially, the soldiers wore expressions of joy, believing Lord Jing'an had returned. Yet, their faces quickly turned grave. The sound of hooves was overwhelming. Such a commotion could only be caused by 4,000 or 5,000 cavalry. Had Lord Jing'an been defeated? But soon, the soldiers stationed at the city returned, shouting loudly, "A great victory! A great victory! Lord Jing'an has annihilated a faction of the Jaimin, seizing countless horses, cattle, sheep, and grain." The message bearers, upon hearing the news, widened their eyes, their excitement palpable. They rushed through the military camp, spreading the tidings far and wide. At that moment, another soldier burst into the camp, proclaiming loudly, "Lord Jing'an has commanded the gathering of all butchers, slaughter the sheep, and kill the cattle. Tonight, we feast on meat." Instantly, the soldiers erupted in cheers. Yet the common folk, gathered together, gazed at them enviously, wishing they could be soldiers too. Many of them cast their eyes upon the meager pot of broth, their throats instinctively swallowing. This was the food they truly deserved, and with that, they would feel content. Lan Yunchuan observed the fearful faces of the common people, his brow furrowing slightly as he approached them. He inquired, "Is there no one among you who can slaughter sheep and cattle?" The group of commoners exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what this nobleman meant. Lan Yunchuan furrowed his brow, noticing their fixation on the large pot, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. A sympathetic expression emerged on his once fierce countenance. The common people could endure hardship, yet they understood their place. He made an effort to soften his expression. Addressing the hungry masses, "Do not gaze at those any longer. Lord Jing'an has decreed that tonight we shall feast on meat, and you shall partake as well." The common folk looked at him in disbelief, as if they had heard the most fantastical tale. Lan Yunchuan turned to the soldier beside him and commanded, "Fetch 2 pots of rice for them to eat first. After a day of labor, they surely lack the strength to slaughter sheep." When the 2 large pots of steaming rice were brought over, the people finally believed that there was indeed food within this military camp. Soon, Lin Qing, clad in blood-stained armor and accompanied by a group of fierce cavalry, returned to the camp and immediately spotted those huddled in the corners, contentedly consuming their rice. Zhuqing Lan and her 2 sons blended into the crowd, devouring the rice with expressions of bliss. He rode over and inquired, "Why do you only eat plain rice?" The people, aware of his noble status, trembled slightly. An elderly man, appearing somewhat like a humble farmer, stammered, "My lord, we are but lowly commoners. This is all we need." The crowd murmured in agreement. "Yes, my lord, please rest. Your kindness in taking us in is already a tremendous favor." We do not dare to wish for more. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, a flicker of fierce light flashing in his eyes as he replied. You are all subjects of the great Qian. How can you call yourselves lowly commoners? As long as you work diligently in the military camp, there will naturally be food. Now, those who can slaughter, step forward. Do you wish to eat meat without working? Though his words were stern, some of the commoners merely moved their lips, trembling slightly. For many years, they had merely survived in the northern town. Not only the officials, but even the townsfolk labeled them as lowly commoners. Now, the esteemed lord, renowned for his military achievements, actually referred to them as subjects of the great Qian. In that moment, they felt a burgeoning desire to follow him loyally. Lin Qing did not gaze at them any longer, but turned his attention to the newcomers, their faces marked by trepidation and dispersing fear. You are the same. Upon entering this military camp, you are no longer lowly commoners, but soldiers of the great Qian. Today, I ventured out of the city and captured over 3,000 warhorses. This is to equip you. Among you, those who excel in training may become cavalry. Join me in battle to seize wealth and achieve military merit, becoming valiant warriors of the great Qian. The atmosphere fell silent, with 5,000 soldiers fixated on his figure. They were soldiers of the great Qian, not lowly commoners. In the future, they could achieve merit and establish families. Lord, you are mighty. Long live the Lord. After a brief silence, the 5,000 soldiers erupted with unimaginable fervor. Observing quietly from the side, Wu Heng displayed excitement as he turned to Nalin Yuanjia, asking, My lord, some individuals are born to be generals. What do you think of me? Nalin Yuanjia cast a faint glance at him, remaining silent. Yet, the implication was unmistakable. You think you are worthy? An hour later, the aroma of meat wafted through the military camp. Though it was merely boiled meat seasoned with a touch of salt, the soldiers relished it, savoring every bite. Among them, fatty meat was the most sought after. The assisting commoners exhibited great restraint, each carefully holding a small bowl containing a chunk of meat the size of a fist, cautiously nibbling away. The campfire illuminated their faces, especially the gradually reviving spark of spirit in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Qing sat within the military tent. A vast map spread out before him, alongside a meticulously prepared bowl of beef, infused with a medley of spices, resembling a delectable braised delicacy. However, he refrained from eating, instead quietly studying the map while commanding. Report all the bandits we have eradicated along the way, along with today's spoils, to His Majesty with utmost urgency. Yes, replied a handsome young soldier standing nearby, diligently recording the orders. His name was Zhuge Yu, a former scholar who, realizing that his eloquent prose could not salvage the declining fortunes of the great Qian, resolutely chose to enlist in the military, now serving as Lin Qing as personal guard. He also doubled as a messenger. Direct the Lan Yunchuan contingent to proceed east for 10 miles and conceal themselves, ensuring they carry sufficient provisions. They are not to return without explicit orders. Understood. Command the Nalin Yuanjia unit to march west for 10 miles and take cover, equipped with enough supplies for 7 days. If they encounter the enemy, they are to retreat immediately. Yes, the remaining 1,000 cavalry shall rest, while the new recruits will guard the city. Yes. Zhuge Yu lifted his gaze to the esteemed figure at the head of the table, his admiration for Lin Qing swelling. The leaders, Lan and Nalin, undoubtedly lay in ambush to thwart any retaliation from the nomads, maintaining their composure even after a great victory. Truly, Lin Qing exemplified the stature of a renowned general. For a moment, warmth surged within him, pondering whether he might one day command such respect while listening to orders within the tent. Chapter 92. The city lacks provisions. The following day at noon, the soldiers continued their drills as usual. The fire troops busied themselves, the aroma of meat wafting through the camp. Yet outside the military encampment, a cacophony of noise erupted, as a group of townsfolk from the north gathered at the gates. Speaking in a dialect the soldiers could not comprehend, their expressions conveyed a mix of scorn and trepidation. Hurry! The townsfolk are revolting. Quick, inform the lord. A soldier's face turned pale as he hurried toward the tent. Lin Qi was practicing the 9 blades returning to origin technique within the tent. His experience from the previous day's battle leading him to believe that his strength had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, on the verge of a breakthrough to the 5th. This thought stirred a wave of excitement within him. Attaining the 5th tier would signify a formidable warrior. His ability to survive in the face of armies and the chaos of battle would significantly enhance. At that moment, a soldier rushed in. It was his personal guard leader, Zhong Xian. He approached Lin Qing and whispered, My lord, Over 500 townsfolk have gathered outside the military encampment. Townsfolk. Lin Qing initially dismissed this, assuming they had come drawn by the aroma of the meat, seeking sustenance. Let us see if there is any work they might assist with. If so, permit a portion to enter and labor, allowing our soldiers to focus solely on combat. Zhang Xion's expression shifted. My lord, it may not be so simple. Those townsfolk might be on the brink of revolt. Lin Qing's demeanor stiffened as he cast a cold glance at Zhang Xion. In the military, actions must be swift, precise, and ruthless. The same applies to reporting military intelligence. Had this been the battlefield, I could have charged you with the crime of delaying our chances. With a disdainful snort, Lin Qing seized his saber and strode towards the main gate of the encampment, while Zhang Xion, feeling wronged, hurriedly followed in his wake. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing halted at the entrance of the military tent, causing Zhang Xion to collide abruptly with his back. My lord, forgive me. Immediately send someone out of the camp to ascertain what is transpiring in the city. Be swift. Yes, at this moment. An increasing number of commoners congregated before the military encampment. Many of them gazed at the soldiers within, indulging in their feasts, with expressions of deep-seated animosity. Not only were the city guards perplexed, but even Lin Qing himself found the scene bewildering. What were these commoners doing? He rode his horse to the entrance of the camp and coldly declared, I am Lin Qing, the Duke of Jing'an. What brings you here? Upon seeing him, the faces of the commoners were momentarily overtaken by fear, for they had witnessed the beheadings and the thundering of war horses just the day before. The thought of openly cursing the commanding general was beyond their courage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, each laced with thick regional accents. Lin Qing's gaze turned icy. Silence. After gathering his strength, his voice resonated in the ears of all present, and the area fell into an eerie hush. The 100 or so soldiers behind him, armed with crossbows, stepped forward, their cold arrowheads aimed at the agitated populace, compelling them to quiet down. You there. Lin Qing pointed his riding whip at a middle-aged man clad in a scholar's robe. The man trembled, pushed to the forefront by the surrounding crowd. Esteemed Duke, I am but a scholar from Beixiang City. This matter does not concern me. Speak. What is your purpose for coming here? The scholar, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, felt his legs weaken but managed to stammer, My lord, we have come to purchase rice. To buy rice? Lin Qing furrowed his brow, displaying evident confusion. The soldiers behind him exchanged glances. The absurdity was palpable that commoners would venture into a military camp to procure rice. Why have you come to this place for rice? Lin Qing inquired. My lord, all the grain shops in the city have closed, claiming that you have purchased all the rice. As he spoke, he glanced nervously at the crossbows, his eyes glinting with fear, and forced a sycophantic smile. Esteemed Duke, we merely wish to buy a small amount of rice. Just a little will suffice. I have been in Beixiang City for 3 days and have not yet purchased any rice from the local merchants. Lin Qing replied indifferently. Disappointment washed over the faces of the crowd, which soon turned to resentment as they lowered their heads. They believed this was merely an excuse concocted by the military officials to deny them supplies. The scholar's ingratiating smile froze on his face before he managed to regain his composure. Despite their dissatisfaction, they knew that the common folk could not clash with authority. What choice did they have? The Duke was still relatively courteous compared to some of the local clerks in Beixiang City. They could endure the frequent beatings and scoldings from the clerks, but how could they not withstand the Duke's demeanor? The scholar took a couple of steps forward. Feeling the small coins in his pocket, money he had borrowed from a friend, hoping to provide a hearty meal for his children that day. However, to his dismay, all the grain merchants in the city had shut their doors. They announced that all future supplies of grain would be prioritized for the military. If one wished to buy, they could, at a premium. The scholar clutched the few coins tightly, his breath quickening as he slowly approached the military encampment. With his legs slightly bent, he gradually knelt upon the icy ground, a glimmer of humiliation flashing in his eyes. As a learned man, devoid of any martial prowess or tangible assets, he found himself destitute and unable to procure even a morsel of rice. Alas, I am but a useless scholar. My lord, I implore you, sell me a bit of rice. My children have been starving for 2 days. With tears streaming down his face, the middle-aged scholar produced a silver coin, pleading earnestly. In the kingdom of Deqian, a single tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 coins, enough to purchase 2.5 stones of rice, equating to 400 pounds. Yet, here he was, begging for merely 1 stone, 150 pounds. How ridiculous it was. The common folk had been driven to such desperation. They were so fearful of the officials that they were even willing to bribe them publicly. As more and more citizens knelt in supplication, the oppressive atmosphere around Lin Qing reached its zenith. Even the soldiers behind him dared not breathe. He had faced down 3,000 ironclad cavalrymen with 50 riders without fear. He had stormed the gates of Qilin City with 400 riders without trepidation. He had charged into the grasslands with 1,000 riders, slaying countless foes without flinching. Yet now, confronted by the multitude of desperate citizens, he felt the urge to retreat. Wishing he could hide back in the military tent, the piercing gazes filled with both longing and hatred pricked at his body like 1,000 needles, causing him pain more acute than that of a blade piercing his flesh. As the glimmers of hope in the eyes of the populace faded into animosity, the sound of galloping hoofs finally echoed. Zhong Xian arrived with a contingent of cavalry before Lin Qing, ignoring the customary formalities. He leaned close to Lin Qing's ear and whispered, "My lord, several major grain merchants in the city have shuttered all their shops and proclaimed that we have purchased the grain at exorbitant prices. They even stated that future supplies for both the army and the populace will see prices double." Lin Qing's expression remained inscrutable, and he merely replied with a calm, "I understand." Yet Zhong Xian, as his trusted aide, felt an icy chill penetrate his bones. Chapter 93. The thunderous approach. Lin Qing arrived at the military encampment and coldly commanded, "Open the gates." The soldiers exchanged glances, but military orders were absolute, and they opened the gates to the camp. Lin Qing strode slowly inside. The scholar, having received no response, felt his heart plummet and gradually lowered his head. The sacred texts he once revered above life itself now seemed worthless, not even worth half a stone of rice. As he contemplated making another plea to the officer for merely half a stone of rice, he lifted his gaze and was met with the sight of military boots stained with fresh blood. Slowly, he raised his eyes and beheld the polished armor and the youthful visage of the Duke of Jing'an. Observing that the surroundings were now deserted, the scholar could not help but think of his starving children. Casting aside his dignity as a scholar, he hastily prostrated himself in apology, exclaiming, "My lord, I was wrong. I shall return immediately. I shall no longer purchase, no longer purchase," Lin Qing remarked with a faint gaze, a subtle sigh escaping his lips. The common people are easily oppressed, yet the heavens are hard to deceive. Thus, he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and laden with profound weariness. "I guard the nation, while you safeguard your homes. What error lies therein? Would you be willing to join the military to teach the soldiers to read and write? The military pay is distributed every 10 days, and if you have friends facing difficulties at home, they may join as well." The scholar abruptly lifted his head, his face a canvas of disbelief. As a learned man devoid of official titles, he had survived by transcribing texts for wealthy families. Over the years, the affluent households in Beixiang City had dwindled, leaving him without means. He had contemplated laboring as a common worker, yet the labor market was saturated. A man of his stature, standing 7 feet tall, found himself bereft of ways to earn a living. The prospect of entering the military to secure a livelihood seemed almost surreal. Tears of hope brimmed in his eyes, and at this moment, the scholar's so-called dignity was cast aside. "Is it truly possible, my lord?" The scholar's voice trembled. Lin Qing nodded. "You may enter. You can receive 10 days' pay in advance, or it can be exchanged for provisions." At that instant, Zhong Xian hastily approached, ushering the scholar into the military camp. The onlookers fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment as the fear they harbored began to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of hope. This lord appeared to be a benevolent official. Those without means might find work within the military, tending horses, managing weaponry, transporting provisions, weaving ropes, milling rice, constructing fortifications. There would always be work to be done, albeit with meager wages sufficient only to stave off hunger. As for the others, they could purchase grain at fair prices. Lin Qing glanced at his loyal soldiers behind him and calmly instructed, "Have the quartermaster send for some provisions." Yes, the soldiers expressed their eagerness, their eyes gleaming with a fervor to serve the Lord with unwavering loyalty. In the military camp, who was not a destitute commoner, though the Lord enforced strict discipline and rigorous training, he was indeed a good official. Outside the camp, the populace finally grasped the situation and knelt in droves. They bowed repeatedly, their voices a chorus of praises, exclaiming that the Lord was a good official, that he cared for the common folk. Yet Lin Qing felt an icy chill within. When had the Qian fallen so low that merely fulfilling one's duties could be deemed the mark of a virtuous official? Ignoring them, Lin Qing swiftly cracked his whip and returned to his tent. Once inside, He composed himself and sat calmly in the high-backed chair. He ordered, "Summon Xiao Gang to see me." Xiao Gang, the former captain of the National Defense Army, commanded 1,000 cavalry and had fought alongside him on the plains the previous day. Before long, a lean man with a serious demeanor entered, kneeling on one knee, and spoke in a deep voice, "My lord." Lin Qing produced a map of Beixiong City, his gaze sweeping across it as he calmly commanded. "Your unit is to leave the camp and apprehend the Governor Chui, the Deputy Duan, the Assistant Ding, and the rest of their subordinates, bringing them here. Furthermore, from this moment forth, you will take command of all city defenses. No one is to leave the city without my orders. Should anyone obstruct you, they shall be executed without mercy." Xiao Gang's head shot up, and even Zhuge Yu, who was recording the proceedings, wore an expression of disbelief. Such an action was tantamount to treason. As the newly risen noble of the Great Qian, how could Jiang Anbo conspire against the throne? Yet, within the ranks of the Jianghan army, orders were as immovable as mountains, compelling Xiao Gang to bow his head and comply. Your will shall be done. At this moment, Lin Qing was ablaze with inner fury, yet he managed to maintain his composure. The city was bereft of provisions, leading to desperate souls seeking to purchase supplies from the military. Such a monumental affair had not yet seen a response from the higher echelons. Should this matter be reported to the court, while he might escape death, the living punishment would be inescapable. In present-day Great Qian, a local official wielded boundless power, but bore an equally profound responsibility towards the sustenance of the citizenry. If the populace within the city went hungry, the first to be apprehended and subjected to confiscation and execution would undoubtedly be Chuizhen. Lin Qing recalled the message conveyed to him by numerous nobles upon his arrival. Though this individual might be upright and incorruptible, he was ultimately a mediocre official of no benefit to the nation. Moreover, he was facing accusations from the wife of the former commander. The accumulation of these matters cast a shadow over Lin Qing's heart. In the midst of battle, a commander must disperse scouts to acquire absolute and detailed intelligence. Only then can one avoid misjudging the situation due to erroneous information. The enormity of the events occurring within the northern Xiong city, where the Jianghan army was stationed, only reached him through the common folk, which left Lin Qing unsettled. The records of the founding emperor states, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you shall never be defeated." Familiarity with the opponent's strengths, weaknesses, and strategies holds decisive influence over the outcome of battles. After much contemplation, Lin Qing surmised that the Jianghan army was simply too newly established. Even though they had secured some victories, they could not be compared to the deeply rooted forces. In the realm of intelligence, they had already suffered significant losses. Sitting within the military tent, Lin Qing's countenance oscillated between light and dark. Shortly after, he commanded, "Summon Wu Hong." Yes, a personal guard swiftly departed the tent. Lin Qing then turned to Zhuge Yu, saying, "You may step out for a meal." Zhuge Yu was momentarily taken aback, but promptly rose to take his leave. Before long, Wu Hong arrived at the military tent. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere within. With a solemn expression, he knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "I, Wu Hong, pay my respects to the Lord." "Rise," Lin Qing replied. "Which students in the academy are worthy of cultivation?" Lin Qing's voice was ethereal and coupled with his flickering visage. Wu Hing found it increasingly difficult to breathe. "In response to your command, I have identified 3 disciples worthy of focused training." Wu Hong awaited further orders. Upon hearing the command, Wu Hong was momentarily taken aback but quickly knelt again. "I hereby appoint you to draw upon the elite forces from the army to establish the Qianji camp, consisting of 100 men, primarily tasked with intelligence gathering. The supplies will be allocated from the military. Without my express command, no one shall interfere or inquire." Wu Hing's expression shifted. Such a confidential matter was entrusted to him? An intense pressure enveloped him, yet exhilaration followed closely behind. "I shall comply. Exercise discretion. I do not wish to witness a repeat of today's events," Lin Qing cautioned. "Understood. You may leave." As Wu Hong departed, Lin Qing spoke softly, "Come forth." From the corner of the tent emerged a sturdy man with an honest countenance, Zhong Xian, the captain of the personal guards. "My lord," Lin Qing instructed, "I command you to assemble 100 loyal individuals to form the Jingbei camp, primarily to recruit wandering heroes from the Jianghu, as well as various lowly characters, with no limit on numbers, to provide intelligence within Beixiong City. Yes. What I wish to ascertain now is the distribution and influence of the grain merchants within the city. Proceed with this task." "Understood." Chapter 94. Rebellion. The government office of Beixiang City is situated at the very heart of the city. Upon arrival, Xiao Gang led a contingent of soldiers, only to find 2 clerks stationed at the entrance. The sight of the cavalry momentarily stunned them, soon giving way to astonishment. However, Xiao Gang did not grant them the opportunity to report. He coldly commanded, "Seize control of everyone present." The black-armored knights surged into the government office. In the eyes of these soldiers, they obeyed only those who provided them sustenance and dignity. Though this act resembled rebellion, the soldiers were indifferent to such matters. Their thoughts were solely focused on swiftly executing their military orders, so they could return to the barracks for a hearty meal. Within the grand hall of the government office, Chuizhen sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed as he perused the documents in his hand. Hearing the commotion outside, he frowned and exclaimed, "What ruckus is this? This is a government office." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he believed he was seeing things. A man clad in black armor, a captain, strode in with an air of composure. "Who are you? What brings you to the government office?" Chuizhen demanded. Xiao Gang produced a paper bearing an image of Chuizhen. After a careful comparison, he confirmed the identity of the man before him. "Arrest him and take him back to the barracks." Chuizhen's eyes widened in shock. "Preposterous. I am an official of the 4th rank. Do you intend to rebel?" At that moment, the soldiers who had rushed in had already apprehended Chuizhen and bound him with ropes. The soldiers who had gone to capture others returned, bringing with them several elderly men akin to Chuizhen. "By whose order do you act? Do you not comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Chuizhen exclaimed in exasperation. Xiao Gang maintained a calm demeanor, casting a glance at him, and replied coolly, "Of course, it is a military order. Take him away." Chuizhen's eyes widened in horror. Only one person in Beixiang City could command such elite soldiers, Jing and Bo Linqing. "You are audacious. Do you not fear that His Majesty will have your entire family executed for such actions? Jing and Bo, have you lost your senses to dare arrest me? I shall report this to the Emperor and seek your impeachment. I suspect Jing and Bo is colluding with the barbarians, plotting rebellion." As Chuizhen continued to rage, he suddenly felt a powerful force from behind, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees. Struggling to rise, he turned to glare at the soldiers. "Who did this? Are you tired of living?" The soldiers exchanged glances, each claiming ignorance. One soldier, sporting a sycophantic smile, said, "My lord, we are merely following orders. Please have mercy and do not make our task difficult." "Humph, at least you know to show respect," Chuizhen retorted, turning back to continue his tirade against Xiao Gang. The soldier who had smiled earlier did not retract his grin. Instead, he seized the opportunity to deliver a hefty kick to Chuizhen's back. Without hesitation, he rushed over and expressed his concern. "My lord, are you all right? Please be careful while walking." Half an hour later, Linqing encountered the bruised and battered Chuizhen within the military tent. "What transpired here?" Xiao Gang promptly replied. It was Lord Chui who, in his hunger, fell on his own. Chuizhen, filled with fury, abruptly stood up and fixed a fierce gaze upon Xiao Gang. "You." Unfazed, Xiao Gang continued to address Linqing. "My lord, we have assumed control of the city's defenses and sealed off several vital routes." "Excellent. You may depart." "I take my leave." The expression on Chuizhen's face drastically changed, a dreadful thought flashing through his mind as he hesitantly looked at Linqing. "Do you intend to rebel? It is you who harbors treasonous thoughts." Linqing's eyes suddenly sharpened. "Are you aware of the events occurring within the city today, Lord Chui?" Chuizhen, perplexed, replied, "There has been no disturbance in the city. I have been occupied with official duties at the Yamen." "Then allow me to inform you. The common folk are begging even within the military." Linqing turned to the deputy magistrate Duan Ziyue and inquired, "Lord Duan, according to the laws of Deqian, a deputy magistrate oversees local salt, grain, law enforcement, river works, water resources, and the pacification of indigenous people. Is the city devoid of grain? Are you aware? The grain merchants within the city are raising prices exorbitantly and hoarding supplies, resulting in the populace having no grain to purchase. Are you aware?" Not only did Duan Ziyue's complexion change, but Chuizhen's eyes widened in shock as well. "Ziyue, is this true?" Before he could respond, Linqing turned to the judge Ding Shanchang and calmly stated, "The laws of Deqian stipulate that a judge is responsible for grain transportation, agricultural lands, water resources, and litigation, with oversight duties over the officials. Governor Chuizhen and Deputy Magistrate Duan Ziyue, neglecting their responsibilities, regard the common people with indifference. Are you aware?" Ding Shanchang, visibly anxious, stammered, "My lord, why did the common folk not report this to the authorities?" I was unaware of such matters. Indeed. Why did the common folk not report this? They risked accusations of treason to procure grain within the military. Lin Qing suddenly smiled and approached Cui Zhan. Regarding him with a calm demeanor, Lord Cui, at this moment, your face has turned ashen. If what the Duke of Jing'an has stated is true, then it is indeed you and your fellow high-ranking officials who are the true traitors. The atmosphere within the tent became palpably tense. As Lin Qing returned to his seat and stated coolly, who is the mastermind behind the grain merchants in the city? Speak, and I shall spare your lives. Cui Zhan raised his head, appearing suddenly aged by several years. My lord, executing a court official without authorization is tantamount to rebellion. Humph, Lin Qing scoffed, tossing a gleaming gold insignia onto the table. I have been appointed to oversee all military affairs in Beixiang City, to vanquish the barbarians externally and to eliminate corrupt officials internally. Now that I have control over Beixiang City, will the court believe me or believe you in your collusion with foreign powers to incite rebellion? The three men's expressions shifted drastically. If there was anyone within the Qian who was least likely to rebel, it would undoubtedly be the nobility. Though they may lack the capability, they most certainly do not wish to see the Qian plunged into chaos. Among the nobility, it is undoubtedly the Duke of Jing'an who is least likely to engage in treasonous acts, without mentioning the annihilation of the Baiyun faction. Even yesterday's achievements alone would be sufficient to incite profound hatred within the royal court of the grasslands. Has he colluded with foreign nations to incite rebellion? What a jest! Observing the drastic changes in the expressions of the three, Lin Qing coldly commanded, take them away and subject them to severe torture. Those who confess first shall be spared. Understood. Without granting the three an opportunity to explain, a throng of soldiers rushed in and dragged them away. The oppressive atmosphere within the military tent was alleviated. And Zhuge, who had been recording, let out a sigh of relief. He softly inquired, my lord, should this matter be reported to the court? Inform his majesty. Dispatch a secret letter and expedite it over 1,000 miles. Zhuge's expression shifted slightly. It seemed that in his lord's mind, the court and his majesty were two distinct entities. Zhuge further asked, Sir, what about the matter raised by Zhuge Qinglan? Report everything, leaving no detail omitted. Yes. Chapter 95. The Wheel of Fortune turns in Beixiang City. The city gates had been completely sealed off, and the streets were teeming with patrolling soldiers. As these soldiers were originally the townsfolk, the citizens felt no fear. In fact, some familiar faces approached to inquire about the situation. Have the barbarians come? Should we flee? An elderly man, appearing to be around 50, asked while observing a squad of patrolling soldiers. One of the soldiers, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes, merely shook his head without responding. Upon witnessing this, the old man became infuriated. He muttered angrily, heartless wretches. I even fed you a few hearty meals, and now you can't even spare a word. A middle-aged man hastily pulled the old man back inside their home. What are you doing, you rascal? How dare you treat your father this way? The middle-aged man, equally exasperated, replied, Father, Erwa is now a soldier. He cannot act as he once did. He must adhere to military discipline, and we too must follow the rules. Unexpectedly, the old man's expression suddenly calmed, and he waved his hand dismissively. I know. I've lived long enough to understand these matters. Then, he suddenly laughed, pointing at his son and scolding. Your prospects are bright. Erwa is far more considerate than you. He has become a soldier, enjoys his meals, and hasn't he forgotten his father? He even reminds you not to meddle, unlike you, who, after studying for a few days, has your nose in the air. Yesterday, old Lu came to you to teach his son how to write his name, and just look at your attitude. If you weren't my son, I would have taught you a lesson. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and he muttered, It's his son who is too dull. I've already taught him several times. Erwa was the same. He complained about others eating too much, and now look at him. If anything happens, I'll rely on Erwa, not you. Fresh chives sprout anew, and people have their moments of revival. If I hadn't once fed Erwa, would I dare speak this way to a soldier? When they were struggling, you didn't lend a hand. Now that they've prospered, you seek to ingratiate yourself. It's no wonder they want to cast you aside. Misdeeds will inevitably invite retribution. A middle-aged man briefly displayed displeasure, mumbling a few words before turning to his father and inquiring, Will you assist me in teaching those soldiers to read? What does Erwa mean? He continued, Father, I must tell you, a friend of mine has just joined the army. He can fill his belly and receives 300 coins every 10 days, which he calls military pay. The elder waved his hand and reclined on the bed, expressing his annoyance. Once this turmoil passes, I shall inquire with Urwa, but it should be feasible. Really? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise as he approached the bedside, eager for confirmation. Yet, the sound of rhythmic snoring soon filled the air. Undeterred, he felt a surge of excitement, for his father had never uttered baseless words. With newfound enthusiasm, he dashed out of the house, eager to boast to his friend. However, a basket of rice drying on the rooftop fell upon his head. The rattan that secured the basket lashed against his body, leaving a painful mark. Duanziyue gritted his teeth, his body convulsing slightly as a low growl escaped his lips. At that moment, he found himself confined within a military tent, clad in prison garb and bearing numerous injuries. 2 soldiers relentlessly subjected him to harsh interrogations. I said, "Stop hitting me," he pleaded. But the soldiers exchanged glances, undeterred, for they were citizens of Beixiang City, and with a corrupt official in their grasp, they were not inclined to relent. The higher-ups had instructed them to ensure he remained alive. The resentment boiling within Duanziyue reached its zenith. These wretches dared to administer private punishment openly. As a privileged individual, how could he endure such torment? Moreover, the Earl of Jing'an had proclaimed that those who divulged information first would be spared. He had entered this place prepared to confess everything. Yet these 2 scoundrels had indiscriminately beaten him. Their intentions to release him were nowhere in sight. How could he not harbor hatred? One soldier, gritting his teeth as if he had encountered a deep-seated vendetta, continued to strike, while muttering, "Corrupt official, you seized our land. Corrupt official, you made us work without pay." His blows grew increasingly forceful, and Duanziyue, now on the brink of unconsciousness, was momentarily spared by another soldier's intervention. "Stop. You'll kill him." The soldier's eyes glistened with anger, his emotions surging uncontrollably. His vision blurred as memories of an incident from years past resurfaced. In those days, the city sought to repair the road outside the north gate, enlisting numerous villagers who brought their own provisions and were promised 10 coins a day. A joyous atmosphere enveloped Beixiang City as many villagers eagerly took up the work. However, the good times were short-lived. After 10 days of labor, when it came time to settle wages, the clerk announced that the Lord had decreed otherwise payments would occur monthly for easier accounting. The villagers, accepting this rationale, continued to work for another 2 weeks. Yet, a month later, the authorities declared that payments would be made bi-monthly instead, claiming it would present a more favorable ledger. Some villagers, disgruntled, resolved to cease their labor, knowing full well that this meant they would forfeit their wages. Yet, some villagers still clung to hope, believing that if they ceased their efforts, the labor of the past month would have been in vain. Thus, they persevered, including the father of the soldier.